your leprosy hand to write. You don't have respect for the people who bought your father. Is it every Calabar man that is a Calabar man? Do you know your roots? That you talk to me. You don't know that people own this Calabar. You are law-abiding. Igbos, I don't know them. I don't know where they come from. Because I know that if not for British intervention, I will still be selling them.
Been decorated, and I'm looking forward to taking over tomorrow morning by 11 a.m. I really can't describe how I feel presently, but if I have to tell you anything, I will tell you that right now, I feel like a tiger inside of me, ready to chase away all the criminals in Nigeria.
nọ na Labor International Market maka na this week Friday ka ewetere quick notice oro today bụ Sunday bụ 18th of June 2023 if ka na demolish everywhere ka ihe abụrụ ihe mmụta nyere ndị Alaba ka amara ka isi ego property n'obodo anyị nọ n'ime maka na ndị obodo
的领导、老师、亲爱的同学们，大家好！我是国际学院19级汉语言文学专业的陈月，来自尼日利亚，很荣幸代表2023届全体来华留学毕业生发言。大家也许会奇怪，一个外国人学汉语就可以了，为什么还选择读中文系？在中文系学什么？怎么学？学得怎么样？其实当时选择这个专业，我也很茫然，不仅要掌握汉字，还要掌握有这些汉字。
The vehicles, the basic provisions for their operations. They cleared 15. The circular was clear. They nominated 34. Of that 34, all but 11 were sons, daughters, mistresses of particular individuals. In one particular case, the original
Some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Janaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
not
took my
going
time to talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry.
Alexi.
I'm sorry.
There is
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
All right, welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. We're coming to you here in New York City. I hope you're having a good day. Today is Saturday, June the 24th, 2023, and we have a very busy week that passed and a very busy week that is coming, and we're going to touch on all those on the show today. I want to welcome those who have joined us, some of our friends here. Mama Echo, welcome to the show. Oh, H.O. can't hear you. All right. Mr. Shaw, welcome to the show.
Okay, Rodolfo, saluto. Great everyone joining us as well.
Thank you so much for holding the fort last weekend. I was not here. BQB, welcome to the show.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure joining your show, Dr. Damages.
It's nice to have you. Ovia, welcome to the show.
Assalamu alaikum, Jamal.
All right.
Alaikum salam.
Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you, and good morning.
Good morning. Electricity, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you so much. Prince Akwachi, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Dr. Damages, and good morning, other panelists. Dr. Damages, it looks like you're looking fresh today. It seems you had a good vacation.
No, it wasn't a vacation, but we'll talk about that.
It's looking fresh like Tinubu.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
I'm sweating here. I'm really sweating, but it's okay.
That's how you look when your candidate won an election.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. For those who receive my we'll call it newsletter now. The topics I listed the topics what we're talking about today. We had to change the topics overnight because Russia, something is happening in Russia that we don't understand, and we want to talk about it. It may have impact on us. You know, African leaders went to Ukraine. I don't know if they got to Russia to talk to them about stopping their war. And maybe they dropped some juju there and they struggle in Russia. So we're going to talk about the crisis in Russia, what it means for the rest of the world. Of course, today we wanted to talk about Tinubu's visit to France, but it's been overtaken by so many events. But we touch on it, what happened there, what he said, and what that meant for Nigeria. And we understand that now he's in the UK, in London, for a private visit. What does that mean? Then we are going to go to Asari Dokubo and the Igbo issue that he raised. Also, several topics, the new chiefs of staff, the defense chief and all the service chiefs. What does that mean for the military? Then we had the political parties challenging the tribunal yeah, they just closed their cases, and we want to touch on that, and so many others. So there's so much topics to get to. Let me start by giving you guys a chance to add to the topics, even though we already have a lot. But just to make sure we did not miss something that is very important. Mama Icho, is there anything that is big that we probably missed in the list we have now?
What you miss cannot be posted on YouTube due to their guideline. The clashes that is happening in either Calabar or Uyo.
Okay, Calabar or Uyo. Okay. What do you know the details? Do you know what's going on there?
They were just killing people like animal. Okay. And it's just too horrible to see.
All right. We'll talk about that if people know what's going on. Mr. Shaw, is there anything we're missing?
Yes, two topics. JAMB, the JAMB Joint Admission Matriculations Board, I think they had a review of their cutoff marks. And I think for this year, I'm not sure if it's going to be ongoing because I didn't get to read the details. I only just saw it not too long ago. The cutoff mark for universities has been dropped to 140.
140?
Yes, 140 for universities and 100 for...
Out of 300 or 400?
400.
Wow.
Yeah, so, people will have no excuse in the next 20, 30 years to be having fake certificates. They've made it very easy. So speaking to the 16-year-olds, 15-year-olds, please pass JAMB. It's 140. This is your opportunity. Get the degree, get whatever you need to become senators and governors in the future. So we're not dealing with forgery and all that nonsense.
For sure, hold on. Those are forged. They actually got in, but they just couldn't graduate. So in most cases, they got into the university.
Maybe they couldn't graduate because the entry was even forged. So at least you can get in legitimately and go out legitimately. So that's the first one. I think they dropped for polytechnics to 100 and College of Education to 100. That's one thing. And the second thing, based on I think something you sent me during the week, I realized that as I read the publication, Sarah reported, sons and daughters of Anambra met somewhere in the US. And I think they raised $60,000 to support, their elderly back home in Anambra State, which is laudable. Those are the sort of news you want to hear people, in the diaspora doing. So to raise $60,000 to support medical facilities back home in Anambra is something that should be uploaded. And I went through, quickly through the names of the new exco, and I realized that our own Rudolph is now the provost for this tenure is the provost. So please address Rudolph as Dr. Provost. Rudolph Okonkwo is the provost. And I saw a name that caught my attention because of the last name. I saw the name and I thought, oh, okay, this person is an exco as well. So I did a bit of digging, a bit of research, and I came across an article that is called one second. It's called A Strange Summer Flower. That was written February 2022.
Don't go
Please,
there.
everybody watching, please Google A Strange Summer Flower by Rudolph Okonkwo. It's a beautiful piece that he wrote last year. And I think that marks 20 years of something based on the digging I did. So imagine Rudolph getting on the bus at 5:30 in the evening, not getting to his destination until 5:30 the next morning, and going to the concierge and talking about, honestly, just Google it. You see, he's blushing already. It's called A Strange Summer Flower by Rudolph Okonkwo. So that's another very interesting topic. And all the names you mentioned, all the poems you wrote for these people, I think it's worth discussing.
Oh, Lord. Okay, sure.
Yes.
You are going to do that interview you talked about last.
Okay.
Do the interview. So we
sure. We should do that.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, those are the two. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think what you are talking about, Nobi people, which I'm from.
Yes.
So we had a convention over the weekend. That was why I wasn't here at all. So thank you so much, Sho. Paul, next. Don't surprise me, Paul. This is enough for one day. Paul, go ahead.
We almost want to celebrate it last year, and then Doctor brought a mental issue on Wednesday as the topic when we were congratulating him. Doctor just deviated us completely. That's how he does his thing. But come to think about it, let me follow the footstep of Show with all the entertainment thing. One thing you forget to bring, you didn't even bring the Zuckerberg and Elon Musk, the enemy
The
fight. Yeah. Sometimes we need this entertainment to cool us down.
Thank you, Paul, for mentioning that. One of the topics on today's show is Burna Boy. He became the first African musician to stream, I think 1 billion get 1 billion streams. I don't know what it meant. Some people are asking, does that mean he's a billionaire now? So we're going to talk about Afrobeat and the how they've gone far with someone like Portable saying that Michael Jackson is just a small kid when compared to
Oncolos.
When you travel go Benue, Portable they cry say they don't give a hookup when you travel go Benue.
So yeah, we need to expand the conversation, not just politics. It's very important. I think there's something going on there. Ovie, you're next. What do we mean?
I think you two things stood out for me this week. One is the banks. I think there's a directive coming from CBN that for you to have an account now, they
want you at.
They want your social media order. I was like,
yeah.
I mean, it might sound something very light, but that's serious. I mean, they just want to monitor everything about you. Well, that's one. And two, the idea that not even an idea, the fact that one of the most influential individual in this planet, one of the most wealthiest, one of the staunch capitalists that this humanity has known, is in Nigeria for straight 5 days, pretty much begging for him to help us. Regards our education, our healthcare. That doesn't make sense to me. Because these guys are business guys, it doesn't make sense to me that you are begging, he himself, I'm talking about not President Bill Gates himself. That's not something light, just at the for our integration and all that. I think it's something that we should pay attention to. If you understand what's going on across the world in terms of geopolitical or war politics.
All right.
Something we should all be worried about, or we should be asking questions.
Okay. Thank you so much. Bill Gates in Nigeria. What does he want? BB, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. It's always nice to be on your show. And then it's an honor for me to have a conversation with a great man like you.
Like you.
Highly honored.
No, we're happy to have everyone. Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'm just following up on our president, having started on a good note, and the way it's moving is surprising some of us. The way it's moving, and then it's looking like it's stronger than during the campaign. So or at least it's a positive sign. That,
just say, don't be scared. It's stronger than Baba. Don't be scared.
Baba is trying to fully recover. Then again, some of the
after they don't pump the blood of innocent people for your body, Abi. After they don't pump the blood and the bone marrow of innocent people for your body.
That was so predictable.
No, I see. Now observation. Now even people waiting for some of us waiting in Lagos. Now waiting people they say what happened to this man now? He's looking at if you don't they look fresh small as if he
May
gets
they
small.
not carry your pikin body for blood.
It's not there that name. I can't believe it's a city boy.
Small energy.
Right. So,
then again, Dr. Damages, just want to emphasize some of these YouTubers. The issue happening at Alaba international market is not as widely. It's not as RTC, the way all these YouTubers are pushing it. You will see so many of these YouTube videos demolishing everywhere. People are sending people away. It's not like that.
No, we're going to talk about
the environment is relatively calm. Yes, it's relatively calm. Just said I should chip in that for now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, Rudolph, can I protest?
Yeah, go ahead.
We are not allowed to either eat shame or smoke on the screen, but is it legal for we to allow show to just keep exposing a bald head like that? That's not fair.
What are you talking
Who's
about?
on do your own?
Why would we allow show to be exposing
The
this?
pikin naked.
Joe na admin.
I do the jealousy of my little
admin
baby.
get immunity.
Face.
Admin get immunity.
So
he get immunity.
All right. Prince Apache. Oh, anything we're missing?
Go carry your own come over here. Carry your own come jealousy.
Welcome.
Well, for me, I think what is noting is first and foremost during the week, I believe a prominent person in Enugu lost his wife, and he never deemed it fit to let people know. Probably he's ashamed of himself, or he's still hiding it. To the killings that are going on in Imo State, and that is still being underreported. Pretty much, there is a lot going on in Imo State that is being underreported. Yeah, I think those are the two things I'm following. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Electricity, you're next. Welcome.
Yeah, I'll take a pass, please.
Okay, all right, thank you. Man of Prestige.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I'm looking forward to one of the two things, but the first one is very important to Nigeria. It's about Nigerian debt hit about 68.9 trillion. And they have refused to borrow Nigeria money with some condition, because of the revenue not meeting up with our debt. So that's a very high problem that Nigeria have. So right now we can't borrow money until we meet certain requirements. So that need to be considered.
And that's very important. I like that. That's very important. It's all tied to why the President Bola Tinubu went to France. They are looking for a way to let countries like Nigeria that are owing for them to be able to get money to support their economic development goals. And it's tied to the removal of oil subsidy, the tariff increase in electricity. All the things that you're saying is all connected to what you're saying. The country has got to the point where they cannot borrow until they do certain things. And this international... Go ahead.
I heard custom duty is going up on Monday as well.
What's going on?
I don't know how
customs duty.
Okay.
Hold on. It's about Nedi Nwoko escaping debt. He would have been one of those people in this boat, because he was invited, but he didn't come. I think one of the billionaires, their friends, they invited him, but he didn't go because he said he had some commitment about political commitment. So he would have been one of those people, in that explosion right now. I just want to mention if you're not aware of it.
I saw that headline. Thank you so much.
Okay,
yeah, I'm right. What do you want?
They care about our debt, Abi, and they increase their money 140% because economic is hard, and the poor people that are doing the real work, they say they not get money to pay them. What an irony.
Mama Icho, we have not started. When we start, we'll talk about
No, I just said I
know. You're right.
Think.
You're right. All right. Igbo Basics, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. I wasn't quite ready to come to this show today, but being that I wanted to report Dr. Damages, I wanted to report him to this show.
And he shall be dealt with, according.
Yeah. The reason why I wanted to report him to this show.
Before you say that, I have my he-goats, I have a yam tuber, I have palm oil ready to pay for the fine. Go ahead.
You buy kola nut, John?
Kola nut also, yeah.
If you know what impiato is, which we use to drink the palm wine.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention that even when we are not on the panel, we are watching. And sure, you were in charge last week, and we saw your style of calling our people. That's very nice of you. So we observed your performance. And to that effect, Ovie was in my in-laws area, and he was reported directly that he was in the backyard. So I told him to let him be because he's a good man. To Rudolph. Rudolph came 3 minutes away from the place where I am. 3 minutes. And he did not know that I have my people in that hall where he was.
I can attest to that.
Including the chairman of the organization, including the host. He did not know that way back, Dr. Ferdinand of Fodile took Igbo basics to Ivory Coast, to Cote d'Ivoire. He took a bundle of Igbo basics publication to Cote d'Ivoire on a plastic surgeon's mission. Having said that, Rudolph already extended his, not an excuse, he's ready to pay the fine. We would excuse him because he will not know. He go no. So I'm just saying that next time, Rudolph, that you come that close, please let us know so that we'll treat you the way you deserve to be treated. I had people in that hall where you were reporting every of your move.
All right, thank you so much, Igbo Basics.
That's a no-be event.
Convention, yeah.
So I didn't take it lightly because I called Rudolph.
Yeah, I know. I'm so sorry. Yeah,
Rudolph, where is that coming from? Because I spent 3 days in Okai Titi. The people are not like that. Eh? wait.
Okay, Titi. How did you know Okay Titi?
I know in Kolonova village in Okai. After Nobi.
Wow. All right. So thank you so much, Igbo Basics. I was truly, yeah. I'm sorry. There was no time really. I didn't want to get anybody involved in because I wouldn't be able to come out to meet people. It was just so busy. But thank you. Next time I will make you aware. All right. So let's start. Our first story should be the Tinubu visit to France. How did he perform? What was accomplished? Did people feel that he represented Nigeria well in that trip? And so let me start by playing. I thought I had a video of him meeting the French president, but let's just watch him arrive in the country. All right. I got a new computer, but it's still not helping. All right, so let's start with you, Mama Echo. President Bola Tinubu in France. What do you think about his performance?
Who's your concern me? She been a medical treatment he go for. When they use and they take deceive us, saying go look for money. And even the money when go look for, not be to pay the increment of salary. Does the common man of Nigeria involve? Anyway, in their president select, we dey wait for outcome of our case in court. So it's a placeholder. But may they not owe more debt on top of what they don't owe for grant. And all the small children blood when they pump for him body. Make it tell all in children, make they born extra children for her to pump body. May not they use people blood, people children they do yongi. It won't last for long. Buhari doing you, she be don't come out now.
All right, thank you, Mama Echo. Paul, did you watch him in France?
Yeah, watch him in France. I hope you saw a little glimpse and pieces here and there in France where he almost fell. Sarah reporter put that footage, so I was so shocked when the other young man was saying that the man is so strong and active. He almost fell. And I can see some slight of Alzheimer's or maybe dementia. I don't know which one to place him. You understand? Just observe him, doctor, very well. Whenever he shake people, he doesn't want to lift their hand. Remember, that's how he hold the pen. He grip the pen so hard, they were begging him to release the pen. If he shake people, he doesn't lift their hand. Whether he's trying to come up with something different from what Trump used to do, I don't know. Whether it's a sign of dementia or Alzheimer's, I don't even know. So I just do something. They are trying to hide the man. Even though when he's not even, maybe like some of us who want to speculate that he took that opportunity to go see his doctor. It may not be true, but him himself too is running away in public because he don't want to make that big gaffe and everything, because he's selling himself so hard this period to pass through this tribunal issue. That's my take for now.
All right, thank you. Javier.
Paul is looking to obtain a group home license so he can open a group home near Asburok. That's why he's pointing that out. Mama Echo,
conspiracy theory no go kill you over here. Because I tell you yesterday, today you use them on me.
My Echo, you seems to be the only obedient standing, because regarding this trip, I saw Rufai and which is the number one obedient out there. I saw him jubilating and celebrating the performance of Tinubu so far in the studio, and I was impressed. I said, okay, it's as if it's only Mama Echo that is left behind. Everybody is celebrating there, and I think so far, 25 days on, I'm impressed. For one thing, I like public officials, politicians who say, "I will do it," and they end up doing it. Regardless of if I disagree with whatever that is, but he said he's going to do it and he's doing it. So far he has he met with during the election. I remember he met with the business community in Lagos, and one would say leveling the exchange rate is a starting gift for them. Then see him addressing the diaspora community in France, and a lot of, even though I can say there are selected people who are actually really praises and all that, but we could tell that just him being the president, some people are already benefiting, indirectly. According to the people that spoke, their reputation, the way their colleagues and people around them see them, just because they have Bola Tinubu as the president, has changed. And I think for that, so far, I'll say, yeah, give me a pass mark.
All right, thank you. Prince Akwachi.
First and foremost, when you want to talk about Rufai rejoicing, Rufai is a journalist, and he has said it that he's not partisan. So please do not give us misleading, perception of who Rufai is. Apart from that,
I like the fact that you call him a partisan journalist, because those are not my words.
He's non.
Oh yeah.
You said it. I'm not the one. That was your word.
Oh yeah. You go start market this morning. Mention my name.
Mama, you see, I'm too often I don't buy.
Wait for
take
you.
my time now. I don't take my time. So pretty much for me, for these 25 days or whatever it is, it has been a shambles. When people talk about, oh, he's done this, he's done that, he's done that. Let me ask one question. Has the person, whoever that is saying it, if you are in Nigeria, has your life been better now, before than before May 29th? No. Secondly, him going to France is a shame. He couldn't even attend the main thing. He just went there to show up. And look at his presentation. Look at the way he is, and look at Macron. You see the difference. Look at the other guy from Kenya, Ruto. Ruto was outspoken. Ramaphosa was outspoken. Where is Nigeria? Nigeria were nowhere to be found. So to me, France is a disgrace, is a sham, and whatever it is, they try to cover up. Oh, he met this person. They just put a flag and they say, oh, he met that person. He met that person. It's all lies, deceit. There is no investor coming to Nigeria. So it's better people take it now or leave it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Electricity, honest.
I'm going to go with, even though I would like to take a pass, but I'll go with what Prince Akwachi just said. And because I really don't overview it. It's one thing to keep to what you say or to say, oh, as I would do this. But like what Akwachi rightly said, go down to the streets of Nigeria and ask people these 25 days with everything he has done, how has he affected them positively? And the answer is definitely resounding no. Your policies you put in place must reflect on the people on the ground. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Man of prestige, Yanis.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm gonna go with a little bit about what Prince Akwachi said, not what Ovie is jubilating about. I'm not gonna give him a grade right now. I'm neutral. I'm looking at it like he's in a grace period right now. But this is the problem I have to say with us, Nigeria. Nothing has been accomplished, and we're here jubilating, like Prince Akwachi properly stated. What has been accomplished in the first 25 years, in the 25 days, or of his throne? Nothing has been accomplished. I mean, it's a lot better than when it was before. So I'm looking at everything that's happened right now, just a photo of nothing, zero has been accomplished. Talking about the France trip, I mean, he was there, according to what I read from Sahara Report, he was going to go there for the conference for 2 days. The last 3 days is going to be for his medical, issue. That I don't know, but I read that from Sahara Report. I'm not making that up. So let's be realistic. The Zambia president and the Kenya president, they spoke. I mean, I didn't watch the whole thing, I just read it. I mean, they spoke. Where is Tinubu? He delegate. This is what he showed you when he was in Chatham House, that he's going to be delegated. Didn't he delegate? And I don't need the person that he delegated spoke at the conference. But Tinubu was there, but we just be receiving information that this happened, this happened, this happened. But we never really see him spoke. I mean, what did he go there for? The Zambia president, like I stated, spoke. The Kenya president spoke. Nothing from Tinubu. So we here are commending him. I'm not criticizing him. I mean, I'm just giving him as a grace period right now to see what happened. And we are here talking about what he has accomplished in 25 days. I mean, the gas has gone up. The Naira, I think he hit like about 800 and it went down a little bit. So the Naira, all this he's trying to do in Naira, nothing is going to happen. We have to be more productive, like we be properly stated. We have to be a productive nation. That, if we are not producing, no Naira is going to change. I don't care what you did. Go and read that. It's simple economics. If we are not producing more than we imported, hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, if we are not producing more than more than we imported, nothing is going to happen. And the Naira will still be, dollar will still be a high commodity. Nothing is going to change in the Naira. I mean, since he took over, when he took over, Naira was about 735, 740. I'm not saying it has gone up so bad, but he hit 800. I think it's down right now about 760, 750. So what are we celebrating? So let's give him a grace period until he accomplishes something. So yeah, stop coming here obliterating about what happened. That's not a good thing. We're not helping Nigeria, okay? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, man of prestige. Igbo Basics.
What we are facing is a national, how do I describe it? We are facing a national Onyite Abu Onyahia. The person, those who sold clear pots and plate. They carry it on their head, and they carefully walk the path to bring it to safety. But remember that if they trip once, the whole thing goes down. And that's what I see in the man, Tinubu, in France. How I wish he was in a position of Charles Heston in the movie El Cid, where the aura of the giant man El Cid, when he rode through the fields and all the enemies were falling on the wayside. So let's not rejoice, because whatever happens to Tinubu as it stands right now, currently, it happens to all of us. If that pot is carrying, the crate of pot, abo, that is carrying his head, if it trips once, the whole shit goes down to the ground, and all our pots will be broken. I may have spoken in tongues for those who understand what I've just said. But what we are facing, really, as for the man being in France, I said it earlier on, in the beginning, that the man is a delegator in chief. I think it will do us good for him to not even go. If he's going to send somebody from the get-go, send somebody from the get-go. Let us not be deceived by the British, who are already clapping, and according to what I read in the reports, that they said he has made good moves and they are ready to invest. Invest what? To rape us more than they have already done? Enough is enough. It is a national calamity that we are facing. We should pray to that man that he doesn't trip in any of these trips, because if he trips, down goes Roberto Duran. For now, that's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you so much. Austin, Yanis.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Really, I don't know. I'll need to start from my Oga on our politics. Look, see, there is a difference between constructive criticism and being negative. I'll tell you the truth. Any man who accepts constructive criticism is going to grow. I want to tell you that I've listened to. I like removing myself from myself, meaning I don't like being partisan. Look, I've listened to to Rufai speak a lot of times. He just wants a better Nigeria, and he's not partisan. I'll tell you the truth. That's just the whole thing. Let's forget about that. That's not the topic. The first thing I want to say, the Tinubu's whole show was like a child when we're in primary school, in elementary school. A man, you and your friend Bav go school. You go school, you no enter class, attend lecture. You stay for outside. That's what we call non-academic students. They Bav go school, but they enter class. How come you finish, collect the taxpayers' money, fuel the private jet, went to where you were supposed to do the thing and refuse to attend the session? Come on. That is why you see I always talk of presidents. I always think of presidents. If person don't show you as showing they behave, that's why they say a man is innocent, he proven guilty. If person don't show you as showing they behave, not expect say by the time it comes, say by the name of God, by the name of Allah, by the name of Jesus have changed. Not lie. Before now, please turn the camera. Before now, he don't show say he went to Chatham House and was distributing questions around. Distributing questions around shows that he's not ready to talk. So we are moving from a president who will always come and say it is not my problem, to another president who doesn't even want to talk about the whole thing. Meaning it doesn't even concern me to even talk about anything. And trust me, that outing for me is a shame. When I see people like Ruto and the rest trying to put Africa on the global map, I look at my president and I could not even see him. It is so bad. Then besides that, look, there is something we call show of power. When you see Donald Trump, he will shake you. When he shake you, he hit your shoulders to make you know, say, look, I am your senior brother. If you see a case where, look, I'm not talking about anything being crazy here, but when you see a man run to hug another person, it shows like, say, you be picking. There's a way you greet, and there's a composure you have, and you greet somebody. You said, okay, yes, this person knows that I'm talking to a man, and you shake your hand. I think Tinubu's aides, I don't know, needs to tell him on how to show power when you are facing world leaders. If you shake them, you greet them 1, 2, 3, you leave the hand. to show say I'd be your equal. I'm bigger than you. After all, I'm even bigger than you in age.
Right.
I think he should try as much as possible to a little bit try to arrange that group in such a way that next time, if you want to greet Macron, you are picking now, greet him, shaking, and also yes, and it's very, very important for you to show power in the first instance, not going to hug that small boy as if he's your father and you are the son. And lastly, what I should try to say is that I will appreciate those African leaders in Kenya who spoke, because we should try as much as possible to make Africa the center of our policies. And that is one thing I think was outstanding from the other African leaders. Try as much as possible to trade among yourself. Let the money stay in Africa. When it stays in Africa, Africa will grow together. And that's why sometimes I appreciated Obi a little bit when he said Africa will be the center of his policy. It is important, very important.
Austin, please, you have to consider your health before you go doing that kind of because if you do that, you might go down with your last strength.
Anyhow, I'm just saying that because this is a platform for learning. It's a platform for learning. Please, young men, ladies, I don't know, young men who are growing up, when you face some people, there are ways of first impression in greeting in such a way that once you greet a particular way with so much charisma, they will give you the respect before you talk. But I think Tinubu, that greeting not to make sense a little bit.
All right, thank you, Austin. Sydney.
Yeah, good evening, everyone, and hope we're good. I think I'm not surprised. It's just normal. He gave us the first shots in Chatham House, so he's not strong in public speaking. It's not his strength, so we shouldn't expect something so over the top. All right. So in terms of outcomes, I don't think anybody has understood the policy direction in terms of Africa and the international space. So the expectation, all right, let's leave all the other dramas. The expectation from this trip will be that we should see his direction in terms of international politics and his direction in terms of the African space. So one thing I realized is that he has not owned the African space. The African space, normally the Nigerian president with our large population and just Nigeria as a name normally owns the space internationally. And then, South Africa and the other nations begin to take a cue. But what is happening internationally is that there is a vacuum, there is a space. Nigeria has not brought leadership for the past 8 years, and the leadership coming in, the African nations can smell blood. They know that Nigeria is not in that space. And if you look at the end of this, I can tell you categorically clear where President Ruto, his mind is on. I could pick exactly his mindset from this French thing. He's pursuing issues of climate change. He's pursuing issues of with IMF and the international funds that they cannot give us different rates in Africa with respect to other nations. It's very clear, but you cannot see that. What the Tinubu boys are doing is showing us picture, doing this. I mean, for children, that's okay. But for people that are thinking of nation building, so his team has faltered on those lines. So I expected him, Tinubu, to say, okay, my strength is not in all these things, but if I need to delegate, I need to push one of my team members who is good, who is sound, to begin to speak on my behalf. Even the vice president. Why not send Shetima? Shetima is a finance guy. Send him there, tell him your policy direction, let him go, because obviously you are delegating. It's fine. We understand it. So my problem is going into that space and not owning it. It's a critical problem. And it now rubs upon Nigerians. if you listen to the Zambian president, you can see a man that had direction, clarity, and he has serious policies and is already changing the Zambian economy. He has dropped down inflation. So we are talking about Nigeria is currently not owning the African space. Ruto is being taken everywhere. He's literally the spokesman of the African team. So there's a real big challenge. In the midst of all this, Nigeria is facing a real big challenge globally on the African space. And I think if Tinubu looks like a man that is tentative. Tinubu looks like a man that he's not very sure because his presidency is not yet confirmed. So he entered there not owning space because he doesn't know what is going to happen in the coming days. He looks like a man like he's on trial. And that is very challenging for the Nigerian president. Even if he's on trial, he needs to move in to that space and own it. His health irrespective, even if he's on a wheelchair, he should own that space. But he's not owning the space. So now you bring in a group of APC apologetics and bring in a group of people and say, oh, they are investing. Who are you joking with? Investors are like bees. They go where the honey is. They set up the honey, they go there. They don't need all the drama. So I think it's important that, and now the Tinubu team, his propaganda machinery, is finding it difficult because he has not had any bilateral agreements. He has not had any discussions on the sideline which could have created prominence for him. These are strategic things he has not done. We looked at the videos where he was supposed to be sitting and it was empty beside Ramaphosa in a discussion session. It was empty. That means if he couldn't take that space, send somebody, at least you can own the space differently. So for me, I didn't expect much, but I expected him to work with his team and create an aura that says, I'm still in charge of the government. But he entered there like somebody who literally is not in charge. So he has not done well on his first footing internationally. So he needs to rethink, maybe bring one of the TV guys there, like he did with the BBC, sit down and have a discussion. So at least we can see his international policy direction. I mean, that's my take. I always look at it from that perspective. The other ones is drama. We know obviously what will have happened.
All right, thank you so much, Sydney. For those who are wondering, I don't have my bell here, but I'll get it before the end in a few minutes. Henry, go ahead. Henry, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Rudolph. Good evening, everybody.
Yeah.
I don't know what you want to celebrate about Tinubu. Forget about I'm obedient. Forget about that obedient issue. Now, let's be realistic. I don't think most of you in the parliament here, except who you said Tinubu is trying. I remember Tinubu went to Chatham House when they asked him to explain how he's going to rule the country. He selected people who are going to speak for him. This is what we're talking about now. He went to Paris. He did nothing. 0/0. Null. We are the giant of Africa. Your president was there. What did he do? Missing action. I'm ashamed when I was watching it. I was ashamed. Look at the Kenyan president. Look at South Africa president. They speak. But somebody will be here. I'm not talking about obedience now. We're talking about your country, Nigeria. It's your country. Because now it's not my country because I don't have my president right now. I'm ashamed. I'm not proud to be in Nigeria at the moment right now. This man let Nigerians down these days. He went there, was missing action. What are you people going to celebrate about Tinubu is trying? What's he trying for? Okay, he's going to look for loans. According to somebody was saying, he went to check for loan. Loan to help the underlying Nigerians or for their own pocket interest. I remember when they said they increased the corrupt politicians, they increased their salary to 114%. When Twitter was burning, one big make some comment. They came back to change. You see, these are not men. These are not men who want to rule. That's you people predict to rule people, but not me. You should stand when you speak as a man. They make announcement they're going to increase their judiciary 150%. Why the federal government cannot even pay 30%, 30,000 minimum wage. Tinubu going to France said he want to look for investors. Are you kidding me? I thought you guys are smart enough to listen to all this trash. He went there for his medical treatment because he have nothing to say. His brain is empty, he's old. You people don't get it. He's old, he's tired. Forget about this. I don't want to use the word in your program. What they put in spotting. I don't want to use it there. Make him look smart and jumping like. But you will see the way he shake them. You don't like you're shaking your. Come on, man.
All right. Thank you so much.
I'm not finished yet, please.
Okay. I thought you finished.
Come on.
So, when you say "come on, man," I thought that was it.
No, I'm not finished yet. I'm just ashamed, Rudolph. I guess you're ashamed too when you see your president, because it's not my president at the moment. Because I'm obedient, 100% obedient. I'll remain there. You're not obedient as he's your president. You were ashamed. You see him the way he behaved there, but he was missing action. This is where they need him now to speak for the people, for the Nigerians, for the African continent. But he was not there. But okay. If he's let me give him credit from 1 to 10. What should I say? If I say I give him 1, I'm just lying because he was not there.
All right.
Let me just stop now because I will come back to say something.
Yeah, you'll come back. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Isimile, welcome to the show.
Hello, Dr. Damages. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, panelists. Hi, everyone else watching us. Please share, like, and subscribe to this wonderful channel. Well, it's early days, yet everyone should have their own mind or minds and be able to stand by what they believe in. Like I said, it's early days for Tinubu. Whichever way he got to power, until the court decides, for me, he's my president. I know some people might find it a bit funny, but this is my stand, and I stand with it my head tall. I'm a Nigerian. Even if my country is sinking, I will speak the truth, but I will still be passionate about my country because I want it to succeed. So Tinubu's success is my priority. I will speak out. I don't know if he would listen, but it's not good that he didn't surface at the summit in France. At least first impression is always important when you're meeting other important personnel from all head of states from all over the world. Nigeria being one of the most populous country in Africa should have made a statement to continue to reserve their position because in as much as it looks as if it's not competition, but it is like people, presidents should be able to carry along what they want to achieve for their citizens. Their citizens should be number one, and he should have gone there with his head held high, whether there is court case or not, and represent us Nigerians, whether the people that voted for him and the ones that didn't vote for him and the ones that despise him and the ones that love him. He is there to work for Nigerians, and he's on test right now. He should know that he's being tested. It might seem as if people do not have voices and he's going to do whatever he likes. But he didn't do well for me, but I'm still going to give him benefit of doubt, even though he might disappoint me. I will do my best to support in every way I can to make sure the country succeeds, even though he may not be my choice, but he's there right now. This is my voice, and I wouldn't like anyone to trample on it or try to take it away from me. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Isimile. Jonaba,
Yes, Rudy.
we're talking about Tinubu France, where you able to watch.
Come again, please.
So we're talking about Tinubu. Were you able to watch? And your connection is getting echo from you, Jonaba.
Is it from me or from you?
It started when you came up. So it has to be from you.
Okay. Yeah, and then you say you start with Tinubu of what?
Tinubu's trip to France. Did you watch him? Were you impressed?
I watched it briefly. So what about it?
Oh Lord. Okay, Jonaba, we have to go to you when you're
slow motion.
First of all, your line is not very noisy. It bothers me.
Okay, let me switch. I'll join you in a minute.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so he made news while he was in France. He met with Nigerians, selected Nigerians in France, and one of the things that he said was he made a comment about Emefiele, why he suspended him. It's quoted in papers to have said, I'm looking for the video, we'll find it very soon, that the financial system was rotten under Emefiele, and that the man is gone now, and that the man is in the hands of the authorities, that he should sort himself out there. But he said something else that is of interest to all of you who are here, who are abroad. He said that under Emefiele, you guys were not sending money to your poor parents and poor widows. But now he's gone. Now he's gone. So you guys can send money. So I wanted to know, was that did that happen? Were you guys not sending money to your poor parents and poor widows?
Dr. Rudolph, it would be nice if you play the video so that we can.
I'm looking for it. Do you have it? This is a quote in the papers.
Look for it. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be back. I'll look for it. If I find it, I'll send it to you.
Can I say something, Rudolph?
And Doctor, I want to support Tinubu to some extent when it comes to that. To some extent, what Tinubu said to some extent might be true. What do I mean by that? Do you know when we send money to Nigeria, the central bank give us extra 5 naira for every $1 we send? The central, to tell you how they need our dollar so much, the central bank will dash us money. You send dollar to Nigeria, the central bank will dash you naira, adds to your dollar. Like you are not losing anything, you are gaining from it. That's how far the central bank really need our forex. So the central bank, on that aspect, the central bank failed. That does not mean I'm cutting any slack for Tinubu. You understand? The political
wait till the yam the pulling bank the pulling van when he go in house the other day not be Emefiele senator.
Mama, it's a different topic. You know, go
not be different topic. He say Emefiele not do anything. But me, I know say Emefiele carry pulling van go give am for house.
Yes, but Mama,
that's no problem.
Doctor.
Emefiele go soon open him mouth begin dey rain. We go sabi wetin happen.
That's not the question Doctor asks. Maybe you don't send money. So for some of us who send money.
No, I not send money now. You know say na you be my banker, so you sabi how much enter my account.
Mama, that's why I use the small English so I understand. I say maybe. So it might be.
And now they see they talk. Now they say grandma me and you they talk. Now you be my banker during that season.
Mama,
when you don't send money enter account, I will not send that.
When you don't send money before, when you send money and central bank give you more money added, if I send $100, they give me $100 plus 500 naira. You understand? They give you.
Can I say a few things?
500 naira.
Okay. Well, when did this your argument now?
It's not my argument. This is what is obtainable.
Say the 500 naira when they give you now be money compared to the $100 when you
say. Tell you that the CBN need your forex so much that they can even give you some.
Paul, hold on. I think it's my fault. I allowed Paul to speak. Let's go from beginning and go back to everybody.
Rudolph, is it me or Kenneth looking like a Pantani?
I want to say a few things on that comment.
Yeah, hold on, Sydney. Let me go to the next because he hasn't said anything. Can I welcome to the show?
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Damages. Good morning, everyone. So we're talking about Tinubu and then the sending money to our parents or not, right?
Yes.
See, like I stated here last week, you don't expect something from someone that has no substance, right? Like you see my soft heading here, it says it's too early to cry. See, I don't want us to be disappointed. I don't want us to start crying. This is just, it's not even up to 3 months, right? And we are crying already. Don't expect anything from Tinubu and his team. This is somebody that he knows, inwardly, he knows that he is not capable of being a leader. He's not capable of being a president. He knows that. He just don't want to impress his wife. See, the guy went to France just to take pictures so that he will be known as one-time president. His wife is always happy seeing him as a president. He's just doing this to please his family. His daughter is there, dragging position, Iyaloja. His son is there, dragging position, first son of the country. This guy knows that he's not capable of offering anything for the country. And you're expecting something from this kind of person. Me, I will never disappoint. I will never feel disappointed because I know that nothing is going to come out from this guy. So for whomever that thinks that Tinubu's success may translate to Nigeria's success, I don't think it will ever work like that. This guy is there for himself and his friends. Right?
All right.
Now, talking about sending money to Africa or not sending money. Oga Paul, see, that you and I or anybody in diaspora sending money to his aged parents in Africa isn't supposed to be in the first place. In the country where you live, when you get old, government takes care of you. But in Nigeria, your parents will take care of you, and when they get old, you take care of them. Meaning that there is no government influence in your life from childbirth till you die. If there is job, or if there was job in your country, your parents would have worked, saved enough, that will be able to take care of them at their dying stage. But in your country, there is no such thing. And then you want us to applaud the central bank for giving us 5 naira, for me sending my money to my aged parents, and then they give me 5 naira. I will applaud them for that. No, it's like they are using 5 naira to entice you to keep sending money. I don't think that makes sense. I shouldn't be doing that in the first place. If my parents are sick, they're supposed to go to hospital and get and be taken care of. I shouldn't be the one spending. I shouldn't be the one making sure that they go to hospital, that they eat, that they do all those things. But in Nigeria, everything is upside down. Nothing works in that country, and that is why, for you to eat, you must make sure that your parents also eat. You must make sure they go to hospital. Everything comes out from your pocket. The government is just docile there, transacting their own business, making their own money, increasing their salary to 114%. They don't care about the masses, while the prices of food skyrocket every day, while the price of petrol skyrocket every day, while the Naira-dollar exchange rate goes up like something that has no regulation.
Thank you. Let me. We are rounding up because we've done an hour on this Tinubu thing.
Yeah, sorry, Dr. Damage. I just sent you the video you requested for. I've not watched it, but I just sent it. I just pull it out and send it to you. So you have to.
All right. I'll put it up. So there are 2 things that had happened from the conversation he had with Nigerians in France. One was he gave a reason why he removed the MFL, which was about how he was handling money. He said people were making bags of money when he was there. And then he talked about fuel subsidy, removal of the subsidy. He said that he put it there in the speech, that it wasn't in the original speech that he was given. He had to say it, he wanted to, from the first day, say that this is gone, I'm moving forward. So I wanted people, as a way of rounding up a conversation about his trip to France, which all of you have weighed in, to talk about that. And why I talked about the money, what he said about money. Nigerians, Nigerians all over the world will send back into Nigeria about $20 billion every year. 20 billion. Last year it was 20 billion. The year before it was around the same figure. So when he said that people stopped sending money home because Emefiele was at the central bank and people were taking money, doing anything, I wanted to know. That was why I asked that question. I wanted to know if people here actually stopped sending money to Nigeria because Emefiele was the central bank governor. Where, anyway. So Sydney.
Dr. Damages, Paul was trying to address that issue. What's happening there is that the issue of Mekudi, where did that extra 5 naira go? Look
that's not the question. That's not that's not the question. The question is this: did people stop sending money to Nigeria because of Emefiele, which is what he implied in the statement he made?
Sorry, Dr. Damage.
Can you play the video so that
I'll play the video now.
I have an answer to it.
Sorry for interjecting. I don't think that is correct because people are sending money home when Emefiele was there. So that assertion, I don't know where it came from. I know that is incorrect because I send money home. I don't even if I don't know who is the central bank, whether I know who is the central bank
I think
or not.
I understand where
Tinubu is
coming from. You can blame family now. When you
hold on. Sister, finish up, then we can go to the next.
We've been sending money. In fact, I didn't know the name of the central bank government, probably until recently, with due respect. And I do send money home.
We could be talking about companies, other entities.
If you talk,
hold on.
Okay, Dr. Damage, can you scroll through the video so that we actually hear exactly what he said? That will help. That will help us so that we don't argue this blindly. But I think I will wait till I hear it.
Talk about that.
Okay, Obia, go ahead. I'm trying to get the video off. Obia, go ahead.
I'm just hearing about the video for the first time. But I needed to clarify something here, right? I think most times some people listen to argue or to just respond, right? The question you asked about Bola Tinubu trip, I started by saying that anybody that promised during the campaign that I will do this and he assumes often that he's doing it, regardless if I disagree with that policy, I have to commend that person, right? It's hard we see politicians that say, I want to do this, and they do it. I don't have to agree with that policy, but he told me and you that he's going to take our subsidy, and he did. When he was at Chatham, as he was delegating this thing, we saw it. So why are we acting as if that's our problem? There's nothing this man has done so far that he hasn't shown us. Why are we complaining? So yes, I commend anybody that agree with that person that say, I am going to do this.
Can I comment, please?
That's smart.
Can I talk about the question?
That's a leader, right? That's a leader.
Let's move on. Let's talk about the question.
I don't have to agree with that person, but he said he's going to do it.
That's what I want to address.
But some people just come here just to argue for arguing. Say, you keep arguing. The man is living a life. Keep arguing. You go cry till you go. When you go, all that one go come. You go start to cry.
What I want to talk about in terms of the question.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Sydney, go ahead.
All right. Number one is the issue of Emefiele and what Tinubu was trying to prescribe was that, first of all, there were two interests. We have the Tinubu interest with regards to Emefiele. He had a political interest. He was not in the camp of the Tinubu guys. All right? But you have to justify why you're making an action. You're taking a step against him. However, Emefiele had policies. He had policies that, with regards to forex and remuneration of funds, which affected changes globally. A lot of people did not notice that, but it affected changes globally. So, for instance, if you needed to transfer money globally, most people will either use World Remit or one of those remittance agencies to move money globally or to their folks at home. And you could move it straight into dollars or anything. So, but there was a change of policy because the federal government, like what Paul said, was not having forex. And so they had to change a lot of policies which affected remittance companies. And that meant that for you to send money overseas, somebody had to have a domiciliary account. So because the government wanted to monitor domiciliary accounts and somehow, trap some forex, because you could send money directly and the person gets it in naira. So that policy really affected a lot of people globally, but people may not know. So that means your old parents at home will have to be forced to get a domiciliary account, if which could have been bypassed previously. So these little tweaks affected some people. All right, so that's the populace. But the major reason why Emefiele had to be moved on was the monetary policy that was to scuttle Asiwaju's political campaign. That's his own interest. So sometimes we don't usually, these politicians play us, and their whole interest is there, but they use other little subgroup interest to do as if they are doing us a favor. But the major interest was they take him out because he had policies that will not allow his political campaign. So it's not entirely that it's a wrong thing he's saying, but it's just that he's using it politically to say, I want the diaspora, I want to free up the movement of remittances so that it can increase and it can be more fluid. These things actually happen. So in that place, that's where I'm saying he's using the same thing, but he has an agenda because of his removal of Emefiele. I think that's what I just wanted to highlight.
All right, thank you so much. Let me, Paul, was it what you were saying? Was it what you were trying to say?
No.
Okay.
So
Sydney, you don't actually need to have a domiciliary account before you can.
So what Sydney said was completely not so correct. I don't know how he's doing it. Maybe you have domiciliary accounts.
Yeah, you don't have to have a domiciliary account.
No, you did not need to have.
There was a time the policy was implemented and they reversed it.
It doesn't help.
Yes, you did not need to have initially.
No,
it was Emefiele created that, and it created a lot of problems. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Let's tell ourselves the truth. In as much as things has gone so wrong in Nigeria, I cannot send you $1 in England and you go to the bank and receive dollar. They convert it and give you the British pound. I cannot send you $1 from America. You go to Germany and receive dollar. You collect euro. But in Nigeria, it's one place where I can send you dollar and you go to the bank, you challenge them to get dollar. I don't know why they do.
You don't even have to challenge them. They give it to you free.
They give it to you. No, initially they stopped that part. Then Femi Falana went to court. Let me finish. It's my time.
Okay.
Femi Falana went to court and fight that part, and Femi Falana won the case. So that is when you send dollar, your loved one will receive dollar. So when CBN started having this shortage of forex, so they try to give you an incentive to incentivize you more to send. So every $1 you send, you get 5 naira. So now if I send dollar, my loved one will receive dollar plus 5 naira for every dollar I send. That's what I'm saying. So it is so bad for CBN. So not like I'm cutting slack for CBN or not. It is so bad for CBN for them to incentivize you, you understand, to give you extra so that you can bring that forex in. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Paul, let me add to what you're saying. Those countries that you compare them with Nigeria, they are doing something differently. In those other countries, they have single exchange rate. So you won't have the need to look for, to get the dollar and go to black market where you will get higher rate. Whereas in Nigeria, you have multiple exchange rates. So if they force Nigerians to go through CBN, right, For example, when Emefiele was there, the exchange rate then was 450 before he left, right? Or if you take the same dollar and go to the black market where you made their bookies, you get it for 760, 770. You see? So that is the
what you are talking now.
Yeah, that is where the CBN is failing.
To bank in Germany, what will you receive? You are talking about black market. If you send money from the US to Germany, will your loved one receive dollar to take it to the bank?
Hold on. Is there black market in Germany?
If you are in Heathrow, if you want to change money
There's
from
no black
one
market.
Is there black market in Germany?
It's different.
Is there black market in Germany where you get a different exchange rate?
If you are in Heathrow, if you are at the airport, you want to go change money from a stand to another stand, the exchange rate is different. Know that part.
No, airport is different. We know globally, airport exchange rate is different. Even the things you buy at the airport is different. Is priced differently, right?
Not even receive dollar in the bank. They will receive euro.
Will you go on the street in the market square and find a bookie or somebody exchanging money in Germany?
These are all the things that our bank fail us. But
Thank you. So the failure is from the bank.
Obtainable
it's from CBN.
What is obtainable first? You don't send money to any countries of the world and get that money that you send. You get the currency that is domiciled in that country.
Yes. So my point is, if the multiple exchange rate issue is fixed in Nigeria, where we'll have single exchange rate, there won't be need for all those. So I think your point will be very valid. Nobody will be going to the black market to exchange any money.
Please, can I come in, please? 1 minute,
right.
please.
But the problem is if somebody like Dangote wants to get dollar, he gets dollar at the rate of 250. If somebody like me wants to get dollar, I will get it for at the rate of 450. Or if I go to black market, to be 750.
Okay,
so giving one man more leverage against others.
Can I say something, please? 1 minute.
So hold on, guys. I want as much as possible. Let's concentrate on the question, the exact question, so that we don't go all the play everywhere. Henry, 1 minute.
So people are talking about Tinubu change that. But till now, I remember I can send money from my PayPal to anywhere in the world or Nigeria. Maybe if I have some people need some money, like if I saw some organization in Nigeria, I just take my phone, send from through my PayPal to them, they get the money direct. But now if you go to PayPal, there's no Nigerian map in there. So people are just talking, Tinubu is doing this, Tinubu is doing that. If they change this thing, at the time it change the policy, CBN changes right when they change their policy. But till now, if you go to your PayPal and check, do you have Nigerian map there? No. People are just clapping. These are not working. Look at Ghana. Look at the poorest African country. They have this thing. Their map is still there. They make things hard for we people. These are not working. People stop clapping.
Doctor, 1 minute, please.
Yeah, Prince Albert. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so pretty much we're here blaming Emefiele for everything, and we forget to address the main point. What is it? Nigerian foreign exchange is supposed to be coming through oil, but for how many years NMPC have not remitted anything into the accounts? So how were they supposed to get the dollars? Or were they supposed? Was he supposed to start printing dollars, which is not allowed to be done? And apart from that, in the beginning, there was a time he made it, in such a way that when you send dollars, they would get naira then. I remember that time. But what were our bankers doing? Our bankers would take the dollars, give it to the black market people to get their whatever it is, and then put whatever back to the bank. There were a lot of corruption going on at that time. To the extent that even sometimes when you send money to people, they will go there and they'll tell them, oh, there's no money. You understand? So the whole thing, and for me, for a president to sit down there and lie till today, I still send money to people. Though my parents are gone, but I send money to people. And those people I know, every of my friends that I know, nobody has told me that because of Emefiele, they weren't sending money. So he should stop lying. Apart from that, if you want to remove a central bank chairman or president, There is a procedure. And what is the procedure? Why don't you conduct an investigation? You don't even have an attorney. You don't even have Nigeria at this now. There's no Minister of Justice to investigate. Now it's DSS that is investigating the same person that they accused of terrorism. So to me, the whole thing is just a sham. Please, for Christ's sake, Emefiele, I'm not supporting Emefiele, but what they're doing is so illegal and doesn't add to anything. Okay, even if let's say, why don't they allow him to speak out? They're shielding him from speaking out because they know that if that man starts singing, none of them will be comfortable with what he will say. I rest my case.
All right, thank you so much. Let me play what Tinubu said. Let's see. Let's listen a little bit. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact point in the video that he said it, so we are going to watch a little bit of that.
It is a profound pleasure to have Mr. President in our midst. Of course, he's the father of the nation. So, and it is customary when presidents travel to meet citizens, to have an interface with citizens, to have an engagement with citizens. The interesting thing about this particular engagement is the extremely short time frame within which it was put together. And for that, because I know the president's program is extremely congested. It is congested. He has a lot of his counterparts here, other presidents from various parts of the world, wishing to see him. You know, and just today, he has seen 2 heads of state. So, but he kept asking me, and he kept saying, "What about the diaspora? What about the Nigerian diaspora? What about the Nigerian?" He kept saying that. So, and that tells us what? It tells us that he is very much interested in this meeting. You know, and for that, Excellency, sir, we thank you so much. And then to my fellow citizens, you received the invitation to this event at extremely short notice. It was, I believe, just over the last 24 to 48 hours. Many of you might have even received it yesterday. That was because of, as I said, the president's program has been extremely tight. So we needed to be absolutely certain that we could fix this. We didn't want anyone coming and then to tell you, oh, sorry, you know, for this reason or that reason, we couldn't go with the event. But better to have an engagement with the president, no matter how limited the time is, than to have none at all. That was what we thought. And that's the same thing Mr. President thought. You know, so, and that's the reason why we're here today. So without further ado, I'm going to hand the mic back to Special Advisor Audiomack.
The hurricane is here. The hurricane is here. Oh my God. The hurricane is here. The Jagaban of the universe is here. The Jagaban of the universe is here. Toto! Arere! Aṣíwájú ti dé láti wá bá wa tún Nàìjíríà wá ṣe. Nàìjíríà ò gbọdọ̀ jìyà mọ́ o. Gbogbo rere níbẹ̀ ní ìlú wa. Nàìjíríà ò tún jìyà mọ́ o. Àtótó! Arere! Jagaban of the universe ti dé láti bá wa tún Nàìjíríà wá ṣe. Nàìjíríà ò tún gbọdọ̀ jìyà mọ́ o. Gbogbo rere níbẹ̀ ní ìlú wa. Nàìjíríà ò tún jìyà mọ́ o. Our hope is renewed. We shall stand, Aṣíwájú, on your mandate. We are standing, Ọmọlódò Idẹ, on your mandate. Jagaban of the universe, on your mandate. The Lion of Babylon, on your mandate. We shall stand. Sing with me. On your mandate, we shall stand. Oh, on your mandate, we shall stand. So we have Nigerians here who are doing great things back home. We have Nigerians to be proud of. And we have Nigerians who, as Mr. Aleki has said, are very excited
about the hurricane steps you have taken as president, and the image has changed all of a sudden, and it's like we all want to come back home to Nigeria. For all those who have jackpot, we said they will jackpot. So for the commissions that we have the diaspora policy in place, I will say we have your embassy in Nigeria. So they come to us for whatever challenges. We have a diaspora policy in place. We have the Diaspora Day celebration, July 25. I hope your excellencies that you will attend and be, as usual, the special guest of honor. We have the Diaspora Investment Summit, and I'm glad to say that Nigerians are investing back home. This year we are having a team from Houston to be led by Mayor of Houston with 30 delegates to invest in Nigeria. You took that decision after your victory, Mr. President, sir. And a lot more will be happening. So once more, Nigerians here in France, you're very lucky, the very first presidential exchange, and we continue to appreciate you, and we hope that, Mr. President, sir, under your leadership, you continue to give a lot of prominence to the diaspora. We have a lot of challenges, don't we? Yeah. We do, but we know that you will, understand that, make us a stronger commission. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and we appreciate it.
Speech per se. So let me just make some very quick remarks in follow-up to all that we have heard. And this financial system controlled by a central bank, which inspires confidence and trust.
Management and change management consultant in an IT company. Your distinguished guest, I don't know everything, but I would like to thank you very much for this opportunity for meeting us, the diaspora, the French diaspora, and we talked about the Nigerian style, came from Nigeria and I'm now living in France, and I think it's important to talk about the Nigerian-born, French-born citizens who are very proud of being Nigerian, who would like to invest and to continue and create a project in Nigeria. And so I'm a track and field, so I wanted to talk about, you talked about finance, climate, and I wanted to talk about sports. Sports is a very huge tool that you can use that helps, that shows how the community is great. You have David Alaba around, and I'm representing France, and there's a lot of Nigerians representing other countries, and I think that we need to work out and to think how Nigerians could keep representing Nigeria, and I just wanted to thank you very much for this opportunity, and hope to, I don't know, to keep working and talking to you all. Thank you.
Also, a greater voice when it comes to diaspora voting. And before I drop the mic, our success story cannot be complete without the support of the NIDCOM under the leadership of Honorable Advocate Dabiri. Over the past 6 years, our dexterity, our resilience to just throw our weight behind us, as well as giving us a name in Europe. I went to Romania a few weeks ago, Your Excellency, and I was making a presentation to invest in Nigeria. The EU invited me to make a presentation, and just before I made the presentation, one of the major stakeholders came across to me and told me, "Where are you from?" I said, "I'm a speaker, I'm Nigerian." And she said, "All we know about Nigeria is scammers and the Nigerian prince." When I got to the mic, I told them about the things happening in Nigeria and your policies that has happened in the past 3 weeks. The whole delegation wrote to me and told me they would be happy to come to Nigeria in the next few weeks. And Your Excellency, I want to thank you for this special moment. It makes a difference to us that you hear us, and we want to make a promise to you that we're behind you, and together we believe that if all of these things can happen in the space of 3 weeks in Nigeria, I leave to the imagination of the audience what will happen in 8 years under your administration. Thank you, Excellency.
Between the enterprises here in Europe and our counterparts in Nigeria, we've been doing this for a very long time, and we are a familiar face to the embassy, both here, the Netherlands, the Belgium, everywhere. And before you came in, it has always been a very difficult experience for us, but you did the magic. In fact, what we are getting, the information we're having from our partners here now, they also give us information that we don't even know about the country. They are telling us what they are projecting to make from Nigeria and what we also tend to benefit because of the futuristic things, their policies that they have seen, what you want to do. We appreciate this. On July 1st, 21 delegates will be coming to join me here in Paris, and on an invitation from the regional government, They are the one asking us now that they want to do business with us. We thank you for giving life to us again.
We are so proud of you and making us your first diaspora, making us your first diaspora audience. We are so happy and honored. And we are sure what we have been preaching and what we have been campaigning, we are totally 100% is going to happen. So we have no doubts, we have no, we just have prayers for you.
Nigeria belongs to all of you, all of us. Our diversity is an asset if we know how to use it. For our, of the same Father, in the same house, except living in different rooms. We must promote unity, stability, and economic justice for every one of us. Thank you.
Dr. Damiji,
All right.
thank you for taking that. Thank you for taking that video out.
Your
Thank you.
president doesn't even know Alaba either. Hi, yeah.
So electricity, this is not the video we are looking for. All right.
Don't let
So
like I said, why? Is that a conspiracy theory?
Eh?
So,
No. What I mean
so
is
people are still performing drama. So people are still performing drama in theater.
Hold on.
Yeah?
Hold on, guys. It's actually very good that we watched it. I have not seen it. This is not the video I was looking for. I was looking for when he answered the questions that he was asked. And that's why sometimes people send me videos on this show while we're live. I don't play because I want to watch it before I play. And we had to spend 5 minutes or so listening
Rudolph,
to
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We watched this video. Are you not ashamed watching this video? You that is talking now, Rudolph. Eh?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying,
but I mean, their president. They're not ashamed watching their president. This organization.
That's not what Rudolph is saying. What Rudolph is saying is that before you send a video, narrow down exactly to what you're talking about, so that we
I'm ashamed.
spare us what you've just gone through now.
Yeah, you're right, Rudolph. Sorry, I'm ashamed watching this video.
So
really.
this is what I'm saying. Okay, that's one. The other point is that I actually think that it's important that people see this, because sometimes people don't. We think this is the representation of Nigerians abroad, and it's not. There are people, when they see political actors, even someone I hope Uzodinma, if he should come to America, I'm sure there are people that will round up and go and see him and say things. So we have to be aware of that. We are not the whole picture of the country. But I will find before the end of the show, I will find the response, because the papers are quoting him. I know he said those things. So the question is whether Channels TV that put up this video, which means they were there, they decided not to put that part up. We have to find the video and we're going to play that. All right. So I'll just take a few more comments and we move on to let me find people that have not yet said something. Janaba, welcome to the show. I know last time you had a problem trying to speak. Can you speak? Let's see if you're okay.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, good.
The marginalization starts from here because it was your own mic that is not working. I wonder when Nigeria will be one, when all voices matter, that Nigeria is not only Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa, that we are all Nigerian, we all can deliver. People like me can never run for president because I belong to the minority. and I'll come to Rudolph's show. I'll also be silent because they say my internet is not working while it's working. But it's all good. Let's go to the point. The whole shenanigan make no sense. It's too early for all of this. Tinubu cannot come a deteriorated society for many years and fix it overnight. Let's give him a break, for God's sake. Even though we all can criticize him, but let's give him the chance. None of us here will be given this opportunity and we will just rush to a conclusion. Tinubu was not part of the past government. He ran for an office, in my own opinion, based on what is at stand for now. He won the presidency and he started working. Mefele issue, all of that, it's all political issues. Whatever it is, I don't work with bank, but we all have a common sense of how things work in Nigeria. So let's all chill and see. We're all going to be open to criticize him. If he do well, we should praise him. If he do wrong, we should say he did wrong. But the notion that we are bewishing or wishing the president to fail for political points, it makes no sense. He will never feel it. It's not. Tinubu will never be hungry. His family will never be hungry. That is for sure. But his name matters, and I hope he knows why he ran for an office, or those people that want him to run. But in this case right now, what we have before us is to give him a time to work. Jesus has been around for many years. Islam has been around for many years. We never blame them for whatever they have done to our society. But this is a man that he just resumed office. And we have all this fool around. Buhari was there for 8 years. I was a supporter of Buhari for the first time. The second time, I was not. And now we still have to give him a chance. Please let us criticize people with a substance and let us make our evidence clear. Whatever we are not sure of, let's not put our integrity online because we want to score a political point. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. Mr. Show, go ahead.
Yes, I've missed the show since I left, so I'm not sure what's been discussed, but I saw the video you played. So I think my guess is you're still speaking about Tinubu's trip to France and his detour to London on a private visit. Well, I think what's dominated the news space is the fact that, I mean, this is the first video I've seen that where he spoke to people and he was speaking to Nigerians. I think he feels more comfortable speaking to Nigerians as opposed to maybe on that stage. I don't know what the issue was. Maybe there are videos that would surface eventually of him speaking, but the report is that it was the Nigerian ambassador to France that spoke. I've seen some of the videos of other African leaders, the South African president, the president from Zimbabwe, the Egyptian, and all these other guys. And it would have been nice to hear Tinubu speak because, this is a man that people say is articulate, there's nothing wrong with him, he can speak. I mean, from someone who doesn't support Tinubu when he ran for office, I would say they were probably afraid something might disconnect between the brain and the mouth while speaking. It's possible that they are just trying to hide, protect him and protect the image of the country. That's a possibility because I don't see why you've gone all the way there. And now, the story is, no, those are not the people you went to meet. Investors, Sabinos and Co are the people you went to meet. They were rushing him and all of that. That's possible. You could have done that, but it would have been nice, for us to hear him speak. He's very passionate about global warming. He spoke out loudly during the campaign. It would have been nice for him, to speak out, on the world stage and all of that. But let's hope this is not the first of many where he will travel and we won't hear anything and it's just pictures and pictures. I mean, give them one thing. The pictures I've seen online, maybe they've taken Oshibaju's photographer. The pictures are fire. So we're going to get lots of pictures, well saturated and all of that. Honestly, it would have been nice to hear him say anything, but good luck to them. I saw the pictures with the Alaba and the rest of them. which is good, but I think Nigerians expected more. His supporters will say there's nothing wrong with it. I've seen them say he didn't go there to speak to these people. It's not about talking, it's about action. So if it's about action, there's no point going. That's my beef. That you've traveled, you spent taxpayers' money for somewhere that you weren't going to speak. Then there was no point attending. You might as well just tell the ambassador to represent us and save us some money. Because the story every day is we don't have money. So let's save money where we can save money.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other comment from one more person, and then we have to move to a different topic. Say one more person, and 10 people will raise it.
I will comment on the video.
No.
And subsequently, what you said about having other Nigerians supporting the government and all that. See, what do you expect where you see these the ambassador of the Twitter ambassador of violence, that is Abike Dabiri? What do you expect? It will be all about packaging the other lady that sang, the one that has this coral rioting on her body. See, these are not a true representative of Nigerians. These are APC psychopaths. They will always praise their master, right? They are not representing Nigerians. So that gathering is not a true definition of what Nigeria is standing for as of today. Go home to Nigeria, interview Nigerians, and I bet you 90% are not in support of this government. See, Buhari, what they call it, Tinubu, just like shows today, was there just for photo shoot. You all know he has nothing to offer. I don't know why we are trying to get something positive from this guy. I always maintain it is better for us to start waking up now, that whatever Tinubu is representing today, it is not for the good of you and I, it's not for the good of our family back home. This guy is not there for us, he's there for his friends. That is what I want us to understand. So my elder brother, Oga Jonaba, right? It's better we wake up to reality. This guy cannot offer anything. But no problem.
Yeah, okay. Isimile, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. I would have thought that if our president omitted to join the other fellow presidents from other countries in the summit to front Nigeria, he would have at least made an effort to represent us in a uniform condition, such as if we have different ethnicities, at least some people are already talking about Yorubanization of Nigeria as it used to be like Fulanization. Just to put that argument to rest in his first attempt to, he's saying we are going for unity. I know it's early days, but it's good to always get it right because people will judge you by what they see as a president, the way you talk, the way you walk, and the people that surround you. That is what people are going to use to sum you up. And I enjoyed the way our brethren from the Southwest brought their party to Owambe in that place. It's representative of that part of Nigeria. I don't mind that. She looked beautiful and gorgeous with her attire as a lady. I appreciate that. But I would have loved a general representation from other tribes in Nigeria because Nigeria is not just the Southwest. So does it mean he's going to be president for only the Yorubas? Thank you.
Yeah, but Isimile, how do you know that other people were not there?
I can tell because I lived in Yoruba land for a long time. I can tell from the accent a little bit. It's obvious. It's obvious.
All right, I'm just curious.
But we told you that our local, though. We told you that our local. So our local, my sister, our local. If you want to.
I'm not surprised. Even though show take over Dr. Damage's show. Now really down a turn. Even show take over Dr. Damage's.
That was part of the plan. That's a good one. Siem, welcome to the show. Siem, welcome to the show.
Okay. Good afternoon, Doctor. Good afternoon, Rudolph. And greetings to all of you.
CM, Tinubu de London. Oh, what did they do? You don't go there.
Siem, go ahead. All right, Siem is It's lost.
Drug dealer. So what's my business?
Oh, CM, go ahead. I didn't know you were talking. We couldn't hear you, or maybe it's my own end. Go ahead.
Well, the thing is, the Bible says, "Let the dead bury the dead." I'm not a drug. I'm not a narco. I'm not into narco business. So why should I bother about it? Those that do narco business, that forge papers, can visit Tinubu. Look at what happened at tribunal. As at 19, NYC started giving discharge certificate in 1985, but Tinubu forged one in 1979. Not into forgery. Neither am I into narco business. So I don't bother about all those. If there are better issues to discuss, we talk about it. It's a disgrace now. How can this man be president of Nigeria? He's in France to take steroid for his health. Which way? He's in France to take steroid. Who is he deceiving? Who is interested? What can Tinubu care? How can Tinubu
All right, thank you, Jonah. Thank you, CM.
be president? How can this nonsense?
It's only me that is breaking in and out. Is it? Can you guys confirm that it's not?
No, it's from CM.
Yeah,
it's from CM.
Okay.
All right.
They have attacked his internet.
Okay, so we're going to talk about what happened at the tribunal, at the roundup, because they just ended the whole thing. But before we do that, I want us to maybe get ourselves out of this mode, the Nigerian mode, by talking about Russia and what's going on in Russia. So if you can speak Russian and you understand what's going on, so it appears as if there's a problem between the Russian military and the Wagner group. So what is going on? Who has a good take on what's going on? Are we seeing the beginning of a civil war in Russia? Some people are projecting that. Some people think that Russian military will crush them. And what does that mean for African countries where the Wagner groups, group that have been operating in those places? So let me start with who looks like a Russian expert here?
I'll go first.
Go for father for phone.
Okay.
I want to go first. Let me go.
Sydney, go first. Sydney, go. I'll go from Sydney and go around. I'll go around everybody. Go ahead, Sydney.
All right. I think the Russian thing happened suddenly. Is basically the Wagner Group, which is sponsored by the Kremlin, and the Wagner Group has their leader has been very close ties with Putin. Putin trusts him, and the reason for that group is actually to prosecute some proxy wars in different areas, Syria, some parts of Africa, Mali, and different areas, and also help them with the Ukraine war. But the military behind Putin do not really like him. All right, so there's that in-house faction, and fair enough, it has always been there, and so he feels there's always a blockade from the military to him. And the reason why he's taking an offensive, he feels that his men were killed by the Russian military force. All right, we don't know that it's a mistake or that, but the most important thing is the play behind the scene. What is it supposed to do? That's the bigger question. How can you move against Putin and move towards the Kremlin? As I think as we speak now, he has got at least two places down, and he's holding down military sites, and he's advancing. And of course, there is a bigger play of the international community, because what happens is that he has to pull his forces out of Ukraine, and then he gives the Ukrainian forces breather to reclaim areas in Ukraine, and then he's pulling his forces out, and then it also puts pressure on Putin to pull his forces out of Ukraine, because his backyard is open. He has to fortify his stay in Russia. Can Wagner Group take on the Russian army? I don't think so. If Putin still has his generals with him, I think he'll be able to quell it. But what it has created is a big distraction. And when a big distraction happens to a powerhouse like Russia, the problem is the sharks circling around. How do they play around it? And the reason is because Russia has become very, very strong in terms of their trade war in conjunction with China, especially to the African continent. And if you look at what has been happening in the discussions in France with Ruto, with the Zambian president, with Ramaphosa, if you look at how their body language is going, it shows that they are saying Europe and all the IMF, you guys have to meet us at a point because we have options. The BRIC states, we have options, and the Russian options is always there. Even Mali, I think Mali, they had to remove the French fighters on Mali to send them back and all that because they had the Wagner group. So all these shifts are very critical for the African continent to watch. And that's why I was very concerned that Tinubu needed to go into that French discussion and really own space and bring out, let us see his direction of what's happening. So if in some experts there say that if in 2 days that Putin is not able to hold sway, then it becomes a very big problem in terms of image, in terms of is he as strong as they say, and in terms of Mutiny taking over government. But Putin knows that his hands are full. He needs to secure home state, and then it gives Ukraine a breather. So if you look at it from that perspective, then you know that Europe and America is behind that playbook.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shaw. From latest news reports is that they are moving and soldiers are basically folding out. They are not fighting them, allowing them to keep moving towards Moscow. We know that there are generals who are not happy with Putin and his war in Ukraine. Is this not a dangerous situation? What do you know?
Well, I think I discussed briefly before we came on air, I think it's one of the risks that you run when you employ mercenaries. I think from report, this guy's about 30,000 or 25,000 men strong. So while they might not be able to face Putin on their own, you can be sure that they have support. Like it's always said, if you see, how's it said, with the leaves dancing on the water, there's someone playing the drums beneath the water. So I feel that there's more than we see. They definitely have a back, and I don't think what's the guy's name, the leader of the Wagner group, I don't think it's crazy just to think he can take Putin on or by himself. So there's a lot to play out. I mean, I was just slightly worried to see Putin's press conference. Putin on a good day doesn't look happy, but he looked particularly angry when he spoke. And the sort of words he was using, saying, it's going to be harsh punishment and all of that, telling them to go back to base, which of course is too late at this point. So it's going to be interesting to see what plays out, but it doesn't bode well for anyone. Like I said jokingly, I'm thinking of packing my bags and going back to the most remote part of Ogun State before they start their nonsense. But yeah, let's hope it doesn't, deteriorate into something bigger than we envisage. But it doesn't look good for Putin. I can say that. It doesn't look good for him.
Do you think there's any possibility, like Sydney was saying, the Americans involved with Wagner? Is that?
Of course, definitely. I mean, even if they're not involved, the number one guess for most people would be to say the West wants to topple Putin. They would rather have a stooge, someone they would, put their puppet that they can control so that they can have a full control of that region. And NATO as well can do everything they want to do in Ukraine, have, their presence in Ukraine and all these other places. So I wouldn't put it past the US. I wouldn't put it past them at all. It's what they are notorious for. I mean, why wouldn't they? Even if they weren't part of this initially, seeing this, I would expect them to reach out to this Wagner group and try to form an alliance and get rid of Putin once and for all. So yes, I won't put it past the US, the West in general, to want to get rid of Putin. So it's power play. It's power play. It's interesting to see, but like I said, I hope it doesn't deteriorate into something bigger than we can all handle. Because see, it's not fair on me and the rest of you that we go through a pandemic. And congratulations to those who survived, and rest in peace to those we lost. Go through a pandemic, and 2 years later, a war somewhere. These are things that happen 100 years apart. So for us to go through pandemic and 2 years later descend into some war that no one bargained for, I don't think we should go through that in a lifetime. They should separate it, put it 100 years apart.
All right, thank you, Prince Akwachi.
First and foremost, I know. I wanted to give a rebuttal to what John Abba said, but however, let me move on. All I wanted to say simply is criticism is not condemnation. Nobody wants Nigeria to, or the president of Nigeria to go back. However, I also want to remind us that wherever Tinubu is sitting right now is all sitting on forgery and stolen mandates. So there is no way we will not criticize him. So that is that. Coming to Russia, to me, it's a playbook. And guess what? It's kind of like chess. When people blame America, I don't blame America for that. If the America is involved in playing this war chess, guess what? That means Biden is a good chess player. The only thing I would beg is I wish, or would I say, why am I using the word wish? I hope that the Wagner group, that their family is intact, because I know that Putin will go after their family. That is what he's gonna do. For them to go back to base, it's not gonna happen. And he's already declared treason, that whatever they're doing is treason. So that means even if they go back to base, they're gonna be kicked, or they're gonna be, I don't know if the word kick can be used here or whatever. They're gonna be fired, and all that stuff. So it's a win-win for Ukraine. Whatever that is going on is giving Ukraine a breather and more ways to strategize and go after Putin. So if this is gonna bring his downfall, kudos. I would love that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Similarly, Yanis.
Well, I don't have much to say about that war. I'd rather stay neutral. Thank you.
Okay. But if it becomes a serious war, are you ready to go back to Nigeria?
Until then, let's see. But
all right, can I?
For me, I believe it's political destabilization. That's what I believe. I may be wrong with the BRICS and all that. Maybe to depower, reduce Putin's power, but I don't know what's happening. Only themselves, they know what's going on. The people at the helm of this affairs that is causing all this havoc, all these whatever shenanigans. But I just don't want no war. Whatever they do, they should remember there are lots of people that don't want no war. I don't want war. If they want to fight war, they should fight it in their territories. They should not bring it to anywhere in Africa, please. Or where I am. Not where my please, friends.
Oh, it's already in Africa. You don't know that already?
I know, in Sudan. But when I mean Africa, I mean you know what I mean. So Sudan is in Africa, but everything that is happening is political. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can I?
Okay, you see, there's something I've learned in life. When they gang up against you, just keep mute and watch how God will deal with them. They will end up destroying themselves. As they gathered and gang against you, they will turn around and destroy themselves. Just watch and see how God will destroy them. Now, this is I understand that the Wagner military or paramilitary are Russian citizens, right? Right? Mm-hmm. And then, so I don't want to side anyone. I'm siding everybody. I'm for Wagner Group. I'm for Ukraine. I'm for Putin. I pray that God will give Putin more strength to confront them, more power to Ukraine to fight back, and more power to Wagner to fight back. Let them destroy themselves. Because these are the same people that supported some group to kill my ancestors, and nobody has apologized for that. So let them finish themselves. My only prayer is that let it not come near me and my family. That That's just my prayer. That's only. But whenever I wake up and I'm hearing news in Russia killing themselves, I'm always very happy because it has happened to my people and is still happening to my people. So let them continue to slaughter and kill themselves. I just pray, let God give them power to finish what they've started. So that's just my take on this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Paul.
Yeah, Doctor, when it comes to issues like this, to some extent, there's more of secret than meet the surface. So we might not get more information. So we are just speculating here and there. But one thing I can give to the Russians are well informed when it comes to the West. You understand? So it's going to be hard for anybody to think they want to form an alliance with the US because they know the US too will not even meant well for them. Even though if they will achieve their purpose, we not meant well. It still simply means that can destroy the country that they loved. Because they love the country, they don't like what Putin is doing, but they also understand that the West cannot take them out of this jeopardy that they are going through. I strongly believe on that aspect. So I want to believe in that aspect that I don't see the West play too much on it. That is one. Then coming from Putin and every other thing, Putin is a very strong guy. Putin brought Russia from almost being a third world country back to where they are today. So Putin will always fight back, and it's going to be a Cold War thing. You see the way he won't say anything. They don't say anything in the media. But another thing that I understand what the Wagner is doing, they hide everything from the media. This is what they do in the West very well. Like you hear, oh, Russia hit a whole hospital in Ukraine. What do you see? You hear one person buy. That is a lie. Just to make like Russia is not achieving their purpose. The same thing too, the Russians are going through tough time in Russia. They themselves too will hide everything from the media, like everything is okay. But things are really tough in Russia, and things are so worst and so bad in Ukraine because the West is protecting the Ukrainians. They will lie on the media like it's not that bad, but things are so bad. So we can't really know the truth of all that is going on. But I don't think the West can influence the Wagner people like easily the way they can easily convince one person in Congo, in Ghana, in Nigeria. I don't see the Wagner guys who fall for the West because they know the West will never ever meant well for them. That's my take. And Doctor, you can take me out. Let me take some break.
All right, thank you. Someone mentioned in the comment section that our country is burning and you guys are talking about the West, which is interesting because sometimes people don't know.
Very good point.
That's fact.
Yeah,
That's
but
fact.
no, people don't know that there are connections to all these things. Whatever is happening in Russia, in Ukraine has impact on you. And if a country like America or these major world powers, if they have a reason why they are not paying attention, that may be a reason why something will slide in your country that wouldn't have if they were paying attention. So there are connections to this. People should not look at things in a simplistic way, as if we are isolated to that whatever is happening. No, even if we spend 10 hours every day talking about Nigeria, that will change anything anyway. But these are the implications. All right, electricity, you're next.
Yeah, I'm going to take it from a different perspective, but I don't know if the war, if it's going to end or it's going to spill to other parts of Europe. I don't know, but that will be time will tell. But taking it from a different perspective, we've seen the result of what comes out of war, and my position has always been in the context of Nigeria that whatever we wish for that country, we must never wish for war. That's just the truth. Everything has to be done by dialogue. We must approach it through the house, and which has always been where I stand on that. If we get our parliament right, we will get a lot of things right. A little bit of pushback on, even though Prince Akwachi has done pushback in respect to what John Abbott said. I just want to add to it. Mr. John Abba, with due respect, people are going to criticize. Tinubu is not a child in this game of politics. Tinubu is a godfather. So if people expect certain things from him the first 25 days, you ain't going to blame them for it. Now, the subsidy removal, maybe you don't know the impact it has on people back at home. So whatever it is, people are going to criticize. And we must respect their criticisms. So let's allow people to criticize. I can be criticized. Anybody can be criticized. So it's not new in the game. It's been in the game for years. He has made people president. He has removed people as well too. So if he comes on the scene, like I said, like what Dr. Dami sent out, we're not even looking at it in the sense that the impact of this subsidy on people on the ground in Nigeria, they remove. I think I'm the only one that is against it. Everybody said it's right, but it's wrong.
I'm with you on that.
It's wrong. If the subsidy still remain there, it's not going to drown Nigeria in any shape or form. Because why? Money are stolen every day in that country, far way beyond the subsidy. They say Cameroon, Ghana, they're all complaining of the removal of subsidy. Why can't we fix our borders? It's a tanker, a needle that will go through the border and nobody will see it? Is it a ship that will go through the sea and take away that thing and nobody's going to see it? Come on, let's be realistic here. I don't play political partism again. I stand on what I said. The only change that will change that country is when we start to address the issue of those crooks, with due respect to them. Maybe my brother is even there, I don't know. Those crooks in the House of Parliament. Look at what happened to Boris Johnson. Because there's no system that is perfect, so they try to fix it. But we sit down helplessly as if we can't do nothing about what is going on. I'm not against Tinubu, but let me just be honest with anybody here. Nothing good will come out of it. Take it to the market. I will give you 1 million scriptures, John Abba, because you mentioned Jesus and Muhammad. You always come with that Jesus and Muhammad. I'll give you 1 million scripture. Like I told you, I teach the Bible. So when you come on the floor and you mention Bible, I will take you on it any day. Let's go back home and see what is happening to people. As of today, I still spoke to them. From one place to one place to another place that will initially cost them 1,000 naira, they are paying 5,000 naira. So please, with due respect, when they criticize people, let them criticize. If that is the way we're going to take our frustration out, then so be it. I yield the floor. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
All right, thank you.
A bus ride from Lagos to Asaba was 25,000, 30,000.
Okay, hold on.
Bus fare.
Prince Akachi, let's not go off the topic. Let me give everyone a chance to address this. Jonathan, no. What the part about Jonathan and what he said, I wanted to weigh in, but I said that would be a distraction. But let me just say this quickly so that we end it here. Jonathan, you have the right to appeal to people to give Tinubu the chance and Tinubu to that people should not criticize. No, I didn't. It's your right, but I think.
And I do not say people should not criticize. Take that one.
Let him finish. Let him finish, please.
So you have the right to say whatever you said. That's okay. And I know that people will continue to do what they are doing. That you said it will not stop them. And I'm not implying that I can't even stop. I'm not planning to stop anybody from criticizing anybody because you are just new. Those things don't matter.
You can't stop us either.
Yeah, nobody can stop it. It doesn't matter really. You want to be president and you are president. You should deal with whatever comes with that. So that's not an issue. So I don't even know why people waste the time appealing to people to do what they
particularly if the mandate is stolen.
It doesn't matter. People are free to say what they want to say and criticize. If you don't want it, then don't run for office. I don't care who you are. That's why sometimes when people call them names on this show, I don't stop it, because you want to be politician, go and be politician and deal with whatever is that comes with it. That's by the way. The other thing that is important that people should know along that line is that this guy who is the president was voted in by less than 40% of the people. Where are the other people? What are they going to be doing?
Less than 25%, Rudolph. Less than 25%.
No, it's 36. Exact figure is 36. But that's by the way. What I'm saying is
elected 36.
So, okay. What I'm saying is this: the other people are going
less
to be
than 37. Just less than 37.
All right. Okay. It doesn't matter. The other people, which will be the majority of the country, they will be looking for reasons to say, I told you he's not good. I told you. So it's up to him to prove them right or to prove them wrong. It's up to him. This is not something anybody can control. So that's the point. But let's move on.
Rudolph, I'm not trying to, but a correction to what we're saying. He was not voted. He was allocated. Okay, the votes were allocated. It's been proven. I'm not lying. It's not something about that. It's been proven that it's allocated.
All right, thank you. That will be the topic of conversation next after this. But let me also say, when I saw the French president embracing him, I saw what was going on there, and it reminded me that, irrespective of what you say, and that's what I hope our people will understand, once a constitutional authority like the INEC pronounces that you are the president, and whatever is going on in the court system, the world will look at him as the president, treat him that way, and he's traveling with our own money, our own resources, appointing people, removing people from office. So it doesn't matter whether you say that he's not or he's allocated. Like the world moves on, the media moves on until something else happens. So, but that's what we have to accept. CM.
So the world moves on with whom they can work with, right? Okay. But whomever that is standing for the people, they get rid of him. They call him a terrorist and get rid of him.
Wait. If the court system, if the Supreme Court says that Obi won, they will do the same thing for Obi. They will accept him. They will embrace him. They will recapitulate for him.
Mr. Siam, please, before you speak, when Mr. Rudolph talk about Macron, shaking Tinubu, we also remember, I don't know if you guys saw it, did you see that he went ahead to give somebody a peck? That could be regarded as sexual harassment. So he should act presidential, okay? That is sexual harassment. The woman did not, she did not give him the authority to do that, and he just did that nonsense. So we should bear that in mind.
Prince, we are talking about France now. France, those things are not issue in France. Go ahead.
No, he did that there. That was what he did there.
I know. Go ahead, similar.
He did that, but remember the way people are being saluted, especially in the Western world, Huggins and Peckins here.
May God help you now.
It's not a sexual harassment. He didn't touch the woman inappropriately at the places of important other places.
Did you see the woman's face? Did you see how she looked at him? Like, whoa, what is this?
No.
Sexual harassment. Why can't the woman sue him?
Prince, it shouldn't be. Not in France.
Let's give it a break. After 20 years, they will sue him after 20 years, just like Donald Trump. They will sue after 20 years. Don't worry.
Let's move on. No, that's not. I don't think that's an issue. Same guy.
Anyway, on the Russia issue, what goes round comes round. Russia masterminded the first genocide ever to take place in the continent of Africa. Close to 5 million people, my blood relatives, were slaughtered by Russian MiG, all those Ilyushin. Russian pilots flew jets to come and bomb primary schools, hospitals, and market around Owerri, Abaumuahia, Okigwe, Ghana. They left their continent, came to tiny Biafra to throw bomb. So if it takes 50 or 60 years later for them to have a test, this is not even this is like I want the war to continue for the next 100 years. Let them wipe Russia out of the surface of the earth. Anybody can quote me. What goes round comes round. I wish Biafra is an independent country. we will supply arms and pay back. That is the way diplomacy works. Everything is payback time. When you slaughter, Russia has nothing to do with Nigeria. They weren't colonial power over Nigeria. Nothing. Just because they hated the Biafrans. Professor retired Justice P.K. Nwokedi from Oka said the story. Ojukwu sent them to go and buy arms during the war. They went to Russia, explained everything to them, even the strategy. Russia refused. They went to Poland. They couldn't get anything. They started inventing. Russia now went and sold that secret to Britain. Remember, Russia is communist, Britain is capitalism. He went and told Britain that we can do business. So they did business over Biafrans and slaughtered people. So what is happening in Russia, to be honest with you, I wouldn't say it's prayer answered or just sort of like 1% of prayer answered. I want Russia to be wiped out. Let there be no Russia anymore because of what they did. When they were wiping out Biafrans, what did they say? Whoever is shaking head or doing this thing can go to blazes. I don't bother. When they were wiping out Biafrans, what did the people shaking their heads now in this panel? What did they do? So Biafrans are not human beings. Ndị Igbo are not human beings. But a white man somewhere will come and bomb me, and then you will support him. When I'm wishing him what he wished us, somebody will be shaking head. Who cares? So that is as far as it goes for that one. Then secondly, I think I have to be 100% behind electricity on this fuel subsidy issue. Fuel subsidy, every country operates one form of subsidy or the other. In Europe, I found out that in UK, milk, bread, and egg are subsidized by the government. Milk, they pay farmers so that they can provide milk for everything. In France, there's what they call CAP, Common Agricultural Policy. They benefit from the EU. In Nigeria, after air, free fresh air we breathe, the next thing a poor man enjoys is petrol. Either the transport is cheap so that he can go around, or he can enter Okada, or can use keke, or maybe for those operating saloon, I better pass my neighbor. What government should do is, before removing fuel and start to talk nonsense, you stop people stealing petrol. You don't increase your salary at the heat of when some states can pay 30% minimum wage. And then you remove fuel subsidy to tell the people that you are sympathizing with them. You increase your own salary, even president, 114%. What are we talking about here? What are all animals not equal? So if fuel subsidy is what the poor enjoys, leave it until you are ready to fix a refinery. By the way, why should you leave the refineries in the Niger Delta? Why not build refinery in Bayelsa? Why not build refinery in a Burutu Bomadi Delta? You are going to sponsor Dangote to go and build a refinery in Lagos. Then you lay pipeline from the Delta to Lagos to take petrol. Why not build it where it is? Why not build it there? So all this rubbish they are doing is just a mere waste of time. What electricity said, his submission is quite in order. I can't be more eloquent. In fact, I thank you for that. It's a waste. It's just like playing on the people's intelligence. To hell with this type of rubbish government. Nothing will come out of it. Meanwhile, this is a government of crooks. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Janaba, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy. At least you give me time because I've been waiting. When you are in your 50, you need to use the restroom. If not, you are not careful, you will be peeing before you even pee on the pole. But I exercise patience to wait so I can talk. To my brother electricity, whatever you know about your Bible, whether you're author of Bible, I'm not here to argue Bible with you. And I have a right to speak whether about Muhammad or about Jesus, whatever you teach, it's okay. I have a privilege to know Islam.
Go to the topic, please.
And I have a right to express myself the way I want. And then come to the politics of pushing back on Tinubu. I can't stop you. You can't stop me. You have right to express yourself, to criticize him. I have a right to criticize him, and I have a right to say whatever I said. So that is about that. And I didn't say you should not criticize him. There's no way anything work like that. I say, let's give him a break for now. I give him a break. It's left for you not to give him a break. That is fine with you. And by the way, when we come to fuel subsidy, I've said fuel subsidy is what ordinary Nigerian can benefit from. So I am in favor of it. Otherwise, until otherwise, system is put in place because everybody subsidized, every country. So I'm in favor of let fuel subsidy be there because that's what wherever the people that they are tagging that they are corrupting Nigeria and they are taking Nigerian money, at least ordinary Nigerian is benefited from it. For me, that is okay to be there until otherwise or something is done that to make sure that the fuel subsidy will, the fuel will not go off for ordinary citizens. When it comes to Russian issue, I believe it's politics. Whatever goes around comes around. And I don't know why the policy on this platform is saying that everybody must show their face, and I cannot see my brother's face. I don't know why, whether he's wearing masks or
we know PM already. Doesn't matter.
Harry, please don't interfere. If Rudolph, if he interferes and you not remove him, then it's a partiality. Do not interfere. Even if you are joking, you should respect that. I'm not saying I'm talking about what I mean, and I'm not here to all of those things. I don't get into all those things. But it's a rule. When you play by the rule, that is why Nigerians go down.
I have no brother here. I have no brother here. So I don't have any brother. I know my brothers. Those born the same mother with me.
I do not even whether you have a brother, you don't have a brother, that's left for you. But my rule, the rule that the British people put on America was everybody to have their face clear up and make sure you don't wear masks. Everybody is seen. Even the beautiful glasses that are good on people's face, they will criticize them that are wearing sunglasses in the house. They should take it off. So there's a reason why everybody accepts we are. So that is all about it. Oh, God bless you all. I'm going to go for now, and I'll see you guys shortly. Enjoy your weekend. Life is not that difficult. Tinubu will be fine. All Nigeria will be
John Abba, you need some glasses. May we send to you?
I don't need it, my.
Okay, don't complain about those who are wearing one.
All right. Thank you, guys. Henry, honest.
Oh, I almost lost to tears in my eyes. Anyway, we are here just to have some fun and discuss. That's it. Anyway, Russian. I don't have pity. You see, let me tell you guys, if you don't know about Russians, I lived in Germany for more than 25 years. I know who they are. Russians don't like Africans. If you don't know that.
Sorry, your connection. Your connection, Henry.
You don't hear me?
Maybe it's APC. They've started. It's APC.
Henry,
hello.
Go ahead. Yeah, Henry, go ahead.
Okay. If you guys don't know, Russians, out of 10 Russians, maybe 1 or 2 who like Nigerians, Africans in general. They think they are important more than Africa. So if this so-called Wagner and Putin by themselves, that's glory. It's glory. Nobody should go to their matter. Nobody should talk about their matter. Take it serious. Let them buy themselves there. What is Russia looking for in Ukraine? We overcome COVID-19. The Putin was so boring. He went to Ukraine. That the Ukraine oppressed the Russians speak Russians. Why don't move those who speak Russian to your Russians? Because Russians are suffering too in Russian. Take your Russians from Ukraine, go and stay in Russians, let them live there with you. You have empty land in Russia. They came there, they destroyed the land. If Wagner should do this for me, they should go to Moscow. Start to do it and do it in Ukraine. So you see, you think I'm sorry for if they can do it, just clear them off from this planet, I will be very happy. The Russians. Like Hussein was saying and Karen was saying, they did a lot of atrocity in Africa, in Nigeria, in Biafra land. I will not see any Igbo will support these devilish Russians. I'm not an Igbo, I'm a proud Bini man. I stand for justice. That's what we call ourselves. We say we Benin are freeborn people. We are proud. We don't oppress us. We fight to the last man standing. I hate when they oppress people. I will not be here. Any Igbo will be supporting this Russia. Let them finish themselves there. Then we can use the land for farming. Ukraine can use the land for farming. That's it. I don't even have pity for them. Not in one day pity. Look at this Ukraine. I know Ukraine. I have a lot of Ukraine friends. They work here in Germany, and I have some Nigerians who married to Ukraine. They come to visit in Europe. They want to live like Western. They destroy that country. You see, I know every country have their own problems to find. I will not accept somebody to come to my own land, my father's land, say I want to take it. I will let that person take it. We buy here. That's what Ukraine are doing. They did it in 2014. They did it in Georgia. You people should think about it. Can somebody come to your father's land, your father's property, you want to take it and you let it go because you want to have peace? Come on, give me a break. That means you're a coward then. Thank you.
Thank
I don't
you.
feel sorry for Russians.
Thank you, Henry. Mama Icho.
Fire dey on top of my roof. Now say make I go dey quench the fire when e go for another person. It makes sense. Wahala dey kasala dey burst for whether Akwa Ibom abi Calabar. They dey kill themselves, butcher themselves. Because you two say, may we not dey talk about that. Or may we bring those graphic things to our base. We did that, they worry about people when not they put food for the table of my people for Nigeria. So sad. Don't you know the same word they go on for Nigeria? Oh, we don't know. When I ask Akwa Ibom, Calabar people, what did they happen for that side? What did they happen for East? What did they happen for North? Our roof they burn. We never even quench the fire. We there they carry people begele put for head. They are not join no.
All right, thank you.
No, at least we be one even discuss what happen for tribunal. We not do that one. We do carry they carry matter when not be our own. They use early hour of the day. They carry and they discuss. Whereas the thing when it happen for tribunal, you not bring a comment. We use the strength and energy.
Supported. Yes, I support you.
Maricho, the reason I brought this forward was to calm people down from Tinubu conversation. So we are going to go back to that after this. But thank you so much.
Tinubu conversation never calm down because you go there, go do shaky, use our money to go there. He can't do shaky, finish. Where he supposed to talk about the reason why he come France. He can't withdraw, go there, do treatment. Then at the end of the day, they go charge the money into our account. Now we go, they continue to they pay for their sickness now. And yet in wife go, is it Unity House? I be waiting go campaign say we are rich. We don't need your money. And yet he never reach 1 month when they enter power. They say the hardship they affect them. Therefore, they should increase their pay to 140%. Then for subsidy, when they remove, Nigeria should bear the suffering for the mental. Who are we deceiving?
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mama Icho. Let's go to Austin. Austin, you're next. After Austin, we Ovier and then Forefathers.
See, the point is this: these people like CM who always know that proverb that a man doesn't know, a man who does not know when the rain started beating him will not know when it stops. The truth about this is that learning about other people's predicaments is something we call case study. I always believe in one thing: something must not happen to me for me to learn. If I see something happen to somebody or ask what happened, by the time you narrate the whole story, then I know that from now on, I will not do this kind of thing because this kind of thing may happen. So I think that talking about Russia really is not a waste of time. And if I try to bring this home, if you want to fight any war or you want to do anything, don't hire mercenaries. That is one thing that we should learn from this. You see all these non-state actors, like maybe during the elections and other things we do, we bring non-state actors to do the job that the military or other constituted authority was supposed to do. Don't just always know that these people pay their allegiance to their money, or they pay their allegiance to what they are going to get. They don't pay their allegiance to the authorities or the flag or the badge. So when I heard the issue of Wagner moving against Kremlin, the first thing that came to my mind is that I hope the Western worlds, in fact, let me put it straight, I asked myself, I hope that the CIA is not part of this. And even if they are not part of it, trust me, they will send a hand to Wagner Group to see if they can bring down the big man Putin. And that is where I'm trying to say that if we must learn from this as Nigerians, is that we should always try as much as possible that our constituted authorities do the right thing. And besides that, we don't go for people who are just on the streets or mercenaries to do the jobs that constituted authority is supposed to do. Now, for Putin, I know that Putin has there are a lot of things that he has done which I think they are not good and they are not fine. But if we try to now start saying that everybody in Russia, maybe going back to the Nigerian civil war, should be drowned and the rest, we should realize that maybe those at the helm of affair in Russia may have done something crazy. But do you want to punish the ordinary citizen who may not, maybe was not even born then, for the same thing that he did not commit? So if somebody has done something wrong, put it to the person, do Mr. This, Mrs. This, you pick you out and you treat that person as an individual. Not that because of this should happen. We have this attitude. Maybe we learn from different situations. If somebody kills my father, I wake up, go kill the person's own father. The person now wake up next time, kills my own son, and we go continuously to and fro, keep killing till when will it end? So we should try as much as possible to blame people who are guilty for particular thing. If somebody does something, you pick that person out as an individual. Not that because this happened, then everybody must die. No, it doesn't work that way. And that is not the best way to get lasting peace. You just end up promoting negative peace for a short while. So that's just what I'm going to say. Maybe forefathers, you help Dr. Rudolph, I don't know.
Please, just a quick response. You see, what Russia did in Biafra land emboldened them. That's why they invaded a sovereign country, Ukraine. What are they looking for in Ukraine? 15 countries, Uzbekistan, Georgia, Kazakhstan, Lithuania, Estonia, name it. All of them were former Russian, former USSR. They break away. What is Russia going to Ukraine for? Why is he invading? Is that not the way they came to invade Biafra? Why? What is he going there to do?
Let Ovie talk. You have already said this before. Ovie, please go ahead.
Thank you. Well, breaking news, by the way. I think from earlier on, from Monday, there has been a negotiation between Putin and his Belarus counterparts. That's Lukansha Alexander Aleshenko, right? So they have a communication between the two leaders. Then, on the other hand, the Belarus president had a conversation with the Wagner group. And as we speak, about 30 minutes ago, an agreement has been reached. The Wagner groups are ordered to go back to their various camp and just to avoid bloodshed in the Russian land. That's the reason they are giving. So all hands down, and everybody's returning back to their base. So we should try and pay attention. There's a lot of news flying around. It just depends on where it's coming from and who is hearing it. But at this time, that is what is happening. There's a ceasefire between the action agreements. Nobody knows what the agreement is, but in order to avoid bloodshed in the Russian land, everybody is returning back to their base. So the Belarus president broke the deal between the two camps as we speak now. That's what's happening.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. This is the one thing I've been talking about when Showore was talking about using mercenaries. And Russia, this was the first mistake they made, to use their mercenaries so close to home, and look at the consequences already that has been flowing. Using mercenaries is a very, very dangerous business, and not to mention using it close to home. And any Nigerian district leader or politician that asks for mercenaries, maybe this one should be a cautionary tale to people, because I've seen the wreck they've done to many nations that they go to. What is happening to Russia? I don't understand. Sometimes people want to look at it like, oh, it's not going to make any difference whether Wagner takes over. Once a nation is powerful, that's it. America cannot control Russia. Whether it's Wagner that's taking over Russia or not, America and whoever takes over Russia will want the territories around it. Russia is a powerful nation. The only thing they can do to Russia now is to see whether they can break Russia to smaller bits, and I don't think they can succeed with that. Not with China right there. Sometimes people just assume that stuff is just going to happen and everything is just going to fall apart, and it's going to be like, no, it's not. If anything, the war that is going on there, look at how much it's affecting us at home already. The petrol prices that we are experiencing now is tied to what is going on in Ukraine there. If it spills over and gets any worse, guess what's going to happen? It's going to get worse for us too. And so we shouldn't necessarily be praying for other people to be suffering, especially the ones that are suffering the war. It's not going to change anything. The question is not going to change. If the question wants to change, the whole world will die in the middle of it, because it's going to result in a nuclear war. So the calculation there is, this is what America probably wants. Maybe they destabilize Russia and Russia shakes here and there while they try to get one over this in China and all the rest. It's not going to make any difference. In the end, Russia is just well beyond the control of any the single nation or influence or stuff like that. And see, I understand your grievances with the civil war, what happened with the civil war. Remember, Russia was in Nigeria because of Nigeria, not because Russia just wanted to come into this in Nigeria. And Russia was trying to curry favor with the Nigerian government, so that the Nigerian government or the Soviet Union, so that the Soviet Union, Nigerian government is not always going to be like lapped up to the Western powers. That's probably what they wanted to do, and it didn't work anyway. Because Nigerian government,
that's what you mean now.
But so did the Nigerian government that killed far more people. You have to understand that the Nigerian government are the ones and the British that empowered the Nigerian government to do all that. Those are the ones you should truly be focusing on, because if you are focusing on Russia, Russia is a minor player in that conflict with the Soviet Union, not even Russia.
The basis of Russian involvement was Russian involvement in Biafra war was
that's what we're talking about.
Biafra needed arms. They needed to go and buy arms. They recognized that Russia, at the power they have, then they want to buy. Russia told them point blank, no, they don't want any of their thing to go in. That they were banned by understanding they had after the Second World War, that they can't sell to a powerful nation because Britain is involved, being the colonial power that is involved in Nigeria. Russia told Justice P.K. Nwoke, they are mentioning names. They left, only for Russia to go to Britain and then give them the secret. Say, look at the type of arms these people want. It's either you allow us, if not, we could have sold. So why should Russia then breach the agreement? And went to Britain, sold the plan, because Biafrans went undercover. It's a secret deal. They want to go and buy with Russia. They don't want Nigeria to know. So Russia now went and told Gowon that this is what these people came to buy from us, that we prefer giving it to you in return for crude oil. So that was Russia involvement. It's not that they weren't neutral. Not only that, Russian pilots flew plane. By giving people arms is different. But their pilots were in Biafra bombing from Owerri, carpet bombing. That was what did the thing. Go and read a book by something. He said, Biafra, Britain shame. I will write the author here. We put it. Go and read. That was where everything was explained. So when you see Russia doing this,
I've never heard it. This is something that is very strange.
Exactly. That's why I will give you the book because I'm making reference. I'm making reference so that you can read it and then also understand.
From any other source, because
there's nothing like verify. It is written there. Who am I going to verify it from? Who am I going to verify? Hey,
calm down.
No.
Let me verify what I'm saying. The reason why I'm
There
saying
are
is because I've never had
a lot
any
of
conflict.
authors.
Hold on now, come on. I've never had any conflict that the West is the primary overseer of that conflict, that Russia came and
Dear.
flew jets in. Has anyone ever heard that before?
Yeah, even Britain. This yes, now you because I don't know how vast you are. Don't know what you read about it.
America was involved in.
Britain, listen. British pilot flew jet. Egyptian pilot flew jet. Russian pilot flew jet. I'm giving you names. I don't know why. And I've told you the literature to read.
What you are basically saying is that it's because the way you were picking on Russia, that's why I felt like it was only Russia that did it.
See, I had to.
What you are saying is that
because Russia wasn't neutral. Listen.
Okay, let's say it wasn't neutral.
President Clinton, listen. President Nixon, listen.
Can you just stop shouting?
Listen, President Nixon, please don't talk this way. I know don't. President Nixon, he doesn't want me to explain now, and you are trying to push me back. Please don't do all this. You that is even shouting. The thing is that you have no facts.
Okay, CM.
I don't have the but I have to make a reply.
You replied. Come on, you can't just shout me down and say you have to reply about me.
Because you are the on the program, sometimes you just shut people down. It's not working like that.
Okay.
Come on, man.
Okay, guys, hold on, everyone, hold on.
If he
CM, hold on. I want to move away from this topic as quickly as I can, so that we have so many topics we've not touched. So let's. We had what you are saying, CM. We had forefathers. Let me hear from Sam O, and then we move on.
Yeah, I've not even finished what I was saying. How are people allowed to just shout me down?
Topic.
Oh, but I thought you.
It is you that is even. I want to reply.
You need to stop it. What you are doing, Henry. When you have your turn, nobody shouted you down.
CM, hold on. Okay, forefathers, finish your thought.
So my point is that if somebody is overseeing the conflict and you are here wishing some other person death and stuff like that, it's not necessarily. To be fair, I don't even have any fight. This is dog in the fight, because when Europeans are busy fighting each other, it's also a good thing for us technically. But for you to just openly say, oh, because they were involved in the Biafran war, other people were involved in the Biafran war. If anything, the British were the overseers of that war. Those are the ones you should really be focusing on. Till today, where are your leaders running to? How many of them have you seen in Russia? You've not seen any of them in Russia. They are all running to Britain. And when it comes to Britain, you were pulling your punches all the time when it comes to them. But when it comes to Russia, you were literally wishing them death and all the rest of it. Why do we do that? I don't understand, because the bigger dragon is the one. You know what I always say? The lion that is devouring you is the one you should be worrying about than the hyena that is standing behind the lion. But the lion, you are okay with the lion that is devouring us. But the hyena, you reserve all your venom for that one. How is that possible? In both cases, the British played a stronger role during that civil war. Until today, they are still playing a stronger role in it. I've never heard you use the kind of words you use against Russia for the British. Thank you.
Now, can I then say, at least I've listened to him. Now, let me say what I want to say. There's a good title here.
Hold on.
What is... If you don't want me, I get out, please. I don't want... Because on this issue of Biafra, I've read it, so I can always point. When I'm talking...
Hold on first. Let me explain something. You have to be aware that this is not, I don't want conversation between two people alone. For the past 10 minutes or more, it's just between you and forefathers. So I will give you 1 minute to respond to him. And then we go to Sam O and then move on from this topic. We have to talk about the election, the tribunal, which I want to allot 1 hour or so on what happened there. Okay, CM, so 1 minute.
Rudolph, with all due respect, 1 minute is not. I can't use 1 minute to reply to something that was said for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 minutes. That's not fair. That is what I will tell you. May everybody's conscience judge them. I can't use 1 minute to make a reply, an adequate reply. I can't.
Okay, 2 minutes. No more than that.
Yeah, manage the 2 minutes. Manage the 2 minutes. Come on.
One, the thing about it is that, let me say it. Rather than, sure, father, you are the person shouting me down. You know next to nothing about Biafran war. You've not read wide. You weren't born then. You didn't participate. The other day, you were saying that Biafrans were using song to mourn the people that were killed in the January 66 coup. I asked you, what song was that? You couldn't mention. He said, the goat is crying. I said, who played the music? You thought it is Igbo. But it was Ijo man. I asked you the name. You didn't know. I told you. And the guy is Calabare Ijo. Then I asked you, when was the music released? You are saying that it was released after January 66 coup. The music was released 1964, a whole 2 years before the coup. But maybe there's a coincidence. People, you now use it against them. You know, next to not, if I were you, go and look for literature. I've read more than 30, 40 books about Biafra. Let me say it here. I've read it from different authors, white people, black people, everything, and I've got a balanced view. I know what happened. This book here was published 1969 at the height when the thing was happening. So this is the type of book you look. Go and look at it now, Amazon, buy it and read. When you read it, then you can now come back with debate. As for you telling me not to blame Russia or whatever, that is neither there nor there. I wish what happened in Biafra will happen to another person. I wouldn't wish it on anybody. But for me, I have my sympathy for my people. And as far as I know, Russia can go to blazes. I don't care whether you are their agent. What goes round must come round. Ukraine is an independent country. Invading them is against international law. Russia has no right to come to Biafra and be throwing bombs. If you doubt it, go and make your research. Come and tell me you've not read it. Do this and then we can bet money on it. If I were you, I go and read wide. The more you read, the more facts you get. Then you can synthesize. And not to depend on maybe fiction or something like emotion. When you come here, you shout as if you are more patriotic than others. I don't do that. I yield.
All right. Thank you, TM. Sam O, you're next.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so good day to you all. The conversation has really degenerated into, well, I can't even describe, but for CM's information, the French government fought alongside with Biafra against Nigeria, just for your information. I'll quickly want to recap from where we started because I've been trying to get in. I'm just going to condense in 2-3 minutes. So about Bola Tinubu, our president, going to France, and people saying what he didn't show up at the event. While the program was going on, I was on YouTube. I watched Ramaphosa speak for 14 minutes, and I saw Bola Tinubu on sit there. I don't know if there was another occasion where they spoke as well, but what he was speaking to Ramaphosa, he was actually speaking because before then, I assume 7 leaders from Africa have already met before the event started, and he was the spokesperson for those leaders. Ask yourself how many leaders spoke after Ramaphosa spoke at that event. It's not like a free-for-all where everybody have the microphone. He went there on behalf of Nigeria, okay, to promote Nigeria, okay, to take off from that pedestal of bastardized economy and then to help us reinvent ourselves. I heard people say about the subsidy being removed or not, that he shouldn't have removed it, or see, there's no better day or better time to do it than now. And back to that event that happened in France, Ramaphosa, went in there. He mentioned a word like the French president should not see Africans like you're trying to be generous to us. We want to be on the same pedestal as you. I'm quoting him verbatim now. He was mentioning about $100 billion that was promised them has not been given to them, saying that events like this will come together and nothing gets done. So we are putting our feet on the ground, see us as partners in progress, see us as one that will be sitting at the same table with you, not you dictating to us. And it was really getting on the nerves of the French president. If you check his countenance, I was actually watching the body language as well. So see, it's not in every event that you expect your leader to speak. I've got it in good authority. The guy that was taking the jersey of David Alaba there, I've actually spoken to him last night. He said to me, the president of Nigeria met with the Swiss president last night after the whole event to discuss with them. I read the other day, Thursday last week, Bola Tinubu has already set in motion the gas pipeline, which Nigeria is going to benefit a lot from. That's going to transcend. It is the transatlantic gas pipeline that's coming to Europe. I don't understand all of these sour grapes that we are doing on this channel. Please, let's do this. Let me speak, please. I'm really angry about, let's not, I don't know, it pains me a lot when, your candidate has lost the election. Forget it. Let's move on. We have a country to build again.
Some
the pipeline is going. The pipeline.
aren't you disrespected with the words you are using?
No, please.
So please, can you take those words back?
Hold on.
Can I finish, please?
Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
The gas pipeline is going through Benin, Togo, Ghana. Is going through Guinea-Bissau, going through Senegal, going through Morocco. The other day, the Moroccan spokesperson for the government was in Nigeria to sign this document. This pipeline is powering gas into Europe. These are the things that we should be benefiting from whatever is going on in Russia and Ukraine. I hope it doesn't degenerate into full-blown war, because I know how much I pay towards gas here in the UK. It's expensive. So please, let's stop all these counter-cross, ways of ours on this platform. We're all Nigerians. Let's move this country forward.
Thank you.
It can't be sulking forever. This election is gone. Let's move this nation forward. Oh,
thank you, Sam.
And we are not moving any nation forward. Did you hear me? Let us get the verdict from the court before you talk this your nonsense.
Do I have to do this today? I thought I was in a good mood from the morning time. Ovie, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask Sam a question. You said you spoke to the guy who spoke on behalf of Tinubu last night, if I'm not mistaken. Is that what you said? Is that what I heard? Sam?
The guy that collected the jersey after Bola Tinubu snapped with David Alaba.
Oh, okay. I thought it's the guy that actually. I get it now, everybody.
Okay, all right.
I'm with you, though, Samu. I'm with you. We need this. That's the only country we have. The only way we can make things work is for we to take positive.
Electricity. Go ahead.
We need to be positive, man. These negativities are too much. People are watching us. Are you not ashamed? Oh, Jesus.
I'm with you on that.
All right.
Nigeria.
Please, can everybody just calm down? Electricity. Nice.
All right. Thank you. Sam, you said we should move on. So I'm going to take you on some things you said here. Yes, the negativity should be. You stated that at a point the fuel subsidy will be removed, and you referenced to how the war in Ukraine is affecting the gas or electricity in the UK. Am I correct in that? Am I continuing right? Now, if we do comparison here, can you tell me how the fuel subsidy removal is affecting Nigerians in Nigeria in comparison to how the war in Ukraine, because I base in the UK, I base in the UK and in Ireland, so I go in both places. And I know electricity has gone up, and the government paid 320 something pounds. I was a recipient of it to cushion what is happening in the country then. So could you tell me, please, with due respect, what is the cushion effect put in place in Nigeria in respect to the removal of the fuel subsidy? If you are truly honest with yourself. So we're moving forward now. We're being positive. I'm a very optimistic person. I believe that country will change if we do the right thing, that is taking on the legislators, nothing else again. So I need you to tell me now on this platform, as a Nigerian, concerned Nigerian, what is the cushion effect in respect to the removal of the fuel subsidy in Nigeria in comparison to what you are claiming in the UK? I yield the floor to you.
Okay, I don't want this to be about me. I'm one of the beneficiaries of the 400 pounds.
You cannot do this. You cannot
wait,
do this.
I'm going to speak. I'm going to speak. I'm going to speak. Let me speak. I'm one of the beneficiaries of the 400 pounds the UK government gave to all households in the UK. That's a normal system. Nigeria is not a normal system. The 6 months largesse we got from the government here was spread across 6 months, and it stopped in March. I think it started in October last year. So we benefited from it. And I commiserate a lot with every Nigerians back home who are suffering from all of this. But there is no better time to bite the bullet than now. Nigeria has to move forward. And back to your question, why they didn't put in palliatives before he mentioned it. He mentioned yesterday where he said he actually went off script. The subsidy that he said is gone was not in the script that Wale Edun gave to him. He actually said it intentionally because he didn't want to leave that place. And these lobbyists, these criminal gangs that have raped this country to stupor, come back to him and make him see reasons why this should not be done. You should be thanking this guy for taking this bold step. You should be thanking him for biting the bullet on behalf of every common Nigerian. See, we are not going to start seeing the gains in the immediate. It's a long-term gain. And I believe it's sincere. He doesn't need our money. There are bosses all over Lagos now. These are the palliatives I mentioned. You can shake your head for however long you want. There are compressed natural gases that have been that's going to be coming into Nigeria very soon. In Lagos, I'm from Ketu, Lagos. Okay, I saw a video yesterday where someone went on the street and showed the electric buses. Okay, moving up and down. Make sure you tell your own governors in your state, however irresponsible they are, to tap into this energy bill that Bola Tinubu or Buhari are just signing into law and begin to put substations, okay, to power electricity in your state so that these buses can go to all the states and the civil servant and whoever is going to work in the private sector can benefit from this as well. If we didn't do it, there is no better time to do it. I empathize with Nigerians. I know people are suffering. I've got families as well, but then it is what it is, unfortunately.
All right, I'm not done yet. I'm not done. I still have the floor. No, Rudolph. This is my slot. It's not fair to me, though. No, Rudolph. No. I don't like to somebody coming on this show and insulting my intelligence. Don't do that with me, please. Okay, Sam, I'll go back to you again, please. You said that there are palliative put in place, like electric bus, compressed gas. And how much is gas in Nigeria at the moment? If you don't mind asking that question for me, please.
I don't work for Pengas and I don't work for Nupeng, so I don't know how much it's been sold for.
Honestly, don't. Okay, you know what? Don't let me lose my kuya. Rudolph, I use the floor to you.
It's around 500.
Can I speak, please? Can I speak? I just have one question. I just have one or two questions for Sam.
One.
Okay, Sam. My question to you.
No, I've not called you Prince. No, not yet. So do you guys see what you are doing? Because eventually you blame me. All of you will turn around and blame me. You guys are now putting Sam, making him tomorrow. Somebody very few minutes now. Somebody will say you're letting Sam speak for 3 hours, but you are the ones who are. We are moving on to the next topic. That's what I want to do. But you want to ask Sam questions.
But it's interesting.
If Sam is interested in answering you guys, I will let you do that. But don't
why not?
Don't turn around and say I'm the one who said.
Rudolph is not that. I was the first to ask.
We cannot allow some fibs. We cannot allow some fibs to slide. That is the thing. We can't allow some fibs.
I'm going to address you, Rudolph. Rudolph, I'm addressing you, Rudolph, with due respect.
Before you do that, hold on. You do that. I'll let you do that. But let me first find out something. Sam, are you willing to take questions from them?
I will be happy to do it, but I don't want this to be about me. Let's move on. Move on to the next question. There's no point. We're just gonna be.
Thank you.
I don't want it to be
my
about
question
me.
to you.
It doesn't make sense. I don't want it to be about me. Let's move on. Let's move on, please. Let's move on.
Everyone, hold on. Sit down. Address me. Say what you want.
Rudolph.
Yeah, go ahead.
When the panelists come on a panel, okay, remember we're talking in the context of Nigeria here, and I'm a very positive person. You saw the video I sent to you 2 days ago or yesterday. I'm a very positive person, but when the panelists come on the show here and appears to be insulting one's intelligence, because when he was talking, it was really fierce in his speech, as if we are being. We are I don't know which word I will use to qualify that. So when people are going to do pushback, then people will have to do pushback. I ask him a question now. We are talking about reality here. He's based in the UK, so I'm based in the UK. So we're not gonna lie over anything here. And we see what is going on in Nigeria, where government puts the people first in the UK. And when things are expensive, the price of petrol was increased by 7 cents in the Republic of Ireland that I'm speaking from at the current moment. But believe me or not, most people do not even feel it, for crying out loud, because there are cushions, there are things that are put in place to cushion the effect of these things that is going on. we talk as if Nigeria is a small country or Nigeria is a country begging from other countries. Even if we do beg from other countries, for crying out loud, we've had leaders upon leaders and upon leaders and upon leaders. But you know what? We have irresponsible citizens. And I say this with all due respect. And if anybody wants to take me on it, good luck to you. We have irresponsible.
It's not about taking you on. It's about use your time to question him. Don't use every other person's time. You know what I mean?
I'm not using I've used my time to question him. I'm just telling the good of to allow people to question him. Whether he wants to take it or not.
Thank you. Say have your say. You can say whatever I want.
Let him talk.
You can say whatever you want.
Let him talk.
Okay, I'm not talking to you. If you want to take me, use your time to take on me, please.
You are using everybody's time.
I'm not using everybody's time. I requested it from Rudolph and he granted me. He granted it to me.
He didn't grant you. He didn't allow you to speak. You just arrested.
So right now Rudolph just said I can speak and you said he did not grant me.
Nobody complain. Keep quiet, please.
All right, everybody, calm down, please. So this is what we're going to do. I understand what's going on. Don't think I don't. So what we're going to do is that if in this situation where I would prefer that we go on, and I think we are going to move on. In this situation, if you want to address what Sam said, if you get a chance to speak, you can address it as part of your comment. But don't make it like in terms of a question. You can respond to him. You don't have to question him. Okay. So unless we have a guest or panelist who wants to take your question and we have the time, we can do that. I don't mind that either, but you don't. It doesn't have to be in the form of question. In any case, you can respond to whatever he said that you don't agree to. All right, we are moving on, and the next topic we have is the election tribunal. They just rounded up. They are sitting, and I want to know how did it go? What came out? What stood out for you? What do you think will be the way they will respond or their ruling? What will it look like? So let me start with you, forefathers.
I think they were, from what I've seen anyway, there's a little bit of looking for technicalities to either question the evidence or stuff like that.
Oh, he's here.
You can hear me?
Okay, yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, so I think they're just trying to use technicalities to kind of question the evidence that the Obi camp is submitting. And evidences have been accepted. We don't know the numbers in there and what the evidence is, the evidence means. So I think making judgment right now is a little bit, would be too premature. I think we should just wait and see what the other side submits. And then hear what the judges say, because in the end, that's when we will actually know what the content of the evidence is. We don't even know what the content of the evidence is. For all we know, they submitted a devastating evidence or a receipt for a shopping list for somebody. You just don't know. So I wouldn't like to venture into areas that are quite unknown. Let's put it that way. So, but I would say they've conducted themselves reasonably well, because what do you expect? They are competing and they object to everything. What is your name? I object. It's just objecting everything that is going on. That's what they are doing. So, but it's a serious matter. So you can see why they are trying to do those things. I don't see anything that has happened that will make Nigeria look bad. So from that point of view, I'll say so far so good. Let's see what they have to offer in terms of this thing, counter evidence on the other side's argument, and then we'll see the judgment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I assimilate. Unmute yourself, please.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. For the fact that Tinubu has been pronounced as the president of Nigeria by INEC, what powers would has he to counterbalance the effects of the court system in Nigeria, based on the fact that the Nigerian system hardly obey laws? Visibly, people are watching, not in the courts. Not everyone is watching in the courts, but people are highly interested in the outcome of this court case. So maybe I'm just guessing, this is my own permutation, that they may play it as if things is going to look normal, but that the final decision is going to surprise me. I would beg to differ, especially that Tinubu is there. And I'm going to add what I wanted. I wasn't really going to, I'm not disagreeing with Sam. I'm not attacking him. He has his own opinion, and I do respect everyone's opinion. I'm just wondering if the people chosen by Tinubu, like there is this tsunami that he swept the floor, as he's been there for few days now, is he sweeping the floor for himself or for the betterment of the Nigerians? Which one? I'm yet to see it. The people are not feeling the ripple yet, but time shall tell who he's sweeping these floors, these people he's removing. If it's for the betterment, so that he can, for himself or for the citizens of Nigeria, time shall tell. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Prince Apache.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. First and foremost, about the case in court, to me, I think, in as much as I don't want to go too deep in order not to, be the fact that I'm already passing judgments already. However, the evidences and the witnesses called, they've all testified, and the whole thing is they've testified first that INEC is fraudulent, because if not, why would they be deleting data from places where the election, the governorship was not going to hold, and all that kind of a thing. Another thing is, somehow I'm not attacking you, but I want to say this: you don't come on a platform and you you think everybody is against. We're all speaking for the betterment of Nigeria, and for you to come on here and just say all the stuff you just said from Ramaphosa, you didn't even present what he said in the right way. You did not do that, because what Ramaphosa was talking about was their visit to Ukraine and Russia, and how they went there not for begging, but rather that they stood their ground as African. So don't even come here and lie about that. Secondly, you talking about 7 head of states sitting somewhere, whatever, at a meeting or that. That was not what he was talking about. Tinubu was supposed to be in that meeting, and that meeting was the main summit where they were going to talk about, the financing and all that stuff. And people like Ruto could stand up and defend Africa, and the person who was all over the place that he's going to submit to get investors, we are not there. We're not there. So don't play on intelligence. And if you feel that Britain is too expensive, you can as well go back to Nigeria now, please. Okay, go there now so that you enjoy. It's well done over there now. Thank you.
Thank you, CM.
Okay. Okay, on the election tribunal, there's really a lot to say, but I will just be as brief as possible. One thing stood out for me. Thank God for the election tribunal. We now know that the election was massively rigged in favor of Tinubu. P2B's mandate was stolen, and I pen this scenario. A PDP witness was cross-examined by an INEC lawyer. The INEC lawyer asked the PDP witness that, do you know that Atiku scored 15% of the total vote cast at FCT Abuja? The witness said yes, he's aware. And then the lawyer now asked him again, how then do you want us to declare Atiku president when he did not get up to 25% of the total vote cast in Abuja? The PDP witness now told the lawyer, say, yes, I know, but the person you declared president, Tinubu, did not get 20 up to 25%. Only P2B did. Then the lawyer said, no, we are not talking of that. Answer the question. So that is a fraud. So to me, that was the revelation of the tribunal, and that says it all. So therefore, I will be disappointed and then even be surprised if Tinubu remains as president after they've winded up, because it's a stolen mandate. INEC has proven their case. They've said that if you did not get 25% in Abuja, you shouldn't be declared president. That's what he told the PDP chat. I'm not making it up. We all listen to it. So how then did you, what you denied Atiku, you give it to Tinubu when you know that both of them did not qualify? So as far as I'm concerned, that is a revelation. Then as for somebody trying to, sort of all this boogaboo of let us move on to where? I can never move on when I can move on with a thief. Anybody who sees Tinubu as his president, you are free. You are okay with that. I'm not a thief. He stole mandate. Even from this tribunal, we now know that Tinubu not only forged Chicago certificate, NYC discharge certificate, Atiku tendered. Tinubu tendered NYC discharge certificate, meaning that the exemption. Exemption certificate started in 1985. But Tinubu, who graduated in 1979, was even tendering discharge certificate. So a lot of fraud. A man who has been practicing criminality all through since he was born can never be my president. It's a shame that somebody will be coming here to come and tell me we move on. Tinubu is doing what? Since Tinubu entered, has the person in Ogbomosho, the life of the person in the Ogbomosho, is it better than the life of the person in Nnewi now? Let us compare notes. Since Tinubu entered, has the Ogbomosho people, Oshogbo, Iragbiji, are they better off now than they were, than maybe somebody in Yenegoa or somebody in Bauchi? What are we talking about? What I call it? Let's not make things up. It's a monumental deceit for people to be campaigning after election. If Tinubu is this good, why did he deny? Why did he decline coming for debate? Now people are going from platform to platform to come and start campaigning for a drug baron. I'm not a druggist. I don't deal on narcotics. Neither do I consume narcotics. So those that fly to his patronage are free to come and defend him. Those that deal on drugs with him, those that are his apostles, his agents, his courier, those that he sent, they are now people going from one platform to the other, coming to make excuses for him. God, it's a terrible shame that a country like Nigeria that has given the world different people in different fields of human activity will be parading somebody like Tinubu, somebody who is in France to take steroids for his ill health. He's not coming here to come and tell me it's a magic. We should move on and follow him. Wish what well. May God punish him beyond repair. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Obia, you're next.
Yes, in response to Sam, Sam, I think we're on the same team in terms of how we should be speaking about our country, regardless of the kind of leader we have. We are the face of Nigeria. We are the marketers of Nigeria. The fact that we are Nigerians. So I agree with you on that. But again, the president, Bola Tinubu, during his campaigns, he made mention of removing subsidy. And assuming office, that's the first thing he did. He effected, even though it was in the law before. I gave him kudos for that because this is what I'm going to do, and he did it. Even though I don't agree with the whole subsidy removal. Why do I say that? It goes by what you said in terms of why you are trying to explain what Tinubu is doing. That yes, the removal of subsidy is going to benefit Nigerians. Why I disagree with that is that, first of all, why the subsidy, right? You can go ahead and say, oh, it's also go hand in hand with bunkering, which is also affecting every one of us. Now, as a president, what I expect of him, because the people who are actually putting us in this perpetual poverty in terms of via oil bunkering, they are his friends. If they are not his friends, most importantly, they are his party members. What am I trying to say? They are Nigerians. If you cannot fetch them out and have them pay for what they've been doing, and you now decide to okay, removing subsidy is going to benefit the whole Nigeria in the interest of the few, and that's where I totally disagree with you on that. But going up, because the future occurrence, we will see if I'm right or you are right in terms of what is going to turn out the effect of the subsidy in the next couple of months or years. We're going to find out. Now, on that of a tribunal, I've not seen anything unusual, nothing surprising to me, nothing that is happening so far that will make me to say, oh, there's hope that the man that has been declared as president and that anything will change. I said that for one obvious reason. Even as this thing is going on, as at yesterday, INEC came out and said they want to start carrying out inventories. That is to use a business was or the workforce was inventory. They want to start in order will carry out internal research to find out what they did wrong, what they can improve on, and all that. And I asked myself this question: if you are in court, I mean, they take the party to INEC to court. If you are in court and you are doing internal inventory, that's the level of confidence that nothing is going to happen. That means there's nothing that happened that is in the courts that was changing. That's how I read the news that came out yesterday. So, but we will see.
But I would have thought it would be the opposite. They are going to check what they did wrong. Maybe the evidence they provided revealed holes.
If you're a business owner, you know what inventory.
I don't know that.
Inventory, you did inventory at the end of your business.
You explained it by saying that they want to check what they could have done wrong and all that. So if that is the case, they may have seen things that revealed holes. I'm using your own words, sorry.
You do inventory at the end of your business year, not in the middle or at the beginning. For them to be doing that, that means they've concluded 1 year. They want to do their normal inventories. That's what it means, regardless of what is going on in court.
All right, thank you. Samo, are you? Should I skip you? You're next.
Okay, can I go on?
Yeah, go.
So when you started this session, so you mentioned about the court, what's going on, how's it going? I can tell you categorically, nothing is going on there. Nothing is going to happen. The other day, I read, or I heard one of these platforms online, one of the funny ones that dramatize a lot of things a lot, saying that Obi was going to call 50 witnesses, and they, after so many weeks, they've only had the opportunity to speak to 7 out of them, and then PDP as well. So it's all a charade, you see. It's all drama going on in the court. That you brought a professor of mathematics to do what? The same thing. Do you remember in 1979, 12th to 3rd, when Awolowo brought an engineer, a professor from University of Ibadan, and one professor, Obi, professor of mathematics? What happened? This is law we are talking about. We are not talking statistics. We're not talking mathematics in court. It's evidence-based. It's evidence-led. What have you brought forward? Obi is trying to blackmail INEC. And what you don't understand is you have joined INEC in this instance. INEC is meant to defend whatever they did on that day, on the 25th February and on the 18th, whatever, if anybody is challenging the governors as well. They've got a mandate to defend whatever they've done on that day. So that you're saying that they are working in cahoots with APC is preposterous. It's contrary to common sense. So you are challenging me on what I did, but you don't want me to defend it. You are asking me for a printout from IREV when what you should be basing your challenges on are from EC8A. What's going on in the court, for Christ's sake? Why are you ridiculing yourselves? That you've got the best of sons doesn't mean anything. They will collect their money and go away. I hope he knows what he's doing. They're going to hang him dry. They're going to, I don't know wherever he's getting his funding from, maybe from the diaspora and obedient, or wherever he's getting the funding from, but then let him keep spending it. Go and prepare for the next election. This one is as dead as dodo. Like this guy, professor from Edo State, used to say, the professor of law, what's his name again? That was kidnapped the other day. I can't remember his name. Is dead as dodo. Not, sir?
Michael
Zekome, thank you very much, Elvia. So nothing is going to come out of it. This is hardcore evidence we need in court. You're just messing around. That's all I'm going to say. Nothing is going to come out of this one.
All right, thank you. Austin, you're next.
You know, sometimes when I finish evaluating my scripts and I posted the grades, the first draft, I told my students that you have the right to contest the results. Look at the grades. Go through it if you want. Come, let us talk about it. Let's contest the result. And nobody came because I know that there was no manipulation. Anybody who scored A scored A. If you scored F, you scored an F. Why are you now so unhappy about them contesting the result in court? Leave them, let them go down and waste their time. If you feel that Obi is there to waste his time, let him go. Give him his time. If he says that, please, I need the result from the IRF, give him. Let him look at it. If you say I need result from here or I need give him. If you know you have nothing to hide. But a situation where give me something, you say no, I will not give you. You are dragging and holding it. Trust me, body language does not lie. Character is like pregnancy. You cannot hide it for long. Some of the shenanigans we see in the court shows that somebody has something to hide. So that is just the truth. Even if at the end of the day we decide to put corruption and the rest, and nothing works out of it, doesn't just still mean that it was done free and fairly. No. So that is just the whole thing. And one thing I want to tell is that uh, uh, respect is earned; it is not forced. So no matter how you want to hit people and put them in lines like the Wagner now, you cannot beat somebody in line. It's not possible. If you like, be very strong. Even if you tell him, greet me, maybe somebody sees you and say, you can say, didn't you see me? Greet me. They say, Uncle, good morning. Don't be respect with that. It's not respect. But when you're going on your own and somebody call you Uncle Sam, you look, say good morning. That is the respect we are talking about. And there's one thing I want to advise everybody. I hear say by the time your passport expire, your citizenship expire back. No, now try to renew your passport well ahead of time. Before your passport will expire, before they say, oh, God, you are no longer in Nigeria. So that's what I learned this time in the court. But it is somehow ridiculous that we should always make sure that our passport don't expire. Because if you expire, you won't come to say, where they go to? Say, I'm a citizen here. Say, for what? Go, you belong to the Atlantic Ocean. So sometimes there's some kind of thing that San will say. Some people you think are learned colleagues, they will say it. And when you hear it, your ear will even tingle. You will not even know anything for law. You go ask yourself, oh boy, now so we door reach. Come on. Anyhow, for me, it's not a win for Obi. It is not a win for Tinubu at this stage. You have made your accusation. Let the defense counsel defend it. If it defends it beautifully well and the judge feels that it is good, then they give you the judgment. But if you cannot defend it beautifully, and you cannot tell me that these things that were said before the court were wrong, then the judge needs to do his own duty. As I said, this judiciary, you know why all these things, even Bakachua, I don't know, Bukachua's people did all these things. Nobody was looking at the judiciary. When all these cases we had before were there, nobody was looking at it. How many of you knew cases that were in court? Even Hopus or Dima's case, did you follow it in court? How many people were following it in court? But this particular case, everybody, I don't shine for it. So there are two things possible. Judiciary, exalt yourself or condemn yourself. There are two ways, you must choose one. It's either they do the right thing and they say that, okay, Obi, you did not win because of 1, 2, 3, and it is glaring that you did not win. Or they say, Obi, you win. 1, 2, 3 is glaring, and they exalt themselves. If they don't want to exalt themselves, the second option is that they kill themselves by saying that, Obi, you did not win. And they don't give a good evidence, then they have just degraded themselves. Or they will say, Obi, you won, and they not still give a good evidence, then they will degrade themselves. Let's always allow them to do their job. When they do their job, we'll now tell them, Oga, this is your reason where you give na rubbish, or this one will give good. And anybody who gives the right reason and does the right thing, you will be fair with it. That's why Justice Bokachua is coming to defend herself now after she done retire. I just did the laugher. If the evil we do today, if it doesn't catch us today, 50 years after you don't retire, it will still catch you. Life not turn by turn.
All right, thank you. Henry, I'll come to you next, but hold on, okay? Let me get electricity. He has to go, and
he's already in.
Yeah, I know. I want him to.
Yeah, I apologize, please. I have to leave.
Okay.
Just a final submission, please. When people go to court, they go to court to seek redress. Whether they win or they lose, it's not for anybody to condemn or to tell them they are wasting their time. Like Austin said, when people who claim to be learned speaks, it shocks you beyond belief. I have been to the court. I've gone to somebody in employment law before. I represented the person. I told the person, listen, we have a 0 chance of winning this case, but we'll give it a fight to the very last call. And somebody will come and tell me that I'm going to waste my time. That's what the court is there for. It's so disgraceful, to be honest. When, like I've said it before, some of us in diaspora are the major problem of Nigeria, not the ones in Nigeria. If they have their counsel to advise them in this respect, I don't know what will be the outcome of the case. I'm not really focused on what is going on. Whatever outcome comes, we take it, and that is it. We respect the ruling at the end of the day. That's what I'll tell anybody. respect the ruling, whether it favors Obi or it favors Tinubu, it makes no difference to me. So you put something on the show earlier on, which I want to respond to before I left. When Kulata asks you, put my name if I pay tax in Nigeria. Well, I still have my document with me, my payslip when I was in Nigeria, tax were deducted. I had to go into the chat room to respond back to him. He's a man who can never show his face on the platform for reasons I know personally, reason why he can never show his face on the platform.
In America,
and he's not here to judge somebody. So, with due respect to us, and to some in particular who hold positivity attitude in Nigeria, which I also hold positivity attitude, but your approach in respect to Peter Obi kindly put you in a bias, your bias is so obvious.
Isn't your own bias obvious as well? Isn't your own bias obvious?
You're a learned person. I didn't interject you. I don't like it.
Isn't your own bias obvious? And every other person that's been speaking earlier?
Finish speaking, Sam. So, please, like I said to everyone, to Mama H.O., to everyone, when the court ruling comes out, we just have to accept it. Whether it favors Tinubu, we have to accept it. Whether it favors Peter Obi, we have to accept it. That is my own position in respect to what the current case that is going on. I yield the floor. Thank you, everyone, for Henry, thanks very much. My apology, but I just had to leave. And thanks for indulging me.
It's okay. Thank you, bro.
God bless.
All right. Thank you. So, Henry, you're next.
You see, since I've been watching this court case, this is my first time to follow petition in court. Since that day, if I hear anybody say this man is son, this one is not son, they respect him, I will spit for ground. Can you imagine the so-called son will be defending when there's a proof you're defending some type of defend this, that there's a proof that this thing is black, you want to change it to be white. It's not possible. You make fool of yourself. Like Tinubu now, they brought certificates where you have female. They brought some papers, document with female there. It's not a female. It's there. There are a lot of things that's going on there. The election, it did not go 25%. The case closed. They should not waste our time, taxpayers' money to go further. Tinubu did not get 25%. It's closed. He have what do you call it? It's a vice president candidate have a double nominee. Case closed. There are some things they have to pick out. Case closed. You don't want to waste our time, waste our money. They kick Tinubu out from there. INEC have to go to jail because they ring the elections. Because now they said it deleted the beaver. It's I heard. It did it deliberately by FCT. Why he did that? Because he knew this 25% is they need to have it, and Tinubu did not have it. They upload pictures of somebody. Oh, it's so childish. When you see the evidence that's coming out from court, you will be ashamed to defend this kind of people. You see the so-called sound they make fool of themselves in court. They become a comedian. They cannot even defend the proof. That the proof is there. Everything is there. I follow this transcript every day in YouTube, Twitter, everywhere. I want to see the end of these things. We have to study one of these things.
Henry, yeah. Let me ask you: if they rule, will you accept whatever they say? Based on the performance of the judges, do you think they are fair enough? Because I didn't follow.
At the moment now, listen. At the moment now, yeah, they are fair. At the moment now, you understand what I'm saying? But if they have to go to the evidence there in court and follow the constitutional rules, then if they did judge the case like that, then I'll be fair. I'll be pleased. But if they try to say pass back, say let's forget about this rule, let's go this way, then I will not be happy with that. You have to follow the rules, follow the laws. They have it there. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Mama Echo, you're next.
You know, it's saddening my heart when I see people who are fathers and they are telling their children that the better way to live in a society in Nigeria is to accept nonsense. It saddens me when somebody who lives in the Western world, who came publicly to tell us that the UK paid 400 pounds, which favors him because the economic effect in the society, inflation is affecting the people, and they gave you 400 and he collect it and he eat it, and he come here and tell our people, you know what, subsidy is removed, suffer it, enjoy it. It pains me to see somebody who is a father who sees election that was rigged, obviously, and his fellow countrymen was killed. And he comes here to tell us, you know what? It has happened. Nothing can be changed. Take it. It's a shame. It's a shame that a father who's supposed to tell his children that the way this so-called Tinubu came into power is wrong. He's here celebrating and clapping for him. What a shame. The people leading you in UK, is that how they come into power? I'm asking you, Mr. Man. Is that how they came into power? And this is what you are teaching your children. It is obvious you lack integrity, you lack honesty, you lack truth, and you are not accountable to anything. Is that the way you do in your place of work and they keep you? Do you work in your place of current work with integrity, dishonesty, untruthfulness, and they pay you salary? If you don't have anything to say, if you don't have any person in mind when you talk this your nonsense, have your children you gave birth in mind. Have the younger generation in mind. Let them know that truth is truth. Let them know that integrity.
Rachel, I had to pause you. I had to stop you, mute you. I removed you a few minutes ago. I didn't want to remove anybody today. I'm feeling good. But I did because you basically said that maybe it's lack of a better word, but I don't think you should say that somebody's talking nonsense. I think we want to elevate the conversation.
Oh, but the language he is using is welcomed by you, right?
Yeah.
No. Didn't you read this language?
Wait, Mama, when I finish, you speak because it doesn't. Okay, all right. So I think you can find a better way of saying something. We allow anybody here to say some things, and there are people that I disagree with. I'm not going to say they're talking nonsense, and I want you to do better. I know you can do better. I've seen why people come here. You speak to them and do differently than the way you're speaking to your fellow countrymen. But I don't think you need to say that people are talking nonsense. You can disagree with them. All right, go ahead.
He can't come here and tell me integrity should be not condemned. People that lack integrity should be ruling us. People who are dishonest should be ruling us. Those who are untruthful that stole children's mandate should be ruling us. And you tell me I should respect him. Let him respect my children first. By knowing that my children are in pain and they are suffering. By knowing that the person in power stole my children's mandate. By knowing that their principal did not go to court because he's a stupid man. So coming here to tell us that what is going on in the court is nonsense, then he too is a nonsense person. Because he can't look at me and tell all the 80% of Nigeria who are crying for their mandate that has been stolen, that what they are doing in the court amount to nothing. So if he has that audacity to pronounce such word, and you, Dr. Udo, did not call him to the table and address that impunity from his mouth, then I will address it. The highest you will do to me is to tell me to go to your backstage, and I will go away and I will never come back.
Mr. Rudolph, I'll cut you.
Mama used to come here.
Mr. Rudolph, let me
Mama used to come here and tell us this nonsense.
Mr. Rudolph.
When we put him where he belongs, he went to his channel. Thomas also come here and do the same. Olumide was almost doing it, but he's coming down gradually. Then I will tell you all this Yoruba big gutting man that comes here to tell us nonsense. You don't come there to order, and I will not take this nonsense from him on behalf of my children. Never. So, Mr. Man, your man is a thief.
He said we are going to court.
Tinubu is a thief. And he will continue to be a thief. And he will be a thief until he dies. And your thief Tinubu is a forgery. He forged his certificate. And your thief Tinubu is a drug baron. So he is your president and not my president. And he will never be my president. And he will never be the president of my children that did not vote for him or rig election for him. He's your president.
All right. Thank you, Mama Echa. All right. We're going to Ike. Ike, you're nice. Welcome to the show.
Rudolph, you can hear me?
Yes.
I want to start with a song. Can you allow me to start with a song? Let me say first.
Yeah, hearing.
Let me say first.
Make sure it's within your 2 minutes, so you can start with a song. And
no, you can't give me 2 minutes because for more than 5 hours I've been trying to log into your platform. Until when I wrote, have you blacklisted me from your platform? That is when you send the link for me. Okay. First of all, let me remind you, I am vacationing with my family, but something made me to come into this platform tonight. What was that? The issue of Russia. I want to sing a song. All of us know it. If you are living in a glass house, don't throw stone. You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
When you live in a glass house, you don't throw stone.
Yeah.
I don't want to go back too deep to what CM said, but I just want to take Ukraine as a platform of what I want to say. My Bible made me to understand that the evil men do will go after them. Ukraine is an independent nation, but because he felt that he has nuclear power, which he have used to bully other small countries in East Europe, those that are breaking away from Russia, like the names that, CM was mentioning. He has bullied them with his nuclear power, and he decided to invade a sovereign nation called Ukraine. He was thinking it's going to be 3 months. How many is it a year now and plus? And he's not even winning the war. Okay? So, you see, when people think that you can always do everything and get away with it, a time shall come when you will never, ever get away with what you do. And that is the day of karma. And that is the day of nemesis, because nemesis is going to catch up with each and every one of us. Brother Augustine, I want to thank you, but I want to ask you a question. You're a teacher, right? Is it, what level are you? Are you in the university or in the secondary school? Because I want to ask you a question.
I teach university students.
Okay. Now, and where you teach, there is a dean of a department, right? Okay. If you set an exam for your students, and after you finish marking the result of your exams, and eventually after the results are called, does your dean have any right to ask you to bring all the result to his table?
Generally, according to the rules, when I finish marking my script, I release the results. I take a copy of that result and give it to the dean for record purposes. In case in the next 2 years, 3 years, a student says, I want to, maybe there is a court case. I want to know what I scored in this course and how the grades were being broken. The dean will bring it out. But the dean has no right to change the result without me. So if they need to change the result, they will call me first. I'll be the one to sanction that changing before it will now be appended to the dean to be forwarded again.
Thank you very much. Which means that from what you just said now, the dean cannot change anything without you, right? That's good. So why is it INEC that conducted an election, why are they withholding the papers that they used to conduct the election? If you know that there is no foul play in what you have done, why do you have to refuse to release the documents that you have used to conduct the same election that you declare somebody a winner by 4 a.m. in the morning? So why I say I want to thank you is because you see, some of us who are living outside, like I told you, I'm in vacation. I don't know how many Nigerians that have the privilege to go to vacation anywhere. But I'm on vacation with my whole family. I don't know any Nigerian in this present day Nigeria who can go to vacation with his family. But this is the country all of us are standing in this platform defending the indefensible because it has favored you. But it didn't favor Augustine now. But now it is your favor. So anything goes. I said here in this platform for a very long time, I am not after who is the president of Nigeria. But all I am asking INEC, count the vote of the election that was conducted on February 25th. If it is Sowore that wins that election, let him be president of Nigeria. I don't care. But in as much as they are not ready, even as we are talking, they are still uploading the election. Even as we on this platform, the election that has been declared, somebody has been declared the winner, they are still uploading election. So for Mr. Sam, you know, we are no more into campaign, but this is what is going on in every platform. Even in our eyes, now they are paying a lot of people a lot of money to go back to begin to do campaign that we have already done before the election. You understand what I'm saying? In order to make sure that they want to change the minds of people. But you see, Nigeria is a very big country, 250-something million people. You can only buy just few people. You understand what I'm saying? So I want to let you know that as long as I am concerned, nobody, I personally is not moving on here to anywhere. I've told you, I said it here in this platform before. I am not moving on until I see to the end of this case. Remember what I told you the day we talk about the Nigerian Airways here, doctor. You can go back, reverse what I said that day. I said that all this has come. It wasn't up to 4 hours. We heard that the flight had been moved back to Ethiopia. It did not last 4 hours after that. After that day we discussed in your platform here. My statement was all these things has come. I told you on that day that watch before 5 hours, this flight is going to go back to Ethiopia. And we were still in the platform here. And the breaking news came that flight has gone back to Ethiopia. This is the country Sam wants to live. This is the country he's enjoying. That is the country he calls his own. So please, let us remember that East, West, North, and South, we are still all Nigerians. But because you are living comfortably where you are living, if you go to pump to buy your gas, you come out of your car, you pay, you go. You go to a place, you are driving, there is red light, you stop until when it is green. But when you travel to Nigeria, people like Sam, when they travel to Nigeria, when they stand on the red light, because they are big boys, they will drive off. But when they go back to where they live in the Western world, they begin to obey the law because they believe that their country is a lawless country. Nobody obeys any rules.
Are we still on this topic that you're talking about me? Please, let's focus on this issue now.
Not that, Sam, hold on. Ike, when I do this, people think I'm just being crazy. But if somebody else talks about you and says exactly what you just said about Sam, will you be happy? Will you accept that it's okay? You have never seen him drive in Nigeria, whether he stops at the light or whether he passes, you don't. But you just threw it out there when he drives in Nigeria. How do you feel if someone else says something like that about you? I'm just saying that we should try to avoid. You can make your point without going that route, and that's what I'm trying to point out here. You can say there's some you've not seen him drive in Nigeria. You don't know whether he stops and waits for the lights. You don't know, but you just said it here, and it's easy to say. Anyway, justice, you're next. So that's Jude. Justice for all. All right, Jude, welcome to the show.
Yes, my dear brothers, and I want to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody, wherever you are. So far, I think the judiciary or the panel is doing what they are supposed to do, though there have been some instances of, little this in here and there, but overall, so far they have done been patient enough and not trying as they have always done, looking for technicality rather than looking at the substance of the case. So far they have done well. They have seen the evidence that Labour Party has presented. For me, they are incontractable evidence. I don't know how, at the end of the day, they will rule against such overwhelming and apparent evidence. I don't know how they are going to tell Nigeria that Tinubu is no longer drug addict, according to the evidence that have been presented to support that fact. I don't know how they are going to say that Tinubu did not forge certificates. He's not a forgery and has not committed a perjury as well in the form that is filled in an INEC form. Have you ever been convicted and all those things? And have you ever taken a nationality of? Are you a citizen of another country? And then he said no. I don't know how. At the end of the day, the judiciary or the panel will say those things are no longer the same. They are not to be admissible, or they are not, or they should be ignored and then rule otherwise. I don't know how they're going to do that. So if anybody is coming out here to say whatever judiciary ruled, whatever this thing ruled, whether it favors Obi or not, that people should accept it, I don't know how that person can say that. It is very ingenious to say that, to advise that people should say that, because even a child that is born today know the truth, know that the election was rigged. INEC himself have admitted before the war that he rigged the election, okay? And evidences are bound to that effect, and Peter has presented that. I don't know how the judiciary will also rule against the fact that that was presented by it to indicate that 18,000 over 18,000 results were blood. Why were they blood? Why were they? And then all those thousands other results that were mutilated, that were cancelled. You could even see how they transfer the numbers, how they allocate the numbers. So I don't know how all these incontractable facts will be ruled as a fact, as something to be ignored, and therefore not give the rightful mandate to the person who has earned it. I don't know. I don't also know how this panel, at the end of the day, will rule against the fact that Shetima double-dipped, before he was nominated. I don't know how they're going to, and all these things are against Nigerian law. All these things are against Nigeria, and I don't also know how INEC will the panel will rule in favor of Tinubu when INEC blatantly when contrary to the law of the land. The law stipulates that you, as the umpire of the game, you should set a rule, and that rule must be followed. And in the midst of the game that has not finished, you that set the rule, as mandated by the law of the land, you went and broke the rule. Apparently, I don't know how all these facts will be ignored. So I urge every people in Nigeria that believe in justice and believe that we want a Nigeria that will work, a Nigeria where justice and fairness reign, a Nigeria that will not be given to the hands of rogues. Because if you see now, the particular gang, the particular people that are ruling now, assemblage of the rulers in Nigeria, those in ministry that Tinubu is working with now, look, go everybody, if you want, I can give you all the data. Everyone, almost every one of them, they are all criminals and has one criminal record or the other. They have been convicted at one time or the other. Many of them are even still have criminal cases in Nigerian court. Some have abroad. They have all been assembled to rule Nigeria. Crooks. I don't know how people expect that these current Agberus and crook, even those that they pay for to continue to go from one platform or the other to continue to disrupt the flow of peaceful, we continue to go. So I yield. I just hope
thank you.
That
Can I just get 1 minute to enlighten me? 1 minute to enlighten you.
Who is speaking?
I didn't call anybody.
Can I go on?
I don't need
Just
to
1 minute,
enlighten.
please.
Young man, okay? I don't need the enlightenment. Tinubu has paid you. Collect the money he has paid you. Continue to enjoy it. It's a shame.
Let me enlighten you. Let me enlighten him.
You said now. Let him speak.
But I didn't call anybody's name.
You just did
so
now.
There's no enlightenment. There's no enlightenment.
I'm letting him speak. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, you've been befuddled with so much. You've been befuddled with so much misinformation. So I need to clear that. If you check out the judgment that came from Osun State, okay, Adeleke versus Oyetola, the judgment was based on Form EC8A, not on IREV. You remember that was a test case for, like a dress rehearsal before this election came in. Largely, what we are missing out is the election in Nigeria is still largely manual. Forget what is happening on IREV. The court is dealing with the Form EC8A. So whatever you mentioned where you said like some printout was done and it was blood, the court is not concerned about what you printed out. They are concerned about what your own agent signed this form at the polling unit. And that's the result. Stop playing yourself, man.
That makes
That's a lie.
Blocking me, but you are not blocking this guy, telling apparent truth.
No, because Jude, you spoke for more than 5 minutes. I didn't stop you. Nobody interrupted you. As soon as he started speaking, you want to interrupt.
But why is he lying to the line? You are lying to the line.
It doesn't matter. What all that you said, nobody certified them as truth. But you said it. Nobody interrupted you. But you feel the need to interrupt him when he's speaking. You don't have to understand. It's not that I'm not allowed you to talk.
How can he say the election is smart? That is not what we paid about 500 billion naira to INEC to carry out election. You pay him about 500 billion naira to carry out another manual election. Is that what we paid the INEC?
Okay. Jude, let's move on. I want to get to a few people before we have other topics to get to. Sure.
Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Dameji. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Go ahead. Sure.
Yes. I've followed the case. I mean, not very closely. Yeah, not very closely. I followed it as much as I could. Some of the things you see that discussed in court, some of the things, some of the signs, the learned civils and all that, some of the things they've come up with, it makes you wonder. I mean, I know it's the job of a lawyer to defend whatever, but I mean, some of the questions they ask makes you wonder. I mean, does APC just contaminate things, or what exactly go on? Because when you have a sign asking someone asking a witness, do you know that the Guinean passport has expired? Sorry. So how many Nigerians are no longer Nigerians because their passports have expired? minors, and nobody has told me I'm no longer a Nigerian. So, you see some of these things, asking a witness that, do you want to be riddled with scrutiny, or almost like, people tarnish your name? And the guy said, no, because I don't forge documents. Some of, very mundane, almost daft questions that they're asking. I don't know to what end. But so far, it looks like, it's gone okay. I'm hoping that they will do the right thing. Whatever the right thing is, we have to wait and see. And I mean, this is a rhetorical question. I'm not looking for answers because it will lead to back and forth, which we don't have the time for. But apart from the key stakeholders in APC, the people who defend some of, I'm not saying everything APC is bad. It can't be 100%. It's not possible. So there'll be some positives, which I don't know. I don't care for. But the people who defend APC, the ones that are not paid, that are just, I'm an APC guy, I like the party. I think it gets to a point where you have to choose country over party. You can't just say everything my party does, I have to defend it. Even if they, like Trump said, if I shoot people on Fifth Avenue or whatever, people still, it's almost like that, regardless of what they do, regardless of how rascal it is. Now, in the case of Adeleke, these same APC people, BS. So this Adeleke, when Adeleke was in court, these same APC people said he was wasting his time. They said, Adeleke, you're wasting your time. You're going to lose. Left to them, Adeleke should not have gone to court. For them, it's all about winning. As long as we win, it doesn't matter how we win. It doesn't matter if it's the right thing. We just want to win, regardless of how it comes about. And for me, I support Peter Obi, but I care how he gets his victory. These are the things I care about, and this is not about piousness. People make it seem like it's either evil or good. There's an in-between. So nobody's looking for priests and popes to rule Nigeria. They don't even exist. There are no saints anywhere. But when the process does not matter to you, my party must win, regardless. Left to these guys, they told Adeleke he was wasting his time in court. The guy won. They are now referencing his case. If Adeleke had listened to you, he will not be governor today. So let Peter Obi see, and that's the funny thing. These guys, they move the goalpost. Before the election, it's 4 of you tweeting in a room. How many are you? How many will be? No structure. Who are you? All these people with their nonsense, what's it called? Excel spreadsheets. I've tabulated this, I've calculated that. Obi can't get anything. Obi won Lagos, they were shell-shocked. Now, from you have no structure, you can't win more than 2 states. Obi won what he won. 6 million plus. They were surprised. They moved the goalpost from you don't have structure to go to court. He's gone to court. Why are you bothered that he's in court? How is that a problem? There was a lady on TV the other day, and this is part of the problem. For those of you on Twitter, you'll have seen this part between 2 people about PhD, doctorate. A doctor, I don't know doctor of what this lady is. She was on TV yesterday saying, that nonsense one, yeah. So she was on TV saying, for the sake of the country, let us move on. Sorry, you said someone should go to court. He's in court. He hasn't come to you to borrow money. He hasn't said you should give him money to run this case. But you are worried he's in court. For the sake of country, let's move on. They said they don't want to move on. See, it's like Rudolph now. This show will probably last 8 hours, 10 hours. Somebody comes tomorrow and say, Rudolph, you called me an idiot. We have to go through every second of this program to find where you called me an idiot. Rudolph, would you? And they say, you can't run any other show until we decide this case. Would you say for the sake of something, I apologize? No, let's go through it, however long it takes, because I know I didn't do anything. But the minute you're saying, let's just move on, then I'm suspecting maybe you did. INEC has to defend the election they conducted, no doubt. But if Labour Party or PDP are saying we want this document, give it to them. Like Augustine said, there's nothing to hide. If they want all the documents in this world, give it to them. Let them go and waste their time and their money. What does it cost you? That does not stop Tinubu from running the government. The noise people make on social media does not stop Tinubu from running the government. We've been called inconsequential anyway. So why does it matter that we make noise every weekend? We like to come here and make noise. And every other platform that people go to, let them go and make their noise. It doesn't stop it. We've been to France. He's hugged Macron. He pecked the wife. He's done everything. Some people say that's a problem. I don't see any issue with that. That's not an issue. They're French people. They peck God knows how many times. So keep running the government while the case is in court. You've said we're wasting time. But who has a headache? Who is taking paracetamol for it? It looks dodgy. You guys look shifty. Because you're almost like, oh, just leave it. Just move. No. We're happy to be in court. In fact, we love court cases. That's what we live for. So please, day your day. Let us day our day. This court case now our headache. Let us carry it with our full chest. Keep running the government you're running. It's fine.
Even
whatever the court says. Sorry, what did you say?
Somebody's wife without brushing his teeth.
Well, I wouldn't even go that, So, so keep doing. In fact, Rodolph, I think I should keep rambling because it's bringing money to our coffers. I'm an apprentice, so this let me ramble on. Let me keep rambling, my brother. If you don't want to ramble, take the face mask off. Some of us who were here last year, we know what you look like. People that are bothered, go back to July last year, August last year, June. And look at the series. The face is there. So all this mystery of you're looking for somebody's face, attaching seriousness to it. Go to last year before the election, the face was there, clear as day. So all these ninja turtle moves, child's play is seeking attention. Oh, the people are curious. They want to know what I look like. I'll keep doing it, playing to the gallery. We don't pass that level. We know they entertain DS for this side. We pass that level. So, but back to the matter. I'm happy the case is progressing the way it's progressing. Let's see, what the defendant will say. Yeah. Maybe may the best man win in court.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
You weak me, I'm taking Panadol for our headache.
Paul, you're next.
I think show just speak on my mind. Show just eat all your food, make me the lick soup. Because show spoke my mind completely. Doctor, it is so funny when somebody said, you don't have a good case in court, and their lawyer advised them. Probably they know very well that Obi don't have a good case in court. And they did not even take one charge and bail lawyer to go and win the case because they know they have a good case. You understand? They also send SAN. And these same people who are talking here, some of them here, it is so funny. It is also their dream for their kids to be lawyer, but they don't believe what will come out in that chamber. You understand? Now you don't believe in court because somebody took you to court. You understand? And you believe that you have a very good case. Doctor, if I have a very good case that I know that this case is just good, just in the name of technicalities and the likes, I don't need to spend money to go get a Queen's lawyer, to go get a son. I just need one lawyer. You understand? Because I know the other people will be won't even talk to me to settle out of court because they know their lawyer must have advised the other side that these people have a very good case. Our chances are so slim. But did Obi bring 12 SAN to court and they bring one barrister? The answer is no. They also pack series of SAN, you understand, lawyers and the likes, to court. And it's just so funny and it makes me laugh when people try to play around words and everything. Then when people want to make precedent, they're quick to make precedent with Adeleke. If you make precedent with Adeleke, let me also challenge that same precedent. What about Lion and Edebiri, the so-called Bayelsa State? You understand? Because of the deputy governor, the governor lost his mandate. Is that not the same thing? Now we're talking about Shetima contesting for Senate and also contest. That's exactly what happened with Bayelsa State, with the deputy governor. So with all this case and everything, somebody common sense could not tell them that I think Obi have a good case. Like Showu said, there's only 4 people tweeting. 4 people tweeting, this guy won 12 states. Every one of us won 12 states, apart from my brother in the other room over here. The only one we win one state.
Fake news.
You understand? Only of you waited the other room.
We are in court. Okay, we are in court.
That's why you couldn't go to. That's why you couldn't go to court. You understand? That's why you couldn't go to court. So it is so funny. Then somebody also said something about maybe they don't know the difference between electric car and the so-called CNG that they are talking about. You understand? It's just so funny. Is it that the price of transportation in Lagos is way cheaper than any other state? The answer is no. Like they claim, yeah, they have the electric cars in Lagos. Like they claim, yeah, they have the CNG in Lagos, the compressed natural gas that some of them is mixing to electric cars. They have those things in Lagos, but the transportation in Lagos, it's something else. It's something else. You understand? Lagos is the standard. Lagos is the mini Nigeria. You understand? So even though with the media, the press, they do everything. Their findings, their research, their interviews come from Lagos. They model Lagos very well. And we see the price of transportation in Lagos. So what are the CNG? What are the electric cars doing? You understand? Then you want to talk and say, oh, other governors are not doing well. We are talking about presidency first. You understand? You say other governors are not doing well. Go and look at Lagos. So Lagos have all those things. How come the price can go down? You know, so doctor, when I see people talk and every other thing, love of a nation, they don't have. You understand? Maybe love of party, or maybe love of tribe, or maybe love of religion, as the case may be. You understand? But I call it, this is the height of, let me not use that word. Let me find another word. Somebody borrow me one word. This is the height of ignorance. You understand? I don't want to use too much harsh word. It is the height of ignorance. You understand? And you do all these things. At the end of the day, you will not know all these people. Some of them, they are so proud. Oh, I have somebody phone number that knows somebody that knows somebody. I know a lot. I know a lot. And everything. But it won't make any difference, my brother. When a nation grow, it better you than your friend is that big man. Do you know how many of my classmates that have me in the US? Have I been able to change their life? Even if I send their kids to school, they will not appreciate me. You know why? Because they will say I send my own kids to school in America, but I don't want to help them in America. Now to send them money, then go last protect. They will still not appreciate it. So, my brother, borrow yourself sense, thinking you have a friend that knows the person. You're going to leave your suffering wherever you find yourself in the West and think you're going to go to Nigeria, you go join that thing. You're wasting your time.
Continue crying. All I know is Obi is not coming. Continue crying.
And yes, and what I'm talking now, I'm talking with facts, according to you. You understand? So why don't you debunk me with facts than play with sentiment? And if you want to talk all those, all you know, the age why I did now, my mama no go carry me for back, go find man. You understand? My small 3 years old son.
Why is it paining you that I know someone? Why is it paining you? Speak to the issues. Speak to the issues and stop crying. You are talking, man.
Yeah, I am talking because you don't even know what you're talking about. You just come and come talk.
Breaking news. Pansat has paid my money from last week. Breaking news, so very important. Pansat has forgiven me for being from Ogun State. He has paid my money. So this plays to the narrative of I am sucking up to the Igbo people. In fact, it's a double-edged sword for me.
Doctor,
it's a double-edged sword.
That overnight lagbaja that you have in your shoe, you understand that keep giving the $2. It be like say they never pay for the work when they do. If they don't pay, it's supposed to they give $20 like Pansat. You understand? But if let them never pay.
Rudolph, is this a coincidence that Paul and Augustine, led by Shaw, seems to have the same hairstyle? Is it a coincidence?
They have the same what?
It comes with age. It comes with age. It comes with age, maturity. You see, it comes with age and maturity.
Are you older?
It comes with age and maturity. Don't worry, you get there.
All right.
Suppose get fresh air to the I don't want to get old. If that is the case, I don't want to get old.
No, Ovie, my hair plenty past your hair, but I style what they carry. Like
I get that before. Oh, last time.
Okay. Go to court.
Go to court if you don't like it.
Then later I can make you say the court.
All right, guys. All right, guys. Let me just say that when Ovie starts getting that kind of hair, it will be funny. Some, I've seen people with dreadlocks. Some parts of it will be no hair, and Ovie, just be mindful what you wish for yourself. It may come very soon. All right, let's go to concerns. Concerns, welcome to the show.
Find excuse in our lies. Now bed those parts.
Rudolph,
Thank you, Mr. Damages.
I am a classical case of
Hello, guys. Thank you, Mr. Damages, and thank you to all of you there.
Okay, let's listen to concerns. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you to every one of you there. All of you love Nigeria. All of you love your country. I'm very glad. I'm very happy to see you guys again today. If you don't love the country, you can't come here and waste your time talking. And you're not wasting your time. I want to start from, let me start from Japan. After the Second World War, Japan decided not to invest in any China munition, and they said they want to concentrate on their country. They said dedication, trust, and honesty. That is what is going to lead them, and that was what led them. They became one of the greatest countries today in the world, and it helped them so much. And other countries followed suit. Even America also followed suit. So, but in the case of Nigeria, if, for example, you don't have people who are trusted, who are honesty, people who are bad, criminals, there's no way the country can move forward, whether you like it or not. I know I can say, well, okay, when we were growing up, somebody who takes weed that time, he's ostracized. People don't normally go to him. And the country, that time, the society was good. Even when you look at that time, before you get married, your family will go and ask questions, you know, and the marriages were good that time. There was less divorces. But today, what are we seeing today? People just pick anywhere and they get married, and within some days, everything crumbles. So in a country, when you go and bring somebody who is a drug dealer, honestly speaking to you, I don't believe myself. I don't see myself as having a president. And since this election, honestly, I've been crying. It's not that Obi didn't win or another person didn't win. No, it's because where Nigeria is going is a wrong foundation. You can't build a house with a bad foundation. That house must collapse. That's how it is. And it's on the house is almost collapsing. If somebody like a Senate president is a criminal, all those that having this or even post now that are criminals, there's no way anything good can come out of that country. Nigeria have to start from a good foundation. That's only how we can move forward. And those who come every time say, let's move forward, let's move forward. Does it mean that Nigeria don't have a judiciary? If a country don't have a good system, justice system, that means the country is not a country. Because from the evidences of this election, even those judges, will they be happy that somebody like Tinubu is ruling them? They will be mocked anywhere they go. They're going to be mocked. Who is ruling you? A drug dealer? Yesterday, Dr. Damages said Tinubu what that man, the president of France. They know each other. That man know him when Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State. Macron was coming to Lagos that time. He knows him. That's why they hug like that. But whether you hug him or you don't hug him, whether this or that, my brother, whatever we are doing and having such a person as a president of that country, and it's just a big country, it's unfortunate that Ramaphosa and other heads of states are talking there and in that conference, and our own president is not there talking. Nigeria is a big nation. Nigeria is a big country. All the whole people, all the whole Africans respect Nigeria. Not only Africans, other countries, other people, even outside the world, other world leaders, they want something good from Nigeria. And they respect Nigeria. And for us to come here and see our president, to see such a man that INEC gave that thing to say he's our president, and always what we are getting is disgrace. All those people who are supporting this man, may their families be disgraced, as Nigeria is being disgraced today.
Amen.
We can never, their family can never see good. And
Amen.
Their future will never see good.
Amen.
Because if you wish Nigeria good, you will never wish somebody like that to come and rule Nigeria. That man didn't win any election. He stole the election. And I believe that anybody who's supporting Tinubu, either his father is a criminal or himself is a criminal.
That is true.
Dr. Damages, I thought you were listening to those courses. I thought you were listening to those courses, Doctor.
It's
I am
not
not talking anybody.
But
Is
you
that one of
insulted,
your
but you
rules?
insulted people, but you
Is
insulted
that one of your own
people
rules here?
supporting Obi. But you insulted people supporting Obi.
But what I'm
What the
saying
hell
is,
are you talking?
let
You,
me
you
let
are
me
You
a
finish.
mentioned
disgrace.
Obi here,
You
people that
are
does,
you are
but
a
you supported
disgrace.
people supporting Obi.
If I'm a, if
You
I'm a
supported
criminal
people support.
today,
You insulted people
my family
supporting
will be
Obi.
criminals.
What are you talking
Let's be
about? What,
civil.
who the hell do you think you are?
So
I beg.
if
Who
like
the
I
hell
see
do
the
you
Let's calm
think
lady,
you
down.
are?
I
Let's
see
calm
the
down,
lady
please,
talk,
guys.
talk at Arise News or what? I say his name is
Yeah,
Leader.
boy, not
Take
nonsense.
a video.
Concern,
The lady who
concern,
come to speak there,
concern. Thank you very
I
much.
see the. My brother, let me finish. I want to talk about the election also.
Yeah, but you started talking about that.
Yeah, no, I'm
You-
just trying. No,
I
brother,
didn't know
I've
you
not been
had something to
for more than
say.
5 hours. For more than many hours, I'm trying to hook up, but it's not possible.
Yeah,
And
I
all these
know,
days,
I
I've
know.
not been here.
Yeah,
So
I know. But let me just say that it will all be good. Everybody will come here, express their opinion, and feel good about themselves if they come here and express that opinion. But instead, people want to I don't know what to use, give it to other people or abuse other people instead of your
But
opinion.
did you
Say
hear
what
him
you have
cussing
to
out?
say.
Did you hear him cussing out?
I didn't cost anybody. What I'm saying is that if you support my Mr. Damages, if you support impunity, you will only get impunity in return. That's what I'm saying. If you support bad, you will only get bad in return. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. If you support good, you will only get good in return.
What
That's
does
what I'm
that?
saying.
Hold
I
on,
didn't trust anybody. I didn't cost anybody. I'm
hold
saying
on.
that if you are somebody who supports evil, because today, let me tell you now, this subsidy that
Concern,
being given.
hold on.
Please, let me finish this one, please, Mr. Damages. I'm going out, please. Just give me this. Just give me this,
Oh,
please.
sorry.
Yeah, but before you go out, I want you to hear us too. Sometimes I like people to hang in and hear the reaction to what they're saying. So you said you have something to say and you are saying it, but how does abusing, or maybe let me use a different word, cussing out, saying that let this happen? First of all, I know that it won't happen. You don't have that power. It doesn't. When I hear these things, I don't even know worried about that. Anybody saying anything to me that you are going to die of,
No, the damage is it gonna happen. No, it gonna happen.
it doesn't happen. It's nonsense to me.
It's gonna happen.
But some people are concerned about that. So it's okay. It's okay. I want people to know that it's not necessary. The point is that
It's
if
like
you
saying
want
Jesus
to,
Christ is coming again.
yeah.
Mr. Damages, can you give me one? Can you give me a second, please?
Hold on. I want you to listen to not just because of you, but because of other people who might want to.
Okay,
say,
let just give me some minutes.
No, well, you talk. I'll give you time, but let's just look at that. What I'm saying is that these things are not necessary for you to win an argument. I thought that what we are doing here. I don't know how many of you have participated in debates in school when I was in school. People, you want to win an argument. You don't win an argument by saying that let them die or let them go to hell because they don't support your viewpoint.
But the damage, this one is different from school debates.
What is it? What do you think you're doing here? It's a kind of a debate.
No, the school debate, people were not killed. The principal was not rigged in to become the principal of that school. Everything was going on.
How do you know that?
This is about life, about human life. In an election that about 100 Nigerians were killed. In an election, about 100 Nigerians were killed.
Mr. Damages.
Concern. Let me finish. Concern. This is not our team is very difficult to wait what people are saying in real life. Sometimes I don't know. Sure, what do you think about what he said? Does that
Well, I think that's why we came up with the rules. I think we can disagree with people. I think it's semantics. It's about how you put it up. Because if you say, "Oh, this person," you curse and curse. My worry is if the person comes back. Imagine you say something like that to Mama Ichu. She won't take you lying down. Sam, I disagree with Sam from beginning to the end. Everything he stands for politically, I am opposite of it, without apology. But I won't curse him because, at least not on this show. If I see him on the street or in UK, we can maybe I don't know what it will lead to. I mean, that's jokes apart. But if Sam comes back and starts raining curses and it becomes an exchange, this show will be useless. That is my own worry. That you curse somebody, they curse you back, and you get it's just a back and forth of throwing curses. You can say, "Oh, there's karma." If you support evil, it's only about it's about how we put these things out. You can say exactly the same things in a subtle way that you're not necessarily invoking curses on a direct individual. And now, if people actually pay attention, Rudolph has never stopped you from cursing like a political person. He doesn't care. You know, if it's a political person, that's what they signed up for. You can curse them and say, Tinubu, this will happen. That's a political, but somebody, you know, that you're looking at, you've never met, you might disagree with them completely. And I said it, I disagree with Sam. But to curse him, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not. But imagine Sam retaliates and you retaliate and somebody picks it up. Then people will watch this. Let me tell you what happens. If somebody picks up this show and starts watching it and it becomes a shouting argument, they turn it off. And that's not what we're trying to do. I know it can get heated sometimes, but when Rudolph is trying to cool it down and calm it, please, let's listen to him. Let's sometimes probably take it back. Oh, I take that back. Because you want to say what you want to, if you're like me, concerned, you want to say what you want to say, you're going out. So I would say, oh, I take that back. Okay, I'm not cursing you. Just for the sake of, so I can carry on, say what I need to say without cursing. Like Rudolph said, how many people have cursed Buhari? Some of the causes I actually probably queue behind it to say, imagine that thing happened. But it hasn't happened for 8 years. When is
calm
please.
down. It's a matter of
Those things. Okay, so this one that they are doing. So it's after Tinubu does 8 years that it will happen. What's the benefit? How does it benefit you? Do you understand what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is this causes is not adding to the discourse. I spoke against everything Sam said, but I don't think he took it like it's coming back to reply me. I think we have to find a way to address people without making them the star of the show. Anytime Sam says something, it's like you see sharks circling around something. When the Isimiri was there, like 7 people wanted to speak. I was in the backstage where I was thinking, oh my God, why? Well, what? He said something wrong, but do you think, do you think he'll change Sam's mind?
Mr. Shaw, honestly,
Yes.
I didn't refer to, I'm not talking about Sam. It's like
okay.
me now.
That helps.
Let me tell you, honestly, I'm not talking about Sam. For me now,
Yes.
you see, like in Nigeria, okay? You see, like people like Wike, people like there are some people, even when they're talking in Nigeria, I don't look at them. I don't look at what they're talking because I know they're useless.
Okay.
Understand? People like Asari Dokubo, people like there are many of them. Okay, I don't when they're talking in Nigeria. I can't even Buhari. When Buhari start talking, I don't look at Buhari because I know that nothing comes out from that person.
So this courses 5 minutes ago. Who are they for?
Understand? I'm not looking at that. I'm not cursing that Sam. I don't know him, and I will not curse him. He's just talking somebody who is. It's like maybe that boy. I don't know whether he's 30 years no. He's just a young man. He has not seen
It doesn't
anything.
matter. It doesn't matter.
It
could be 18. It's fine.
He can support people. You know, people support people because they're ignorant. That's the problem. I'm not referring to him.
Okay,
honestly.
that helps. That helps.
So, but let me finish on the other one I was saying.
Yeah, so please wrap up here.
Consign, they go cause Asari Dokubo. Show now Asari Dokubo younger brother.
I don't know when Asari Dokubo is on air, when Wike is on air, when Soludo is on air, when the governor of Abia State is on air.
Yeah, that's fine. You've said that. That's fine. So just tidy up your points.
When
tidy up your points.
People, I don't listen
that's
to
fine.
When the governor of Imo State, what's that governor? When that
there's limited time. This is premium YouTube.
Okay,
there's limited time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me go. What I'm saying is this: on this petrol subsidy removal, what happened to people? Somebody like what's that man from the billionaire from Anambra State?
Yeah, there are plenty.
No, that billionaire that is involved in this oil scam. What is that man? The one from Lagos State. They would not involved in this oil scam. And what happened to Dangote? If Nigeria is a country that wants to move forward, why can't they arrest those people or investigate those people? Get all that money they have scammed Nigeria and then put it back into the economy. Not only them, than allowing the citizens, the poor people to continue to suffer. These people have been suffering the time of Babangida. They have been suffering. Every time the poor masses suffer. Every time the poor masses suffer. All these people that stole this money, why can't they suffer? If Nigeria want to move forward, why can't they suffer?
Thank you, concern.
Are they above the law?
Thank you. CM, go
Rudolph.
ahead. The 1 minute.
Yeah, Rudolph, please, with all due respect to everybody, you see, when you say this is have your say, when people peddle lies as part of their own say, you should also give room for others who want to debunk it to have their own say too. People come here to tell me that we have elected a president, let us move on. If I say I don't want to move on, is that a sin? You
No,
stole my
see,
mandate. No, I'm coming. People will always come here
I-
and tell you, oh, there's nothing anybody can do about that. Tinubu has been
That's
elected.
fine.
It's 2020. It's 2027. I'm coming. It's 2027.
Okay.
And I tell the person I don't want to move on with you.
I don't
Is
think
that a
anybody will
sin?
disagree with your position.
Eh,
But
eh,
saying
no, because
God will
that
punish
is
you
the root.
if you say we should move
Wait,
on.
I'm coming. That is the root cause of this thing. And thank God for the analysis given by Augustine before as a lecturer.
Okay.
You mark a script, awarded marks. You have to keep the script in case a student will say, no, I don't agree. Now, if Augustine, after marking a script and giving scores, and the student maybe a year or later or any time and say, look, what Augustine gave me is not what I'm supposed to get. It is binding on Augustine, like he made us to know, to produce the script. And not when he's asked to bring it for examination, he will refuse. That is the issue. So when people now come and tell me, oh no, Tinubu has been elected, let's move on, he's doing this. That is insulting me. Even if you didn't call me and even if you didn't use the word, maybe the normal one, when you tell that you are insulting me, you have moved on. Okay, you move. Leave me. Let me remain where I am. You can't come and force me. Oh, let's move on. Everybody have to move on. There's nothing you can do about it. It's 2027 or nothing. Tinubu has, and so what? Did you pay my school fees through primary school? My father sent me
but
to a school for a reason. I'm coming.
So
Did you pay my school fees? So when people come and peddle this type of rumor, please allow us time, because that is why we are here. Otherwise, if somebody ran this type of, if somebody come and sort of peddle this type of, I know people are paid to go from different platforms to continue a campaign that has finished before. So if Tinubu is that good, you don't need to come and be selling him on a platform. Chinua Achebe said if Nigeria is working, we will all know. So you can't come to a platform and be telling me about the good qualities of Tinubu or what he has done in France or this.
Yes.
We all know we all know what is happening.
So I agree with your position. But what Rudolph has never said you shouldn't counter anybody or disagree. Everything you've said just now, you've disagreed with Sam 100%, and that's where I stand as well. But you've not caused him in any way. You've not called him a name. You've not cursed him. You've not wished him evil, even if it's your intent. But you've managed to see, it's because it's a public forum. If we let this be the habit, it will degenerate into a show that even you will not join. It will just be all out war, and nobody gains anything from that. So you curse him, he will curse you back. You will curse him, then he will lead to I'm older than you, you're younger than me, then he will lead to Yoruba Igbo. It will just degenerate to what we're not here for. So disagree with people. Like, honestly, I love the fact when you took Forefathers on, and you said you've read about 40 books. I was like, wow, I don't think all my secondary school books put together everything, I don't think I've read 40. I don't like reading at all. People can cut this and go and paste it anywhere. I don't like reading. But you've read 40 books on a particular subject, and I was like, wow, see Forefathers now. He would take that on board, hopefully, and probably buy some books, read, get more education on this particular subject. You countered him. You didn't call him names. You didn't curse him. Cursing him would not help him in any way. If you're looking to convince him or influence him, the minute you start cursing somebody, they build a wall. Everything you're saying, it goes in, it goes out. I don't think we can convince Sam. Sam is Sam. Sam has a position, and he has a right. I disagree with Sam. He told me on chat one day, he said, we both live in Kent. He said, let's hook up and drink. I'm thinking in my head, I don't think that drink will go well. I don't think I want to sit down and have a drink with you.
Not everybody you need to be convinced. Not everybody. You can't
That's what I said. But cursing, what does cursing him do to this channel? If you meet him on the street, you can curse him. But Rudolph is not on my platform. And we have to respect that. That is where I stand.
It's like now going to convince Trump that the election was not rigged.
Now, Jude, you are dividing the panel now to different camps. All right, so let's move on. Let's welcome KJ. Welcome.
Go read books so that you can go to court.
Let me just add something. There's something that CM said that I need to address just briefly. The idea
Thomas, you're right. Kindle. I like to listen. I'm sorry.
We can monitor or interpret thoughts. When you said that what Sam was saying about moving on, that is an insult to people like you. So what it means is that we have to interpret. If I say now that Trump is a good man, I must have insulted somebody here who disagrees with that. So I don't think we will have to get to that point. I think you just disagree with him, no, without interpreting. I think that's the problem, really. Maybe there are people who see these things as an insult, that if I disagree with you, I'm insulting you. No. If I air my view on certain things, I would disagree with some of you here, especially when it comes to Trump. I will be with Jude when it comes to Trump, but I will be, maybe some people that I used to agree with will be against me when it comes to Trump. But I'm not insulting you because I'm saying that this is my position. I want people to understand that. Let's not take these things to that next level where we can have a way of measuring it, you know. And then, the other thing that CM said, and this one I'll keep saying it, not just CM, everybody here, we do that very often, and it would be good if we can avoid it, saying that Sam, I don't know whether you mentioned Sam or that he was paid, that people are being paid. You know, it's very common. I've been called, when I write articles, people disagree with, they say that I've been paid by the CIA, by the American government. You know, I hear that. It doesn't bother me, but it's not a good practice to just say someone is paid because he said something you disagree with. It's not, unless you see that someone was paid and you know that someone was paid. You don't just, we can make this conversation a little bit higher, because people are watching. Kids are watching now. I went out over the weekend. I met people. I was surprised. Younger people who watch and they listen to us and they know your names. And they come to me and say, this Jude, I don't want to say what they said about Jude. They come to me and say this. They say, but this is what happens. People are watching and they are forming opinions of all of us based on what we say, how we carry ourselves and how we handle ourselves. You may not know them, you may never meet them, but this is a picture of what your picture they have in their minds. Okay, all right, let's move on. We hear from KJ and they will change the topic. KJ, welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages and everyone present on the platform. I'm going to start from a very low note this afternoon. If you can see, I'm not in my regular shirt because I'm just coming in from a friend, an in-law, who lost his wife, who's just about 43. And I'm just coming right from the interment. So I'm going to come from that point, because at the end of the day, each and every one of us, if Christ does not come, will have to eventually go in that way. So we should be careful what we say, because after we have gone, it's what we say, what we have written, what people know about us, that will actually stand for posterity. It does not matter which side of the divide you are. All we're looking for is how Nigeria can work for you, work for me. It's not against anybody. It does. If Nigeria was working, I'm sure that a lot of us will not be here. I love my village. It has so much, very good breed and big trees, and older trees. I have all that in my compound. I can just sit all day and eat. But here I am, eating Igbo food, eating burger and drinking Coke. I mean, what is that? That food? So let's be careful. And I'm saying that because before I go into the point I want to make, you see, if you say you allow your conscience to guide you, there's no way you can say what's going on in Nigeria, especially in the law court, is okay. And as a man who feel like grief should not go to court and seek redress. That's the reason why that was even set in the first place. Okay, having said that, I have followed the court proceedings almost on a daily basis to hear from different reporters how they're reporting it. And, because most times I refuse to listen to one channel or two or three. I listen to about 10 different people, and I want to hear their view, their biases and all that. I'm able to pick it. Okay, some write for purpose of OB, some write for purpose of APC, some write for purpose of PDP. So, but what is the underlying tune? The underlying tune is that more than enough evidence have been produced that will disqualify, if not giving OB outrightly the election, disqualify this election and ask for another run. In this same court, we have discovered that Tinubu had more than 5 names. The last one being the one in which he used in getting what do you call that you get when not serving
NYSC
exemption letter. His name there is totally different from every other name that he has. And it's not that somebody forged it. They brought it from INEC office, what he submitted. Okay? So right now, as we're talking, we don't know whether Tinubu is a Nigerian or from Conakry or from wherever. Nobody can really say. That's the truth.
Nigerian, it's from Guinea.
Okay? Let's put that straight.
He's
Just
an
like we
Esco.
don't know that. You see, so if you go to those law courts and you follow the proceedings and you follow the debate and you follow the videos and you follow the different witnesses that have been called, you have nothing but to say, look, maybe if we don't want to give it outrightly to Obi, let's do this thing again. Now, I want to go into, because while I was driving out of the to tell you how much I was in here, I was driving out of the cemetery, but I was listening to you guys on my phone, and somebody was saying, "What's the reason for bringing a professor to the panel?" Come on, guys.
I was saying the dead know our names.
I'm telling you, even myself, even the dead were listening to Dr. Damage's show.
Okay, now listen. We are all in a world. Things are no longer the way it is. Look, all of us have kids here. How many of you ask your father about that, daddy, why? If you ask your daddy why, when he's sent to do something, or you ask not to do something, you ask why, put up your hand. What my small son here ask me that why? I mean, let's talk about this. Why would you tell me to do that? I don't want to do that. I don't want to eat that. We never had that opportunity. So we're in a different arena right now of things and how things are done. We must have to go away from the old and face what is here. Now, the professor came in with statistics. He broke down everything, reason why he came. Why is the developed world where we are now better than where we are coming from? Because every statistics is taken. I'll give you an example. I have an older uncle who has been here since 1973. And one day I asked him, Uncle, I see so many trees there. He laughed. And I think, how come all the trees look the same? Because the arrangements. He laughed. And he told me that, do I know something about the forest in America? I said, no. He said they take into account every tree and they count them, they number them. Every animal that is around that surrounding is also numbered. So now what is he saying? So if you have 100 person in one locality, they have about 120 trees there, so that they will be constant good air for you to breathe. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Why am I bringing this example? They take statistics and they develop. So if a professor of mathematics comes and says, by this and this and this and this put together, this is the result you get. What is wrong with that? I think for me, that's a very credible evidence why you can use, because at the end of the day, all the votes you are going to count it. It will be counted, not be mathematics with that. It will be counted and tabulated. The professor came in and said, by what you have submitted, this is the result, this is the result, this is the result. I think there's nothing wrong with that. So whilst we like Tinubu to be there, we have no problem. For me, as I've always spoken here, I don't have a problem. I have no dog in the fight. I'm not even an Obi man. Okay? I'm not even an Obi man. I'm more of a Shore guy. I'm not an Obi man. All right? But let the right thing be done at all time. If you do that, if we have allowed this election, the beavers to count, everything done, and all the results collected and results declared, nobody will be complaining today. Nobody. Not even Obi. Okay? But the reason why we're complaining, because this process was not allowed, it was truncated. So let's be true the people we are and bring a more value. You see, one of the reasons why I come into Dr. Damages, because from the listener, I've always listened. Like I said to him, I've followed him many years. I think it's more intellectual. So when I come here, I think we should be at that pedestal, not where we now reduce it to Granot and Gubru and market women discussion. Throwing unnecessary banters at each other. It doesn't give us that level we're looking for. And I think that's my conclusion on this issue. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you so much. We allowed John Abba to come in. Let's give him a minute. I don't know whether he weighed in on this before, but John Abba, go ahead.
Well, thank you for having me back again. I say you allow it because of the tribalism, but it's okay. I'm always going to speak as a minority that I am. I cannot change that. It's not my choice. It's a choice of my parent. But it's okay. I'm cool with you, brother. even though brother is not a brother here, because people have a sentiment of get locked up in the darkness and they will blame for their own responsible life is one Fulani in the north that responsible for not having life for showing their face. But it's okay. It's all part of the game we play with life and we take it as a reality. This is a platform of intellectual people. I respect you, Dr. Rudolph, and so many of you on this platform. But the case in court or not in court, let's wait. We all have predicted that who is going to win, who is your right person, who is this and that. You have gone Nigerian way, and it's going to be that way for now, in my best of my knowledge. But let us all take time to know that change begin with all of us. Change is not something that is somewhere so far from anybody. If you start change from yourself and look inward, say, okay, what am I offering my society? And how can I live to be a best person? Then you have the right to challenge any other thing. They say don't judge anybody. But the Bible also said that he that of a right stand, which means there is a standard that's supposed to be in measure. So if you don't meet up with that standard, then you can question somebody else that is not meeting up. That's what it means. But all these talk, I don't want to speak English because I'm not the Englishman like Rudolph and so many of you. But this shenanigans is going to end very soon. Court is going to rule on the issue of court. But are we going to see, going to be one Nigerian to give each other a benefit of doubt to see that we all work towards achieving one better Nigeria for all of us by starting with ourselves? Because what I'm seeing here is that's no different, especially people in diaspora. If we have this kind of mindset, then it's a long walk to freedom. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John Abba. We are going to talk about Asari Dokubo. After that, we rant, and then the winner will get a book from a writer who is coming on the show very soon. So let me play a video of some of the things Asari Dokubo said recently.
Action to get these rotten eggs. It's not the old army and the navy. There are a few who have this entitlement mentality. A better persona, I get power persona, I get people where they up, where go cover me. The president is going to remove them and make it possible for the people of this country to benefit. For instance, Mefule is gone, Bauer is gone. So more heads will roll. Those who are standing as an impediment to the good and progress of this country. The president will not dilly-dally with them. He will not do CCCC with them. He's going to put and kick them out. And when he does that, we'll have the unfettered power, encouragement to get rid of oil theft, which all my brothers in the Niger Delta, all of us have agreed.
All right. And then there was this.
Do you know that roots? That you talk to me. You don't know that people own this Calabar. You are law abiding. Igbos, I don't know them. I don't know where they come from. Because I know that if not for British intervention, I would still be selling them. The way my father sold them. Now look at you people in Igbo land. Look at how you are dying. Woto. You are talking. You will do video to sell that Elijah has run away.
All right. I had to stop it there.
Doctor.
All right. I didn't want him to. I didn't want him to show the gun. Facebook, YouTube might flag it, the whole video because of that. But so he went to see Bola Tinubu, and when he came out, he had a press conference. He said that the oil people who are selling Nigerian oil, they are the military. I think they asked him a question about Nnamdi Kanu. He said he should be locked up there, and what happened next was that I think Hanese group or one group responded to him, and then he now came back and reacted. So let's unpack that and get your take for those who are following that topic. So I will start from the beginning again. I will start with you, CM.
Sorry, Dr. Damages, please, my grandsons are disturbing me here. Can I say my last word and leave you guys? I can be listening, please.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Ike.
CM, sorry, just few minutes I leave. Brother Sam, listen, when I said that people like you go to Lagos, you drive on a red light, I wasn't trying to be personal, and I withdraw that from what I said, okay? We don't have anything personal. We're only talking about the way forward for Nigeria, so sometimes it can be heated, but at the end of the day, we are trying to see a better Nigeria for every one of us. My grandkids have not gone to Nigeria, and I'm not ready to do that. I'm not ready to risk that. So does he give me joy as a father and as a grandfather? Does he give me any joy? No. But this is what it is. So I don't think it is good. So finally, I just want to say that I want to talk one thing about this election. I want to let you people know, or let us know, when the campaign was going on, Peter Obi was preparing for after the election. This is one thing that a lot of people did not understand. He was preparing after the election, aftermath of the election. What is going on in this court today didn't just start immediately after the election was announced. No. Why they were campaigning, he was preparing for aftermath. So that's why we should be able to wait, like everybody said, and let's see where it goes. And on a lighter note, where is John Abba? I think he has finally succeeded in taking Governor Tom to EFCC. Where is John Abba? John Abba has gone. Hey, my brothers, Brother Rudolph, thank you for giving me the privilege. These children are disturbing me. I leave you people, but I'll be listening. Okay?
All right. Thank you.
God bless you all.
Thank you. We appreciate that. You see, well, let me just say something, because one of the reasons why we do this, and every day we learn, I learn from you guys. And, sometimes I know that people out of emotional, when you're talking about these things and you say certain things and you reevaluate, you think about it again and you feel that it may not be necessary for your point, the point you're making. So, Ike, thank you so much for acknowledging that. All right. So let's move. CM, you're next.
Okay. Rudolph, before I say anything, I want you to confirm something. Are you seeing my face? Please.
Yeah, we can see your face. Yeah, we can see your face now.
Good. Okay. Okay, good. So
now you don't get
because
people
of
for
Facebook. Thank you, Paul, my friend. So actually,
you are not flattered.
okay. So on Asari Dokubo, I think there are 3 key issues that need addressing, but some I won't dwell on it. Number 1, the issue of oil theft and the military. I think the military, they are tackling him now to provide David. So I will leave that to him and the military to tackle. Then on the issue where he said, what was it? He said, the one he said that Nnamdi Kanu should be held, he should not be released. I have issue with that. I have issue because the constitution of a country is supreme. If anybody releases Nnamdi Kanu today, you are really not doing anybody a favor. You're only obeying the constitution or the decision of the court. When the court says, let this person be free, if you now open door and the person goes, you are not doing the person a favor. The supreme law of the land is supreme. So when the court decides, there it ends. So for Asari to say Nnamdi Kanu should not be released, or whatever. He just being ignorant as very timid. So that is, I won't be wasting time. So that is what I could say for that. In fact, what I say now is what I will say for any other person who says if anybody should say Nnamdi Kanu should be held, it means the person is very, very ignorant. He does not even understand the simple logic of rule of law. When the law sets you free, you are free. So whoever opens the gate for you to go, the person is not doing you a favor, because without the court letting you to go, nobody can let you go. So Nnamdi Kanu is purely a miscarriage of justice. Like one barrister said, I quote him, he's in Maryland. One barrister, Olalek also, he said Nnamdi Kanu never committed any crime, which we know. So, but for Nigerian government to hold him, I don't know why they are doing that. So when people come and then say, lend their voice that Nigerian government advising whoever that Nnamdi Kanu should not be released, he's making a terrible mistake. He's only trying to say that he does not believe, he believes in anarchy. He doesn't, in fact, Asari Dokubo is an illiterate in that aspect. That's it. Let me not waste time. Then the last thing I want to talk is Asari Dokubo, because I read a very lengthy article as a reply, written by one Professor Nwezigwe, a Department of History, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Asari is saying that his people, the Kalabari or Ejo, we are selling Igbo slaves, that if not for Britain stopping trading on slavery, that they would have continued to sell Igbo slaves till today. You see, the thing is that Asari Dokubo is an illiterate. He dropped out of secondary university twice. He doesn't know anything. Asari is Igbo. Asari is Igbo. Asari is a great grandson of an Igbo slave that was captured and then sold to the people of Kalabari. He stayed there. From there, they brought another slave. So that is the lineage Asari came from. Asari is Igbo. So today I'm Igbo. If you take me and sold me to somewhere, and then from there I now live in that community, married, gave birth, my son is a descendant of Igbo. In the next 100, 200 years, they are still Igbo. So Asari is stupid. He doesn't know his history. That is why when he contested the election to be a councillor in Kalabari area, they rejected him because they said you are not a true Ijo man. He contested for local government chairman. He was rejected. He contested again to be a member Rivers State House of Assembly. He couldn't make it. So what I'm saying is historical fact. So when that buffoon is talking, people just look at him and laugh. They know it. It's like somebody, King Jaja of Opobo, claiming that he's Ijo. King Jaja of Opobo is Igbo, no matter how you slice it. These are people somebody that left Nkwere and then settled in Opobo area and become a slave merchant himself. So the fact that he later became a king of Opobo doesn't make him an Ijo. He came in there. The area speaks Igbo true, but the man himself. So Asari does not know his history. He's just an illiterate looking for money. In fact, he's a con man because he was the person. If you play, maybe I will send you. There are videos. Today he will claim he's Biafra. That without Biafra, nothing. Tomorrow he will say he's a Nigerian. The other day he will be attacking Gaddafi. The other day he's a friend of Gaddafi. The other time, today he told us that when he was in prison, Tinubu gave him a house in where is it called VGC, and gave his wife a house in Oba area of Ikeja. That is the loyalty. So now he said when Tinubu was at the Code of Conduct Tribunal, he went and embraced him. So that man, such a person, I don't really guide him because he has not it. If you tell him he's an Igbo, you can't say you are selling your own person. So that is a misconception. You don't even know your historical background. So Asari is a great grandson of Ndi Igbo. So that is where he came from. The fact that we are reasoning like TD Jakes. They say he's an American citizen, but he's Igbo. We all know that. And we can point at so many things. Zenasha, who was with CNN, if you look at his name, you think he's not Igbo, but he's Igbo. So when in future Zenasha's maybe daughter if he marries an Igbo and then comes up to start to say how they treat, that is your lineage. You don't know it. So when somebody doesn't know the way where he come from, he's bound to make mistakes. So to me, Asari is just fooling himself. He's hungry. The university he built in Benin Republic has been shut down. The Kengamakri, he claims, it's not functioning now. Somebody can Google it and tell me. So all this rubbish he's doing, just looking for money. By the way, how can you be proud that your job is to go and look for contract to be guarding a pipeline that passes through your father's compound, instead of you looking for a better deal? If Asari love his Niger Delta people, let him tell us his investment in Niger Delta to say that I love my people. Nothing. He went to Benin Republic. All this is making noise. So to me, Asari, somebody discussing him is a waste of time, because I know he's up to nothing. He's only there just because of what he can gain to feed his a number of children and all the harems he's having all over the place. So Asari to me is a nobody. I yield.
All right, thank you, Sim. Samo, you're next.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm not going to speak that much to what Asari Dokubo said or not, because I'm not very familiar with the ongoings between the South people and the Southeasterners, so it's not my problem, but I'm interested, maybe just as an onlooker, just as a neutral, but I don't know what's going on between whatever they've got together there. So I'll be leaving very soon. I've stayed here for 2 hours. I just want to say this. I love your show, Dr. Damages. I think there's this modus operandi here where people want to bully people to silence. I'm not one of those. If you continue this way, you're going to send people who have dissenting opinions from your show. You can't be in an echo chamber and everyone is saying the same thing. And I'm not here just to be contrarian, to say the opposite, just to have a different view. I'm saying it the way it is and the way I see it. So please, less of bully, let everyone speak their mind. And I think it's a great show, to be honest, but let's stop all this bullying. I'll see you later. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you, Samo. Thank you so much. Austin, you're next.
So for me, I don't really, sometimes for me, I'm good at ignoring people. Once I know say no importance, get used for me. Forget about the whole thing. Really, the only person where I go get a very different opinion about all these things. Asari Dokubo in another video claim is an Igbo runs through his veins. So when somebody talks from the both side of his mouth, I don't rate them. And once I don't rate you, I don't even talk about you. I believe that once somebody makes me a little bit uncomfortable, which I do not, just to give you silence, I know they even talk about you. But the one thing I'll ask a question. Sometimes I don't know. Maybe when somebody wants to speak, you address it. My problem was that position where Asari Dokubo gave a speech at Aso Rock. Is that not where the president is supposed to sit? And the way he was speaking as if he was the president, that he will give this, Emefiele has gone, this has gone, this has gone. There are some kind of conviction that somebody on the street hears and say, okay, this thing, this might say,
do you have a president?
On behalf of the president.
Do you have a president? Do you have a president?
Relax. You are speaking on behalf of the president.
Austin, your connection.
It is not
They've
good
attacked you.
Let me calm down yourself.
Austin, your connection.
Can you hear me?
They've attacked you.
I think it should be your own connection, right?
CM, get a good internet, please.
So now what I'm trying to say is this, that please, I don't know, the Aso Rock, about, I don't know, those who are in charge of this, look, they should give people where to do their interview. That when I saw that interview, that was the first thing I criticized. How can you be sitting where the president is supposed to sit, just behind the coat of arms, in such a way that you are like the one giving the orders? And if you see that speech, he was trying to like name that this will go, this will go, this will go. You are not the one giving those orders. And if somebody who may not be enlightened thinks you are talking for the president, tomorrow picks it up, you now come on the defense to now start telling me that is not what we are saying. Am I the one who said it? No. So we should try as much as possible to know that there should be decorum even in Aso Rock, in such a way that if you are not in the right position to give statements, you should not give statements as if you are the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. And too many things are so shady in Nigeria in such a way that you make an accusation to the military. The military comes on. I saw their reply on TV trying to drag with Asari Dokubo. Come on, we should not be doing such a it is you or it is me, it is you or it is me. It shows that something is not going on well and things are not done the right way. So for me, I don't think even commenting on Asari Dokubo even makes sense to me, because for me, I feel it as if I'm sorry, he's just that one kid along the street who is just dancing based on where he can get money. That's just it.
All right, thank you. Before I go to justice for all, Jude, let me play a little bit of what that video that you referred to.
Asari is a wasted sperm. That's it.
Igbo man today. I was coming to that. What's the meaning of a diabali? The diabali is an animal, but what it literally means, conceptual meaning of a diabali is he who kills at night. My great ancestor, Nabobwari Harry Braid, was originally an Igbo man from Mobom in Abam. His parents moved to Obosi in present Anambra, Obosi in present Anambra. From there, he came to Kalabari. King Amakri acquired him from the Aro people who came with him to Taurus Ramapri, Elem Kalabari, and he became a Kalabari.
All right.
He lied there.
So,
he lied.
Huh? Who is saying this?
Asari lied. Asari lied there. He doesn't know his history. He's a liar.
Okay, hold on now. Let's go around. We get to you. I think Justice Jude, you're next.
Bro. Well, actually, I wouldn't really I wouldn't have liked to comment on Asari's issue. But why I want to talk about this is that there are many of his likes in Nigeria that think and reason the same way, especially in the context of the injustice that pervades in the country. Okay? I don't know how a court on several occasions will discharge and acquit an individual that was brought before her after critically examining the case and even ruled that this person there should not be any court that will be competent again to judge him on matters pertaining to this particular issue. And since then, this individual have been kept in their dungeon, in the dungeon of the terrorist government of Nigeria. And some people will still come and say it is okay for their government to continue in that line of illegitimacy and illegality. And people say, and some other people say it's okay to do that. And yet, these same individuals will be seeking for a country that works for all, will be seeking for a progressive country. I don't know. At times, it beats my imagination how that people don't even reason. How that people, because of their selfish and personal myopic sentiment, they will allow it to becloud their sense of reasoning and their sense of altruism. If in a country, an individual you don't like, an injustice is done to that person, and because you don't like that person, you say, yes, this injustice is okay, you should continue to perpetrate. It's a matter of time, it's going to catch up with you. Like they say, karma some people say it will catch up with you. And when it will be your own time, nobody will speak up for you. Many of us that are speaking on behalf of Nnamdi today, personally, when Nnamdi started, when I started hearing him the first time, I never liked him. I never liked the way his approach and everything. But as time goes on, I continue to put aside my sentiment on how he talks, but listen to the content of what is coming out from him. And I begin to reason. And then seeing everything that has been going on in this zoological republic of Nigeria that we all live today, that is worse than an animal kingdom, I begin to say, oh my God, this man is speaking the truth. Put aside the way of rendition, the way of presentation, everything this man has spoken concerning Nigeria, they've all come to pass. That even our so-called GOs, all their prophecies, none of them can even match to what this man is saying that has come to pass. The fact of the matter is, you that is supporting an injustice today, it's a matter of time. This same system that you support, because you don't like what they are doing to people, the particular individuals or a particular group of people that you don't like, it's a matter of time. It's going to come up to you. It's going to catch up with you. That is it. That is it. So I just ask us to be careful. The evil we support today will come after you tomorrow. Just be careful. It's a warning, and
All
it's
right.
a word of wisdom.
All right. Thank you so much, Jude. I wanted to show this headline after his performance at Aso Rock. I think they spoke to the new IG of police, and he said, I don't know if you guys can see this. He said, police won't partner with outlawed groups, um, referring to Asari Dokubo and his group. So we don't know, and people have raised the issue of why did he get that platform where he spoke, and why should that be allowed, and what does it mean that is Asoro going to be open to every character? You know, there are people who are raising that question. All right,
Dr.
Go ahead.
Dr. Rivers, sorry to interject. I don't know, such people who are asking that question, I don't know whether they came from the blues or from the moon. What else would they expect when a drug dealer is in charge? What would they expect? Who knows? Maybe Asari Dokubo has probably is one of the agents that sells the drugs for him. Who knows?
All right, thank you, Joe. Let's go to Paul. You're next.
Yeah, doctor, talking about Asari Dokubo. Asari Dokubo is from my region, the South region. Obasanjo said something one time when Asari Dokubo bought Lincoln Navigator. Then Lincoln Navigator was like the big thing. And they brought it to the hearing of Obasanjo. Obasanjo said, Obasanjo might be the only thief. But Asari Dokubo that he knows, he dropped out of University of Calabar because of funds. He couldn't go to school. And he's a freedom fighter to his people. They are doing little artisan job. But only Obasanjo might be thief. But Asari Dokubo is driving Lincoln Navigator. And that spite even affected Asari Dokubo for some time. At a time during the Yaradua time when Asari Dokubo started getting that momentum after the release and everything. He couldn't live in Rivers State. He ran. He started staying in Abuja. That's why he could cite up his university. This is somebody who is a freedom fighter who fought for his people. Or cite up his own university in Cotonou, outside country. He did not even put the university in Lagos or Abuja. He put it in Cotonou. He's a very clever guy. You understand? So this is the type of people that we have today that will speak on behalf of our country. It pains me when I see things like that. But truth be told, another aspect of it, our government have failed us so well. If the system were to be the way it's supposed to be, at the first place, Asari Dokubo don't need to be a freedom fighter. Then you can see him when he's talking with two sides of his mouth, like the other young man who left. You understand? Go to court and the court is rubbish, and the like. So it just pained me. 1 minute is Igbo, the next minute is not Igbo. You cannot run a nation like that. You cannot, if you support Tinubu so well, why don't you mean well to start bringing peace for his government than bringing all this confusion here and there? That's not how you want to. That's not how you want to grow a nation. All he's just doing it because of the influence of Ntompolo. So he's trying to use that type of thing that is gaining momentum. And the Tinubu government to also want to compensate him very well in the sense that they know they also need the oil money if they will mount this government. they need the oil money to flow. So they don't want any peace, any anarchy in that region. So everything, I'll just borrow my brother word of view, all on our politics. But as at this time, it's all on our dirty politics. And
All
thank you.
right, thank you, thank you. You mentioned Tompolo. I don't know if people knew this. The day that Tinubu was sworn in, or a day before, he took the front page of all the newspapers in the country to congratulate Tinubu, Tompolo himself. You know, you can imagine how much it cost. So I think there is also a struggle for power relevance within the Niger Delta region. Everybody wants to be in the good book of the government in power. All right. Obiek, go ahead.
I think it was January 11 that Tinubu then, regular sitting, he said, I am a kingmaker. So that time I become a king. You understand? Now, once you become a king, what you do? You upgrade your lieutenant. You get your chieftaincy, you have your chief within your command. And that's exactly what is happening. So you think all this while that the man they make noise, Palatine voice is sent. The man, when they say the man get was structure everywhere, not just within the cities and towns of Nigeria, even in the creeks. So, but him bringing him out to Asu Rock, that's a great deal of propaganda there, just to deceive us that something is going to be done within the oil theft community. I mean, if you look at that video very well, Bola Tinubu came out from his office, he stand up from his chair, come outside. They pretty much hug, smile, camera everywhere, blah, 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 blah. All these are just, well, now democracy with the practice, right? So, and he was giving what? About 30 minutes straight, was just indicting the military establishment. So, all those are just for ordinary people, for ordinary Nigerians, go say, oh, maybe we'll get those who are actually stealing our oil, because immediately after that, what happened? Pay attention to the analysts, right? It's not a new thing. No be first talk now. This person talk so person talk so person talk right? The bombast was another. It's part of the system that we choose to practice on our politics. And what is the second part to this? That's the Nnamdi Kanu, when they asked him about Nnamdi Kanu and what he's saying about that. Hey, it's part of the game. There's a need to get that to provoke the IPOP people to keep them busy. This is what I see there. There's nothing more. I mean, say, oh, no, Levan is a criminal and all that kind of stuff. You know that reaction is going to come from a certain group of people. And politically, it doesn't make sense to me what they are doing. I don't know if it's APC or if it's this all of a sudden keep attention to the Igbos. Let me put it that way. They attack them either group by group via all forms of propaganda and stuff. And I'm thinking like this: the current president is a prayer with the pray making survive, right? Because nature can call at any time, not because they will wish him dead, because he's old. Let's just put it that way. Or even though not like that, come 2027, don't you think the alliance that the Southwest is enjoying with the North now can easily turn around because of all these things? You won't give them 4 years. Every Soludo may complete the remaining 4 years. I don't think these people are actually pushing this kind of engagement to keep them, keep them busy at, reaching that far. Again, my presentation could be wrong, but it's all a game.
All right. Thank you. I will go to business. KJ, but hold on. Let's watch this. So we mentioned, I saw that video when it came up of him walking down with the president.
No,
not this one.
This is before. This was after.
He just to come and say hello to my father. I've congratulated him before this time, and to give a word of support for what he has achieved and what he has done so far. And I know that Nigeria had changed. Nigeria had turned 360 degree in the positive direction. When I'm speaking about the president, I'm speaking from a personal point of view. I will do everything, I can stake everything to make my father, in quote, succeed. And that is a promise I had given to myself and a promise I've given to him. Oil theft will be stopped. There'll be zero oil theft in the Niger Delta, inshallah. Thank you very much.
All right.
Sorry.
Bunch of jokers.
Talking about Tompolo and him fighting for supremacy. If you listen to the full the speech at the Asari Rock, he made mention of private security, that they are the one responsible for the peace that's running between Abuja and Kaduna now. Why am I saying this? Nigerians are clamoring for private security, and even him himself said it, that if Nigeria can be engaging Belarus and Russia and all that, why can't they engage them? So he's also looking for contracts the other direction too, private security, just like what is happening in Russia with Wagner. That's another business that can come out from him too, not necessarily struggling with his brother in the Niger Delta area. Business there everywhere, and insecurity is everywhere across the country, so there's money to be made. So he's just being smart, if you ask me. He's thinking outside the box.
All right. KJ, you're next.
Thank you. I will start from the question you asked, or rather Paul asked earlier on. Where Asari Dokubo was had that meeting in Asari Rock is a place where when they finish their ministerial meetings, that's where they are supposed to meet. That's where the ministers sit to give conferences, which is not the press room. So it is either that the person who led him there doesn't understand the difference in the rooms, or he bullied the guy to lead him to that place, so I can use that opportunity to sit on that seat. But naturally, he was supposed to be interviewed outside or in a press room, which is quite totally different from where he stood or he sat. Now, you remember the last time some time ago, I said something that we are coming to the era of what Professor Wole Soyinka wrote many years ago, in fact, to precise around 1980 something, which book he titled The Beautification of an Area Boy. That's what we have come to. The area boys are about to be beautified right now. The Asari Dokubo just the first. The rest are going to be coming. Okay? And you see, that is a desecration of the seat of power. Whether I like it or not, in whichever way you look at it. Even if he was friends with Tinubu before, remember, the certain things that are done that are taken for granted. The president doesn't stand up to escort you out, except you are a dignitary of high standard, of about the same rank with him as a president, a prime minister, or a person who has come to represent the government. But in this case, is an area boy who has come to visit you, who used to be your boy, and you escorted him outside of your chamber. And it's unheard of. Okay, it's unheard of. Now, apart from that, you guys took him and led him back into a room that was supposed to be reserved for ministerial meetings or ministerial briefings, or even your own briefing if you decide to take the part of the briefing. You took him back there and he sat and spoke. And he didn't only speak, intelligently, he was able to dissipate another, tribe and people. Okay? And then he watered down the army and the police, the Air Force, the Navy, okay, in one go, a sweeping statement. They are complicit. They are responsible for 90%. What about you? What were you doing before you started fighting for, became a militant? You are doing the same thing. You are a bunkerer. You show them the way. Okay? Now, going back to that same instance, you made a sweeping statement again that you are fighting, your boys are fighting along Kaduna Road, Enugu, Abia, Ebonyi, Anambra. In fact, the whole of the eastern states. I said here earlier on, some people were pushing back, that in the east, we have 3 different actors. The unknown gunmen, we are beginning to know who they are now. These are the people who have been playing active roles in the east and causing mayhem and blaming it on certain individuals, who they don't want to call them. Now it became very glaring. Unknowing to him, he just sold himself out. Okay, and even during the Nigerian army, that they are the ones responsible for the safety of people along Kaduna Road. It's unheard of. I mean, when we are talking about Nigerian army, we're talking about this same army that brought peace to Liberia, to Sierra Leone. Okay, we're talking about this same army that is still one of the feared armies in the world. Who the only army that been able to bring peace to a nation. If there's any other one, please let me know. Okay. Now, sorry, so I don't go. I have plenty points I've written out. I may not be able to finish. But just give me one more, but like 30 seconds. Okay, so on Nnamdi Kanu, I mean, is forgone. I mean, we can't even talk about that because this same person. Remember, Asari Dokubo has taken over Biafra. He said he was the one who leads IPOB. At one point, he declared himself the now new commander of IPOB. At another point, you say I'm now the in charge of the Biafran force. At another point, you say I'm no longer Igbo. At another point, you say I'm now selling Igbos. So we don't even know which one to believe. Well, all I want to say is this: he was given a platform which is much higher than himself, and utilized it to the best of his ability. Okay, the army, for me, belittle themselves by even responding to him. If I were them, I wouldn't even make any statement. Because it's not worthy of making any statement. Thank you.
All right, thank you, KJ. Henry, you're next.
Yeah. When you see people talk with both sides of their mouth, you don't take them serious. You don't call these people men. Asari Dokubo is a sick man. He's sick mentally, sick. How can you claim Brafa tomorrow? You claim Ijo in the evening. In the country that is working, people like Asari Dokubo should be in cooler. It should be forgone history. He came to your president villa, make announcement, warning your military. It's never done anywhere in the world, except you get in Afghanistan or those poor Arab countries. You call yourself giant of Africa. Things like this happening. In a village square, in the village, things like this don't happen either. Where you see elders, where I came from, those boys who make noise in the street, we elders call them. They put them on the floor. We put them on the floor to sit down when we are talking. Not talk of your own president. Bring talks to Villa. Because Nigeria is not a country that at the moment it's not a country you say it's a country that's working. In America, where you stay in America, such things don't happen either. The poorest country in Western countries, things like this don't happen. Okay, what are the military, this DSS, what are they doing? They allow this.
But Henry, hold on.
Yeah,
If the president says I want to see this person, who is the DS? Nobody can stop it. You're talking as if the president insists that he wants to see somebody, he will come.
Have you ever seen since we were born in a country that is working? This kind of, I don't use that word. People that buy a lot of people. Yeah, that brings unrest in your country. Welcome them like this. Have you ever seen it? You people are in trouble, because President Tinubu is not my president. You people are in trouble. Really? We think it's a joke. It's not a joke. We are in trouble.
Yeah, no, it was the way you said "you people" as if
because
saying that it won't impact you.
You people put Tinubu there. Me, I didn't support Tinubu. You people put him there. You people are in trouble.
All right, thank you, Henry. Kenneth, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. I really detest to discuss this boy they called Asari Dokubo. In that second video you shared, he told us his background, where he come from and all that. His real name happens to be Melford Asari Dokubo. Before he christened himself looking for money from Alajis. They rebaptize him. They change his name to Muhajid Asari Dokubo, right? In that second video you shared, he told us his background, that his ancestors were from a town called Obosi in Anambra State. They were sold into slavery to the Calabaris. Then the white people were partnering with the Calabaris, kidnapping our Igbo brothers and selling them off as slaves. So Asari's ancestors happens to be victims, right? So when they got to Calabari, some of them were not sold out to the white people. So they were kept in Calabari as slaves. So he originally is an Igbo guy. Now, this is it. Like I said it, I hate to discuss this guy because I've seen him as a shore passenger, what we call in Igbo, shore passenger, someone that is always looking for money. Whichever way the money is coming from, he does not care because he has no integrity. The guy has no self-respect. Wherever there is money, he is there. It is only a man, an unaspiring man, someone that has little or no goal, that will be seeking to be a megad. Because when we say a guard or security, we are giving it a sweet name. He is aspiring to be a megad to his own resources, God-given resources. Your only work there is to guide it for your Fulani Caliphate masters to get it and sell and enjoy. Your only function there is to guide it. Now, just as we are talking about, I think somebody mentioned Tompolo, right? Tompolo was favored by Buhari's government. And this guy is trying to take the position of Tompolo. So there is a kind of conflict of, they are fighting for position. In short, he is just aggressively trying to offset Tompolo's position in that Niger Delta area. But this is it. I hate when some media or journalists are not being truthful to themselves. That first video you shared where he was brandishing a gun, right? The video was made 8 months ago, and nobody talked about it. It's not a recent video, because all our attention was focused on election, and nobody discussed it. When I saw that video that first time, I think that was in October or November, I commented. I can't even remember because it's usually to attack him. But the thing is, nobody talked about it until he went to Aso Rock. And I think I first got it from Dr. Abati's page, right? And I was like, where was Dr. Abati when this guy made this comment and made this video 8 months ago, right? But this is it. Asari Dokubo should focus on his career, which is Megad. You should go and ask for contract, leave Igbo people alone. Because one day, monkey fee go market, fee come back. Let him leave Igbo people alone, fight for whatever that he's fighting for. I hate to discuss him because for me, giving him relevance is giving him attention is making him relevant. That guy has nothing to contribute to his own people. I'm not even talking about, he is putting down the Niger Delta people. He is making them not to progress. He is pushing them back. They should deal with that guy and make sure that they get rid of him and fix their own region. That guy is spoiling Niger Delta region. They should treat him. They should take care of him.
All right. Thank you, Kenneth. Janaba.
There's no doubt that Asari Dokubo is Tinubu loyalist, even during the campaign, and now he called him that have succeeded in Aso Rock. It is what it is. I'm not here to defend anybody. It is out there for people to judge from whichever way they want to, but that's Nigerian politics. Whosoever have, they say that who have a brother in heaven, no, they go here. So that is his time, and that is their time, and wish they give him a good advice so that they all work together.
Bad network, please. I'm not hearing. Bad network.
Harry, am I audible?
No, we have. It's not very good. It's back to how it was at the beginning. Your network.
No, I have to leave because I don't want to be like CM at all.
All right, Mr. Show, you're next.
Okay, thank you. Uvi, by the way, I like your background. What you've got going on there. Those are two guys who will have been interesting to see them combined, but meeting after death. Anyway,
We are
they are sorry.
one Nigeria. We are one Nigeria.
Yes, one Nigeria. Yes, Wazobia. With regards to Asari Dokubo, it's quite shameful because for me, I've always said that I don't expect politics to be clean, but I don't expect it to be this murky, to be this dirty. Because people like Asari Dokubo should not. I agree that the president might, presidency, not even president, the presidency might want to dialogue with them. They might have a need for them. Things happen behind doors that we're not aware. All these American presidents, all these world powers, they deal with people that you'll be surprised that they deal with. But I don't think Asari Dokubo should have been given that press conference, cameras everywhere. And I don't think the first point of call should have been the president. You want to talk to him, you have a need for him, delegate people to speak to him. If negotiations, if they are stalling, they can't reach whatever, then you can progress. We all work in places. You don't just jump and go and meet the CEO and go and that's the first point of call. You might be a loyalist, but Tinubu is not the president of Nigeria. You are no longer Tinubu, but wherever he lives in Lagos, I can't remember that place. You are the president of Nigeria, so you shouldn't be seen in public walking him out of your place. Things should change, and I'm hoping that he will learn. For as long as he's there for, if it's 4 years, tough. But if the court says otherwise, for as long as he's there, I hope he keeps learning every day. Things like that. It's bad optics. And I'm not even sure. Because APC guys, I've not seen them defend it, but they're mute about it. If Peter Obi did this, I would call it out and say, this is outright wrong. Because you are encouraging things like this. What's Asari Dokubo's job? What does he do for a living? That is now sitting, and where he started to speak when he spoke at Aso Rock, the coat of arms behind him made my stomach turn. Why did he have the coat of arms behind him? Anybody will see that picture, that image, and it just, it's almost like, oh yeah, speaking on behalf of Nigeria or speaking as like an appointed person. He didn't need that behind him. These are things that we don't want to see. But people will say, oh, you're crying, you'll be there for 8 years. No. And these are the things that annoy me because it's not about winning. It's about doing the right thing. Why is Asari Dokubo there with that? And him brandishing guns. I saw that video where I was talking about the Igbos and all of that. I can't speak on that much because I'm not from that part of the country, so I can't speak on it. I mean, it's almost like poking the bear with all this. I saw the people I know he's looking for reaction, and I'm sure he's gotten a lot of it. But my issue is the brandishing of guns, and this is to speak to what sometimes I say on this platform. Maybe not enough. I know there's marginalization that the Easterners feel. But can you see that this thing is not about tribe in most cases? It's about self-preservation. It's about the elite, like Mama Icho would say, the elite versus the poor. Asari Dokubo is not Yoruba. Tinubu is a Yoruba guy. Asari Dokubo is not Yoruba. Asari Dokubo is not Fulani. But look at the guy brandishing guns. And nobody's talking about that. Not you guys, of course, we've discussed it, but I'm saying, when is it going to be picked up? He said something similar, MC Oluomo. People said it's because it's Yoruba guy. So Asari Dokubo, what is he? He's not Yoruba, but these guys would wine and dine and entertain anybody who would do their bidding. So sometimes it's not about the tribe. Yes, the Easterners are facing marginalization, but look at Asari Dokubo's case. He called out the army, he called out the navy. He's not been picked up. And we're saying they should go and pick MC Oluomo, which I agree. But who's picking Asari Dokubo up? When are they going to carry him? If someone else said that, and you are on the opposite side of the aisle, they'll pick you up straight away and they'll say, come and explain yourself. I mean, look at DSS going through the roof of Rocha's Okorocha because he went against some people, as much as it's one of them. So if you go against these people, they will come for you like it was like a movie, breaking into Rocha's house. But Asari Dokubo is there, brandishing guns. There's another video of him I saw last year where he was walking down the street. I don't know where, maybe it was in River State, I don't know. But he was wearing like a native, like a traditional, and they were carrying RPG on the streets of Nigeria, amongst other weapons. Who's this guy? And we might have a smaller case of the Wagner guys on our hands because I don't. I mean, they don't have near enough the amount of ammunition the Wagner guys have. But this is what happens when you allow mercenaries to have that much weapons. They become a law unto themselves. They terrorize people. We don't want this sort of things. We want that. And when people say, "Oh, those of you who think go and do politics." Now, people who have ideas, who probably have better intentions, they see things like Asari Dokubo and the Tompolos of this world brandishing weapons. That's from the presidency entertaining him. Look at this guy, Kabaka. There's a video of him a few years ago saying that he was a nobody until he met his father, Oshiomole, who was the governor, made him somebody. So all these politicians are empowering these people. Now, you want somebody who is a gentleman, who just wants to do politics. All he knows about the dirtiest politics some of us will play is to pay people millions for Oppo research. Go and do your research. Find out what did he do 20 years ago. Did he renounce his Nigerianness in the US, like they're saying for the Lagos State Deputy Governor? That's as much as we will do if I was a politician. I won't go beyond that. I'll pay people to do Oppo research. They will find out things about you that you've forgotten. For me, that's politics. That's as dirty as it will get. But carrying weapons and you're not telling people to go and get involved. What weapons do I have? So this is the sort of politics we don't want. But you say it and people will say it's politics. It's the game. Play it. We can't keep playing this game. If you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. We need to stop playing stupid games. We can't have people just carrying weapons around. It's not one gun, not two guns. Somebody was even trying to tell him not to brandish the guns. Hey, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Do you understand? It's almost like, what can they do to me? And these are the things we don't. It doesn't matter who you support. If you're supporting Peter Obi, I would say it. You can't be brandishing guns. No, keep them away. So the president should not be entertaining people like that with cameras in full. This would encourage other aspiring Asari Dokubos to do worse because they know that they will get the attention of the president. I'm not saying don't see him. I'm not saying don't engage him. It's better you engage them than let them run riot. But don't give them the full NTA channels interviewing him. Let him go in quietly. Let him go out quietly. Does he even have to go to Aso Rock? The next thing you'll be seeing MC Olomo. When I said this thing that MC Olomo will be visiting Aso Rock before the election, people said, "Oh, you're taking it too far." Sorry, what's the difference? How's it different? MC Olomo will start visiting. Washio will start visiting. You start seeing people like that, and people will tell you how's it different from Jay-Z going to the White House. So it's all these parallels that we try to draw. We're not there yet. Please, let's clean up. Let's clean up. Stupid. I'm not saying I'm looking for sainthood or whoever to run politics, but let us clean it up little by little. We can't be having this sort of madness. No, it won't take us anywhere. And this is why people say they have doubts about Tinubu. Look at the people, look at this person you're entertaining. This one is calling you his father. And so Lobo calls you daddy. So look at the people calling you father, my daddy, and they say, hey, he's loyal. People are loyal to him. Is this what we want? Where would this lead us to? We can do better as a people. It would never be perfect, but it doesn't have to be mental. God help Nigeria. God help us.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Man of Prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to say something, but the people I was going to refer to, they are not here, but I'm still going to say it. I'm referring to Sam O and John Abba. I mean, we're all Nigerians. When you see something that is wrong, call a spade a spade. When we were talking about Asari Dokubo, what he said about the Igbo and the display in Aso Rock, both those two gentlemen, none of them made a statement. They said, I'm not familiar with this story. I'm not going to make a comment. I mean, when you see something wrong, regardless of what political party you belong, say something. I mean, everything that Asari Dokubo has portrayed, particularly the Igbo, it's an abomination. And John Abba is going to come here and say, I don't have anything to say. What an utterly nonsense. And Sam did the same thing. So I'm calling them out. It doesn't make any sense. If I see anybody killing any Benue person, I always say it, and I made a comment about here. And John Abba will come here and profess to be a true Nigeria or a neutral Nigeria. No, he's not. I mean, I don't care what party you belong or what you want to support. I hope he's listening to what I'm saying. Come back and debunk what I'm saying. But anyway, I just want to call both two of them out. I hope they're listening to me. So let me go back to the present topic about Asari Dokubo, about what he said about the Igbo. I mean, I actually didn't want to say that much about him, but that guy is I don't know what word to use to describe him, but I'm not going to use that on this platform. So let me let that go. I mean, what Asari Boku said, in my own opinion, is amount to treason in a real true country like an America. I mean, you are calling a particular section of the country, calling them, you slave them and other utterly nonsense that he used, and he's still working free. I know that video was made about 8 years ago. It wasn't after the Asura visit, but I can't even believe that the military has not seen it before. Now that he has visited the Asura, his name is all over the place. Now they decide to say alleged they may arrest him. It hasn't been actually confirmed. Right now it's an alleged. I don't know what he's doing working free in that country. They are threatening a whole section of the country, and they let you. Everything that he said amount to treason. I mean, look at the word that he used here. So, but anyway, let me not dwell on that part of what he said about Igbo. He is who he is. So I regard him as a fool. Coming back to the kind of platform he was given in Aso Rock, like you properly said, Dr. Rudolph, it doesn't matter if if the Tinubu invite him or whatever. That's good if that's his friend or whatever they want to do. But the one I'm annoyed of, is the platform that he was given. Like KJ properly stated, I've not been to Aso Rock, but KJ enumerated different part of Aso Rock, which is reserved for dignity, for dignities, and that was given to Asari Dokubo. That's not right. This is denigration of Nigerian, Nigerian high place like Aso Rock. I mean, who's Asari Dokubo? Even after he met Tinubu and everything, he come where the president is supposed to be speaking on some dignity supposed to be speaking. I like to use that platform, to perpetuate the utterly nonsense against the military or whatever. Whether he said it's true or not, but he doesn't have to have that kind of right. So this is what you're going to see. Whether, I hope not. You have people like MC Oluoma, Aboro coming from Lagos, Aboro coming from the Creek, and Tinubu is going to be taking order from them. That's the way I see it. It's not proper, whether he's going to perform good or not, but he's setting a bad precedent for Nigeria, So let's see what's going to happen. But I totally condemn, that display he displayed there. Tinubu give him that platform or whatever. I don't know whether the presidency gave him that platform, but it's all on Tinubu. He's the head of state. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, man of prestige. Go to electricity, Ernest.
A man of prestige, you took some words out of my mouth. So I'll forgive you for that. And that's in respect to Sam and John Abba, particularly John Abba. I hope he comes back and take you on. Be rest assured that you have an ally in me. So don't worry about that. Listen, I'm from that region. Kensaro, we were campaigning non-violent for the survival of the Ogoni people, and we all know how it ended. For the man, Asari Dokubo, he's doing somebody's bidding. And there's nothing anybody can do. They cannot arrest him. They can't arrest him. Not the army, not the military, not the navy. Nobody can arrest him. He's doing somebody's bidding. And as long as he's doing that person's bidding and the president has his back, there's nothing anybody can do about it. It's unfortunate. It's sad. Even if I was a criminal as a president, I would not want to be seen associating myself because I want to keep a certain image. I would like to portray a certain image because that is the highest office in the land. Look at my region. He called himself an activist. Have you been to my region before? The man he cannot even fight for that region to be better. And it's coming on. Is it actually when I saw it when it came up? It's not about the Igbos or it's about anything. No, let's forget about that side. He's an ignorant human being. He does not know anything. He's not fighting for any Ogoni people or any Igbo people. No, he's not. He's only fighting for his pocket, which is very unfortunate. We all know what Kensaro we were, how we fought for the Ogoni, the survival of the Ogoni people, and unfortunately they were hanged or they were killed. It's unfortunate that like what KG said, birds of the same feather flocks together, which is it's unfortunate, to be honest. So for him to be given such a platform, and Dr. Ridoff, no matter what, if the president calls somebody, listen, even as Biden is or whatever, there are certain people that will not be seen around him. They will not be seen. No, it's not going to work. Even his own staff will tell him, Mr. President, this is not good. This is not a good option. This is not going to work. The world cannot see you standing with this person. It ain't going to. Yes, we know you're a criminal.
But
we know you're a criminal.
But it happened in America. You see, when Trump became president, when nobody could tell him no, nobody could tell him you can't do this. So we had.
It's out with Kanye West. Kanye West.
No, there were some characters that went to the White House,
but we all know the repercussion.
Yeah,
we all know the consequences.
Of course.
So see, image matters a lot.
Yeah, I'm not.
When it comes to,
I'm just saying that if you have the kind of president that won't listen or thinks that he knows it all, then things like that will happen.
So image matters
but militants we're not seeing with Trump, though.
No, not militant, but there are other characters that Trump.
Yeah, there are other, but yeah, militants were not seen with.
They were not security threats, right?
But the white supremacy was never in
they
the
were
White
not security
House.
threats.
Or the white supremacy was never in the White House.
They were not security threats. They were not threat to the national security. Let's use the American terminology. They were not threat to the national security. Even Trump himself now is a threat to the national security.
That's another topic for another day. Don't
you say that?
No. Any proof?
How could you say that?
Do you have proof?
Trump.
Do you have proof?
Well, actually, for your information, Trump.
Do you have proof?
Receives briefings, intelligence briefings.
From 2024.
Yes,
you have
proof? National security. He has been charged for espionage. So what I
they were all false allegations.
Let's not go there.
I know that it will divide everybody.
Okay, please let me finish.
Don't worry, I'm not against your stand, but we can disagree.
Electricity, go ahead. After you, then KJ. Go ahead.
So it's unfortunate for John Abba, and when I left the show, for John Abba and Sam and one other person, 4 years is not far away. May God keep us. We will come back on this platform. They are going to hit their walls. I take note of today. 4 years is not far away. Particularly with emphasis. I hope he's listening like what Man of President said. John Abba. It will come. 4 years is not far.
I'm listening.
Yeah, you are listening. Good. Yes. 4 years is not far away. And they will come back here on this channel. We shall see.
And Bat will win again.
And that one is definite that Bat will win again in 4 years. That I know for sure.
But
except we citizens rise up.
Electricity is talking about where Nigeria will be by then.
We are going to be somewhere.
They are trying to play safe. They are trying to play safe. They don't want, particularly John Abba. They are trying to play safe. They are trying to do this. We all know the two-faced human beings in life. We can tell. But in 4 years' time, like somebody said, if the citizens do not rise and do the needful in respect to the legislative, Tinubu will be president, and the INEC chairman is what's his name again? That Lagosian, what's his name again? That guy, that
MC Oluomo. Is he not qualified?
God bless you.
Is he not qualified?
MC Oluomo.
Is he qualified?
Well, I don't know the criteria.
Which means the character of somebody does not matter if you want to appoint the person to public office. Talking about the MC Oluomo.
If Tinubu is qualified to be a Nasarov, everybody is qualified.
In the context of the Nigeria we are speaking with. In the context of Nigeria we are speaking with, if the citizens do not rise, Tinubu will come in and be. Listen, this suffering we are seeing, we've not seen anything. No, is affecting me. Yeah, we've not seen nothing. I'm being honest with you. We've not. This is just a tip of the iceberg. The citizens must rise up, and not until we rise up.
Sorry for interjecting.
Sorry if Kulata said something in the page in the comment section. He said the people are looking for palliative when the country is broke. And that is a very disappointing statement from somebody like Kulata. I hope he's hearing me.
Oh, wait. Do you rate Kulata high before? Do you rate him high? That's why you are disappointed.
Yes.
That's your wahala. It's your trouble. It's your problem.
You have to, you have to give people benefit of doubt. To be honest,
not like that, man. Not like that. Yes, man. That's why you are disappointed, Kulata. Ke. Where can I talk of Kulata? See, what I wanted to say is this.
Every 1 hour we spend there, I think 5 to 10 minutes is on Kulata. That's how much they do reach. Every 1 hour, I think 5 to 10 minutes is on Kulata.
So, electricity. You pull my legs. You were going in a good direction. Now I support your point on subsidy. The way you marshal. How can they talk of Kulata? You disappointed. What do you want Kulata to say?
I don't know much about it. So I have to apply what I call benefit of doubt. I have to apply what I call benefit of doubt. But you've educated me now about him, so I pay less attention to him. So
Can I make my comment now? Are you through electricity?
I said there are individuals in diaspora that actually want the country to collapse.
Exactly.
They want the country to collapse entirely.
Yes.
They have no good intention, and that is very sad. Very, very, very sad. Because we are in a place where even if you are not working, even those who don't have paper abroad, they still find a way to survive one way. But when certain people just have decided to say, regardless, that country must fall because of a selfish interest or for whatever reason, I really cannot fathom it. I have to be honest. I yield the floor to Mr. Roto. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for going away. You allowed the floor to we had a little bit of banter, so it was good. You can still stay away for a while.
I will soon go on a break. So I want us to go through with this conversation, and then we take a break. When we come back, we do the rant, and someone will win a copy of this book. Last time it was Mama Echo that won. Signed copy from the author who is coming to the show in July. All right, KJ.
Thank you. I totally agree with you, electricity. And for me, I will not say I want to see the country collapse, but if we can no longer coexist in peace, where we are all equal brothers and sisters at the same table, if some people have to be ones picking the crumbs and others are enjoying the princes and sharing the cake, then I think it's also right for all of us to seek our own, our own destiny, and it's not a crime. I haven't said that. I'm sure we're still bantering about the Aso Rock visit, which I've already made my comment. The only thing that I wanted to just add to it before I hand over to Rudolph is this. People sometimes when they make blanket statements about Nnamdi Kanu, they forget that Nnamdi Kanu have 3 subsisting wins in Nigerian courts. One which is of Court of Appeal that said that Nnamdi Kanu cannot be prosecuted in any Nigerian court any longer because of the way he was rendered from Kenya to Nigeria. The 2 other ones he won with a lot of money. One is 1 billion, the other one is about 500 something million, which had not been paid. He has a case he won at the court of the ECOWAS court, okay, and he has an international case that he won. Now, all these cases put together means that if we are not releasing him at this hour, that means that we are not people who love to follow the law. It's only in Nigeria, when we used to do those law of thought, they tell us that a court of competent jurisdiction cannot reverse the other person's judgment. In other words, an appeal court cannot reverse the judgment of another appeal court judge. But it happened in Nigeria under Malami. Okay, the same court that issued that Nnamdi Kanu cannot be detained. The same court, they went back after 1 week and got another restraining the same order which they just gave. So some of these things are things we should look at, and not because it is Nnamdi Kanu, it can be anybody. What goes around comes around. And one of the things we used to study about crime is that crime does not have limit. A fence does not stop crime. If it's happening in your state, it's only a question of time it will reach the last state. And when we are saying that, when the kidnapping was beginning to start, they say it's one side. It's not that problem, but now kidnapping is everywhere. So let's be careful to say what is right and say it the way it is. It doesn't matter who is receiving the good news. Thank you.
All right, thank you, KJ. Albert, welcome to the show.
My neighbor.
How you doing?
I find how about it.
Right.
Thank you. I'll be listening to your show and listening to my brothers and sisters there since morning. I just want to make this quick comment. We are discussing about Asari Dokubo, and I won't say they are criminals. First of all, I work in pipeline. I take care of pipeline before I left Nigeria, and because I don't hide it. I still work. I still work doing the federal work for police in Nigeria.
As a militant or
no, as a police, as a task force.
Okay.
You may not understand what I want to tell you now, but I don't think whether my brother, if I tell you the truth, how much will you pay me, Rundo? I know you don't pay me anything, right? But you just want many lessons, right?
Is it me?
Yeah, my brother Narundo. Now I was saying, if ever I tell you truth today, how much are you going to pay me? Nothing.
No, it's your say. It's your say. You are
No. Wait. Let me address this because it's very important.
No. I'm just playing. This one just.
Okay. I hope
Remember, he said he was a police officer.
Yeah. I hope so. Okay.
Yeah. No. Don't worry. You don't have any issue. No, you don't have any issue. Yeah, let's go back to the normal business. The visit that Asari Dokubo went there to see Tinubu for. None of us here know why he went there. We always see him that he went there to sell himself for us to see, Asari Dokubo is still existing. He is the chairman of Vanders. I'm saying it on air. This thing is going to be here for like years. There is nothing can do me. He's the chairman of Vanders. He went there to sell himself and discuss some issues. Sir, you are here. I can help you get some vessels to do business. He didn't went there for anything. I'm sure what I'm saying. You can't do me nothing. If you know you're right, nobody can do you nothing. I'm still telling you. Now, that is for him. That is for his show, for him and his family. It's not for Nigerians. He's not fighting for anybody. If you can recall, you see when they went for tribunal during the Labor and order with them. He brought some boys there and started making noise. Oh, this court is not going to start. Hey, this mandates must do blah, 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 blah. Why is in there? Who called him? How did he get these boys? How did he organize those boys? He now go ahead and started accusing the military. Oh, you guys are among those people who are destroying the pipe, this and that, this and that. I know how many vessels he has. If he make noise much, they will put fire on those vessels. I'm telling you the truth. So he's just like a baby who is trying to walk, and he will start using hand to hold anything that he sees in the living room. That is who Asari Dokubo is. It's self-recognition that he wants to do. So nobody should just take his matter serious. He's saying that, he boy find something in the Kaduna Road, he has some this and that. He's a terrorist. If he's saying that means he knows who are doing it. So he's a part of them. So you shouldn't go and start discriminating the people who hold the country, who are trying to protect the right and the living of that country. You say the military is there behind this. Yeah, fine. Some of them can be there, but not the whole military. You say some of them. You can't just say military are there, the navy are there. Now you are not trying to bring out the civil defense. You say civil defense, you don't allow civil defense to do their work. Well, civil defense, they are Nigerians. They are there to do their work. Are they not taking care of the pipelines? Yes, they are do. Because the civil defense said, they don't give them space to go and operate, to go and break the pipe. So that is the reason why now you are not stopping the whole civil defense. Everybody is there to do their responsibility. his own matter, that is not it. Very soon, you will see Osu Oluomo Agbolo. He will come to Aso Rock too and see the beside of that, the coat of arm. You know? So these are the things I'm trying to say. I'm trying to let us know that we shouldn't take these people serious, but he already sell himself out to be one of the militant, one of the terrorists, kidnappers. Already has the old boys that they used to operate. You know, I can see what you are showing here. Does this not really make sense? No. He's just selling himself. Who is this? He's trying to give himself a king. Today he says an Igbo. Tomorrow I'm a Jew. Next tomorrow I'm from the north. I'm Muslim. This and that. They are the confusionists that we have in Nigeria. These are the people who are giving us a lot of issues that we're having. You know. Now let me tell you. Now you are talking about. You see, very soon you see somebody who steal a lot of cars when he was in Lagos doing RRS in Lagos. He was doing a lot of things. Still a lot of cars in there. A lot of cars were recovered from him. RRS cars. You will see he will be the one now who's going to head the EFCC chairman. Just watch out and see. So the president knows what he's doing. He's putting his boys where they're supposed to be. You know, I learned that he had learned a lesson for bringing out those people, allowed these miscreants to come to the Aso Rock and start selling themselves. So he had learned a great lesson there. And this thing is going to stop. The little power we have, we are going to use to stop it. That's what I just want to say. Dr. Damages, I'm going to leave you for a while because I need to go work so that I can pay for mortgage. You know, can't start. I can't start.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I know the last time I came on air was during the election. When that guy was shouting, I told him, "Calm down, let him win. Who wants to win? Nobody don't let you don't go and fight there." You know, Nigeria belongs for all of us, but we should continue to pray for them as well. So I know what is going on behind the camera. A lot. I heard a lot every day. We see now, we talk. I see them, but we just have to continue praying for the country to stand. You know. Thank you. Let me go and take back so that I'll go to work. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Triple Man, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Rude. Thank you, Doctor, for having me.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's been a while, so
Go ahead. Yeah, it's nice to see you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, thank you for the opportunity. You know, I've been listening for a while, and I keep asking myself, why talking about Asari Dokubo? You know, why all the hype about Asari Dokubo? A man who has nothing to offer?
Oh, who is Jude, it's you. Oh my God. You know they will flag this video now because of this music you play. No, I'm not kidding. YouTube will flag it for copyright. Yeah. You guys don't understand what we deal with. Go ahead, Triple Man.
Sorry about that. So I was saying that why talking so much, all the hype about Asari Dokubo? You know, as a man who, very selfish person that knows only about himself, you know, Asari has nothing to offer anyone, and he has nothing to offer Nigeria as well. He's a man without principle. He said this today, tomorrow he says another one. Wasn't he the one that formed the Biafran government in exile some time ago?
No.
So, no, sorry, not in exile. Biafran government. He formed not in exile. He formed Biafran government. He was part of it. He was trying to drag Wazirike into it and all of that, you know, and was shouting Biafra and here and there. I mean, he says this today, he says another one tomorrow. Such a person should not be taken, you know, serious. And talking about the Tinubu's government, all I want to say is that if this illegitimate government is allowed to carry on, Buhari's administration would be like a holy angelic visitation. So, and then someone was talking about the country would collapse. And I'm saying the country is on the floor already. A failed state, a captured state, a lawless state, You know, a friend asked me the other day, day before yesterday, Nigeria. I say, are you still part of those asking which way Nigeria? Look at where Nigeria is now, and you can tell, you know, the future of the country. You know, and you know, when we look at, we say the Nigeria, we look at Nigerians. The problem is that with Africans, especially Nigerians, is that you know, it's so amazing how they adjust so quickly, you know, from depression to repression, and they're fine with it. You know, see how fast everybody is calling Tinubu president, and we all know what happened at the election. President of which country? Do you even have a country? Do you even have a country? What is that one thing you could say that jungle, you know, that great Western business center called Nigeria has done for you? What has Nigeria done for you since you know you grow out to be an adult? You have an oil that does nothing for you. Look at Oman, countries like Kuwait, countries like United Arab Emirates, you know, and how they have what they have done with their resources, you know. And anyway, I have quite something to quite a lot to say, but anyway, let me just stop here because I rang the bell. Like I said last time, I want to hit to the opportunity given to us by Doctor, you know, so to have our say freely. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. I think we've gone around. Jude, you said something about Asari Dokubo, yes? No.
No. Yeah, I went out. I'm just coming back.
Yeah, but you spoke on.
So I just want to say a few things.
No. There's never a time that.
No, not.
You know, you give me $40, man. They cut my hair.
No, I just came back. I've been away for a long time. You see, just want to say, just 1 minute.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Just to add to what my brother there, Triple Man, you know, just said. It's amazing how our people just move on, you know, when things happen. And at the end of the day, it's like they feel that nothing has happened and life goes on. And then you see them start adjusting to the very awkward and depressing situation. You know, I talk to so many people almost on daily basis about try to get feel their impulse about the election and the tribunal ongoing this thing that is going on. And then most of what I hear is that nothing will come from that again. We have moved on. You know, Tinubu is now the president. Is now our president. And I keep wondering, I say some of us who come out here, especially in diaspora, will be dying and talking every day, even spending our resources for these people at home. When we can decide and say, you know what, damn Nigeria, like many Nigerians have decided who are abroad and say, damn that country, they're not going anything. They don't have anything anymore to do with Nigeria. When they die, they should bury them in whatever country they live. But some of us still have some faith, at least for the sake of people who are there, not even for family members, for Nigerians that are suffering every day. And yet these same people don't even care about I don't know, the ease with which they adjust to the oppressive regime. And that is why the politicians have already, they already have the DNA imprint of Nigerians in their palm. That is why they continue to do what they do, because they know that no matter what, it's a matter of time, you know, they will all fizzle out, everything will go. Because that is one of the major reasons why they were fighting. Let's get inaugurated first. Once you get inaugurated, all this thing will die down. Before you know it, you will start bribing those who can bribe, you know, buy over those who can buy over, and then those people will go back to their various places like the chiefs and everything, and begin to talk to their people. Before 2 or 3 months, everything will be over. Obi will just be wasting his time in the court. Nothing will come out of it. This is exactly a script they have written, and Nigerians continue to fall prey into this. And at the end of the day, they will still continue to complain that they are suffering. I don't understand this people. Please, has anybody, anything? I mean, why Nigerians behave the way they behave? Because there's no country in the world that behave like this. And there's no country in the world today, I can boldly say this. that have absorbed, or that the politicians or their ruiners have ever done up to half what the ruiners of Nigerians have done to their people, and yet they still continue to accommodate it. I don't understand. It beats my imagination. It's like, what do they do to our people? I don't understand. Please, can somebody, educate me, enlighten me? I really need an answer, because
All
it's.
You want answer?
Moraito, answer him.
Okay. They stole their destiny. They get the poverty, lack, and hopelessness.
Yeah, but they say poverty can also drive somebody to say, you know what, I can't take this no more. And you fight because you don't have nothing else to lose.
Wait, Jordan.
Why are we excluding ourselves? Are we
If
not
somebody listen, when hunger they grab person, now how to find food to eat, now they think. So that is the situation they have mentally programmed the people to be in. So when they wake up every day, it is, how can I survive? How can I pay they just drove my child out of school. My neighbor is laughing at me. How do I cover this shame? These are what they have programmed us to become.
Mama Hicho, one
and
second.
people like Sam O that is enjoying life here will not come and tell them, let's move on. It's so sad. If people in diaspora is telling people in Nigeria to move on, I say to you, pack your load, go join them, so that make una move on together. You can be there enjoying life. If you pay for internet, they know they interrupt your internet. But for home, once they charge their card, they're going to deduct the money, they're going to give them no network, and the money will finish. People get mad to tell us, say, things hard. They give them for £400 and he collect them for 6 months. In Tinubu, when they promote, make it tell Tinubu, make it give my people £400 for 6 months. In the year, I don't know what you be mad. This person where they call Sam, I know say, Dr. Odo, you knock me out several times because of him today. Sam, you get picking. It be like say before you reach the position when you get so, there's also rig, fraud. Now you take get your certificate like your Agbado master. Now you they tell them, you collect 400, chop and clean mouth. Tell your Agbado master, make it give every Nigerian £400 for 6 months as they give you for Bodo Igbo. Una they tell person say make them move on. But you are invariably telling the young generation, say, you know what? The only way to become a Nigerian citizen is to go and forge your degree. If you are a man, go and look for a woman that bear your similar name and get that degree when you don't work for. And if you be woman, look for a man when you bear your similar name and take and do that degree. They come begin to forge the NYC. They put the shame. And that's what they say, we are here disgracing your president. Which president? That placeholder now they call president. He saying they go France, go represent una, go talk there to come do business. He enter France, he go enter one hospital, they take small children, bone marrow, so that go swell up with his belly and his cheeks will go swell up. He go come go Nigeria, go they displace himself for another 3 months before he go travel again. He useless wife when he carry the title of a pastor when the goatee redeem Gio put for his head, he can't tell us 2 months before the incident. He say they poor, they not get money. Now Chechi my wife, now they borrow their money. As soon as they steal man they finish, he come up. He come say, you know what? We are so rich. We don't need una money. He never do say when they thought that one, no, they come begin to increase their own salary 114%. I won't find out. So then I be Nigeria when they more Nigeria. Why they not increase salary for the same people? And labor, national waiting. They call you enter room. You come back from the room. You zip your mouth. The strike one I want to do. The demonstration about subsidy one I want to talk about. He enter silent mood. No more talk because they don't give some of them brand flow. You see, every one of you that is causing this pain to my children in Nigeria, Emma and Gianni, don't worry. Una go suffer. Maybe Yakubu, as he collect Ghana must go so. He don't get peace. Anyone when say make my children not fulfill destiny, una not go get peace. The money una collect, like this go be sort of on hand. Shame on all of you. See, Dr. Udo, the day when you allow that Mumu Samuel to come into this place, come talk rubbish about the pain of my children. That day me I go wear one trouser. I think I just let you know. Because when in the yakpata they talking nonsense, you know they keep us short. When people won't come tell us what they talking don't make sense, you go they put me for backstage. Make you do it next week.
So can we rant now?
She was said okay, so
your time is gone.
We rant.
Yeah, we're going to rant.
Rudolph, before this rant, those that have won a book before on the rant, are they going to compete again so that I know how severe the competition today?
They can donate to you or give you if they win again. I can't stop them from.
No, I mean those people. For instance, Madam H.O. don't compete, win. So making give us chance now, make so that
if
otherwise.
I compete again, I win. Now me win, I will not be you. So not disqualify me before competition. CM.
All right.
When you win a World Cup, don't you compete again? If you won a World Cup, you still compete again.
So guys, do you want to take a break before that, or we want to continue straight?
Ranting.
Okay, all right. So I wanted to show you guys the book. It's called Soulful Return. It was written by Fidelix Barrow. He's a medical doctor.
What do you say is the name? Soulful.
Soulful, yeah. I'm going to show it on the screen now.
CNC did yesterday.
Yeah. So so he's going to be on the show next month. So but he's giving out signed copies of his books to our audience, our members, people who come here. So I'll give out one today and one tomorrow.
Okay.
So that's the book.
Return.
If you win the rant, and for the people watching at home, you are the ones that will decide the winner, not me. So I hope you will listen to them. They will all have 1 minute to rant, and on anything they can say or talk about what's making them angry on about anything, and then we will go around. If you are in the studio and backstage, I will come to you. I know you are there. So let's start. We want to start with CM.
Oh, wow.
CM wants this book.
No, we already.
Okay.
I think the people who have mercy on you, CM, I'll just give you.
Don't worry. You want
Okay. My rant will be to say that so far I'm impressed with the turnout of events at the election tribunal because although people may tell P2B to go to court in the hope that he wouldn't go to court, but he has shamed all the people, and they raised the hope of an average Nigerian that if you prepare very well, you have your evidence, people are prepared to listen to you. But the high point of that tribunal so far is the exchange between the PDP witness and the INEC lawyer. When INEC lawyer agreed to, told the PDP witness that Atiku cannot be president of Nigeria because he did not get 25% of the vote, total vote cast from Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Abuja. Then the witness now asked him, said, look, if Atiku didn't get 25%, the person you declared, Mr. Tinubu, this also did also not get 15%. 25%. So why then did you declare him as the winner of the election? To which the INEC lawyer said, no, we are not talking about now. Let's leave that out. So that to me let the cat out of the bag, and that is the greatest day of this election tribunal, because INEC has confirmed that they made the mistake of making Tinubu the president by admitting that he did not get 25% of the Abuja. Thank you. You can put me on backstage.
All right. Thank you, CM.
Well,
The next
we have a winner.
The next person is can I you have a minute. Your time.
You see, Rant, right?
Yeah.
See, I just want to address some of us here, both the panelists and those on the comment section, right? I don't think any of us will come up here to devote 8 hours, sometimes 12 hours, just to rant, or just to make noise, or just to score some political points, right? I think some of us that are not aligning with what is happening in Nigeria are actually saddened with the condition of that country. And we pray, all we are doing, all we are saying is for the good of that country. It bleeds my heart when I drive along the road and I see how things work here. And then when I reflect back to my country, everything is in shambles, everything is mess. I don't know how you feel when you know that your country is in such condition. That is why we are calling for a good governance. Be it Tinubu, Buhari, whomever that is competent enough to drive that country to the right direction, I will support that person. So my support for Obi isn't because Obi is an Igbo man, isn't because like some people who claim that Igbos have never been in the Asari, right? It's because of the competency that I saw in Obi when he was the governor of Anambra State. So you don't come up here to cook up false narrative in order to support maybe your clansman, or maybe your tribal man, or maybe your political member. That will not foster greater things in that country. We are for greater Nigeria. Whether you call it one Nigeria, that is a problem. What I'm for is a greater Nigeria. But it seems things will not work because of the kind of mindset that a lot of us have here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You went over by 30 minutes, 30 seconds.
Sorry, I didn't hear you ringing the bell. Do we still have bell here?
Yeah. I was ringing.
I didn't know. Sorry.
Electricity, you are next. You have a minute to rant.
Actually, what normally gets me angry is when we see the truth and we know what is going to change the country, we refuse to. Particularly Dr. Rudolph, you get me angry a lot of times. That is ranting and I have to rant. I'm venting and ranting. I sent you my video for you to play so that people come on board. There's a simple solution to our problem. It's not rocket science. Our problem of that country, regardless of who is president, is the legislative arms. You will never hear them come out to say anything. They will not condemn anything. They will not talk anything. Because why? They are enjoying the benefits. And until we come to that point, it gets me angry, to be honest. So I got discouraged. I almost said I'm going to come to Dr. I'm not going to go to any channel again. I'll just sit down and let the sky fall on the country if it wants to fall right now, because honestly, I'm tired. That's it.
Thank you. I would have voted for you, but you didn't mention section 68. So you lost my vote. All right.
Please put me in the backstage, please. Put me in the backstage. Thank you.
All right. KJ,
Okay. Thank you.
KJ,
What gets me ranting most times is the fact that we have gone from an intellectual society to a degenerated tribal, societies where tribalism, nepotism, and all that is what we are bringing to the fore on international and national discourse. When the majority of the countries worldwide are thinking of how their youths, their elderly, their intellectuals, their academics are going to progress in one direction or the other. We have reduced our own, group to groups of discussing issues of tribe that doesn't even in any way help us to progress. And every attempt to try to correct it is totally, buffed off by people who will tell you that you are only taking that position because you are of that tribe. It's really mind-boggling that at this 2023 Nigeria we are still discussing about tribe. Life has become almost nothing in Nigeria. People are massacred, or let me use the another word. People are just unwanted destruction of lives. On daily basis with nobody asking question. The nation just goes on. Some weeks ago, just like a week ago, it was over 200 people from Kaduna, and nobody seemed to care. It doesn't bother them. It don't shake them. And you just wonder, are we still the same people, the same society where you can correct your neighbor's child, where you can, direct a child that is in your compound? It's mind-boggling. We are the only nation in the world where our people are living IDPs, and the government go to sleep. They don't care. They don't even bother whether those people are eating or not, and we still call ourselves a government. Sometimes you just want to wonder, ask yourself, how can all this be in just short a while? Okay, now we have not even now known that we can do. We just go on. We just go on. Once we mention it, as a news, just like a sentence. Oh, so and so happened in so and then we move on. Okay, and we move on and we move on, and we are discussing as if nothing. Life has become nothing in our nation, and the way to go, way forward about it, I don't know, but only God will help us. That's my rant.
Thank you so much. Triple Man, 1 minute starts now.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. 1 minute is not enough time to rant anywhere. So, but anyway, I will respect that. so if you say it's ranting, it's so annoying when you look at the events unfolding in Nigeria. If you look at the past elections, everyone knew that who won that election, and the rigging was so open. I mean, so obvious. With all the evidence, people like David Hundeyin has brought, and all the comparison of the certificates that were issued by Chicago State University and the one that Tinubu submitted at INEC, very different and obvious. If you have been following the tribunal, you could see that the evidence is so damning, and both with regards to the results of all the manipulations and the riggings that happen at the state level and all of that during the election is so obvious. And who is a sane person in that country that would want someone like Bola Tinubu to be his or her president? Anyone who is supporting that kind of thing is part of the problem the country has, because with someone like Bola Tinubu, people are saying, well, how are the Western countries going to accept him and things like that? And I said, no, they are going to accept him. Because your oppressor would want the foolish one of you and the corrupt one of you to be in power, so that they can easily control and manipulate that person. So, but it's so sad that all these are going on. Nigeria is a failed state, a country where even the security operatives would want to go for arrest and they burn houses and nothing would happen. A country where the court will give rulings and the government will not listen. I said 1 minute is not enough for ranting. I rest my case for now.
Good job. Thank you. Jude, you are next.
Well, like I said, 1 minute is not enough, but I want to say to our people and as many that are hearing this, hearing my voice, and those that will watch this thing later on, I want to tell us Nigerians, if we continue with this attitude of moving on, let me tell you, there is no way you can get anything better. The reason I say this is this. The politicians, these evil, wicked, demonic people that we are dealing with, They have known your psychology, your temperament, the way you behave, everything. That is why they continue to take advantage. They know you will always move on, no matter what they throw at you. And the sad aspect is that they don't even mean well, don't even consider you as a human being. Because no human being is treated the way that Nigerians are being treated by their leaders that's supposed to protect them, that's supposed to provide good leadership so that they can actualize their God-given potential. Example of that is the increment of fuel, the removal of oil subsidy. It is done deliberately to distract you. They did it. They knew that if we do this, they're going to be distracted from continuing to focus on the mandates, on their mandates. They will continue to have their way. That is exactly the reason, the number one reason they did it. Otherwise, they can't increase fuel and then increase their own salary by 114% and ask you to sacrifice. What are they themselves sacrificing? Absolutely nothing. Can't you think, my people? Can't you think? I say this because I care. I care deeply about your welfare, about what is going on. I know how much as an individual I spend every day giving to random people, helping, trying to help out. But I, as a single person, I can't do it all. I believe there are many other Nigerians that are doing so. But our leaders are the ones that are supposed to do this because we have the resources.
Thank you, Jude. We have to stop here. Ove, you're next.
On your Monday we shall stand. On your Monday we shall stand. Tinubu, on your mandate. On your Monday we shall stand. Master of your work, Kenese will come here and spend 8 to 12 hours. Yes, I agree with him. Every hour out of that 8 to 12 hours, we spend 10 minutes discussing Kulata. 20 minutes, they insult ourselves directly. We insult ourselves. Another 15 minutes, they insult Nigerians. I don't know those Nigerians because I say we know be Nigerian. We insult Nigerians and our leader. We just spend 10 minutes. They hit the point. And
it's all part of the show.
I want to be Tinubu 2027.
It's all a game. You have to plan.
Arrest my case.
All right. Thank you, Ovi. My HO, 1 minute. The time starts now.
Ovi, when you don't drink that your buyer, you go to yak.
Yeah, I don't like that. I never smoke her. I just want to go smoke her now. So you are wrong.
And to us,
I just roll out.
Ovi, a match break. You use my time to talk now.
Now you call his name.
I'm just tired.
Now my 1 minute just they start because you take over. On a serious note, we are looking at two possibilities from the court. Is either they recount all the election vote and give us a true winner, or they cancel it. There is going to be a re-election. So Nigeria, they don't give a fuel subsidy, and they don't give a student loan that none of you qualify for. So prepare your mind for two possible outcomes so that you will know if there's going to be a rerun of election, you will decisively make up your mind to fight this to the end. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Your next person is Sure. Let me just remind viewers, you are the ones that will vote, so pay attention, please. So you can vote for these ranters. Go ahead, Sure.
Yeah, sure. Representing the Gen Z, because somebody said some. I don't want to call him Mumu guy because you are not meant to call people names. In the comments, said we have a Gen Z looking for Igbo approval. Every time someone calls me a Gen Z, honestly, I have to Google it because I don't know who belongs where. So I just saw again that 1997. People born from 1997, when I was about to leave secondary school, is when this person thought I was born. My genes are quite good. But to the actual rant, it's the tone deafness of the Revenue Mobilization Allocation Fiscal Commission that proposed the 114% salary increment for presidents and VPs, governors, and the deputies and the likes. It's a proposal. It's not been approved. And it's good that Dele Alake, on behalf of the presidency, has come out to say, it's not been approved. Now, I didn't say they're not going to approve it, and that worries me a bit. The guys did their job. Yes, it is within their constitutional right um, to review salaries and to say this is what we think you should be taking them. But it's the tone deafness in a country where you're taking money away from people. No, not even money. You're taking food away from people. People have to decide between walking, trekking, and getting on Okada. These are the tough choices between having, a meal or giving their children money to go to school. People are making tough decisions. Somebody who was paid 50K last month, 60K last month, people are saying they should endure for a while. What is a while to them? These are not statistics. These are human beings. How do they go to work? How do they pay? What do they say to the Okada driver? What do they say to the bus driver when they get there? Do they say, oh, it's just for a while, just take me on the old fare that you will charge me? So these are the things people are dealing with. And the RMFCA, whatever their abbreviation is, the tone deafness. I mean, your job is to review. Who is to say that you cannot review that the salary should be reduced? If you're telling the people to take a cut, then you should be reviewing the people, the leaders, the political class. You should be suggesting that they take a pay cut as well, because Nigerians are actually taking a pay cut indirectly. So this is what you should be suggesting. The fact that you review doesn't mean that you have to review up. You can review down. Let them take a pay cut, like the rest of Nigerians are taking a pay cut.
All right, thank you so much. Who is next?
Dominic, smile. Come on, waiting.
Lexi, you're next. Meet yourself, Lexis.
Well, let me salute everybody. As usual, I will still ask how the market. Are we still prepared to continue to deceive ourselves? I visit other platforms and I see the role some of you here play in those platforms. I expected what I just saw now, but anyway, some people are just deceiving themselves. They are on a mission, perhaps being paid, and I don't see why they are, insisting on what they are doing if they are not being paid, because everything has been said that needs to be said for a person with an empty head to know that Nigeria is abnormal and the correction is at a point where something drastic needs to be done. Some people come here to defend the system, and then when they see it's getting too hot for them, they will start pretending as if they are somehow beginning to reason. We know all that goes on. We watch. Now, the first thing is, there's no reason for anyone to still maintain or retain Nnamdi Kanu where he is still now. And many people will tell you, oh, let him stay there. And there's no legal reason for that. Just their feeling, their hatred, and how they think things should go. Many are still rejoicing that he is behind bars. There's much being said about his health. No one cares. Any nation that condones evil and at the same time tolerates a very bad judiciary can never stand. So Nigeria is still on trial. But let me say this. When Nnamdi Kanu was being told, oh, go through politics, people will vote for you. Look at Obi. Obi went through politics. People voted for him. He won. What happened? Today, we are trying to prove that he didn't win or he won. So even politics, by any legitimate means and any peaceful means, is not going to solve Nigeria's problem. If Obi gets there today, let's say they give the government to him, the people who are destroying the nation will not let him do the magic he did in Anambra State. So why are we wasting our time?
Lexi, we have to stop.
And
I'm saying this. Lexi,
I'm saying this because
Lexi, this is 1 minute. The rant is for 1 minute. We've done 3 minutes. We have to stop there.
Okay, I'm ranting because Nnamdi Kanu needs to be released. He needs to be released. And those who say he should not be released, shame on them.
All right. Thank you. Austin.
Before Augustine, let me just say I don't win. I've declared myself a winner. So
no, hold on. Show you are going to count. Help me, please. Count.
Wait. Nigerian team make I come here.
No, I know Austin will rant, and then Dominic, and then forefathers. Then show you. I want you to help count the votes so that they won't say I rigged it. Austin, go ahead.
See. Look, now people who I go really knock their head. Like way they go through school no go through them. If I see my friends who don't go to school, PhD holder, they talk like Peking. Now I won't just address them now. Look, let me tell most of you. Some of you, when I get paper, they call certificate. But for true, nothing they in my brain. I'll tell you the truth. Because I've seen PhD holders. There was one I saw on Twitter. In the talk. When he finish talk, I give them points. 1, 2, 3. What will they accuse for? In terms, say no, leave that one down at pre-election matter. Look, my tell now. You're supposed to learn at least small thing enter your brain. This one is time for ranting. That's why I know they behave gentleman here. At least make small thing enter your brain. For sure, say you get sense more. May if they see that paper where they call certificate, I don't care about those don't go to school. But the one way go to school, I do waiting they show say you go to school. Because when we did meeting, if somebody talk, the other man go hit them. He sure say this boy go this school where they say man go. So please try to match your academics or your certificate with speaking sense. Not be everything be politics, so we go carry out for head, yet nothing you can show for it. So please match the knowledge you have with at least good reasoning to make this country better. No, they do anyhow because PhD where some of them are honorary degree where we don't even see anything. I go even find out whether your Oga own too, now honorary too.
So you know that you're a candidate of PhD without even saying it. I know you will still get your PhD. Oh.
Thank you so much. Dominic, Dr. Dominic, go ahead.
How on a day?
1 minute.
Me and my Twitter versus corruption in Nigeria. Mama, on the politics, Alpha. I looked at all the issues. I looked at all. What did you say?
We are ranting. You are not talking about all the issues. We are ranting. You have a minute to rant.
Oh,
we'll come back to you. Yeah.
I decided, you know what? This week I need my peace. So all the topics.
Declare me winner. That's it.
Wait, all the topics that you have here, I've seen the news about it, but I decided intentionally not to check them at all. Rudolph, send me one. Post one to me now.
No, the writer will send it to you if you win the rant.
Oh, if I win the rant?
Yeah.
In 1 minute, I'll finish.
I have a question. Why did you write Wagner Group advances to Moscow?
That's what I read.
20,000 versus how many?
No, people are joining the military. They are the campaign.
That news is coming from Democrat camp.
That won't happen. I think Prigozhin is seeking attention. I think that's what he's doing, quite honestly.
And then at the end of him too.
What else? Yeah, I'm not a professional ranter, so unlike
your time is up.
I have zero from ranting.
I don't think anybody will vote for
you. In my defense, I just came in, so I don't know.
Give me your vote.
All right.
No.
The last person to rant is forefathers.
Professional ranter.
Every day na ranting for him. Every comment na ranting.
To be fair, I don't know. I wanted to comment on the other things because I've never, I was out. I didn't have a chance to address some of the issues that
we'll get to that. We'll get to that after the rant. Just rant.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess if I wanted to say something, it's something that has been bothering me for a long time. I've said this repeatedly. We Nigerians, we speak with a forked tongue, where we say we want something, and when we have a chance to prove what we want,
you said FUCK.
No. FO.
Yeah. No FU. So when we say we want something, when we have a chance to prove what we want, we all go the other direction. And I don't even know whether we even know when we do these things. And I've witnessed it repeatedly over and over again. We have double standard. There's no consistency in behavior. And it's really disappointing to be fair, from my own point of view, what I've seen. And people that come here, they talk like if they have a lot of principles and all the rest, but they don't. Really, they don't. I've seen it manifest itself over and over again. And I think we really need to be asking ourselves serious questions. This is why our country is mangled. We, the people, have a very, very fake outlook on the way we talk. We talk one thing and we do something else over and repeatedly. I can't even. For me, that's where I will just leave it because it's a short rant. But I need to address some of the other topics that we discussed. But this is something that we really need to pay attention to. This thing that we don't. I don't know how you can teach yourself to be consistent. Because I don't know how I taught myself to be that. Because if I'm the one that is on the block, I will happily put my head on the block and let it be chopped off. But if it's yours, what I find is that amongst our people, when it's their turn to put their head on the block, they will not. They will back off and like act as if the law doesn't apply to them, principle doesn't apply to them anymore. And I really find that really disappointing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, hold on, one more person.
Oh,
Master.
I know what to rant about now.
You found it. You found it.
What to rant about.
All right.
I don't win already.
All right. I will come back to Dominic. Let's go to Master. Master, go ahead. 1 minute.
No, I will not. I will not rant. I'm not a ranter. I try to collect my thoughts before I come to the public.
Okay. All right. So hold on. Okay, we are going to end the ranting, and then we can go back to normal conversation. Okay, Dominic, we'll give you a chance to redo it because I think you came in, you were shocked that we were ranting. Go ahead.
When I heard forefathers ranting, something that came to my head was, he was talking about the inconsistencies and what people say and what people do. And the first thing that came to my mind is the inconsistencies in how the Nigerian government works, right? You want to alleviate people's suffering, yet you remove subsidy and there's a price hike. You want to instill a sense of security in Nigeria, working economy, so that you can attract investors. Yet people go and glaringly rig election. So how are you going to instill confidence in the outside person who wants to, or the businessman or whoever that wants to invest in Nigeria? There's a presidential election petition that's going on. So no matter how Tinubu goes far and wide, any sensible business person who wants to get entrenched in the Nigerian economy and invest will probably have to wait till the presidential election commission does its job. So I'm seeing just inconsistencies in people who are making promises, people who want to be leaders in Nigeria, and the actions that they are portraying, which is totally opposite of what is they are quoting or what they are saying is going to help people.
All right, thank you.
Was that 30 seconds?
That's it. Yeah, that's it for the rants, and we want to thank everybody.
You still lose, but you can go to
so voters, those who are watching, we have 5 minutes. We'll give you 5 minutes to vote.
Rudolph,
vote?
You don't want me to
They've been voting. They've been voting in the comment section, so we can still
want to make sure that everybody will get a chance to vote.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Show we tell us the
way.
No, you can't.
For myself.
No,
you can't.
Dominic, what did you say?
Myself.
No, you can't vote for yourself.
Don't vote for yourself.
Nah.
You have one vote, huh? Somebody has voted for you.
EB is my director of campaign. I can see you, EB.
All right. All right, so we're going to not really take a break, but I want to introduce our guest for tomorrow. So for those who may want to come, I want to give you the chance to meet our guest and say a little bit about him. Tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have this is our guest, Audiomack. And we have this small introduction for the guests. So let me play that for you guys, and then when we come back, we go back to our normal conversation. There's something very important I want us to discuss: the Labor Congress, Nigerian Labor Congress, and all the unions. How they basically did not want to go on strike. They gave the president an opportunity that they did not even give to Buhari or anybody else. And now that the government is also interested in raising the tariff, raising on electricity, and also I heard that universities are all increasing their fees because of the student loan that was signed into law. So we're going to talk about that, what will happen next. So, but this is our guest for tomorrow. Let me play this.
Don't play Magic Fashek, I beg.
No. It's just introduction to our guest.
Why you give my uncle, Dominic? That's my uncle.
His first introduction to arts came from his father. His father, a preacher, was also a school teacher, a wall sculptor, and a sign painter. During his days at the University of Nigeria in Nsukka, he was a radical student union leader between 1983 and 1985. He earned a suspension and a lot of good trouble there for his activism. This did not in any way affect his academic exploits, as he went on to graduate as the best student in his class and of all time from the Department of Fine Arts. He later earned a PhD in Contemporary and African Art at the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London in 1992 for his thesis titled Uzo Egon, an African artist in the West. Oluogwebe is an art historian, art curator, and leading contributor to post-colonial theory and new information technology studies. For years, he taught at numerous universities worldwide, the last of which was the University of Connecticut, where he was a professor of art and African American studies. He was also a senior fellow of the Vera List Center for Art and Politics at the New School, New York City, and the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. He started publishing poetry at 14. His first collection of poems, A Gathering Fair, won the 1992 Christopher Okigbo All-Africa Prize for Literature. As a practicing artist, he has had one-person exhibitions in Nigeria, Britain, Germany, Switzerland, Japan, Korea, Cuba, Australia, and many others. His most important work, Monument to Strangers and Refugees, a public sculpture in Königsplatz, King Square in Kassel, Germany, was awarded the Arnold Bold Prize in July 2017. The masterpiece, which has the words, "I was a stranger and you took me in 4 different languages, Turkish, Arabic, German, and English, was fiercely opposed by the right-wing anti-immigration opposition, who felt it was supportive of the then administration's open immigration policy. In this interview, Olu explains the message in the obelisk.
Politically, in current times, in recent times, people have tended to look at the subject matter in a one-way kind of way, thinking only of those who are coming in, but also thinking in terms of rights, in terms of entitlement sometimes. But I believe that it's important to realize that hosts also incur costs. The kindness is not free. It's a natural law, but it's not free. So those who take people in and those who are taking in deserve to respect one another, and those who are taking in do need to be grateful to those who take them in. So that's the message. If you our sources are scriptural, they're ancient. But if you read the text very carefully in all the languages that we've used here, and these are the most widely spoken languages in Kassel, if you read the text very carefully, you see that it incorporates these 2 principles, that of hospitality towards strangers, but also that of gratitude from strangers. And I wanted to bring that to Kassel at this point in time, because I think it's very pertinent for the times.
His most recent exhibitions were the last 2 months in Berlin, Germany, and Milan, Italy. In a recent Facebook post, Oluogwebe said he dislikes traveling anymore or even getting around. He dreams of the day when the art world would finally start buying his work, and he'll make lots of money, set up a charity, and retire to monastic life in some remote sanctuary where he can continue to work until his number is called. The pastor's son, who was once a child preacher, advertised his epiphany in a recent Facebook post. "I used the critical skills that he, my father, imparted to me to determine in my early youth that religion is no longer necessary and a foreign faith even less so," he writes. He now deploys his righteous anger developed in his early years in secular sermons. Please join us on Sunday when this award-winning artist.
All right. So tomorrow, Oluogwebe will be here, and I have met him 2 times, and I don't think I know anybody like him in any field. He will amaze you if you listen to him. All right, so that's our guest for tomorrow. Sure, do you have your account?
Yes, yes, I believe I do.
Okay. So, where is the drum beat? Oh, I don't have it.
Sure.
All right.
Sure.
has been compromised.
Sure. This is not Adam
Yes.
I beg.
It's even funny that I'm the one that's going to announce the result, and that should tell you everything you need to know.
You have to show us proof.
Mahmoud.
Because this will be clipped and used against me in the future because I won. CM came second.
No. That's
Go through the comment. Go through the comment. Go and read it.
No, he
And
won actually.
one person voted for UVA like 50 times, and Dr. Alexander Gomez came and voted for him as well. So he had 2 votes. I think somebody joined, make it 3. Mama Icho. Okay, so I'm seeing a few for Mama Icho now. My campaign manager is John. He said, if you're obedient, vote for show. Somebody's actually campaigning for me. If you love Nigeria, vote for show. So I had 6 votes. CM had 5. I think Mama Ijo has 4. Four Fathers has 3 votes. Kene, somebody came in last minute, voted for Kene. Someone said I'm corrupt. Actually, like I said, I mean,
and I'm the only
even if I win the book, I'll send it to CM. We live in the same zone anyway. So I think CM is quite interested in the book. I won. I mean, jokes apart.
I'm the only Nigerian here.
Jokes apart, I won. But I'm willing to give the book to CM.
Is show one ran for today.
No, I'm contesting. I'm going to court.
You can go to court. Tomorrow we'll give out another one at people that will join us during the Sunday school.
If they don't read, for those saying don't read, you can count now. Just go back. Make sure you're not counting the same because people voted twice. This is what INEC didn't allow. You can't vote twice. We need IREV for this voting. Actually, Rudolph, if it's going to be a constant feature, I've seen a few guys because I watch a few YouTube guys that do football. They have polls. You can put a poll up. I'm not sure if it's something you have the facility for.
No, I don't know. But
I mean, you can look.
So what about me? Am I like Showore? Am I like didn't I score like Showore or even
brother? You know, be even Showore. What's that? Ondo State man? Is that level? Is that league you're playing? Dr. Rudolph's friend.
You mean Adebayo?
Adebayo.
There are more people that voted against
me. I didn't get any votes. Even Kwakwanso got some votes, and even Showore got some votes.
Sorry.
What about me? I'm asking.
Assign me any votes.
He didn't get any.
Triple man. You know, it's like the APC primaries. You're like roaches at the APC primaries. My people.
Dominic did twice and still didn't get any vote.
No, I think he got a vote. Dominic got a vote.
Okay, I didn't see any name.
Yeah, he truly represented Showore all the way.
I hate you, man.
How many people voted against me? Does that count?
All right. So thank you guys for participating, and hopefully we'll continue this segment. So,
yeah, let's see if we can get a poll.
Yeah,
that would be straightforward.
We'll see how we can put it in. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to give people who joined us chance to wait on all this.
Sorry, someone said sorry. I need to say. Someone said I should have recused myself.
Yes.
No, but we didn't know you were going to win.
Yeah, we are accusing Nigeria.
I'm giving the book to CM. I'm giving the book to CM.
So
that's as fair as I can be.
But also people can see it's not like it's hidden.
Exactly, it's not hidden. It's not hidden pool.
Go back and count it. All right. So let's give people a chance to win. The people that just joined us. So let me go to Mask, Forefather, Dominic, and Forefathers. Okay, Mask, go ahead. We've talked about several things before we pick up new topic. So weigh in on what we've been talking about.
I'd been I don't know. Is it afternoon or evening or good afternoon, good evening, everybody.
Nice to have you.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. As always, I would like to start with commending you. I know it's not easy. So well done, and keep the good work up.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Today has been a busy day for me. Normally, I try to listen to all the conversations. I've been jumping in and out. So my my response across all the top.
Your audio is gone.
Oh, I didn't know that his audio is gone. All right. So, Mask, we can hear you. Maybe you can rejoin. Your audio went off. Let's go to Dominic.
Max refused to vote for me. That's what happened. Anybody that refused to vote for me, you are in trouble.
All right, Dominic, go ahead.
Just as a side comments, every once in a while I just tune out Nigerian things so I can have peace of mind. But lately I've been listening to Ned Media. That guy is very good. The way he does this presidential election petition tribunal transcripts, it's very, very enjoyable. I don't know if any of you listen to it like daily. Like, it's pretty good. To the matter at hand. First of all, I think, like I said, I'm part of my rants. One thing that I have a hard time wrapping my head around is people are, you want to lead a nation of 200 plus million people. That's assuming the estimates are correct, because we never do proper census. And everything that you're doing is to make them suffer. It doesn't make sense. You are trying to help people. You remove subsidy. The cost of living is increasing, and then you're thinking of tariffs. I don't understand. Which type of brain do the advisors have? I don't know. I know forefathers is always like, don't criticize anything about Nigeria. I'm not criticizing Nigeria. I'm criticizing the people who are in there, the people who are at the top echelon of leadership. There's a difference. Because I know forefathers give you 2 minutes now, you just jump on my neck. It doesn't make sense. Or are we talking about
Sorry, you are fine to criticize them what you want. Sorry, if you got the impression that these leaders are, I will never defend them. Come on, they are traitors. I call them traitors.
Okay, at least now we have a decision. Forefather is more of a defend Nigeria, but don't defend the Nigerians who are messing up Nigeria. Okay, I think we have a good understanding now. Okay, it's just it doesn't make sense. People are suffering more and more, right? The one that is even shameful is what's the new advisor's name? Or I don't know what his name is. The one who came out and said they didn't say anything. They didn't say anything about
Lucky.
decrease in the salary.
Increase.
What is the minimum wage? Is it not what 40,000?
Is it 34K? I think it's 34K.
30,000 or thereabouts, right? How many liters of fuel can you use that to buy? Nigeria is just a dilemma. Nigerian leaders, because my father starts criticizing me now. Nigerian leaders are just a dilemma. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Now, I'm being very key. See, I'm telling on the thin line now. The father is here. It makes no sense. Then on the matter of universities, I don't understand. They just proposed a student loan program. They haven't even talked about the implementation, how everything is going to go, the framework, the logistics and framework, and the universities are already hacking the price. You see the problem with Nigeria. Not only are we criticizing leaders and leaders are messing up, the people themselves refuse to change. And so guess what? We are all feeding in some way without knowing it's corruption machinery that is Nigerian leadership. Yeah, think about it. I think every once in a while we have to kind of, like forefathers always say, I have to catch myself sometimes. You just have to step back and see what are some of the things that we as Nigerians are contributing to the corruption machinery. It's always easy to see what someone is doing on the outside. It's always easy to criticize what some of the leaders are doing. But every once in a while, I think of the little things that you're doing around you that represent corruption. If I was in Nigeria now, I'm in the US, right? If I was in Nigeria, to be honest, there are certain things that I would be a little bit less scrupulous about. For example, you're driving a red light. Yes, obviously, I'm in a country where people respect red lights, right? So I'm not gonna just drive it. But if I was in Nigeria, I'm like, okay, there's no car coming. I may be tempted to pass the red light because I'm not gonna say I will break the law online. So I think every once in a while we just have to kind of introspect and kind of think about some of the things that we as Nigerians are feeding into the corruption machinery. Because the vice chancellor or whoever who is in the universities who is raising the price, is he not a common Nigerian like all of us? The person who's in the filling station raising the price, okay, I know you're trying to make a living. You're trying to take advantage of the things like the supply demand things that are happening, but aren't you feeling corruption? So we have to think about all these things. That's something that always makes me tired of Nigerian leadership, not Nigeria, forefathers of Nigerian leadership. Whenever I think of Nigeria.
All right, thank you, Dominic. Forefathers, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Ovie. Dominic, don't think. I'm not exactly. I hardly spar with you, so I don't know why you think that I'm that mean. See, most of the things our leaders are doing is just this week. It was like I was in mourning. Really, it was just too many. Too many of them was just coming through rubbish after rubbish, and when we were having a discussion about Bill Gates coming to Nigeria the other day, and I was shut down once. We were on a panel where it was shut down once that we shouldn't mention this guy. Like, how are we supposed to solve our problem when people are coming in and doing stuff? And they announced this in bioengineered, genetically engineered crops in Nigeria. There was no discussion about why are we going genetically engineered crops in Nigeria? A technology we don't control. We are growing it, and all they talk about is it's going to give us good yield and all the rest of it. It's like this will sell us. They will sell us. They will not look back at all. These leaders, they've not changed from 400 years ago, where they sell our people like with Ogogoro and Mirror, and they will sell us. And at the same time, when they were doing this stuff, I was watching the Indian Prime Minister sign a deal with America. Man, you can't believe what America was offering these people. They were going to be building their jet fighters, some of their jet fighters engines in India. They were going to be servicing their warships in India. They are going to be sharing their technology, including quantum technology, space technology, with India. What do our leaders do? They go and ask for debt reprieve for 10 years to repeat the same cycle again. And for that debt reprieve, they are going to get conditions which is going to leave us underdeveloped. It's just exhausting, and Nigerians are not paying attention. If we got just one of those things India got, just one, we'll be out of the mess we are in. We've not put ourselves in any position to be worthy of being offered anything at all, because all we do is mediocrity, constantly settling for nonsense. When the Chinese, Mao Zedong went to Russia the first time and met Stalin, the first thing he asked Stalin for was, I need your nuclear weapons, your nuclear technology. That was the most advanced technology Russia had. They've not even tested it properly, and he wanted it. Why? Because he felt like he was worthy of it. Do you think our Nigerian leaders are worthy of that? They will just ask for trinkets. Like they sell our people all the time. This stuff is so annoying. How do you need to shake these people to wake up?
One thing I've learned from you, fathers, is that I've learned that, in international deals, right, nobody is actually there to help you develop. No matter how it looks on the surface, right, and it looks like they're coming to help you, there's always something behind it.
Of course.
They're going to donate this and donate that. What they're donating, would they give it to their own people to consume? There's always going to be a caveat. So for Africans,
for those guys, it's the more you look, the less you see.
Yeah, Africa Summit.
The more you look, the less you see.
Go to White House and rub shoulders with. They're easily very gullible. Oh, they're here to help us. They'll do this and do that. They don't think deeply. And all those people care about is, all they care about is, I went to America just to entice the local politics and make them look good. Tinubu went to Paris. Oh, wow, look at him.
Yeah.
Doing this and doing that. He's already, immediately and trying to get the economy right. But no one talks about the little details because they don't care. All they want is to offer us something. They don't think of the substance.
It's unbelievable that some of the stuff they go there and do. They just go and settle for mediocrity, and then they expect. And the thing is, it's not even the Oyibo people's fault. Too. How can you accuse people of being a good parent for being a bad thing? They are good to their people. They are taking care of their people. They are doing the right thing by their people. We are the bad ones. Our leaders go there and sell us repeatedly. They refuse to learn any lesson. for 400 straight years is remarkable. The same pattern is repeating itself. Ogogoro, mirror for human beings. Human beings that can invent that mirror. You were selling human beings for that. The same thing they are doing today. Nothing has changed. I listened to Bill Gates' speech today. When I was watching Bill Gates' speech, I was astounded how much the man knows about us, actually. I was astounded. He even talked about this jackpot thing that was going on. That how we can gain from it is exactly what I was saying. That we can flip it around and have our people come back to Nigeria. Do you see these leaders ever encouraging us to come back to Nigeria? They are doing everything to put pressure on us to run overseas. Even Bill Gates knew that, but our leaders never does. They will never do it. What kind of human beings are these? How do they transform from everyday Nigerian to what they become, where they don't care about their people, they don't care about enriching and empowering their own people? I can't understand the mindset. All this stuff is not essentially in the hands of Oyibo people. Our leaders are the ones, and we are the ones creating them. We are not making them accountable enough to us. We are not demanding critical things. When I keep saying we need to demand security, people think it's a joke. All the other nations, that's what they did. I just told you, China went to this in Japan. Mao Zedong went to China. The first thing he asked for was nuclear weapons, and he never relented. When Stalin refused to give him, when Khrushchev came in, Khrushchev relented and gave to him. And from there, they never looked back. Look at China today. The same thing with every other people, the same pattern with every other people. We just go there and trade for trinket, thinking that that's going to lead us to development. It won't lead you, because everything else you need power to defend it. Your debt, you need power to defend your debt. Your inventions, you need power to defend them. Everything you want to do in this life, you need power to defend them. If you don't have security, it's going to fail. And these leaders go on and on selling us for trinkets. As you know what they do, even the Kenyan this leader that quite outspoken Ruto, he was asking for moratorium on debt. What is that going to get you? They are going to put condition if they forgive you those debts. They're not going to do anything. And we think we are going to be a good boy, and you are going to develop. They will not let you. They are not stupid. When they keep asking us if people are stupid, they are good. They are good to their people. They make sure they secure their children's future. You think they're just going to sit there and watch you steal all their resources so that their people go and suffer? They're not going to let that happen. You have to do it for your people.
What I say, when I'm here and I see on TV where they're showing kids in Africa, instead of showing like nice buildings and stuff, they always show kids in Africa with like big pot belly kwashiorkor. They're like, $1 a day can save this child from malnutrition. And I'm always getting angry. But if you use an analogy, look at what the leaders are doing. They have a sense of entitlement and charity. Oh, give me.
See,
why we are getting angry that we're being portrayed as begging and
they are the political barbarians. They are beggars. These guys are beggars.
That's what I wanted to say. What they are doing is working. We see it working. Our leaders, by the time they become leaders, they're already in the begging mode. And our men are already looking to run over to them and go after their women. And our women are wearing their hair as if their hair is the most. They are already in our heads. On and on. Even our own education system, we can't even make it our own. It's unbelievable. We can't rename our country that we got how many decades ago. We can't even decide to rename it. There are so many. It's like we have not taken ownership. It's just simple.
That one we are
adding to what Dr. Dominic just said now. Just the way they go to Africa and they show pictures of malnourished children, right? If you go to states like California and see the number of homeless people on the street of California, you'll be shocked that this is America that you and I are living in, that they claim to be what they call it, developed country, right? Yeah. You will be surprised that a lot of Nigerians are better than these people in America. Now, we're talking about this Bill Gates going to Nigeria to offer genetically modified food, right, for Nigerians. This same GMO food that is hurting Americans today. Go to hospitals. Thank God, Dr. Dominic, you are in the system, right? The same GMO food that is hurting Americans today, that is what our leaders are accepting. Somebody called them gullible people. And they are even, I was even looking for a word, better than gullibility, right? To use to qualify these people. Now, you're offering us GMO food, but during COVID, just this past COVID, right? They deny us access to the vaccine. The Africans, we tried everything to have the vaccine. They deny us access to it. The price was too much for us to afford. Now, Africans actually offered to produce or manufacture the vaccine. They refuse. The same people that you are trying to get GMO food from them refuse to give you that license to produce that vaccine. Exactly. And today, you are accepting GMO food from them. They actually want you dead. They don't want you alive. So this guy, I've been saying it, Bill Gates has no business in Africa. He should stay off Africa. That guy is going to destroy Africa. He should stay off from our continent.
But why do we even have to accept GMO food when our soil naturally...
Hold on. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Exactly.
We skipped TK.
Yeah, there are people who are skipping that have not said anything here. Mask, let's hear you again. Let me know if your line is good. No, it's still not good. Unmute yourself, Mask. Say something.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. It's actually Maska.
Oh, Maska. Okay, sorry.
Maska, yes. Okay.
Okay.
Well, I don't know whether I should jump into this conversation, but I would rather do a small overview of my take on the various topics that listening to you guys touch on over the course of the program today.
Go ahead.
Yes. I would like to start by saying that I'm happy today.
It's going again.
Maska, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. You want to go out and come back in?
Yeah, Maska, there's something with your line.
Oh, it's not working.
All right, Ike, go ahead, Ike.
Dr. Jacqueline Damages, how are you?
Good.
Everybody in the panel, thank you for all your contribution. Oh, by the way, Oga, I saw your Nubi masquerade. I didn't know that the Nubi masquerade they come out for America until when I saw your video. But anyway, I think when people talk about the leaders, I'm personally offended because if we go to our families, what is happening in the families, that is where all these things start. When we go home, we're fearful of our life. We live in abroad, we are not accepted. When we go home, we are not accepted. Try once in your life, try to go, I don't know, Dr. Dominic, if you have ever tried to do health fair in Nigeria. See how they will pursue you. Even the doctors think that you put in sand in Dagare for them. The nurses will pursue you, everybody will pursue you. For me, all these leaders, they come from a family. They didn't just change overnight. As a leader in Nigeria, every leader in Nigeria is a bully, including Peter Obi. Peter Obi, they bully you with a government or with a law, because what he's doing now is bullying with law. But I think for him, he's one of the best we have ever had from what he did. But to me, America giving you incentive, giving you this, they have something they want to gain from you. They're just not going to give you something. When they give you something, one hand they give you this time, they take multiple times from you. Asari Dokubo, let me talk a little bit about Asari Dokubo. I'm sorry to say, it's a pig. That's just my opinion. I don't know. I have asked in this platform, what did Igbo people do to the rest of Nigeria? I ask that question all the time when I come over here. Rudolph can attest to that. What does Igbos, if somebody wants to flex muscle, the first person he's gonna talk about is Igbos. Igbos. You carry Igbos, they do flex muscle. Somebody says about what Tinubu is doing that is working. Believe me, anybody that spend the kind of money Tinubu spent to become a president of Nigeria does not go to that seat to do the work. Every businessman, everybody that own a business always want to make a profit. And money can never be enough. It doesn't matter who that person, including the Bill Gates, including Amazon, who is the richest man in the world, including Tesla. They still want to make more. Tinubu becoming president is to make money, and he's going to make more. He doesn't have any interest of Nigeria. I'm sorry. He does not have interest of Nigeria at heart. Once again, for Nigeria to be better, our parents will be like the old days parents. If our son do something, you hold him accountable. If our daughter do something, you hold him accountable. Then we will start breeding a new generation. Because my generation and the one before me, we have spoiled Nigeria. Desmond Elliott was an actor that went into the house. What did he do? Once he went, he's a young man. Once he went over there, he joined them. Yaya Bello was a young man. I was older than Yaya Bello. What did he do? He was the one bullied the Kogi State people during the election. Some of the young people that are in that house or in the Senate, they are young. That is what we were thinking, that when we elect young people, they will go over there and make change. Guess what? Once they go over there, they swear that whatever that they give them over there, the kai they give them over there, they change why they are there. So how are you going to change Nigeria? Nigeria is no mekwata. You cannot mekotana Nigeria. That is my opinion. You cannot fix Nigeria. As far as all these people are there and they're playing the game of tribal, religion, all that, as long as they're playing that game, they will find a bully in each tribal and religion people to advance their cause. Nigeria is not going to change. Since I was a child, they told me Nigeria will get better. Since I was a child, Nigeria have gotten worse. As I get older, it's getting worse and worse and worse. And it's never going to change. So until everybody get in their head, us that is in Western world, we cannot go over there. Because once you get on the plane and arrive in your neighborhood where you grew up, the next thing is that they're going to come after you. They're going to take you because they think that you carry all the money in America where there is money on the tree to come. So I'm sorry. When people are talking that Nigeria will change, Nigeria is not changing. It's not only the leaders. The household have to change first. You give somebody money to build a house in your house for you, they take the money, and when you come home, they tell you stories. That is in your home. Your own immediate brother, immediate sister, immediate family member. Do you know what your parents will tell you? It's your brother. You can't kill him. It's your brother. It's your sister. You can't do anything. Just accept. Instead of mom and dad say, what you did is wrong. A child went to school, they come back in December, carry bags of rice, carry all these gifts, come and give it to the parents. The parents who sent the child in the school cannot ask, where did you get the money to buy the bag of rice? Who gave it to you? When we were growing up, if we eat in somebody's house, when we go, we will say, oh, we are not hungry, even though we are hungry. If you open your mouth and say you're hungry, when you get home, you will get biggest water of your life. So that's my little say in this conversation. Nigeria, I don't know. I don't think Nigeria have future.
All right. Thank you. Let me just say, it's good. It's good. People, we all have the right to think the way how we think. There are also people who will hear you and say, I want to prove this person wrong. And I hope the people who are running the government, they're thinking that way. There are people, I've seen some comments in the comment section where people were saying, oh, there is too much hatred. People hate Bola Tinubu and things like that. When I see such comments, I felt like maybe these people are not prepared to be part of for their candidate to rule the country, because it doesn't even matter who is the president at any point. If Obi had been the president, people will be attacking him. People will be criticizing whatever he's doing. So I don't know why people think that because it's your candidate is Tinubu that nobody will criticize him. I mean, that's the job of the rest of the people who didn't.
Peter Obi is criticized for wearing black kaftan. He's not even the president. He wears a black kaftan everywhere. Is he money? Is he never happy? Kaftan. You get criticized.
So can you hear me now, Dr. Rudolph?
Yeah, I hear you, but we'll come to you. Okay, let me just finish this thought. Thank you, Sho. But this is I learned something from.
Okay.
I'm doing the show for the last 12 years, where when Jonathan was in power and the show appeared to be critical of Jonathan, people from other parts of the country were happy about the show. I'm talking about Dr. Damages. Happy that you're doing the right thing. This is good, very good. But when Buhari got in and, the show became critical of Buhari, the same people who were saying you were doing very good now said, you're not balanced, you're not objective. And I'm sure by the time we start looking at what Tinubu is doing, the people behind it, but that's part of it is human nature. But also, I think our people can do better than that by looking at it in a different way. Anyway, Masker, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I hope this time around my audio would stay with us. Anyway, I want to start off by countering the last speaker who spoke very vehemently that there's no hope for Nigeria. I actually listened to this show simply because I believe there's hope for Nigeria. And I would want to say, truly, if you believe that there's no hope for Nigeria, then why are we even having these discussions in the first instance? I've said it before on this show that I think we're a bit hypocritical. We all want Nigeria to work. Instead of speaking positively, we would rather be a bit negative about it. I'm convinced that Nigeria will work. One of the reasons even this platform, for instance, the fact that there is a large number of people in diaspora today that are Nigerians. History has shown that a lot of the people that have led revolutions in their own country, they go into self-exile. So most of you guys may not be conscious of the fact that you guys are in self-exile. But that's bottom line. That's the reality. Almost everybody in diaspora is in self-exile. Okay? And I think the truth is that all of us would want Nigeria to work. I think the more we start looking at how we can make it work, I think it's better. Because even if Nigeria doesn't work, the truth is that the problem will still be there for all of us, whether you're in the US, you're in Canada, wherever it is. So I think one of the things that I've said, I think the last time I was on the platform, is I think we start thinking of what is it that we can do. I said that there's something forefathers said, which I think we should begin to pay attention to. On the election day, what will be the role of citizens?
Yeah, something else. There's something that is going on. Maybe you're using your phone and a call comes and it knocks you off, but we can't hear you.
Disappeared again.
All right. So let's
Your mouth is moving, but we can't hear you, Master.
Can't hear you. All right. So I want us to talk about one more thing before I leave. But it's about what happened in Ojalaba market. Now, there is. I'll play a video, a short one. It's not because it's Ojalaba market. It's because it's been happening in other places too. Which is that the point I'm bringing up is the issue of the government watching people building houses in a place they may consider illegal or not right. and I'm assuming someone gives the permit to build the house or estate, and it's there, and it continues. See them building it, and nobody takes any action, and people move in, people stay there for years. They wake up one day and put a notice and say this is illegal, and then without giving enough time, or maybe they did, but in this case, from all I'm hearing, it appears as if they were not given enough time to take their stuff out, and then government goes in there and destroys the building. So I want us to talk about that. I know that it's not the whole labor market the way some people are making it, that was being removed or destroyed. But it doesn't matter, even if it's on the labor market or somewhere in Oshodi or somewhere in Sokoto, wherever, or somewhere in Onisha, when government just moves in with a caterpillar and bringing down structures without, I mean, if you ask, in some cases, there's no court ruling. There's so many stages that should have taken place. I know that Nigerians are stubborn, and sometimes if you write them and tell them, they ignore that. But in some of the cases I've seen recently, there is no effort by the government to make sure that people have the opportunity to exhaust all the opportunities, and before they move in the caterpillars and everything. I mean, even without destroying the houses, you can actually fence the whole place, put fences, make sure that people cannot go there. And anyway, let me hear what you guys think. Let me start with you. Where do I start? Let me go. Maicha, I wanted you to speak. I'm sorry. I wanted you to say something you were. Let me now start with you. Go ahead, Maicha.
I wanted to interject when they were talking about their useless food growth enhancement. Our soil is fertile enough for us to produce our food. So accepting this nonsense from the gate is a no-no. May they kill their people first before they come kill us. Because anytime they want to do their useless experiment, they come to Africa. We don't need their GMO food. We don't want to learn it. We didn't tell them that our soil is not fertile enough to produce food for us. It's just that they've not encouraged agriculture as they should. That's why we are having food shortage. Having said that, say our country, even Zoom said better pass our country these days, where the government does not think about compensation when they are destroying all these buildings. I'm not saying they shouldn't bring down structure they feel that is threat to life and property. But you should know that people spend money to build all these buildings. And if you are bringing it down, there should be an agreement between the government and the people to rebuild the structure for the people. Or you pay for compensation. But it's only Nigeria will just do everything with impunity and say nothing will happen. And true to nothing they happen. Now the people, when they affect, now they go suffer. Now the people have wives, they have children. Now don't make school impossible for their children to go by bringing down this. How are they going to feed their family? We don't care. And there's no incentive in place to even compensate them. So we have government that specializes in increasing the pain of their citizens and giving themselves 140% salary, proposed salary increase. They call it proposal. Before you know it, they don't start implementation. It's so sad. That's how we cannot afford to continue with these leaders or rulers that are insensitive to the pains of the people. It is high time we put our foot on ground to select leaders that feel the pains of the people, who are ready to listen to the people, so that we can fix our nation for good. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shaw.
Rudolph, don't you think you should promote the channel?
Oh, okay, yeah.
There are 300 and something viewers. So
Okay, so what we're doing now is, because we're every week we're under threat of being shut down by YouTube because of some things that happen on the show. So we want to have a sister channel where we have it as a backup just in case anything happens. So we please ask people to subscribe to Iroko Post TV. That is where we are moving all the shows. Because right now we are basically counting on audience that are backed up by Dr. Damage's show. We eventually want Dr. Damage's show to be independent again, and everything there will be about Dr. Damage's time. But this is Iroko Post TV. We now have all the shows that we have, whether it's 90 Minutes Africa or Have Your Say 247. So please, if you subscribe to Dr. Damage's show, you can also subscribe to Iroko Post TV. It's our sister channel. It's going to be the main channel when we have sufficient followers there. We want to win off the whole show from Dr. Damage's show, so that we don't get. And also, the most important thing is that we are really under any other strike. If we get another strike for whatever reason, like what happened today, Jude, the music that Jude played. I'm not sure how long it lasted before I stopped it, but it's enough for them to say you are violating copyright of somebody's music, and it could be a strike. And then, so please help us. The other things we are going to announce in subsequent weeks to come, that we are going to build with Iroko Post TV. So please, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, forefathers, for reminding me. All right. So
I'm watching them. It's only 7 or 8 of them that has moved. We have 300 something watching. Please come on, Nigerians. It's only 8 people that have gone to subscribe. What is wrong with these people? Come on, go and subscribe, Jare. Jesus Christ. 300 something. If 50 subscribe, I wouldn't be surprised. But it's 35 from 27. What is that? Come on, people, support the channel, because if something happens, you're not going to get Dr. Damages again. It's just... How long is it? 30 seconds you can subscribe, please.
All right.
I think we need to stop the show until they get to a certain number. They have not let them get to 40 or 50 or at least. It's 37 now. Two people just went and subscribed just now. 2. There's 361 people watching. You see how funny people are? This is what I was talking about earlier on. We say we support something, go and subscribe. How long does it take? These are the kind of things you need to do. Because personally, the reason why I'm doing this, because I find that Dr. Damages allows everybody to come on and talk. You see how Masker comes in and he's able to talk, because he feels like it's an environment that he can be able to share his opinion. You don't often see people like him show up places like somewhere like this channel. So that's why it's important to back this type of channel. The last thing we need is YouTube plays their game again and knocks Dr. Damages off 40. So that's about 13 people. Okay, 300 and something, 13 people moved to go and subscribe. I don't know. Dr. Damage, if you think it's okay, personally, I don't think it's all right, because, Jesus Christ.
No, we'll keep repeating it. I mean, I'm not gonna. I'm happy that you reminded me. But
yeah,
it's very important.
Yeah, thank you.
There have been people that have followed, and
everybody when they here don't subscribe.
They are shut down.
The point is, I can't even find it. I've been typing it for more than 2 minutes now.
Let me share the link again. The link is in the private chat, in the main chat. I'll put it in the private chat.
Click on the link.
Just click on the link. It will take you straight there.
They see for afternoon. I just go subscribe.
I they see where. I don't even type and like when I did primary 1. IRO. Still come out. Now something else come out.
Yeah. I think Google. YouTube will show you a different channel. I think you have to tell it to search for this one. That's what it did to me too. Or you follow the link.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's almost 50 now. That's almost double the numbers.
I've done my bits. See, subscribed.
Yeah.
Okay. It's double the number now.
Thank you.
I've seen it. I've subscribed. I saw it now.
You don't carry about your style, come. See, I'm not just boy.
Not just
I think Dr. Damage is too nice. Dr. Damage is too nice. He doesn't ask anything of anyone.
He's liberal, man.
Yeah. So thank you, guys. I'll get there. That's one of the guy that is coming tomorrow. Is the kind of artist and intellectual that he wouldn't even come out. People are still surprised how I was able to get him to come out to talk, but there are people who are not meant for promotional things. But these days, if you write a book and you don't promote it, nobody will know about it. They actually encourage you to do that. So there are certain things that are more like old school, but we have to learn. But thank you for fathers. So let's just quickly touch on this, because I also why I brought it up, the issue of knocking down buildings and everything. There was a speech made by the governor of Abia State, I believe. No, I think governor of Abia State. He came to Lagos and met the governor of Lagos State, and he was talking about issues like this. And Soludo also came to Lagos and was talking about. So there is something underneath, but it's not just a local Lagos issue. It's something that I know happens every time in Anambra State and other states, where government officials decide on something and without really. There's something that happened in New York here that I want to bring in. So the mayor of New York City has been going around looking for buildings to house all these migrants that they are bringing from Texas and other states. That they now went to buildings that are empty. They've been empty for so long, owned by the federal government. They know that they're here, they're empty, nobody's living there, but they kept it for strategic reasons. Let's say there is a major disaster, they need buildings for people to move in. So they're now telling the federal government to open up these buildings and have so that they can use it and house these people. So when I think about destroying buildings, even if it's owned by a criminal or something, you can go to court and take it, and the government owns it. It could be of use to the government instead of knocking them down all everywhere. And again, it gives you time to give people a chance to go through the legal process before you take their property from them. Anyway, so let me hear what you guys think. Where did I stop? Austin, I think you're next. Oh, show. Is it show? Oh, show. Yeah, show. Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, I don't follow the story closely, but I saw headlines. I saw different narratives, and people said the one that happened in Lagos was targeted against the Igbo. Some people said Alex Oti came to talk to Sanwo-Olu about it, stop victimizing the Igbos. And some people are saying, I think Lagos State government are saying those buildings have structural defects and they could collapse anytime. And the last thing you want is casualties, But I think what people are saying is they didn't give them enough notice, because I listened to one of the reps of the Igbo traders who said, they still came the other day, they paid them some money and they didn't give them enough time. So I think these things, they can be handled better. It's good that they're trying to preserve people's lives. We don't want to lose any more people than we do on a regular, on a daily basis in Nigeria. So I just think it's the planning and the execution. That's always the problem with us. We want to do the right things, but our good is spoken of as evil. We have good intentions, but the execution always leaves something to desire, And to go to the root cause of this, the agencies that are involved, and this is part of what we say, it's the Nigerians behind this system that don't make it work. To agree with forefathers, I'm sure the agencies involved are meant to inspect these projects. Number one, should it be built on this piece of land? Is it water? I sent you a video now. If you want to play it at some point, it's the flooding in Abuja in Lube yesterday. I'm not sure if you saw it. I messaged one of my friends who moved to the UK last year, and I said, "You lived in Abuja. You left us in Ibadan, went to Abuja to make money in Abuja and all of that." He's jackpot as well, anyway. I said, this place in Abuja. I said, "Oh, they've been trying to pull down the whole thing for a while, but the residents are saying no, that they shouldn't pull it down." But the NEMA lady who went there, I saw it in the news. The NEMA lady was saying, "Oh, people shouldn't build on waterways. Why was this estate built on waterways?" And you begin to ask, who approved it? I don't think people just wake up and go and start building. It was approved by somebody, government agencies. So they need to really look into these agencies. Stop people, as much as they might come and lobby and all of that, they should stop people from building on waterways. Honestly, I saw the flooding in Abuja today and I was shocked. You could only see the roof of some of the buildings. So Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Ekotepene, wherever, the agencies need to do better. I don't know what comes first, chicken or the egg. Maybe it's the government that needs to change first, or the people. Something needs to change first. You understand? So all these things need to... look at this. This was Abuja, this is Abuja. And somebody was joking. Somebody said, the person that tamed the ocean in Lagos is now in Abuja, so maybe you can finally tame this thing that they have going on in Abuja. It's just, I mean, it's, who approved
When you're
this?
sleeping, see people's houses, for me, there's no way to get home. See cars buried underwater. They are rescuing people from houses there. They're trying to rescue people over there. See cars buried underwater.
Means that security house now. There's two of them inside.
You know, that, I mean, that was Abuja yesterday. And the lady from NEMA was saying that it's waterway. They should not have built there. But like I said, you can't build that much structure. It's not like one building or two buildings. It's an estate. So somebody approved it. Who approved it? Heads need to roll. If there are no consequences, this will repeat itself. And these are the things. See, this is not partisan. It doesn't matter who. The people that approved it should be made to face the law. They definitely took bribe. You understand? So we need to nip this in the bud. If we're just treating the symptoms and not getting to the root cause, I mean, we have a doctor on the show, and I think if he's also medical practitioner, you have to get to the root problem, not just the symptom. So all these things we can avoid them, we can reduce, we can mitigate the risk. Flooding would always happen because I know there are some people who will be ready to say, "Oh, there's flooding in America, there's flooding here and there," but it's not because of negligence. These are some of these things. Most of them we can avoid them. So Lagos thing that happened, I'm hoping, I want to give them the benefit of that. I don't think, they'll be that vindictive to say we are targeting Igbos. I think the structures are, some of them, they look quite, dodgy. So they said they have structural defects. These buildings could collapse anytime. If those buildings fall and kill people, people might turn around and say they attacked Igbo people, they killed them, it was a setup. So hopefully going forward, it will be executed properly. Give people notice, give them time, probably rehouse them, give them a temporary place to stay. This is what the government should do for people. Now that you've pulled the place down, what do they do? Where do they go tomorrow? And when people keep saying it's temporary, that thing annoys me. It doesn't affect you. You see, because it doesn't directly affect you, say it's temporary. Okay, for you, it's temporary. Talk to the man who has a store or shop in that building. What does he do tomorrow? Give him practical solution. So tomorrow when you wake up, this is what you do. Don't say it's temporary. Temporary could be 1 month. But in those 1 month, what does he do on a day-to-day? This is Nigeria, no insurance, nothing. How does he feed? How does he pay rent? Trying to link this to this subsidy thing. When people say it's a temporary pain, it's a pain we should endure. You're in the UK, you're in the US. Even in Nigeria, some people are balling. They have money, it doesn't affect them. When the price of gas and electricity and all these things went up in the UK, not bragging or anything, honestly, I don't even look at it, it's direct debit, it comes out of my account. 15 years ago, I'll be looking every day. They've increased electricity tariff. How much is it now? Let's turn this light off. But thankfully, I don't have to look at it, but there are people that it affects personally. So because it doesn't affect you, you can't turn a blind eye. No, it doesn't affect me, but I still care. And I think that's where all of us should get to, where we care for people who can afford these things. So I'll leave it at that.
All right. I see a comment. Someone that I'm just gonna make my just drop some insight just based on the last comment I'm seeing. So Omar Baba says the sellers of those
Forget that guy.
and buyers are to blame. Why should someone go and buy a land on waterway? Common sense. But someone issued the CFO. Isn't the CFO by a government official? Like, make it make sense. You can't just wake up one day and build set up a shop or make a building on a land that is not approved.
Someone even approved the plan before the building was erected there.
Inherently involved in the whole process. So, like Sho said, heads have to roll. Someone approved this. Somebody knows some way, somehow, in the south of Abuja, there's a map somewhere. Because obviously, Abuja was planned, supposedly, right? Do you know this is a waterway? This is part of the corruption issue that we are all talking about. You don't need someone at the highest level of government to do something that's corrupt. Think about the people who are in the Ministry of Lands or whatever, who probably money exchanged hands and someone convinced somebody and they approve this. People don't think of the long term consequences. Oh, it's okay, it'll be fine. Oh, chances of water going there is very low. All they care about
It
is
is the way. See, it is the way people would defend just about anything and shift the blame. They will shift the blame. They will pivot. Anything you say, they will find a way to say, no, 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 leave the government alone. Now, let me tell you, human beings are the same. From London to Nigeria to New York to New Mexico to anywhere, human beings want to cheat the system. We are the same. But in the UK, people won't build on waterways because it won't be approved. Do you think if the government would allow you in the UK, in the US, people will build anything, any sort of structure? Human beings will push the limit. But because there's a system in place, that's why you have government. But if we turn around and say we don't have a government, you say, oh, how can you say that? You are not patriotic. Well, you are the one now proving to us, like that comment, that we don't have a government. It's like the red light you talked about. In the UK, you break, you break the red light. You get the letter with your picture, personal picture. You be in the picture with your car, plate, everything. You get a letter in 2-3 days. No, wait. So you know that there's a system in place that checks you, and that's why you slow down. In Nigeria, you know that there's no camera, there's nobody sending anything to your house, so you push it and break it. So that's the job of government. Yes, I agree that human beings should do better, but humans are humans. Get on a plane in the US. People boarding will behave. Nigerians, they will behave. Watch them come out of Muritala Mohammed. They are different human beings. They are pushing each other. The same people that got on the plane in the US like sensible human beings. It's because of the government. But I'll let someone else speak.
You have to have laws in place. Someone told me this a long time ago, right? Don't count on human beings to obey, to do what is right. My thing is, no matter how much someone convinces you that they're going to obey the law or they're going to do something properly, don't give them the opportunity. If you set up structures in place and things in place to make it hard for that person to break the law, that is when you
if they were going to do it, Dr. Dominic, there will be no need for laws. It's common sense. If people were going to do it, why make laws?
So at the end of the day, the way to fight corruption, the way to get things right, is to take the thinking and the application from people's hands and just set it up properly. So you're not going to say, okay, we have a four-way street, let's say T junction, and you say, okay, let's sensitize people to, this person goes and they allow the other person to. No, take it out of the people's hands and set up a structure. That's why you have a street light, something that is objective and can make sure that people follow proper rules and regulation.
All right, let's go to hear other voices. I want to come to you, but I'm interested in skipping you to go to Ife just before she runs away from us again. If you welcome,
we're only seeing your what do you call it? Time.
Yeah,
you can't see your face.
If you welcome to the show.
You can see me. Good evening, everybody.
Yeah. So, how are you?
My comment is gonna be different, of course, regarding the demolition of the market in Alaba. I had an argument with my brother. See, when you are not there, you hear different stories. What I understood was that they were giving notice, right? But when Igbos complain, I am Igbo too. In a situation like this, if you feel the government is not doing things right, leave Lagos and go home. We have lands in Igbo land. Go and develop Igbo land. Period. You're not going to like it. But I'm just sick and tired of Igbos are being marginalized. Igbos are being this and that. Go home. There is nothing in Lagos that we don't have except the airport and this thing. We have one in Anambra State now. There are other seaports, even though they're not as big as the ones in Lagos. But this nonsense and this all the time, complaining, it needs to stop. It's not going to change anything. And if Lagos State decide to come and demolish all the markets, there is nothing still you can do about it. Because they are the ones that make the law, and they are the ones that, will not stick to the law. So let us stop all this crying all the time. If you look at somebody sent me something about what's this guy's name? It's a Reverend Father Ebukobi. I don't follow him. I don't do church thing. That as from next year, he's gonna be doing his, I think, yearly or monthly, whatever crusade that he's doing. Will no longer be in Lagos. He will be in the East. So if you want to come to East. So people should need to stop complaining or crying. Go develop Igbo land. Lagos is not the only city in Nigeria. We have so many other cities, beautiful cities, even in Calabar, Akwa Ibom. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Before we go to the next person, let me play a little bit of this video from the market leader who was speaking to, I think, the press or something. Let's listen.
He assumed office 2 years ago. He assumed office not up to 1 year. We have the leadership of Alaba International Market. The Lagos State knows that we exist. The local government knows that we exist. Have they called the leadership of Alaba International Market and bring this into our notice? The answer is no. The answer is no. Look at the able men controlling this market. And that is why we have Alaba Market as obsession and heads. So that when there is problem, we go to the appropriate authority. The day they came to my office, I was having a meeting, a joint meeting of the BOT, Head Council, and Director Officers. I saw almost 100 armed mobile policemen. I came out to address them and said, this place is a marketplace, why are you frightening us? They said they are for demolition, these people are laughter, or whatever. I said, if you come to the leadership of Alaba and tell them, we will work hand in hand with you, we will not disturb the federal government from us, government from doing their job. But at least you need to notify us. They will not call our people. Your own building is involved. Your own is involved. How do you go about it? Is it about, bringing it down, putting it to standard, or acquiring the necessary documents that is required for you to acquire? Or do they want to reclaim the land and give it to so-called their business counterpart that came out from China like I had, that want to develop as a purpose? No problem. With time, the world will know if actually what they came for is for the updated buildings, or they are giving this place for a foreigner to come and develop markets inside Alaba International Market. Let me tell you, I know about the position of Nigeria. I'm a political scientist. You understand? That's why I'm a trainer. I'm not a novice. Some of us are graduates, some of us are master degree holders. Now, what we practice in Nigeria is true federalism. If actually it's true federalism, an Igbo man can become a chairman in Ojo local government. The Yoruba man can become a chairman in any government in the
All right. So when you look at any of these issues, it boils down to so many, it goes back to so many things about the structure of the country and how we run our our country, and people basically doing what is right. Some people are saying that what the man is saying is not true. I don't know. There's no way of confirming, but I think that the important thing is that there's something wrong from my own perspective, even if it's demolition like they do in Anambra State, homes of kidnappers or people who are suspected to be kidnappers. I don't support that. And we're talking about a country where you don't have enough buildings and you just, anyway. But
can I add something to that? Because I was following this news, I think late last week till early this week. The information was released that those about 17 buildings, 12 or 17 buildings were due to be demolished in Alaba Market, amongst 320 that is due to be demolished around Lagos. And I was on a panel where somebody actually went to the location and took videos of it. I think from what I gather, he's a southeastern guy. So he went there and he was like, they are building on canals. That they build on canals that even him, he's not going to be happy. He's not happy with his own brothers doing this type of stuff. And we just showed a video of flooding that was going on in Abuja, where houses have been covered up. So these are the kind of practices that sometimes we do that we don't realize. When government wants to do something, then we turn it to tribal stuff. And we have to really add personal questions. This is what I mean by consistency. We tend to do this stuff and then we mangle our country and we pretend as if we don't know we are doing it.
But for that,
somebody needs to check.
How was it possible for someone to build on a canal in a state that has a government? That's my confusion.
No, they are corrupt. Of course, they are corrupt. That's how they allowed it to happen. They took money and looked the other way. That's what they do.
And then they come back and do the demolition.
Then some other person wants to come and correct it. The question is, should they not correct it? Should they leave it like that? When flooding happens, then we start showing the video here that what happened, how did it happen? You see what I mean? And when people start making it look like they are targeting only them, it's not fair. Because they have to remember that there are big businessmen in Nigeria that are from southeast. If this was the case, they are not going to be sitting down and just accepting it. They are going to make a serious problem of it, because there are 320 something buildings that are due to be demolished. So if somebody just bother to read the newspaper article that they put online, I went and read it myself. Except they are lying about 320. If they are lying, somebody can provide the proof. Then that's a different matter altogether.
All right, and one more thing. No, hold on, Kenny. Hold on. One more thing I needed to mention. There was in the past when Buhari came in and they were not having press conferences, and we had this conversation where we said they're not having these press conferences for the media or for Nigeria. It's for them. It helps them. It gives them an opportunity to explain things to Nigerians so that people don't guess. So just imagine if the government of Lagos State had come out and said in one of their, whatever way they communicate with the people of the state, and say, look, these things are this, and we are going to eliminate this because of this, and we are giving you this. There won't be this argument now. But people don't believe in transparency. People in government, for whatever reason. Now we know that Buhari left and declared his assets before we don't know what it is. Why is it that he can't make it public? Why don't we like transparency? It helps.
If you want to know,
we need to demand it now.
If you want to know, go and check what he declared. Go and check what he declared 8 years ago, because Garba Shehu said the cows didn't increase.
No,
his bank account didn't. Yeah, he said the cows didn't increase. He said his bank account didn't grow by a penny, and that even goes to show how they insult the intelligence of Nigerians.
Buhari don't spend 1 month there.
Everything Buhari enjoyed for 8 years was paid for by Nigerians. So even if his salary for 8 years should have added to his bank account, but you're telling us nothing increased, which is even a shame. So you were there. Anyways, the less the better. It's gone now. So
to point out that
I know.
You see, this topic is very, very important.
Well, has Tinubu declared? Has he declared?
And I think we should address this very topic very, very well. This is it. You had the chairman, the Alaba International Market chairman, claiming that the destruction is purposely for the state government to hand over those areas to their Chinese counterparts. So the Chinese people are coming to Alaba market to begin to sell or trade, just like the people they took the market out from. Now, this is it. If some people claim that is for that destruction is mainly for buildings that have structural defects or buildings that are erected on canals, right? And I want to help Lagos State government now. If they are looking for buildings that have structural damage, they should go to places like Ikorodu. They should go to places like Ikotun, where you have houses built on canals. They should go to places like Badagry, where you have houses built on federal pipelines. They should start that the demolition from those areas.
Maybe
just before the election,
maybe those places are on the list already.
And they should go to Balogu, Balogu in Lagos.
Just before the election, buildings in places like Abulado, Festac area, belonging to Igbo people were destroyed. And now, just after the election, they targeted market that is being controlled by Igbo people, and they are destroying their buildings. See, it is. I don't know, but I think Nigerians will tend to align with liars, right? Lagos State government, if you want to destroy a building or demolish a building, the market is not just existing on its own. There are leaders that are in charge of that market. Did you consult with the leaders? What is the alternate plan for the people that own or that owns those shops? What are the alternate plans for them? The day of the demolition, you could see them running around trying to pack their commodities out. To where? No place, maybe to warehouse, and that is it. They will stay without trading for a very long time, right? My sister Ify suggested that if they pursue you from Lagos, you go to the east. It's a very good suggestion, but mind you, The land was bought for somebody, somebody bought that land. The approval, the structural plan for the building was approved by the state government, right? And that building has been paying tax to the state government. So if you want to demolish that building, why couldn't you give that owner of that building some respect, courtesy, kind of inform them that you are coming on this day to demolish this building. Let them have authority plan, but you don't do that. Now you are saying they should go to the east. Okay, forefathers. Dr. Damages, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that we have to be careful. There's no way I can't prove that they were not informed that they were coming. I can't.
But you heard it. You heard it from the chairman of Alaba International. You were the one that played that video, right? Mm-hmm. Now, if we encourage them to go back to the east, now this is when I will now come after my eastern governors, right? Let me use my state for example. You're encouraging these people to go to a state where there is high level of insecurity in Anambra State, where there are no roads. The only roads built by Ngige and Pitobi are left to destruction. No maintenance. There is no road in Anambra State. Go to Onitsha Market now. Those roads that were built by Pitobi, Onitsha Market towards that Ochanja area is kind of a swampy kind of land, right? The roads are destroyed. No motorable roads in Anambra State, and you want them to go there for what? You want them to go to a region where there is no seaport. And the convergence of the Igbo people or traders in Lagos State is because of nearness to the seaport, right? We don't have seaport. We don't have proper international airport. Not that one they have in Anambra State and Asaba. Those are not to a standard, right? We don't have these things. So how are they going to cope? How are they going to do their business? Similarly, no way. So I will blame I don't want to be angry. I don't want to call them criminal, useless governors in the East. These people don't have common sense. The other day, Soludo went to Lagos and was asking our people, to calm down. Speaking like an imbecile, Akulono, where? Go and secure that place. Put security in that place, build roads, build a seaport, and see the massive return of our people. And you hear talking rubbish. Akulono, Natanono, where? Come back home, where? A place that is not secure. A place that have no motorable road, no power supply. Stupid leaders. See, I don't even see. It's okay.
I'm going to
all right.
Let me.
Okay. Hold on, Austin. Dominic and then Austin and then KJ.
I want to say two things.
This don't take my time.
One is
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Austin. One is on what Kenneth said. I'm starting to have this sort of mindset where I ask myself, like, why should you expect the citizen to be the ones to develop their states if they are paying taxes and the government is making money and the government is supposed to do stuff? I know there's this expectation because it's part of our culture. People should go and develop an area. But why should we expect the standard to be that? No, let us ask ourselves the question. I know it's, every once in a while people are like, oh, go and develop your place, but why should we expect that? Why should we expect it? Because it's just an act. Because what it does, I feel like sometimes what it does, it allows people to absolve the government of their responsibility. Yes, I support Akelo. We're supposed to get the who is asking the question, is the government doing what it's supposed to do? Besides security, is the government, providing incentives? Is the government developing the area? Just like I mentioned, you want people to come back and develop the area for you. So the government, what is the government doing? So you just fold hands and just implement regulations. Is that what the government's job is? Yes, it's one of the things that the government is supposed to do, but the government is supposed to set up the economy and also help develop the place. So I think we should be careful how we talk about Akulono and coming back and developing areas, because I think sometimes it's easy for us to get into that mindset and forget that the government still has a responsibility to develop an area. That's one thing I want to say. The second thing is, as regards what is happening in Alaba market, I think we should be careful how we jump into the bandwagon of like, oh, they are knocking down Igbo people property, because it's easy for people to just put things out online without us having the information verified. At the end of the day, the government was involved in the approval somehow. Yes, you may say, okay, my administration is different. My administration is not corrupt. My administration is here to make things right. But government is continuous, which is something that I feel like is missing in Nigeria. I've had personal, I'm not going to reveal certain things online, but personal encounters with people who are close to me who bought land, built properties were demolished by the new state government, and they're saying, oh, the former government was corrupt and sold government land. Yes, that is correct. At the end of the day, you are inheriting that government. So what you're supposed to do is to find ways to rectify things in a humanized way. The person has already bought the land. The person didn't just go and buy the land on their own. A government sold the land to them. So, okay, if you want to take back the government land, provide an alternative. Maybe give them a different an option. Okay, let me refund the money back, or let us see if we can relocate you to some other location. No, what they care about is let us put people in suffering. This is quite shameful. Like, a government does not have any human face. All they care about is when they want to when they want to squander the money, they squander the money with impunity. When they claim to be helping the people, you always see that all they're doing is increasing suffering. Because if you touch the Lagos government, if you go to the Lagos government now, all they will say is, "Oh, we're trying to, make sure that we don't cause building collapse and flooding." Yes, but at the end of the day, you're also supposed to take care of the human beings who are in those places. Are they not, citizens? Are they not paying taxes? Can't you find somewhere and relocate them? I'm just tired.
Don't be.
I'm
Austin.
just exhausted. Maybe I should. I wonder if I come online, yeah, I'm give myself more stress. I don't know
What you have said is more than two patients, treating two patients.
Beg, guy.
So the point I really wanted to make, maybe as I said, I love what Show said at the beginning, because trust me, a country where government can never lose a case, or maybe even government lost a case in court, is very difficult for government to pay compensation. You see things like this, because generally every town or every city is supposed to have a master plan. But how many of the cities we have now have a master plan? And even if we have a master plan, the master plan, is it well followed in such a way that if we know that this is how the city is going to look like in the next 50 or 100 years. If somebody goes somewhere far where there is no development, still in the same city, you are very sure that a house can stand here. A situation where if the government gives a C of O to that person, and next time you want to demolish that house, if the person seeks legal redress, government is supposed to pay compensations for it. And one thing too I don't like about Nigeria is a situation where somebody just feel that I am now the governor of a state, or I'm the president of a country. You now start being vindictive. That's one thing. Is a very thin line we have in Nigeria, and that's why sometimes I said during when Buhari just came to power, when I heard him speak, I told my brother that this man will spend his 8 years fighting his enemies, and it's almost what he did. And I don't know, I just pray that even if Tinubu wants to go, he doesn't go in this line. Don't spend all your time fighting your enemies. It doesn't make sense. So one thing is that they should try as much as possible to that. If this thing they are doing is right, then let it have it should have a human face in such a way you can talk to people. And that this is on waterways, it is not good like this. When you tell them, then provide alternative means. And if that land or if that position there is a C of O, then government needs to pay compensation. I don't know, no matter how small. Then the last thing, which I don't know, I heard somebody say it, is about this issue of insurance. If you build on the waterway, even if that house is insured, are you sure the insurance company want to pay? Because it's liable that you knew that that house will surely maybe be swept up by water, or maybe something may happen in the future. The insurance company will want to pay. I don't think any right-thinking insurance company will want to insure such a house built on waterways that's been built on waterways. I don't think so. So even though we want to say that the house were not insured, or this was not done, insurance was not this, but we should also remember that, especially in this part of the world, no insurance company will insure such a building that is found on waterways. So I think that the government and the people themselves, the government and also to an extent the people, because I know that sometimes if you tell somebody that this house can't stand here, the next is that I know what you're talking about, bribing. I know what you're talking about, bribing. So one thing, that's why we should try as much as possible, especially on the side of government, because they are the regulators. If something should not work, don't put it there. And if you stamp you give your C of O, then I think government should pay some compensation, if you ask me.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Austin. Yeah, dude, hold on. Okay. Forefathers, are you there? Okay, I was sending you messages, but I don't think
I'm here.
I don't think you got the messages. But I have to hand it over to Forefathers. I have to go. I need to talk to our guests for tomorrow and prepare some things. But I thank everybody who joined, and I really appreciate your time.
Rudolph, please, before you leave, can you tell Forefather the rule of anchoring this thing? Because it comes and dominates the whole thing, that nobody even have, make a contribution. That is not the rule.
Come on, man. It's not.
The rule. Okay?
See,
Because
I'm not dominating anything.
Someone like that will leave because he wouldn't even want anybody to contribute.
How does
Rudolph,
you know when you get
Tell him the rule of
the
engagement.
That's all. About the Iroko TV. About the Iroko TV, Iroko Post TV, a lot of it's a bit difficult to search out on YouTube, and I
It's
think
not. I just subscribed on that.
No, hold on. Also, the YouTube do have now some kind of a handle. If you could create a handle that at Iroko TV, Iroko Post TV, and just the handle, it helps. And also you have to post it on your description, and from time to time highlight it on the chat so that people could see. But trying to look, I've already subscribed long time ago, even when you are less than 20. So, but I find that when you search Iroko TV, Iroko Post TV, it brings somebody else, and they showing Nnamdi Kano's conversation and things like that. So that's a little bit confusing. So, but if you can put the handle and also your link, clearly on descriptions and on the chats from time to time, then people will get to it.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Jude.
I mean to let him know the rule of engagement.
Dude, come on. Why are you just trying to read everything?
Yeah,
I
He knows what I'm talking about. He knows what I'm talking about.
That is a fallacious accusation.
He knows what I'm talking about.
Dude, everyone has a different approach, but we are going to roll out some things in the next few weeks. So let's say, how do they say in government that when you say human resources and something like that, you private something, we talk about that. We're having conversation. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you, KJ, and
thank you, Dr. Damages.
I'll see you guys.
Thank you.
Forefathers.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, Jude, you are the
Thank
first.
me now. Thank me.
I know I was going to.
Thank you so much, dude. I'm sorry.
It's my turn now, right?
Jude, you are the first to speak now. Now, Jude is the first.
It's me. It's me.
You see now, I want to give you to speak on and say you are not the first. Okay, KJ, please go ahead.
It's me. Okay. Thank you, Jude, for that very important observation. All right.
You see, I'm not the only one that observed it.
Here's what I'm going to say concerning the demolitions going on in Alaba. First and foremost, who owns those buildings that are being demolished? Is it owned by the government? The question is no. Somebody built it. Somebody bought the land. Somebody sold the land. So money must have exchanged hands to millions. So when you bring your bulldozer in 1 minute, in 10 minutes or 30 minutes, and you bring it all down, you forget that the man who is at that place has family. And maybe, as it is in Africa, once you are working, one person working has more than 10 responsibilities attached to his head. So all those people are feeding from that market, that store,
that you just demolish without thinking, all because you want to prove a point. But I don't want to even make my point from that. I want to go back a bit. Now, right from when I was in the university, I went to University of Abuja. And that's, like, 20, long time ago. Flood have always carried people in Abuja. It's not a new thing. It happened last year. It will happen this year. It will happen next year. Go mark it. For over 25 years now, flood, that river in Abuja have been carrying people.
KJ, it happened few days ago. Massive. Few days ago.
That's what I'm saying. There's 3 points in Abuja that gets flooded most times. Okay? Behind the legislative quarters, in Gwagwalada, and in that part of Lugbe, and that part of Lugbe that runs all the way to Gwagwalada, to Kubwa. This thing carries people every day. It's not new. So when they come out and they are shouting and shouting, I'm just wondering, are we still human beings? Because it will still happen next year. Now, the people who come out to say, oh, these people are building on waterways. To build a house doesn't take one day. It takes time. So you people have been passing and seeing it being built. Now, on the issue that it may not be true, the traders spoken to before this video that Dr. Damages played said just some few days ago they came and collected 27 million from them. Okay? They came and collected money and they never even told them they were going to come back to break the place. So if you came to collect money from them, why then do you come back and break these shops? And
criminal acts.
Yeah, there's an adage in Yoruba language that the witch cries at night and the baby dies in the morning. Who does not know, what happened? Okay, the main fact that this has been happening, and I want to trace back the demolition, exercise so far since after this election. They've gone to UTC in Abuja to demolish it. That is predominantly also owned by Igbos who print. In fact, if you're in Abuja, you know Area 10 UTC. That is where the majority of the printing are done. Majority of the people are Igbos, in fact, Igbos mostly, and the rest are from the south. Okay, they do the printing work. They sell the machines. They sell those materials. That place was pulled down without any justification, and it's in a central place. The buildings are not even weak, so you can say it is weak. It is well built. Those are one of the first buildings that were built by Mama Vasa in Abuja. They are very solid. You can hardly drive armored nail through it. I can say that more because I live there. I know those houses. Okay, and the other one is built like how this warehouse style that the Americans have here. The warehouse style that is so strong and well built, and everywhere is open, so it's not as if it's blocked. So each of them have a demarcation. They went and pulled it down. Okay, in the same sense that those buildings are now becoming a danger, to the people. Now this one now is being done. Remember that when El-Rufai came also, he pulled down places, and I'll call them. And then when I was serving, the place I used to live, it's called Karamajiji. It's along the airport road. Once you pass the city gate, okay? He came and pulled it down. He said that they were going to develop, it was close to the cemetery, what, blah, blah, blah. Till today, as I speak to you, that place was never built. But everybody's property and houses were destroyed. And then if you pass that place a little bit, there's another one he demolished, up to the point of demolishing in almost half of Lugbe. Lugbe, of course, is a major settlement in Abuja. Okay? Now, this has been the trend of how things are done. The people do the things as if they are doing it to is not a human being like themselves. And that's the most painful part of it. Because you see, when they do that, like when they came to demolish those places, because I was a copper already, and I wasn't a poor copper. So I was able to move without any hindrance. Even in fact, they said to us, those of you who live there and you have land there, they are going to settle us. And you know what? They gave us land, which I had one. They gave us land. Now, think of Abuja. Abuja was, where Abuja is. They gave us land like almost 100 kilometers from where we used to live. That's after Gwagwalada, the place called Yangoji. If you know Abuja very well, Yangoji is along the way if you're heading to Kogi. Okay, who is going to live there? Of course, a young man that time, I dashed my own to my neighbor, say, come on, whatever you want to go do with it. And I moved on. Why am I saying this? It has been a main practice. It is not new. So when you come and say they're doing it deliberately because they know the people it's going to affect. They know. It's not rocket science. They know. Okay? And then the Igbo preacher that says this is the last event in Lagos. Yes. Okay. But the question is, moving to the east is not a problem. The eastern governors, like we have always said on this platform, are disconnected from their people. Now, each of them that went, Soludo went, the governor of Abia State went. What was the solution? Did they call a press conference and say, this is what we have discussed. This is going to be how the people are going to be settled? Nothing. Just want to show up, just like they used to do when they want to win an election. They go to DSS prison to go and meet with Nnamdi Kanu, take pictures, and they come back and tell the people, hey, I was just discussing. We are doing something about it. And it's always been like that. And nothing's going to come out of it. So what we should learn, from this, that our government should become more responsive to the people they are governing. Because governance is about people. It's not about you just having siren and 100 cars following you up and down. It's not that. It's about people. Why is it that an American is ready to sacrifice his life for America? Because America will go all the way for you. And then somebody asked the other day, don't ask me, if I was ready to do this for Nigeria, say for what? For what reason? Come on, don't say that. And I won't, because I don't see anything coming. I don't see even the people who are governing if they are ready to even make a difference. And that's the truth. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I get where you're coming from, but I'm sure you will agree that it's a reasonable thing to find out whether it's an operation that's going on in the entire Lagos where they are destroying some buildings. And because if I knew about it, it means that they knew that something was going to happen. And in short, it was online. It was online days before it actually happened. So sometimes we have to be careful about shifting things for when other people are actually getting affected and make it about discrimination when it's not necessarily the case.
Listen, hold on, Jude. Listen, right now they've demolished those places. They've rendered those traders homeless. They're not doing their business. Have they started developing it? So what is really the reason for the fire brigade approach every time has to do with governance in Nigeria? What's the reason for the fire brigade approach? You are making a pitch. Subsidy is gone.
But what do you recommend that they do? I don't understand, because if they give notice to destroy
that is what they are saying. If they give notice that they're going to come and bring their buildings down, why would they give them 27 million? At least
maybe those are corrupt officials.
Okay. Now here's what I think would have been done. Just like somebody,
let me say something.
You outline what you want to do. You meet those traders have leaders, and the leaders are speaking and say we're not told. Why don't you, the same people you meet to collect your tax, to collect your rent, collect whatever you want them to? Why didn't you meet them and say, okay, tell your people this is what they're going to do, so and so time, and this is how it's going to go, and they will have marshaled that.
Guys, can I say something? That it's my turn now, right?
Yes.
Whenever it hurts me so badly. Anytime something happens in Nigeria, many of us that I expect to know better will be the first people to come out and be defending the evil leadership they have, thereby exonerating them from their wickedness. And that is why they continue to be wicked. They continue to be heartless, because they know that they will throw one fake, one absurd reason or excuse of what they have done. They know that there will be part of Nigeria or some Nigeria that will buy into that and continue them to propagate that lies. All forgotten that before the election, the Igbos were told on video that and even during the election, they were carrying bell ringing and telling the Igbos, Lagos, if you don't vote for our guy, forget about doing business in Lagos. If you don't vote for Tinubu, forget about being in Lagos, that we have tolerated you enough, that time you can't be doing business and making profit in Lagos, and yet you cannot vote for the person who is leading. Have we all forgotten that all these threats were made? I mean, I don't understand Nigerians. Honestly, I don't understand these people called Nigerians. I don't. These people are now, they have actively been carrying out this threat even up to today. And yes, some of us will continue to pretend as if they are doing whatever they are doing with every good intention. If indeed the governor of Lagos State is doing whatever he's doing with good intention, he would have called the stakeholders in that Alaba market and they would sit down and decide, okay, what do we want? I want to do this. I want you all to give me, I want us to sit. How do we do this so that we ameliorate the suffering, the subsequent suffering that might come as a result of that? I'm sure they will come up with something. Either that they will be settled with money, or you say, you know what? Okay, we are going to go to so place. I want to give you people land, so you people can now. The state government will have a part that is going to, maybe contribute social percentage of that particular development of that particular area and develop it. And as soon as it's finished, I expect every one of you to move there so that this place, and this plan we're talking about wouldn't take more than 6 months. It can be done, and within 6 months, they can build an alternative place so that the people will move down there. Number one, that place was, like my brother said, somebody sold it. Is it okay? The state is reclaiming it now, which means that place belongs to the state, right? If it belongs to the state, then who sold it to those people that built on it? Because these houses were not built 2 days ago. They weren't built 4 years ago. I'm sure they weren't built 7 years ago. Now, Sanwo-Olu was a governor for the past 4 years. Why was it so urgent now to come and destroy? Why didn't he destroy those places when he was a governor in his first term? Can anybody answer? Because in his first term, the Igbo people voted for him. Igbo people in Lagos voted for him. Let us know, because something does not affect us, we begin to this fact. Okay, apart from this issue, this instance, every time we continue to defend government, and we all know the people the people who are leading us in Nigeria, we all know that they are all liars. They cannot come out and do this, something like this, and tell you, yes, I demolish it because of the Igbos. They'll come out and tell you that? No. They will definitely look for something that may be convincing to people like them, to people who doesn't have brain like them, and so many people that.
Okay, can I ask you a question? What if they are destroying 320 buildings and it involves a lot of other people, including Yoruba people too? Would you accept that?
Has that happened? And how many Yorubas have come out to say that they have destroyed their property?
I think you must remember that last year. I know now. That's why I'm trying to remind you.
The burning of shops that happened recently before now.
Can I ask you? Last year, I think there was this case where
it's not about the people who are being destroyed. It's not about the Igbos. Even if you are Yorubas,
even if it's Yoruba people that also shop, they're supposed not to do it in the manner in which they have done it, because those Yoruba people have families. They have people they feed from that business.
Okay, what is the manner then? What is the manner? Because the only issue that KJ had with it is that they took some money first. Because we know that these places, they tend to be marked first before they didn't just come overnight. It's not within 2 weeks.
Okay, from the video you have seen, is there any place that they marked in all those buildings? From the video that was
I've not seen any mark, but I know that they give. Okay. Let me ask you now. How many weeks' notice or months' notice did they give for this to happen?
No. Listen. This is what I was inferring. Now, since it's a state government that wants to take action against citizens, now not masses, because that's what Nigerians call their people, masses. It's only Nigeria that address people in their country as masses. Now, since they are citizens and you have been voted by these same citizens to be in that office, and you have decided that this portion of the land they are living, you want to claim it, you want to take it back, you go show them another place where they can move to. You make that place ready and then let them move to that place. Then you demolish the old place. Is that not how people do in other countries, in other countries? Is that not how it's done? You just wake up one day and come to the people who are living in a house or working in the house or having their shop and just demolish everything, and they have nowhere to move their goods and they have nowhere to do. Is that how a country is supposed to treat its citizen? And then you say the people are not patriotic? Who can see that kind of action and be patriotic? Who? Who? There are so many people. I told you my story when I was serving. There are many people who didn't survive that action. They committed suicide, some of them, because that was everything they had. Okay, and this is 25 years ago or thereabout. I cannot remember when I even left my first degree. Those people, the same government is still doing the same thing after so many years. After so many years, forefather, is that how a people behave?
So
What makes us different from
the
animals?
thing is that you have asked so many questions here that have not been answered. I remember Maskin was asking, what is it that Igbos has done to deserve all that they have gone through? And I have to answer him now to say that the Igbos had committed some sins in that country, and that is the sin that is following them. That is the sin that is following them. And what is that sin? The Igbo sins in Nigeria is being Igbos. That is their sin. Being Igbos in Nigeria. And when you talk about ethnic coloration, you have it everywhere. You have it everywhere. Now, I will tell you something. Maybe you've heard about it, or maybe you haven't heard about it before. About before the election, shortly before the election, PDP had hosted some dignitaries in his house, and he was showing someone. I think Ubu was saying to a group of people that voting P2B is opening seaports in the south, in the southeast. Is opening the seaports. So
Yeah,
what does
Tinubu
that
said
say?
that.
Yes, what does that say? Thank you, you heard it. What is that saying? It's saying that the lockup of all the seaports, the One
Was
seaport, the ones in
deliberate.
River State,
Deliberate.
they were deliberate. They were deliberate.
Were deliberate, and people will come and be
Saying
defending all these
that
indefensibles.
here you see. So all of these things are just what it is. Someone said that Nigeria is a zoo, and I said no. In the zoo, animals are kept in
Zoo is even more
compartment according to
organized.
their habitat, according to
Okay,
where they were grown, the monkeys
I
in the
think that
monkeys and
we have to
it is
exercise
a jungle.
some this
It's a
thing,
jungle.
some
So
restraint here. Some of the way we are talking is just making it painting this victim this thing kind of situation is not healthy. What we should be doing is checking data,
it's
because
not. It's the truth.
if we just see this thing that we
What
do
do you
when it applies to
Godfather,
us.
what do you
Hold on
victim
now,
now?
you just said your piece. See, Jude, you said your piece. Let me
It's
say
not.
mine.
It's
Last
not.
year, I know that there was an incident where Lagos government destroyed a lot of buildings, and I think it was something that was national news. Even they were destroying a lot of buildings. I think it was this. I think it was some kind of Yoruba settlement area or something. That place has been
No,
around
no,
for a
no,
long
no,
time.
no, no, no.
What area was that? You know, I think you know
It
what I'm
was
talking
around
about.
Mafoluku. It was still Igbo property at Mafoluku.
I'm Igbo
It
man
has
for
not.
look. No, I don't
It
think
has
that's what.
always
No, no,
been.
that's not the one
Let
I'm
me
talking
conclude.
about. That's not the one I'm talking about. It doesn't sound like
Let,
man for look.
in
This
one
one is a
second.
big. It was a big
If it's
story.
another place.
If you're following the demolitions, you would the way that it's been shown, you could see how it's been analyzed and the areas that were marked. But I must say that the Igbo people, sometimes when it comes to these demolition issues, anywhere they don't listen. Sometimes those demolitions, those houses are marked for demolition for a long time. Even this particular demolition, there were some cases that were said to have, since 2016, they've been asked to vacate those places. It was marked. But you see, that's not just only the matter, because this recent demolition, some of new buildings that were demolished, and they were told that those buildings were old. All the buildings that they were for demolition were old buildings that are risks for habitation, and some of them are new that were built. Why would that be? And I want to answer Jude on what he was talking about. You said that why should that happen was Sanwo-Olu, and would never forget the Igbos for losing Lagos presidential election. Just take note of that. It will never happen.
And even for him losing, because Sanwo-Olu knows that he lost Lagos to Badebo because of the Igbos.
Yes, so what you see now is the reaction. And listen, and I close with this. This is just a beginning. A whole lot is going to happen.
That is correct.
And we say that Igbos are being victims. When you victimize somebody,
it's just that
can't be a child and shouldn't cry. More will come, and it will be done so openly. So when you look at the demolition, you could see some people saying that the canal is far away from the places they are demolishing, even new buildings. Why is that? But anyway, the Chinese are coming also to take over, to build new buildings and all of that. Anyway, like I said, the place is more than a zoo. It's a jungle.
My brother, it's left for the Igbos to go. It's even good. I like it. Let them go. Let the Igbos leave. I don't know what they are doing in Lagos and in other cities in Nigeria. Let them go. How long will they not wanted in Nigeria? Let them go.
You always say you always say one Nigeria. You always say one Nigeria. One Nigeria is just a mirage. You never hear one America. You never hear one United Kingdom. You never hear one Zimbabwe. You never hear one Ghana. It's only one Nigeria. Why? Because they are not one.
Because they are not one. Clear. They just want to pretend.
I think there's another. There was another one that they demolished again. I think they were condemning him for demolishing it. I think this one it's in Badagry that they demolished sometime in January. They said Lagos residents condemn Governor Sanwo-Olu, other officials for unlawful demolition estate, deploying policemen to harass occupants. And this is in January this year that this one happened. So I think repeatedly we've been hearing Lagos government demolishing buildings. And I think maybe it was our estate that is tied to the one where the building collapsed. Maybe that's the one they were referring to. So it's not new. And I know that last year there was one big one that they kept talking about.
Forefather, if Lagos state government under Sanwo is sincere, how many of us here know Makoko? Where people are living under such an inhuman condition.
Mile 12, is it Mile 12 market? Hold on.
This Igbo administration should focus.
My 12 market is the Igbo market.
Huh?
My 12 market is the Igbo market.
Fine, all those places, shouldn't it have been the place they should focus and build it and remove the people and make it?
But I'm just the reason why I'm asking about it is that
they'll be able to collect more tax, good tax.
Jude, there's demolition in Mile 12. This thing that happened there sometime last year.
They know their target. They know what they are doing. Let's not just pretend.
See, why do you just do this? Why don't you just look at things for what they truly are? I'm just showing you
because I know who are leaders. I know who Nigerian leaders are. They are evil. They're good comes out of them.
Maybe they are. Maybe they are. I'm saying, you heard what I said about them earlier. Jude, you have to be rational. You have to be rational. Because if you are not rational about what you are approaching, you're going to make mistakes. Because I'm just trying to let you understand that demolition in Lagos seems to be ongoing. It's something, because look at this one, the victims of Lagos market demolition cry out. Tinkan, traders in the Mile 12, this thing. Mile 12 is family mixed. And the demolition are this thing there too.
Okay, let me tell you. If in a government where the same people that are demolishing their properties, they've been paying taxes to that government, and suddenly government will wake up and go and demolish their buildings and their way they live.
Jude, you just saw in Abuja places that were flooded. Properties that were flooded. This is the cause of those things. When you build in areas where you are not supposed to build, and when they say people should correct it, this is what I was talking about earlier on in the show.
Is that because of flooding?
Okay.
Is that because of flooding?
Of course, it does cause flooding when you build on canals.
Jude, hold on. Hold on.
Okay, why is it that?
What
I don't understand. I really don't understand.
What father is saying
people don't want to do the right thing.
Every
street.
You
do that in the UK? Do that in America?
Jude, hold on.
Okay, where you're calling? Is there since you have been in
hold on.
One second, let me just finish this and you continue. Where you are living, where you are making an example for, have you ever come across street that has open gutters, drainage system? Have you ever come across that?
No.
Everywhere you have traveled. So why is it that Nigerian leaders, whenever they are constructing either road, major road or street or anything, they will put one small narrow gutter and open it. After a few, not even up to 1 year, the whole place will be filled up.
Because they are bad leaders.
Because they don't have drainage system. They don't have central drainage system. They don't have central drainage system.
They don't have, and moreover, they don't even have both central and
but when they try to correct it, Jude, when they try to correct it, why are you blocking it then? Why are you getting angry about it?
Correcting it? Where are they
trying to fix things so that the country, I don't know whether they are trying to make the country better, but they are at least, because if something is bad, you are seeing that it's bad, and they want to do something about it.
Why don't they start correcting it from the places where they will not have to destroy people's property? Why they give them time to rehabilitate them? Why don't they start?
Jude, let me tell you something now.
They have.
Let me tell you something, Jude. Listen, Jude. You see this demolition, I just said a moment ago that is just a beginning. Do you know that the entire, according to Lagos Master Plan, the entire Okota, Agor, Ikotun area are originally designated to be industrial areas for Greater Lagos. It's supposed to be an industrial area. And those Okota, Agor area, are vastly Igbo-dominated area now, and they have built
they sold them.
They have built everything.
They sold them. They sold it to them.
You see, but yes, because the money. You see, because they sold it to them. But in the near future, what they don't know is that all of those houses are going, whether you like it or not. The original
they deserve what is happening to them.
Industrial area, and it's gonna go eventually. So.
They should go back. They deserve.
So
Because I said they deserve what is happening to them.
Sad. It's so sad.
They deserve what they're getting.
People build.
Let them go back home.
You need to train yourself. You need to say, hold on.
Even in the southeast,
hold on.
The governor, this new governor.
Triple man, see, hold on. See, we have to stop this thing that we do. We make everything about tribal stuff. We really have to discipline ourselves to stop it. We have to put Nigeria first. If you don't put Nigeria first,
it is what it is.
All up your tribe. It's not going to do you any good. It's not a spade. You are calling a spade a shovel. This thing a rake. That's what you are doing. Because the truth is that, hold on, we have to. Don't you want to base your arguments on truth? Why do you just want to believe what you want to believe? The truth is that many buildings have been destroyed in Lagos, not only in Alaba market. Jesus Christ!
The drainages in Surulere, have they finished? Working on the.
You are moving the goalpost now.
Because all these places get flooded every year. Have they finished working on the drainages in Surulere? Have they finished working on the drainages in Papa? Have they working on drainages in
you are saying that they have to work on all the drainages before they go and remove buildings from the canal or buildings that are already compromised.
Who said they are already on the canal? Were you there? No.
A Southeasterner I was on the channel when a Southeasterner went there and was standing on the canal where they destroyed the building. He said, "Our people build this thing here. This is not good."
Okay, who owns that property? Who owns the property on where they build? Who owns it?
It's Lagos now. It's because it's on the canal now.
Okay, who sold it to them?
It was corrupt officials, of course.
Who approved the building plan? Who approved the building plan?
Corrupt officials.
Of which government?
Of Lagos.
Okay, so why are you not blaming the people?
Let me.
Why are you blaming the
people?
Come on
now.
When it is corrupt, it's not legal. It's not a legal document.
Let me correct something. The issue with regards to building on canals and everywhere, especially by the Igbos, when we talk about ethnic colorations and things like that, it's not just ethnic colorations like that, because even the Igbos themselves build the same way in their own land. It wasn't long ago that the governor of Anambra State was destroying buildings, demolishing buildings areas at Onisha. It wasn't long ago. So, but we know.
Even the church was also involved.
Yes, at Onitsha, they do that. Yes, you see, so it's like that. But you see, when you begin to make certain demolitions based on ethnic colorations, it can be seen. It can be seen, and there's nothing like that. So the Igbo people does build houses everywhere and all of that. But like someone was saying, people collect money, people sell those places to them, and all of that. So the issue with like demolition has a very serious ethnic coloration to it. And the truth, to be honest with you.
But how is
So,
it ethnically connected when? How is it ethnically tinged when clearly 320 properties or so that are due to be demolished? They are demolishing about 12 or 17 in the labor market alone. Well, how about the other 300 something? Where are they going to come from? It's not all based. See, this thing that we do, we need to really ask ourselves serious question what we are doing to our country. When we keep making everything about tribe, I know that I saw what happened in the election. There was a lot of, they used tribal divisions to cause problem, and I saw the attacks that they were attacking Southeastern, the market that they attacked, they killed the security official there. They attacked some youths on the street. And we were on this channel that day when Igbo Basics was in tears about the attack they were attacking the Southeasterners. But it's not everything that is based on that. That is what I'm trying to highlight. We have to try to see.
So, Father, give me a reason why I shouldn't think that way.
When they were burning markets, show me one.
Did the governor come out and say anything?
Market that were burnt in Lagos.
Yeah, Lagos, the governor ran to the market and gave them, I think, 1 million naira. I don't know how many
for how many shops?
No, it's not 1 million naira. Don't hold me to that. I don't know the amount again, but it was millions upon millions. Who's on those now?
Let me say something.
Can the affected people say that they received that 1 million?
Judah, let me say, look, I hear you.
My brother.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome.
Man. Now they come late, and now we be the elders. Now we the come out. What's going on in Lagos is like sometimes you look at who people. Who is that? It doesn't when it comes to the Western world, they say Nigeria are the ladders. All right, not that other countries are not doing stuff. When it comes to the world, they say Nigeria. Nobody will tell you the Igbos or Yoruba, everybody is ladders. They will tell you Nigerians are the ladders. All right. Now, when it comes to Nigeria, now Igbos are the ladders. When they destroy property in Lagos, not only Igbo they destroy property on. I've seen one of my boy. This boy is from Okreka. I don't know how many of using they demolished, but he doesn't talk about it. He keep quiet. That's the problem we have. Problem is that when something been done, he keep quiet. Then he will continue repeating himself. Not only both shops that are being affected, as I said, not only people that own shop in a particular place. You will see few Yoruba people, other tribes. But as I tell people, if they come to a place, all right, as far as they see 1, 2, 3, 4 Igbos, everybody that is Igbo, whether you're from Bini, you're from Calabar, you're from any place, nobody will tell you is like Alabama or this or this. Everybody is referred as the same, these Igbo people. Not only Igbo, that particular Igbo that everybody destroyed. And coming to Nigeria State, guy, I know Nigeria State very well. That's my territory. I can tell you what's going on there is not good, all right? Now, I know so many of my friends that were like, they serve Udumota, Mandalas, where they have a little money. You go see one of Molile will just walk to them. Hey, Omo Igbo, money they land there for sale. He stay here, he stay there, Okafa. Okafa, you know history of Okafa. When doing the bomb blast, people that know Okafa, it's like a canal. They can't drain it, nothing. The thing is worse that it's not even good for human being to leave Okafa like 5 miles. See the smell, see the nature of that canal. You live all the way from Okota Ejigbo. So all those Momoile just say, hey, land is close to Kafana, my grandfather land. The evil guy will just he's busy with his market. He doesn't care. He paid the gen fee, everything. They give the agents. You got this your food. Don't even your food. What you know, I bought a land. He built mansion there. Tomorrow they will demolish it. Then you start crying. They would to blame.
I blame the person that built the house, not anybody that demolished the house, because we know that this canal in real time is going to overflowing, and your house is on the way. It's going to cause damages. So sometimes I don't blame when the government starts demolishing some places, but there's a place you don't like what happened in First Stack on top of a gas pipe. People have started building estate on top of the gas pipe. You know, they come and woke up one day and start destroying it. Like the whole of Igbo, Okota, all those areas, they're all gas pipe in there. You know, they have this depot that leak to aviation fuel. So many gas pipe, and people don't even know. They just keep on building, selling land. They don't even know the road plan of the land. And tomorrow they will start demolishing. People will be angry. So for you, let's start making, as Fofana said, let us start making this argument of on Igbo people. I know that area very well. Not only people that even affected also, but you know, majority of Igbo people that they live in Papa area too much. But everybody is being affected. Yeah.
Okay, why is it that government cannot do something so that when things like this happen, they will be exonerated from culpability? Why is it that why can't they be transparent and do everything transparently?
As I said, Nigerian government being transparent, whether from the state or the federal or whatever. In Adamawa State, going to Agor, all this area, most of people that own that place, they are struggling guys. If you see that place, most of guys that own that place, they have got from Mandalas, Udumotals. They leave at 5 a.m. in the morning. They came back. They only have Saturday and Sunday to rest. For you, they leave like 4 or 5 in the morning. They will come back like 9 in the evening for businesses. That's what they do, and the money is there. So that weekend, the money will just come. And money they will come and buy. They will buy without even knowing, have the time to even go to the government to even start. If this place they're building out is the mapper for something, end of the day they will see CFO. Yeah, register on their name. They don't even know if that CFO they got is from the right source or not. It's not even from the right source. You know, they have been duped. Like the money are just duping them, collecting money, duping them until one day government will rise and demolish it. And you go to court, you can't even tell that the document you have is original. It's okay, I have the CFO, I have this, I like this. Do you went there? Do you get a lawyer that went there to go and verify? You just see Church and Bell lawyer that have a little. You see that Church and Bell lawyer in Nigerian State Junction? They are over there, have like a shop with a old typewriter there. That's why they do everything. All right? So they can't give you a correct document. What they have is fake. They've been dupe. Because they know they don't even have the time. They even can do those things. Their business is allowed. If what I say very well, to Okota, to Agor, 80% of Igbos that live that place, they are business guys. Boys that came with nothing, but they make it. So they leave at 4, 5, they come back only outside this Sunday for something. Some of them, good.
Well,
they
blame them.
move.
They deserve whatever they're getting. They should go back home. Period. That's it.
You why never go back home? Jude, why never go back to the village?
Yeah. Welcome, loco. What do you think I was?
I'm going back.
With all the you are a special member now. You are a special member. We let you just watch, survey what is going on. Then you can decide what you want to talk about. Okay. So, what do you think about what Jude has said? And because to be fair, that wasn't the main topic. There was also the talk about what happened in France, and I think what is going on in the courts. Bill Gates showing up in Nigeria and talking, and then there's this GMO thing that is going on, and there's nobody even contesting it in the media saying, why are we going GMO, genetically modified crop that we can't modify ourselves? We don't have the technology.
Why should we even modify anything? Why?
Exactly.
When the natural lab for modifying things, if at all, is there in Nigeria, naturally, you have the sun, you have the water, you have the season. Naturally, it can modify whatever crop we want to grow. You understand? Naturally. So why? But you see, it shows you how everything is for money. Everything we do is just money. I want to make as much as I can, and we forget that one day we'll die and leave this money. You know, so Bill Gates coming to Nigeria anyway. I think I saw somebody saying online one time was that it's part of the reason he came to Nigeria was to also to like, you know, something they have to do with health sector, hospital not built in Nigeria, that he wants to be involved in Nigerian hospital, this and that. And he said something about Ekweremadu, that Ekweremadu Okowa some time ago, like they objected, you know, and this and that. He said something about organ transplanting. I mean, I'm talking about Bill Gates coming to Nigeria, that before, way back years ago, that it was eminent for him to come, and some things were discussed. I will look for the video again, sure. So this was discussed, and the Ekweremadu Okowa, some other senators objected, and it happens that Ekweremadu is now one of the victims of what he objected, something like that. So I will look for it and understand it better. Let me know and give wrong information. But for the France, you go France. I don't know what you want to do in France. I thought since the people who colonized us was Britain, the UK, maybe Nigeria should be going to UK more, but him going to France all the time, I thought it was for treatment first. Now it's as if it's more than treatment. Anyway, I don't know why he's there. I don't know what help.
Look, let me tell you why he's there. Let me tell you why he's there. All right? When Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State, Emmanuel Macron was toying between Fela Shrine. You know that guy? He lived in Nigeria. He was enjoying nightlife with Tinubu. You see how happy Tinubu is when he saw him. He said, "You boy, we meet again after so many years." Where he used to drink Pami and
it's a disgrace on his part. Somebody that you call a boy is now the same meat. It's not your mate. In fact, it's even he even have more level than you. Somebody you're calling your boy, you even have more level than you in terms of what.
Sorry, I missed what Uzo said. What did you say Macron was before to Tinubu?
Don't you know that Macron was in Lagos when Tinubu was governor? He was
Nigeria. I knew it was in
Don't you know that?
Yeah, I knew. Yeah, he was.
He came to Fela Shrine
3 years ago. Yeah, 3 years ago, he visited Fela Shrine. As even as when he come to Lagos, Nigeria. When he come to Nigeria, he went to Fela Shrine to pay homage. You don't know that? Macron himself.
I didn't know.
That should be a shame on Tinubu's part. Like somebody you said that is a boy. Now he's now a president, and you are still bragging your soldier like you're a president too. What a shame. So, but that's his business anyway. But I don't know what France has. France that do not produce anything, do not manufacture anything. You understand? They are living on the wealth of what's it called francophone countries in Africa. They are living on their shoulders. So, what are you going to look for them for? I don't know. Well, for the recent one, which is the demolition stuff like that, for those who build on canal, pipeline, cable, high tension, whatever, those guys, for me, though they're not criminal, but I think they are stupid. So they know what's coming from them. They know. They are just this, they just have this corrupt mind for like, don't worry, one day government no go do, government no go do, or this stupid religious ideology. Once I build, God will protect my house. God no go make government come destroy. Useless ideology. Meanwhile, from your mindset, you know that what you are building is wrong. You know. But just because you just want to be landlord, you want to reach social, be landlord, you go build for the wrong place. Then you can't pray, make God, Holy Spirit come cover and make government not say and destroy, or make not say and destroy. Who be fool? This is not so got to the work. So those ones, they are idiots. I don't pity them. The only ones I pity for is those who are renting properties. You understand? And say they want to destroy because of structural failure, this and that. But if you want to do that, first thing first, government is for the people, by the people, and the people. So to the people. So if you want to do that, before you take such step, I mean, it should be seen that you have a temporary place for them to go and use to do their market. Highest, they may not put all their wares there, but at least somewhere that they can put something there that they can still be going there to eat little gradually, so that at least not just come there, destroy their things, and you are seeing that their property are still inside. At least you are okay. Now I want to destroy. I'm giving you guys 2 hours, please, to pack all your things. If after 2 hours the things I'm seeing inside I can destroy, At least that shows that you have some level of human sympathy to like, oh, okay, you were informed. Now that I'm here and you are still not, you've still not removed your stuff. Now I want to destroy. But not that people things are in there. They're trying to scout their stuff out. You are still destroying upon their head. For me, I think that is bad. You understand? And the narrative of saying it's Igbo, 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 man, come on, because you cry loud or you shout too much doesn't mean you are correct. You understand? Like what was said, there are many other tribes there. You understand? It's just that because every time you want to paint something to your own favor so that you not look as if the government is targeting you, so the government will stop. You understand? I think the government doesn't work like that. If there are other tribes there, don't say they're targeting Igbos. That's one or two or three tribes that's also involved. Will you say they're targeting them? No, they're not targeting them. So if you're not targeting them, they're not targeting you. It's just that maybe the way the government is doing it is the way we know how government works in Nigeria. Sometimes they don't use their head. You understand? And in the case of what Father was trying to say, that there's 300 and something structures to go down. These same Igbos now that are crying foul right now to say they're targeting Igbos, have they brought out any proof to, like, I think government said they have 300 something. Now you've started with this one. Okay, this one that are marked for destruction. What is happening to them? At least you first of all give like a month, 2 months, you understand? Maximum 2 months to see if those said structure will go down. If they don't go down, then you can start, you raising one or two idea of not painting targeting Igbo. Just start talking about injustice. Like, come, government, you destroyed. You said you had some property marked for destruction. Why would you start with these few shops or structures and leave the rest? Is it politically this and that? So before you know, you start holding up a question. But by the time you start crying for under tribally, whatever, it will take you nowhere, because everybody knows the game. It's what you are crying for. That is what the government is also crying about. You understand? The government is using tribal, whatever, against you as you are thinking. You too, they're shouting tribal attack. You are still also using tribal one thing against the government. You understand? So I think, the one last thing. For those saying, for those saying, go home, go home, go home, go home, go home. See, this Unaibo guys, sometimes they vex. I'm telling you guys, but they just know they annoy me sometimes. When people come to say attack Igbos or they come Nigeria this, Nigerian that, sometimes I look at you, I just laugh. See, you can't. Sometimes it's not everything you can attack in a macro way. Sometimes you attack them in the micro format, as in little by little by little by little. All you guys now saying Igbo, they're attacking you guys. How many of you have come up together because of this nonsense that's happened that we think or believe is happening? Let us try and see how we can jettison out this government that is this in our state, that is their ally. Because you can't tell me you have 5 state governors, and all of them is keeping quiet, working with the federal government to sabotage you guys' effort for growing. You understand? To backstab you guys. You understand? If that's what you believe, no problem. Okay, now put yourself together. Let's start with states, or from one state to state. Oh, who is this governor? Governor Soludo. We gave you 2 years and you're not doing something that's favoring us as major Igbo. Next year, you're not coming back. I mean, majority of you will come, vote these people out. What the politician can die for is they want to win the election. That's what they can do it to win the election. Then you are the people who are doing the voting. So you can come together. Since they can do anything to win the election, we can also do anything by voting them out and make sure not to win the election. By the time you get one governor out, get second governor, get third governor, get fourth governor, one of them will like these people are now waking up. Then they don't know our weak points. I think for us to get into power, we have to be doing their bid. But you will say this governor is not doing anything. Election will come. They will still win the election. And you can't tell me you have majority of everybody that is against Southeast governor, and yet the minority will still win the election. And you are telling me maybe INEC is rigging this and that. Man, that's bullcrap, man. That's bullshit. You understand? If your numbers are much, it's clear. There's nothing INEC will do that can overturn the result. Whether I know somebody will tell me the court did Opus Odima turn number 4 to number 1. Those are whatever. If you have overwhelming defeat of you Igbos, majority that are clamoring for this, we want to go. If you have 80% of votes in any election, which INEC they want born, we want John, or which court they want born, we want to the case saying that the other person, it's not possible. But you have some of you still voting for these same people that you are calling the bad governors, that they are working with the federal government. You have majority of you still voting for them. So who you go blame? So that's what I have to say, bro.
Local, thank you, and I want to respond.
Thank you.
My and also.
I think Local made some good points now, because we just have to get to solution for your people. You have to be accurate, because you have to use quality information so that you can reach better solutions for your people.
Can I say something before you round up, for further? There are many things. There are many things that comes to mind when you finish talking, especially Mr. Uzo, who is also on the platform. Somebody in the chat room is asking you, why is it not happening in Sabo or Idu Araba, where the large concentration are northerners? What about ABT Abariji, Shabulu, Ijoro? Why, where we have large concentration of Yorubas, why has the same demolition not happened? This person, by the way, is Abiodun Agbola. That's the person who's asking that question. Now, you see, no matter how you want to look at it, no matter how, I'm like I've said many times on this platform.
Just said that it happened in mile 12. There are multiple marketplaces this stuff has happened. It's not when you are picking a few, there are other places it's happening. It's not only
Listen,
these
I'm
areas.
not the one who's picking it. Somebody I
No,
just
no,
read
no,
that
no.
was.
But why do you keep bringing them up when it happens in other places too?
Hold your end first.
Hold on. I don't even go there. We know what
Why do
happened
we
in my
always
12.
keep bringing them up? Like this one, and every time we bring this stuff is to make that same accusation. They are coming after us. When it is reality, they are doing it to other areas too. I gave you a Badagry estate where they destroyed the estate. They destroyed these victims of Lagos market demolition cry out. And this is mile 12.
I think you are missing the point. Or I don't know what about other people. What me I'm saying, you're missing my point. My point that it shouldn't be done to anybody. You are your governmentship, your authority is the sovereignty of Nigeria is not upon the governors of this. No, it's upon the Nigerian people. You as elected representative, you are representing the people, not yourself. So you cannot just get up one day and you are living in England. How many times have you seen government go to break the house of people living and throw them outside, or break their shops and throw them outside? How many times have you seen that? Is there anywhere you have been driving and you got to a place you saw bulldozing the place down and the people are by the side crying?
I think we've seen cases where they get rid of homeless people that make shelter somewhere. That has happened. They do that quite often, and bailiffs. When bailiffs show up, it's merciless. Yeah, I think Uzo knows now. He's in the US. He knows now.
Can I say something, man? That is a shelter. It's not about structure. Even here, we know part of right. Even in your own land you bought, all right? Your land you bought, you cannot put any other structure there without approved from it. Your own land you bought with your money, all right? You cannot put any structure there that's above the fence in your own land here. They're going to mark it for you to remove it. All right. So everything where I know is going. Where he's going is right. He's not talking about anybody. Where he's going, let him continue where he's going. Where he's going is the right thing. Nobody like you. I know. Little one he said nobody had the right to chase people away from their beds. Let me not conclude though.
Is it what I'm?
But what if the area was illegally? The structure was built illegally. They have to correct it.
Listen, forefather, and I speak. I wear many caps, but I don't want to expose all of them. There's nowhere you go and you just drive people outside. It is not done.
That's where the government is wrong. You just go, do it out. Yeah, you're supposed to
it's not a civil case. It's not between me and you. It's between government and the people. It's citizens. Unless you're not seeing those people as citizens,
If you see them as citizens, but what you are saying is that if people break the law,
let me tell you something, forefather. Just some few days ago, we had a very tragic incident. 5 people died in a sub, which they used their money to rent. Okay, which they eventually got drowned. And when that happened, governments around the world, the government of the United States, where the people are from, okay, and United Kingdom, United States, and all rallied around to go look for them inside the deep sea. Now, I was following a report, and the guy was saying that the cost of that is so much that government has refused to publish it, so that whenever such a thing happens, people are not hesitant to call for help. That is a government. Now, some days ago, people got drowned in Nigeria. Who cared? So what
Tinubu care now. Which one? Is it not the one they went for a wedding that the boat capsized? Tinubu was saying that they should prove. Which one are you talking about?
No, I'm coming now. So how many people are rescued?
No, not Buhari. There was one that the boat capsized, said they were coming for a wedding. I think Buhari has immediately launched an investigation to what happened or something like that.
Oh, we are talking about search and rescue. We're not talking about going to recover bodies. Now, why am I going? I'll give that example so we see how, despite the huge cost for 5 people, these people, they deployed 5 nations to go look for them. Now, tell me, any of those members of that family, tomorrow the nation call them to duty, they won't wear their uniform and march out?
See, okay, let me say this. I hear what you are saying, but from what you are saying, you are now querying the fact that they are actually removing people from these type of areas without adequate provision for them.
Yeah, that was.
I think there's an argument for that, of course, because if especially if it's not their fault that they are there, and maybe it's complicit with the state government, and somebody tells me that this is something that they normally do. When they want to demolish property, they go through a process where they do consultation, they talk to people and have some kind of agreement before they go ahead and demolish it. And even then, some people still refuse to move because maybe they feel like the compensation or whatever they are going to agree on is not good enough, or sometimes they don't even offer them anything. Maybe because the Lagos government felt like, okay, some of the properties are not even supposed to be there. But this stuff seems to be very, very, like, a lot in Lagos. It's happening a lot, and when you search for it, it's just coming out all over the level. This is property owner been mown illegal demolition. It's like it's happening very often, and this may be a case of either it's a mixture. You know how the Nigerians are; they will use one law to use it to enrich their friends. Real estate moguls may come and say they want some areas cleared so that they can move in. They will use that to come and remove people. But there is also the aspect where they are also trying to correct things because they are trying to make Lagos a more metropolitan city, a more modern city. If that's what is going on, then you can't fault them from doing that. But the provision that they put in place is the only one you have to query. Like this one now in Alaba, somebody tells me that it's not zero-sum game. They are not just destroying the building and just leaving them fallow. I don't think that's what's going to happen.
Okay, so let me put down something. This will happen now. Let's give them 6 months, and let's send somebody back to that place to see what has happened, what is going on there, and if that place is going to be given back to the same people it was taken from.
No. In Alaba, what is going on? All right, this is what is not like show of force. Let me tell you what's going on in Alaba. They pay 6 million to the government, all right, for whatever. Now, what's going to happen is this: they have let's use a building for a test run. Now the market union will go back to the government now and give them almost 100 million. They will stop. That even Ladipo, they just threaten them like Ladipo own is the wall. They will threaten them 1 month. They threaten them 1 month. Now market own all those marketplaces. They threaten them 1 month. The union will move together and give that. That is the end of it. This is not the first time they are doing that. It's not the second time. All right. Because of people are looking at it, because of the new acts they want to be in Lagos, that is where it's coming from. They have been doing this for a long time. But that is a part of what they do. As I said, I used to tell people that thing. When they bomb market, if the particular shop they bomb now, maybe that shop is one shop that sells something that everybody in that community need. Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, and everybody. He burned the shop. The person that owns the shop will lose. Then people that live in that community will lose more. Because now when they burn the spare parts during the election, all right, people in that area will be going 2 hours to go and buy parts. Then you that have motor in that area, everybody will be affected. So that people understand. Everybody is affected. If you burn shop because if these particular people own the shop, behold, people use car that sell parts. You go to Ladipo or go to trade to go and buy parts, and that is not a joke. You that are going to pay a car, they're going to charge you more doubles to it. So everybody is, whatever they do in marketplaces is affecting everybody. Not only, it's not like when they have riot in my 12 only just Alkada man hit one Aburu. Hausa people, Hausa Aburu killer one Hausa when they carry Bible. All the Hausa will gather, kill one Alkada man. Before you know, every don't blow. When we are blow like that, everyone will suffer it in Lagos State. Tomatoes, a carton of tomatoes that used to be 4,000 will become 10,000. A kind of onions that used to be 1,000 will become 15,000. Now it affects everybody in Lagos as a whole. So nothing even that happen affect everybody, not only one person. Somebody said in the comment section, is it Macron went there 3 years ago? Macron was the ambassador to Nigeria when Tinubu was the governor. So he's not, their relationship didn't start because he was there. He was ambassador to Nigeria when Tinubu was the governor. So he went to try.
Uzo, that's one that I wanted to push back on. You see?
Yeah.
Macron would have been there and probably knew Tinubu. But he wasn't.
Yeah, you know Tinubu. No, don't you say how Tinubu is? The sentiment in Tinubu's face is not just narrow.
Hold on. He didn't give him the presidential listing accorded other presidents. He sent his minister of external affairs, to go receive him. Whereas
which picture was the one that they were hugging each other, snapping together, and this and that?
So that was not at his coming. That was later. The coming where he received people like the president of South Africa, all the other Kenya, and all the rest. He sent his representative to go and receive him. And for me, that's
hold on. Okay, hold on. Then later, he now came out and started hugging him and sending pictures together.
When they had already started, yes, of course. When he had already
okay, hold on. That picture and hugging and snapping, what do you think that represents? Disrespect, or love, or respect, or likeness?
Hold on, sir. As what when a president lands in, and you, for instance, if he comes to us, if Aso Rock, and Bola Tinubu sends Minister of External Affairs or to go receive him, it's not showing the same thing. So because you regard him, you hold him in high estate, you stand outside to receive him. That was why we felt that Tinubu bringing this man Asari Dokubo outside to come take pictures. Those are things we reserve for leaders and people of high standing in the politics.
Yeah, but what I'm asking you now, the pictures and the organs and he did later, what was it for? Is it show off or likeness for him? Or
that is more informal. What you see, it's just like you being a president.
No, I get your point. Yes. One person is like the narrative you are thinking is not what Macron did.
No, he knows what he did. This is international relation I'm talking about now. It's not. It is statutory. It is statutory.
No, I understand what you're saying. If he didn't go at all, right? If there was no backup picture hugging for press outside later, maybe your narrative may fly. You understand? But for the fact that he wasn't there for just a short while, and later he came and there were hugs, pictures, shakes hand, and this and that, snapping, come here, this and that. It's not even one. They were like that. I mean,
look. Okay. If he didn't receive Ramaphosa, if he didn't receive the president of Kenya, if he didn't receive other presidents at the red carpet, then I can understand what you're saying. But you cannot receive. I cannot receive you, receive Uzo, receive forefather, receive Mama. Or when I get to Mama's show, I say, okay, let her come by herself.
Okay, hold on. Then later, both of them came outside and started doing hugging, snapping pictures.
Let me tell you something. Nigeria have lost their place.
That is not you don't want to hear that.
Nigeria have lost their place in Africa as a whole, in a way that Nigerians doesn't matter anymore. All right.
Okay.
That's
Then also,
what
hold on first. So in that place, Nigeria not get level. That's why
they not get level, my brother.
hold on, I agree now. You know, receive for red carpet. Then later, he can't show his own personal respect for Tinubu based on say they know each other, not
That's
because
what-
of Nigeria.
No.
Okay, and this same Tinubu represent Nigeria.
Yes.
So this picture, the office snap for inside house or inside the table or parlor, you want to do it for outside.
No, now you see, you're missing it.
No,
Let me-
you're not showing respect for inside house.
I'm
Make sure
coming,
they know. Say I really respect you.
Oga, listen
You
now.
can't do it for outside.
Now Tinubu wants snap picture to show say he's welcome.
Listen. If you be general, you have a GOC, you have been sent to the barracks. There's no how the brigade of guard will not stand for you to receive that salute. It is statutory. You cannot. There's nothing about it. Once you reach there, they must give you that salute. You must inspect that brigade of guard. The same way, you see, this is protocol. It doesn't have to do with
I understand your narrative, right? But
So
because
what
he wasn't there at that time.
a mile away, that you see, before the man, he doesn't see you as what you see yourself. The only reason why he's saying that is because when they be friends before, when they shake both together. So
Okay, why they not do it for inside house?
it doesn't matter now. You can say, let us say, let's take picture outside. You go follow and go now. Why?
Okay, so that picture we want to take outside, picture speaks, right? It can mean anything. That same picture we not take before, we mean something. You not take out. Then you want to go take a picture later. So that picture we take later, you not gonna mean anything again.
You see, I don't know how I go explain to you again.
Local.
Maybe you did drive narrative.
Local. Listen, there's a list. It's not Macron duty to welcome anybody. There's a list how you're going to welcome them. It's a protocol. All right? Every protocol. He will not just walk up and welcome everybody. There's a red carpet, there's a time for regular carpet. There is a list for everything.
Yeah,
but as I said, for past 8 years, Nigeria have lost that their, Giant of Africa, like if they are organizing such a thing, Nigeria is not there, it's not yet complete. But right now, if Nigeria goes or they don't goes, nobody even will even notice. All right, see what this African or Kenya president did. I remember Goodluck Jonathan. You see him stand the aviation. He will stay and talk, defend Africa, defend Nigeria. But right now, they don't even need Nigeria president to be there. Other African countries have taken over Nigeria position. That's what I'm saying. Maybe Nigeria, the protocol, the list of presidents are going to be welcome. Nigeria is not there.
Simple.
For me, like I said, if to say there was no follow-up picture later, what think KJ they talk or Uzo, I was like, oh, okay, fly. You understand?
See the picture, see the hugging. That was somebody, and that is not like ordinary hugging. That is, I know, my friend. It's been a long time. The picture was like
if that is between themselves, if that likeness is between themselves, right? Can that affection be shown inside during the when they chop, or can I go say one private room so they go just they laugh, or what they want to they do? At least make sure they get that respect. Say, bro, I respect you. You know, say, you see, make the movie be like, okay, yeah, this is my boy. That time they respect me, whatever. If you do it for inside house, so
maybe that's the only opportunity they have. Remember, this meeting, Macron himself, he have engagement, they have time limit for everybody. Maybe this is the only opportunity they have. Not that the guy, he may be a president. It's not like Nigeria president. Everything he have his time for lunch. Time for everything, time to meet the president, time to talk.
No. That not me say if you want to get private chat with Tinubu, you not fit talk about your country when you president.
My brother, make you not say how they talk, see our clock, what we don't know, but as far as I knows, man, Nigeria is not in the list of president.
We see what Trump do now. We know that Trump tell it also yes, I want to see this guy. How I did of America. So if for France, if you want to do them, you go do them. I mean, in 1 hour. If you 1 hour not go make the whole program. Highest, you go say okay. After the whole program, with 1 hour session for lunch, whatever, we go talk one-on-one. We wait make everybody come. If you do it for one do them, just whatever. But my question is like, if the narrative will not depends, if not true, I don't think they'll be necessary for that picture outside.
Reset button.
Let's move forward. Let's move forward. You see, the good thing about that you have the right to. We have the right to agree and to disagree.
No. That's what I say for me. That's what I say for me.
Now, Now, secondly, what I don't, if I'm one of those who do not see anything good for African leaders marching to France, because let me tell you something, no African leader can invite 5 European presidents to come to Africa.
Yeah,
for any
that
meeting.
one is a point. Yeah, that was a point because
Less of telling them what to do in their countries. So it's
And
always
did you notice that it was only one this European leader that was there, which was basically this thing to France, and they were represented by the EU. Why? And the Kenyan president was talking about this earlier on this month, that African leaders have already agreed that in this type of talks, the African Union should go and represent Africa. But whenever they invite Africans to this thing, they would invite the countries, and if the countries refuse, consequences. So can you imagine if an African leader saying that if they refuse to go as individuals, that there will be consequences for them? It's like they're house boys.
Yeah,
these people don't have any control over anything. It's just pathetic, really. Instead of them to be doing the hard work to put themselves in a strong position, I must say, Nigeria is a linchpin of ensuring that there is no progress. Nigeria is the one causing most of the problem on the continent. And until we start recognizing it and we start dealing with our leaders, you start seeing progress. That's why many African countries are crying that they're saying they're waiting for Nigeria. They keep waiting for Nigeria. Look at the way South African president is sounding. They are challenging the paradigm constantly. But Nigeria are like, oh yeah, they want to make nice. Every time they want to make nice. You can make nice, but you have to show a sense of independence before they can respect you. This is what India is doing. India, they put a sanction against Russia that India, they should not be selling this. India is buying Russian oil and making a killing out of it. And yet America gave them all this deal this week. They tell them they're going to be building the jet fighters engines in their country. They're not going to be sharing. They're going to be sharing space technology with India. They're going to be sharing this advanced technology, including quantum technology, with India. Everything they are sharing with India because they need India
for free. Are they sharing for free?
No, because they need India now. Because India, they want India because they know they need India. If India decides to go with India, China, Russia, they go together in BRICS. America is done for. So they need to pull India back from that BRICS. That's what they are trying to do.
So that my anger now is, what is Africa's fear? Fear of fight or fear of the money they stole and hid in Western countries that they're going to lose the money, right? Because I see no African leaders, all of them just scared to stand against the West. I don't just understand.
They are too cowardly now. That's the and I don't think it's only cowardly. They are also brainwashed. They are also conditioned to be like.
They are scared to lose something. The Muslims, they are scared to lose something.
Look, can I say something? Can I say something? The way Bola Tinubu is now, can Tinubu, his own personal background we have seen, can he move against the West?
No.
Because of that, to the cupboard. Yeah, that because of the cupboard.
No, hold on. It's not. It's all. If you say
the only Yoruba leader that has moved, that has spoken strongly,
I'm not talking about Nigeria.
Not other Yoruba leader has ever done that.
No,
that you can say they are standing against the West.
One thing about even Africa, I'm not even including Nigeria because I know Nigeria, the stupidity and the thief criminal mind behind their head. You also have to assume it's always there. So that's why I'm not counting Nigeria. Nigeria not your joint for country where I'm talking about like other African countries where the citizens can really, really, really rate better government.
Like which one?
No, like which country? No, many day.
Count one now.
Many day.
Call one.
Many days.
Call one now because okay. If you call you a point hand.
Now I'll tell you this. You see, country like South Africa.
Okay.
They can, right? Country like Zimbabwe.
Can do what?
No, as in the fit rebel.
Zimbabwe is waiting for Nigeria to feed them follow up.
No. See what I try to tell you. If you look up to Nigeria, say if Nigeria better or feed them, you understand? Not be say the one I'm trying to is like the way our mind they criminal for our government, because most of us don't even like make our government better because we benefit from them. Many other African countries not be like that, so to speak. So those ones that even have more chances to even rebel their government past we, because we want to rebel government, we get people many for inside among us. We know what made the country even good at all because we benefit from this useless government. And
If you know that if you remove South Africa, remove not Africans, every other African countries, Nigeria is better than all of them from beginning to the end.
See, you might say better than the lifestyle. I mean the mind, the will to stand like, hey, we die here to follow government fight. That's what I'm saying. It don't be poverty or say maybe no. I mean the mentality to say what government is doing is bad. Let's just come together.
If you even listen to this guy in South Africa, he's even proud of Nigeria. That if they can have mentality like Nigeria,
now you see, man, they can have the smartness, the sharpness, but not the boldness. So many people they look for the smartness of Nigeria, but we don't get the boldness. They get the boldness. So that boldness,
that's very interesting. Why is that all of a sudden Nigeria don't have the boldness? If Nigeria was among the first in the black world to move for independence and to fight the Europe to a standstill, it then means that something happened between the time that happened to this time. And I remember it is a systematic thing. Today I was coming back from, like I said, I went to an event, I was coming back, and I was thinking, how come that we have so degenerated from where we went when we were children to what it is now?
Exactly.
And the true factor is that it is a systematic thing.
Yes,
it was systematically being, your
20
lifestyle
years
was being devalued. I remember the very first time that IBB came into power. I remember one of my uncle then who was in the army. He said, "You see this thing this guy introduced is going to kill Nigeria." And that was when they did the IBB windfall. Every major had a 504, and every corner had a 504, and every major had a Passat, Volkswagen with a 200. Is it 200, 2,000 that time? Or 2,000 naira that time. Each person to fuel a car. That was the first official corruption that Nigeria witnessed. Okay? And I have people who benefited from it. Why? Because he wanted to stabilize the army from looking at
your audio, your listener just went.
Yes, we have constantly lost grounds. Okay, we have come to a place where the government shout and all of us are shaking. Before you could question.
No, I don't agree with that. No, we're not shaking. The government shouts, and we're looking for how much I want to make for this shoutness. This is not your fear.
No,
Is that
money?
How you want to assume? It's money. Trust me, it's money.
It's not about making money. When I was in the university, which was the time of Abacha, two of my friends were picked up by the SSS at that time. Okay, what was the reason? Because they protested. At that time, it was not allowed for you to protest in University of Abuja. Who are you? And these two guys were able to stand out. They took them to Asari Dokubo and they dealt with. One of them is here in the US. I don't know where the other one is. Okay. Now, what am I saying? That was when radicalism. Those of us who, some of you went to military secondary school, you find out. You are asked to. In fact, then we have something. Grumbling is allowed. So if a forefather is my senior, I give me an order, I can grumble. I can say no, I won't do it. Why are you sending me? Why are you doing that? And the next thing you tell me is grumbling is allowed. At the end of the day, you have to do it. Now you can't even grumble in Nigeria. You can't even grumble.
Okay, you can't even question. I'll tell you why. See, remember if there is transport hike, hike in transport, right, where everybody is going to work in the morning, then you see bus driver coming out and decide to add like maybe 15 naira or 100 naira fare in their price. Some people will like, too much now, too much, but we're not going to we're not going to, right? 1 or 2 or 3 idiots will now come that he knows what these drivers are doing is wrong, you understand? But they were like, if a bad driver enter, I better give you game, a bad driver come and pay more, they go. He always wants to go his way. He doesn't care what the general population thinks. You understand? Because he wants to show that yes, maybe he has money more than them, or what people are arguing for, it doesn't affect him. Nigeria does that a lot, and that is where this problem is starting from. Where is mind your business, all man for himself, all man for himself. Mind your business, mind your business. So that is where this transformation you're talking about, like how did you go to this place that when we were young, we were like this? How did we become careless like this? Not that we are afraid, nobody's afraid. You understand? There are people who are pained with what is happening. They're like, if you speak, your own brother that you discuss it with will won't go behind you and collect money and even sabotage you. You understand? That which will not demoralize your spirits. To like, man, this guy just betrayed me. Man, I beg, I can't keep myself. I can't die for this guy. People I fight for, they betray me. You will just go your way. Not because you are scared, but because people who you are fighting for betrayed by collecting money will not demoralize your spirit. You understand? So that's why I say it's more. It's not scare. If not, answers will not come out. Different whatever people, which is, let's say answers will not do what happen if they are scared. It's because it's enough is enough. This is rubbish. We'll come a bit. At the long run, what happened? People died and nobody got punished. People were compensated and they kept quiet. Then those that were not compensated, they left them. What played that? Money. So it's not that they've been scared. You understand?
But local, you're coming back to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm one of those who have strong head.
No, it's not much. It's not much. It's not much. It's very good. It's very good. It helps spiritually.
Arab Spring happened and they held on. Even though the military came against them, they held on until they got the change they wanted. And so many other places where this popular movement have happened. You see, until we come to that place where we say, okay, we are how many of us? This is 10 of us. Well, 2 will survive. The 8 can sacrifice their life for the next set. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
In that context, see, the Igbos, right? They did one thing, which is their Apoboreva agitation. They tried for the uniformity, for the agitation, for the coming together. But I think they failed in terms of strategy. But what you are talking about, 10 of us are going. But we are relaxed, man. The way it is, 2 is going to come back. If you tell yourself like that and tell your family, your mother, your sister, your loved ones will not even allow you to be the one that will die. You understand? So you understand? So it's just like you trying to do the right thing. Your loved ones will be the ones to pull you back. I've been nothing for problem with this and that. So by so doing, it also demoralizes you because they don't want to lose you. You understand? That's why they're fighting for the right thing, but they don't want to lose you.
So, that's what they are saying. You see, Tinubu is the president of Nigeria right now. All right. Well, remember what happened in NSAS is that NSAS was only majorly in Lagos, some part of South, some part of South. But what happened in the North?
Nothing.
What was the comment? You want to overthrow our brother?
Our brother.
No,
our brother. So how come such a movement? All right, even say it's just like let me tell you, it's just like if the North start and do anything like something like that, the West will not join them. They will say you want to overthrow our own brother.
Okay, no, but truth be told, in that NSAS, right? Try NSAS. Look, if you've gone to the North, you see they don't have police trouble in the North. So obviously you would want to expect them to say that kind of, or somebody will want to convince them and say, look, see your South people, they are trying to mobilize to remove my brother. So somebody will lie to them, set a narrative to them, and it will fly. Why? Because they're not experiencing police brutality. You understand? But we from the South that experience this day in, day out, will definitely want to say that. So if they are saying this from the North, yes, it's possible because somebody may lie to them and tell them, see your people from the South, they want to come out, they want to remove my brother. So they will now lie to them and use them to counter our efforts, which was exactly what happened. That's why in Lagos and other parts, you see who are the youth attacking them. How do they look like? They look like Fulanis and Hausas now. You understand? They really look like somebody like you and me fighting against us. No, the people they're fighting, protesting against NSAS movement, they look like who? Hausas and Fulanis. So they told them, they lied to them, even back it up with money. They decided to come and infiltrate and do their mayhem. You understand? So because they don't experience such police brutality in the north, whatever they say will fly.
Yeah, what is all making us? But my point is this: only one thing I know is I remember one thing when I like Nigeria is like a hypocritical country. All right,
very, very.
There's a year there was the key one or two that was elect something in Southeast. All right, then I see the northern women protesting in Abuja. I could ask myself, they bomb some part of Jos, kill more than 70 something in Kaduna. You people didn't come down to protest. They were protesting because they killed 2 people in Southeast. It's not for me that this doesn't make sense. Secondly, one thing I find out is it looked like some people, some life matters, some life doesn't matters. All right, even in this our platform, you see, 90 people will lose life somewhere. You hardly see us bring it up and make a national issue. All right, but when we see 1 life, 2 life lost somewhere else, it becomes a national issue. As if those ones that lost their life on particular place are not human beings. All right, we doesn't take it serious or anything. It's just like most Nigerians are living in IDP camp right now. As me are speaking, in Benue, so many people are in IDP camp. In your own country, there's no, we will say there's no war, and they have IDP camp for how many years, and nobody is even talking. Instead of that, we will come out and start blaming other states as if what is going on in your own state is nothing. You can't come in a state about 1 million people is in IDP camp, all right, and you say there's no war, and you're an IDP camp. They can't even go back to their houses, and we don't make it a national issue. Back with me.
Those are listen. What really? Sometimes you see, I got fed up really, actually, because I would have become another Asari Dokubo if I didn't leave. Now, I got fed up. Why? Now, here is a people being that have a government that collects money at the end of every month for the welfare of the people. Your first function as a government is the welfare, the security and the welfare of the people. And you are in your state almost on weekly basis. 50 gone, 100 gone, 120 gone, villages burnt, farmland destroyed. And you just see it, you go there, you sympathize with them, you do mass whatever, you come back. The next week you do, and then you now render primary school children classless, you move those people to that place. You don't move them there and then you even provide food. If you move them there today, like Saturday now, they'll give them food today, tomorrow they give them, after 1 week, you're on your own. Those places are still there. I'm not talking about stories I had done, stories from these places. And these people are left in the middle of nowhere, no farm, nothing. All their properties lost. They have.
Do you know why? Do you know why?
I'm coming. Now, these same people who are supposed to be representing these people still go around in very mighty SUVs, maybe more than 10 or 20, extra following them with over 50 vehicles, fuel all from government money. These same people still live in the government house, feed on the government food, clothe themselves on government food, train their children on government food, travel first class on government food, everything, entertainment on government food. At the same time, they still get over 200 million monthly as security allowance. My brother, no be wicked people be that.
No, okay,
nobody ever asks.
Now which be that? Now which
issue? You think what we do to these people whose livelihood for the past 8 years have been subjected to living in primary school?
No, KJ, do you think
love Nigeria?
KJ, do you think there will be ever IDP camp in certain part of Nigeria? Do you think there will ever be IDP camp in certain part of Nigeria?
There will have been IDP camp now in
Wait. In Ogun State, and what of Ogun State?
That's Ogun
People
State.
that were chased out, they are in this state now. Some what do you call itself? What of Ogun State?
Yeah,
Ogun State.
There is. There is.
No,
There
as
is.
in, what happened there? Who chased them?
Yeah, I thought they were before the Igbo came now. Before the Igbo came.
No, so then after Igbo left, they didn't come back.
No, never. I don't think they return. Some of them, I mean, at least Togo or this neighboring country.
Because they find that they went back to
No, maybe they didn't return because they find life better there than where they were staying. Because if you say, hold on, if you say, hold on, if you say IDP camp in Ogun State, right? Igbo chased them. Who did he chase? Yoruba people.
No. The killer. I don't know what they call them. I can't call killer. I don't men. Yeah.
No, okay, hold on. Wait. Why was there IDP camp in Ogun State? Who was
because then remember Ogun? I don't know what they call that community. I think it's Ogun something. All right, that they invaded and kill people, and people have to start. No, I don't keep why I call that. When you keep on invading people, killing people, people will start leaving their village, leaving their source of income to find shelter somewhere else because there are a lot of attack coming on. All right, some Igbo chase them up to their. He chased them a lot. We all know the story.
Okay, hold on. Wait. The people that were perpetrating these evil acts in the land in the place in Ogun State, those were the people that Igbo chased out, right?
Yeah, so many two state that time was that 3 years ago. It was even some of them.
No, if you chase criminal out, then where did IDP camp come from? If you chase criminal out?
No. There was they keep on coming. No, they keep on coming. All right. They keep from Ogun. I think we are that village that they invaded and keep people when they go when they are. He was coming stronger. Even Adams, Gani Adams, I think Gani Adams from OPC had to even intervene, had to even come in on the board. But they were running riots. They are running riots then.
Okay, so the place that you say there is IDP camp in Ogun State, right? Those places, they are placed,
Why I said that is is it going to be an ID camp in the south?
Okay. Fine. What I was trying to tell you, hold on. What I was trying to tell you was anybody from southern part of Nigeria that stays in the southern part of the indigenous southern part of Nigeria, right? Can he be in IDP camp in his own state? That was my question.
Yeah, that was they have been done, but if they were settled, I don't think they were settled back. There was, yeah.
So it's normal. Just like this village in Imo States, where the indigenous were killing other people in the same their brothers and sisters, and they ran out of and they left the village. They went somewhere else and camped. Probably by now they should have been back or whatever. But it's not us. IDP camp is normal. It's a temporary thing. But from what KJ is saying, like in the way it is done in the north, you understand? That's what I'm comparing with. We can't have what is done in the north done in the south. It's not possible.
In Benue, it was Benue for 8 years.
I said in the north. I didn't say
so
Benue. Benue is not part of the north. It's not because you know what I'm saying. So, because what KJ is saying that a governor will be feeding and clothing and moving around whatever, and his people will be this and that. A certain governor, I know, say even if he think force must come from nowhere and give him problem, and he will look for solution and think of those people. Why I said, do you know where? Why I was asking, do you know where? The way those people are being groomed from birth, how to the religion issue, naivety, being naive, illiteracy, and all that. So those things are part of what shapes them to be like that. That's why they can be there, because IDP camp is just like the way they are living before. It's the same thing. If you come to the south, if you see those places where they say this is Ansa for selling yam, if you go to Ansa quarter, how do they live? They sleep on the streets, put mat on the ground, lie down on the ground, and lie beside their yam that they want to sell. They have this small way they say Indomie at night. They live. What kind of life do they live? They don't live the kind of life you and I live.
They have that three wives. So this will have 3 wives.
Yeah,
children.
Exactly. But where are they staying? Open place, put mat for ground, sleep. Cold, not the cash jam. They don't say malaria. Mosquitoes don't buy them. I don't know why. So those are the kind of how they live. So being in IDP camp, it not be like problem anything to them. That's what I'm saying. You know what?
Thank you, Blessing. Blessing just corrected us. He said the IDP is in Oyo State, not Ondo. Oyo State.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
but maybe the Ogun State, they were chased. That they moved to Togo. Didn't about them stay between Seme. It's not Seme. This border.
No, there's one between Seme. Yes, that is in a Jew Pelu.
Like that area. Yeah, they were chased out of that place. Yeah, I remember this.
You know, but here is where I'm going with all that. How much does it cost to relocate these people and put them in a proper accommodation? Even the 200 million that this guy collects as allowance.
Here's the money. There's the money. No money.
Able to do this. But yet, as wicked as their hearts are, they will sleep comfortable in a government house with AC blowing them, 24 hours light, cold water, and wine. Like Governor Rivers of God told us. He was 40 years old.
40 years old wine.
40 years old wine. He was drinking at the expense of the people's money. You know? So until we the people, that's why we keep going back to the constitution, say until we the people come and say, we have written this is how we want it to be, we're not going to get these people to change because it's them against us.
Okay, wait, KG, hold on. Let me ask one question. Well, I always like to use the Southeast as an example. Now look at the IPOB issue. When you see, or as at that time, the heat of IPOB issue, I'm talking about 2017 to 2019. No, 2017. No, 2016 to 2019. At least let me give the first Buhari one. I know Buhari, from the second month Buhari entered, the started throwing fire. So, but the fire lasted. But when the heat started, when they were demonstrating around the whole Southeast, blocking road, millions of people, right? That number, do you think if that number face any election in any state, do you think the government or INEC or anybody can obtain that election?
No, it depends on ideology, though. Depends on ideology.
I didn't hear what you said. Go ahead.
Listen, I'm saying during the heat of the IPOB agitation, right, where all IPOB members or all Nnamdi Kanu sympathizers, Nnamdi Kanu lovers or IPOB lovers, where they were demonstrating in millions, because I witnessed it in Nigeria, in Port Harcourt then, in millions from states to states. I see the millions of people, like they were ready to even die for Nnamdi Kanu if so like that exists. You understand? Do you think if that number, the way they so much believe, or the passion they were put in closing their shops to fall out in the street to do that demonstration from state to state, do you think if that population votes, goes to any election and votes in the ideology of Nnamdi Kanu, has it been he has a representative in the election, do you think any court or any INEC office or any whatever can obtain that result against those numbers of people if assuming they vote?
Okay, thank you. And I like history, and history sometimes provides us the answer. You know, the Igbos, after God, the Igbos, majority of the Igbos respect Ojukwu. Not for anything, especially the people of my father's age. Okay, even below, they respect him. You know, they give him reference. After, if you cannot say anything bad about him, because they believe in that cause. And when he came back from exile, the whole of the Igbo land rose up in total support. Okay? But you know what diminished Ojukwu? The MPN deceived him to join their party and run for Senate seat. And Ojukwu could not win Senate seat. I didn't say president.
No, I'll tell you.
Okay. So it's a way, and after that, you see, he was like a deflated balloon. He felt like,
You know, what happened?
He failed once now. Why didn't he run over and over again?
It was rigged now. It was killed against him now. It was killed against him. There's nothing else. It was killed against him. Okay, it's just like now this guy who has won in Abia State. This is not the first time of OT winning. It's about the second time also. No. See, no, I'm talking about.
I'm coming. Hold on, so I don't lose my.
When you have a land grant.
What I'm trying to say is this: if Nnamdi Kanu had gone into politics,
maybe somebody else.
The same thing will have happened to him. Now, the Eastern governors realize that he's going to use somebody. If he's okay, since they've said go to politics, and he's probably going to say to you know what, Loco is my man. Everybody go and vote for Loco. So in order to stop him from taking that action, they prevented him from even seeing the election at all. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So now, this first and foremost, there was this campaign of calumny that the way he was speaking to people is not right. They have a better understanding. The intellectuals in Igbo land are not involved. The book writers are not involved. The soothsayers are not involved. The hunters are not involved. He's going it all alone.
Okay.
You know? And I can say that more because it may be about one or two of his brokers I didn't hear. I listened to everything because I wanted to understand what his mindset is.
Yeah.
Now, when eventually they arranged and local between you and I saying it categorically again, it was not the Nigerian government, whatever Malami is saying. He probably provided the vehicle in the logistic, but it wasn't the original, plan didn't come from him. It came from the east. Because you about say that the kokoro, that each the vegetable is in the kokoro. So now, when they did that out of their own fear. That as long as this guy walks the streets, if he says Dave Omahi, since he's already having a running battle with Dave Omahi, let us raise forefather to contest against Dave Omahi. He doesn't stand a chance. So they decided to put him in a dungeon where he cannot be heard or spoken, or give directives.
No, I wasn't saying he should contest, right? Because only him cannot contest in 5 states.
Yeah, but I'm saying that even so, he was caged. Once you cage him, now you can't. Look, even right now, he doesn't even have any.
What happened in Ojuku's case? What happened? Why did Ojuku lose? What happened in Ojuku's case?
They want to demystify him. They wanted to demystify him. They're not really coming, sir. They didn't really bring him back to become, get into normal life. No, MPN was not having a lead way into the east. And they needed a strong man who would give them the open door into the east. And so when they brought Ojukwu back, Ojukwu opened a space for MPN to come into the east, which brought people like Jim Wobodo, Ono, and the rest, into the east. So it was that MPN and Ojukwu that lead that part. But even Ojukwu himself was not given the senatorial seat.
Okay, even from where you're coming from right now, it's a party that is in other states, even in the northern state and this and that. Let's use like maybe a party like ABGA. You understand? If ABGA was there, like where Ojukwu founded, if ABGA was there, and the people that believed in Ojukwu, so that ABGA was there, and ABGA wouldn't have been where it is right now. If from what you are saying, they didn't give him chance and they decided to break him down wherever. If not, ABGA would have still been in other states. Because what I'm trying to say is, like you said, what is the kokoro? Whatever, say it's inside the kokoro. What I'm trying to say is, like, this problem is coming from you people also. It's not
local. Listen. If not the Kano comes out today, they want to run election, man. You see millions of people following him. All right. So he can only get 100,000 are going to vote for him.
Why?
Because the ideology that following him is different from what he presents later on. He can happen to everybody. All right. Now, let me tell you something. Now, let me tell you understand.
It did not get 200 million.
No. The ideology of me following Nnamdi Kanu, the ideology is Biafra now and never. All right. Now, the march, we move peacefully. Flag, nothing will happen. All right. Then it comes again. Okay, let's somebody run for Senate, let's run this thing. That 1 billion they did that is going to go to 100,000. It's not possible. If I'm his follower, I wouldn't follow that step. All right. Now, let me tell you, people just see when everyone sit down, this, that. Nnamdi is not the first person that have raised flag in Southeast. All right. Dito, Nnamdi saw opportunity. Let me tell you something people will understand. Buhari is not wise enough. Nnamdi read Buhari. You know, Buhari is the only person. As me, Tinubu in 2015, Nnamdi will not raise. He will not do anything. He will still calm down. All right. What happened? He saw Buhari. He saw the Buhari with Igbo. Like, it's okay if I provoke this guy. He's going to raise. He's going to make like. It's not the kind that make people even to put IPOB in the map. The people wasn't more in the map because of Buhari come after him. He provoked me a little. He came after and make me a hero. All right. 2016, 2017. Most people don't even know who Nnamdi Kanu is. Nnamdi Kanu came to when they were having WIC here, World Igbo Congress. He came. That 2015, 2016. He told them, look.
He was campaigning for one Nigeria.
Yeah, no, he was campaigning. No, 2015 and 16. Before he traveled, before he was arrested. Before he was arrested, he came to I think Atlanta or here, the World Igbo Congress. He told them that he need guns and bullets to defend the Igbo land.
I saw the video. I know. I think it was
they asked him for what? They don't know who he is. They don't know who he is. Asking for what? You don't need that. They pushed him away.
Yeah.
It's the same people that when time reached, after 4 years, the same people that asking him, what do you need to defend our territory? The same people. One. Now, Buhari came, the hatred, he pushed it out. Now they kind of pushed into the war. He reacted. All right? When he reacted, he made hero out of Nnamdi Kanu, and then we are going to love him. And when Nnamdi Kanu speak, people listen. And what he's saying, people are seeing it. People become in love. All right. Now the Southeast governor, okay, the county governor. Now after in Southeast, all over the world, after God, we said he love God. After God, everybody, every family, now love Nnamdi Kanu. Politicians see that as a threat. They are not even smiling with that. They did everything possible to bring him down. They sold him out. They sold him out by the next version.
They sold him out. They sold him out. I agree. Look, I'm talking about the capacity, the numbers, because politics is a game of numbers, right? I saw the numbers. Even I did not see in Abia, at least Abia and Port Harcourt, the one I saw in only River State alone.
No, Igbo, Igbo. As I said, that number translates to election voting results.
Sorry,
he cannot. He can't even get.
You are breaking.
I mean, that number you're seeing, that million march, 1,000 march, cannot translate to election results. He can't even get 10% of that number to vote because the ideology become different entirely. The ideology become different. People are following him for one ideology.
Okay,
all right.
Okay. So what you are saying now is this, right? Look. The issue is now you want to go, right? Okay, you want to go, and this go that you want to go, it started from because I feel I'm not treated fairly, right? Okay, no problem. Now we now say like, look, we have the numbers. Now that we have the numbers, okay, no problem. Since we are not treated fairly, okay, why can't we use these numbers now to our own advantage? Let us hold this thing and let us know that we are the ones in control. First, let's start with one state. Hold this one state. They will know that we're the ones in control. By the time we are benefiting from this state that we are holding, this second state that is close to like, this guy did this in the first two. We have to do it in this second state. You understand? Because what I'm trying to say is this, right? If except that telling me that the people that are following him, nobody wants to do Nigerian election. They want to go, which I think that is a bad chess move for many of his followers. Because for me, the only way you can take your enemy out is not to run from your enemy, is to face your enemy head on and beat him in his game. You understand? And beat him in his game. So saying that you want to go, you are giving your enemy more power to pursue you. So the idea of saying if he goes into politics that he will lose majority of his followers because many of them it was a different ideology. Look, if I speak and you believe me, if I speak again, you also believe me. As far as you know that what I'm giving you, what I'm bringing to the table is logical and it can make sense. Definitely you follow. So except the followers are just following
Okay.
blindly. They don't think.
Look, I don't interrupt you, but let me tell you one thing. Do you know why people like Nnamdi Kanu? Because the guy is stable in his word. He had since 2015 he started. He never shift his seat. He didn't shift. But he was arrested and detained. He was kidnapped and detained. He never moved. He will never move. Any day he move out of what he was his ideology. That's the day he destroy everything he have worked on. As Kedi said, the day Ojukwu run for politics, the day he came out after the fighting war, he can't he run under a police he run for a seat under Nigeria. That's the Ojukwu that's his downfall until he died.
Right now, who is losing right now? No, if you think that's who is losing right now?
Nobody. Listen, local. Sometimes the way we talk, sometimes nobody is losing.
No,
nobody.
Who is shouting? No, who is shouting? Who is crying? Who is shouting?
Listen. I said nobody is losing. I don't want to go into this argument or IPO. That's not why I'm here. But I assure you, nobody is losing.
No. When I mean losing, I'm not saying you are losing money, you are suffering, you're not eating. No. Like, who is complaining?
Listen, there must be a complaint.
It looks like you are losing to some sound in the background there. Whatever is coming from, you are losing to it. So, regarding this, I think the idea of going to politics is because look at what P2B has pulled off. It tells you that it's not impossible to pull it off. So, how did P2B? How was he able to clear the whole southeast? How?
No, do you think people are making the mistake a lot? Do you think that it's some people that even propel P2B? What is? It's not even people that propel P2B. People that even support him from the beginning. No Southeastern are propel P2B. All right.
Yeah, but they voted for him. My point is that it is possible.
They voted.
He made it happen.
No, I said propel when he started. For the first 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, people didn't prepare him. Easy. People that prepare him. Know where the support come from before Sati is even queue. Sati only queue from the base they have already built. Sati didn't even build the base for him. The only queue from the base they already got.
Okay, now check if you had prepared him, what do you think the result would have been?
Because let me tell you, all right, most people in the Southeast doesn't believe that that it's possible for him to even go the way he goes for the beginning.
I agree. Now imagine if the belief was there.
Let me tell you, because the ideology most people have in Southeast, even in Lagos State, it was not even, they believe that the election can never be counted. Start from time. Nobody will tell you that election will be counted. And that's what
how can it not be? Hold on though, but that is a very weird way of looking at
it. It's not weird.
This election is happening in the South. Let
me tell you something that people preach. He has had this start a lot of time, and it's still happening. All right. Nnamdi Kanu, why he said no elections in Southeast? You know why he said that? If he votes, it's mind that if you come out, if I say vote, you come out to vote. Your vote will not count. If you don't vote,
why do you say that? Why do you say that? They literally control the entire Southeast.
He's wrong.
No, listen. Let me tell you something. He has his followers. He can broadcast anything he wants to broadcast. He's not even in Southeast. Everybody has what they want to say. It depends what you want to believe. All right. If you vote, you no vote. You don't want to believe. Personally,
Uzo, I'm thinking that maybe the people are worried that he doesn't have as much support as you want. That like his supporters. Because if he has as much support,
See, his
then maybe he
ideology
should
is
modify his
different from me and
ideology.
you.
See, you have to modify your ideology to be able to actually walk into the corridors of power. You can modify your ideology so that you can get into the corridors
Because
of
you
power.
don't want
But in the
listen,
end,
you don't understand. If we try to fight for your people, you don't leave that thing you are fighting, other death or nothing, and you start contesting for election the same place. Man, we are look. I'm not understand to do that.
see, you can change. There are rebel leaders that have become. After all, Mandela was one. What are we talking about here? You can switch.
Before
You
he was
can't
great
say
rebel,
just because you are in one direction, you can go in another direction. He can easily change it. By
So
now,
let's not,
he
I'm not
probably will have
listen.
the
I'm not
entire
Nnamdi
southeast
Kanu.
in his
Listen,
pocket.
you see what I tell you? I'm not Nnamdi Kanu. All right. Local bring this issue up. I'm not Nnamdi Kanu. All right. I'm not the one. I'm not the one that I don't need by POB. All right.
I blame the followers.
Anyway, you see Nnamdi Kanu. Anyway, you see Nnamdi Kanu.
Don't
Anyway, you see
worry.
Nnamdi Kanu.
Are you Ojio's or Carlos' brother? You know.
What I mean, anyway, you see Nnamdi Kanu. Look. I will assure you this. I will assure you this. You keep on bringing this issue every time. All right. Anyway, it's not the Kanu or IPOB leaders. You ask any question, I mean, keep on bringing this issue. Why you don't? It's not the first way I'm bringing this. We don't.
I think that was local feels
And I assure
problem.
you, you're asking the wrong people. Anyway, it's not the Kanu. Ask them now.
No. See, no, Uzo, you believe in ideology, you believe in, you also sympathize,
You don't tell me if I believe in ideology.
Okay.
You don't know what I believe in.
Okay,
I voted what I believe in. So don't just say if I believe in ideology. All right? Some people believe in ideology.
KJ wants to say something, please.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I believe in what Nnamdi Kanu stands for. And I have no apology.
It's not a bad thing, neither. Yeah, it's not a bad thing. Can be what it stands for.
Please listen. I didn't interrupt. I waited for you. And I am not a pushover. I'm well read. Some people say people who listen to Nnamdi Kanu are not people who they didn't go to school. Make the person come try me. Okay. Now, what is the ideology behind? First and foremost, if you go to the early days of Nnamdi Kanu, and this is not about Nnamdi Kanu, but I just want to put in this, you'll find out that Nnamdi Kanu was standing for Nigeria. In fact, he had a rally in London where I was saying that we must gather together to support this government, to support Nigeria. Because if Nigeria scatters, there'll be nothing for anybody.
Exactly.
And that was his position.
Yeah.
That was always been his position. Let us support. Let us look. Do this.
Where is those videos even? I've never seen those videos ever.
I can send them.
I get plenty before. I get plenty of those videos.
So you have seen some of those videos where he was preaching let's support the government.
One Nigeria, I'm surprised.
Yes,
I've never seen that.
He was. And then eventually,
during Jonathan's era,
he even came back and tried to speak to the Southeast governors. He spoke to them. They had a series of meetings. And then when he discovered that the last meeting he held with them, they had planned to take the ESS and arrest him. So he didn't show up in that meeting. Okay? Now that was where they started going apart because the Eastern governors, past governors then discovered that this guy is too strong. And if we don't accept what he's saying, which is good governance, and ask the South, ask the center for what is a fair share of the East, why don't you ask, why is your seaports not working? Why don't you ask, okay, give us license to do our seaport since you won't develop it? Why don't you ask, why are your roads not constructed? Okay, these are some of the fundamentals he was pursuing until they now started planning on how to arrest him and put him in a dungeon. Okay, now Roko said something earlier on. People loved him, and people love him. If not because of people who loved him, he wouldn't be alive today. It was young men that used themselves as shield to shield him from, to be able to escape. Now, why do I say that? Is it that once Nnamdi Kanu, if once Biafra comes, everything Igbo land will be good? No. But then we can now hold our leaders accountable without anybody telling us they are not accountable to us. We are now able to hold them accountable without anybody telling us, oh, you are prosecuting them because they are not from our region. And you see, the thing is this: why is Nnamdi Kanu not going to follow politics? Because if he goes into politics, you don't have all the you don't have all the mechanism at your control. And like I said in this program, look, if all of us in this program now gather and say we want to make you governor of Edo State tomorrow, we can't. Because first and foremost, we have to have offices in all your local government. After having office or local government, we have to have staff, at least a minimum of 2 staff.
Yes.
In all the local governments.
The money is there.
That's what I'm saying. If you don't have the money. Now, hold on, sir. Hold on.
The money is there.
Hold on, sir.
The money is there.
Hold on, sir. Then you have to employ. Okay, in the day of election, if for instance they have 100,000, voting listings, you have to have people to monitor. Who you have to pay the highest.
No,
because listen, I'm coming. Listen,
no,
hold on.
You are wrong. You are wrong there. You're very wrong.
Okay, so please tell me what's wrong that I'm saying.
Let me tell you, when people talk about money politics, because that's how we've been doing it, doesn't mean that is the right way. You understand? Look, you said he would have been dead because people love him, so they use themselves as shield to shield him from societies. That's why I say alive today, right? Like you said. Tell me, if those people can use themselves as shield without collecting 1 naira from him, why can't they go and be delegates in any election?
Because local
asking for money.
12, in every 12, there is a Judas.
One is high level. So why can you use one to judge against 11?
Hold on, local. That was during the time of Christ. Now for us, me and you selecting.
You don't change that.
Now I'm coming. That's what I'm going to. Now for me and you selecting. Think about it now, local. Or since you have been growing, how many friends you have that are very loyal to you that can stand at all times? Is it all your friends?
No, but I don't get who that believe me like that. And I don't get the way you get.
What I'm saying, SS, is this: you don't have control of the apparatives you're working with. You don't have control. And see, now look at what happened in the case of P2B and Labour Party. Remember in this program, it was in this program I told people that now we are moving to the second stage of the Northern Play, which is what? They are going to plan people who will destroy a Labour Party. I said it on this platform. And before that, after the next week, we saw this other charlatan who came in and eventually brought even one Igbo guy who came in. This is the standard play.
No. That one is different from IPOB.
It is not different. In a place where you have abject poverty, brother, let us face fact.
Okay.
Even me, when I say I be in Nnamdi Kanu, whatever it's called, okay, sympathizer. You think now, as I day here now, are they
just the kind of money will give you your
drop that kind of one when they drop for what do they call them, Mahmoud? I no go. You know what I'm saying?
So now you don't see where the problem is coming from.
It is the truth.
You don't see where the problem is coming from.
Okay, it will take the whole of God.
The problem is within.
So that is how they have breaking down the society into segments of hunger and abject poverty.
The problem is within.
In the midst of abject poverty, there is no morality, and that's what I'm trying to preach. In the midst of abject poverty, there is no morality. Local.
I know. I agree with you.
And they are using it to the max. They are using it to the max.
I agree with you.
Now you see a man, you have a wife, and you have 5 children, and they've not seen what to eat. Maybe they're just gathering where you make. Then you walk out from where you did. Go somewhere. Somebody say, "Oh boy."
Oh, sorry. When is this? Because I'm just looking back in time when Nnamdi Kanu was like one Nigeria. Because I'm looking at a video that was 9 years old. That's 9 years before now. And he's saying that if they fail to give us Biafra, Somalia will look like paradise. Nnamdi Kanu.
No, that was
later.
Oh, this is 9 years ago.
No.
Yeah, that was before. That was before. 2011.
So when was the Nnamdi Kanu attack? When did the turn happen?
You should be looking at videos of 2012,
2011. Yeah.
20 exactly. Yeah. No.
That was during this period. Now. It was during that period.
Nobody no. This year saying now is Buhari time. No. Nobody even know him that time though. Nobody even know him.
Any video from
but this was before he was attacked, though. This was before he was attacked.
See, video of Nnamdi Kanu.
So if he was already sounding like before he was attacked, what are we talking? He's saying no. Hold on. When was he attacked then?
During Buhari period, though. Buhari.
How many years ago was he attacked? That's what I wanted to confirm.
Like I said, I think from 2016, if I'm not mistaken.
So less than around 8 years. So 9 years ago, he was already saying that if they fail to give us Biafra, Somalia will look like a paradise.
I know that statement is not to 9 years ago. That's based on
that statement. I'm looking at a video that is dated 9 years ago.
Yeah, YouTube. I think what you mean. That's what you mean. But
that's 9 years ago.
Except YouTube is forging the age.
Forefather, stop complicating the issue. Listen, nobody knows Nnamdi Kanu. Nobody knows him. 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014.
Exactly.
We only know Nnamdi Kanu 2016. That will come to 16.
But that was just about the same time. My point is that
when Buhari came in, all right. When Buhari came in, Nnamdi Kanu has started preaching. All right. Yes, it's that way it started. All right. Before he was arrested the first time by Buhari. He was arrested. He was not attacked. That time he was arrested. All right. This is after he was released. After he was released, they started getting tariff from different. When he was arrested,
the Fofara is saying is like the video is even before Buhari entered. That's what Fofara is trying to say. That he says 9 years ago.
I think it's Rudolph that was actually interviewing him even in that.
No, that's after Buhari. Yeah, that was after Buhari. Yeah, after Buhari.
2014. Buhari is not around 2014. The video is dated for 2014.
That's what I'm saying. Fofara, listen. The years that I see, you are seeing YouTube saying 9 years posted, right? That video is done in Buhari's tenure. It's not before Buhari. I know when he made that statement. That's why sometimes some years in YouTube.
This is Sahara TV.
I know what I'm talking about.
So it means Sahara TV will go and put a newer video on top of an older video.
When the Sahara TV come in place, how old?
No, it's Sahara.
Okay, Sahara.
Sahara TV. So if it is Sahara TV and it's showing that it's March 25th, 2014, being interviewed by Rudolph himself, of all people.
Okay, yeah, but you're making, you see, listen.
The video is I put the video in the private chat so you can see it yourself.
We will not ask Rudolph this question.
My concern with people is that they try to rewrite history to make it look like that is what happened didn't happen. And this is what I said it before on this type of topics. We act as if the truth is not the truth. We bend it and change it, mangle it as no. Hold on, because earlier on they were saying it was the Nigerian government that changed him, but we are seeing here that he was already like that before the Nigerian government changed him.
What you're looking at, you're looking at wrong.
What he's saying. By 2012, 2011, nobody knows that they can't 2016. Nobody knows it.
Yeah, but I'm talking about 2014.
Yes, no, let me tell you, between 2011 and 2012, Nnamdi Kanu was preaching one Nigeria already.
Yes. But they haven't shot him. They haven't
nobody didn't know him
before he changed.
Nobody didn't know him. Listen.
Uzo. Whenever I speak to people, you know what they tell me? They said it's because when the Nigerian government attacked it, that's when it changed. But the change happened before that.
Now, what happened is this. He started broadcasting. Nobody even listened to him. Buhari went he came back to Nigeria freely, like every other person. Don't like the people. You know, when you talk to me against government right now, you go to Nigeria, they will raise a questioning. He really went to Nigeria, they caught him and put him without judgment, put him in the detention. That's when he started getting more sympathy. The one was too cutty, one was too the sympathy was too much. That no judgment, he made that. That's where he became hero he is. All right. Now, after the whole thing, Shanega, he was granted bail.
Which link you paste?
Eh?
You for that? Which link you paste? Now stream like
no. Is this stream here? Maybe I didn't. Sorry about that. No, I think I posted. Let me confirm it. Did I post stream here? That was weird. Let me see. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't copy it. Let me press it now again. yeah. Sorry about that. I got it now.
No. But truth be told, that video you said, I know that video is during Buhari's tenure, not before. So, but why it is 9 years?
Easy, local.
Yeah, we are
local has come again. Local has come again now.
No, before Buhari,
that's what is telling us now.
Before Buhari, before Buhari, I don't even know who he is.
Why do you keep saying that? Look at the video.
Ask everybody here. What the comment section? Who don't know the kind before Buhari? Nobody even know him.
See, what does it even matter? The point is that 2014, he was saying that if they fail to give us Biafra, Somalia will look like. He was saying this before any time before he was attacked online on Sahara TV.
He was not even attacked. He was arrested in 2016. He was arrested. He was only attacked 2018. He was attacked. So listen to that.
But that's what people tell me. People always tell me that it was because of that attack. That's why he turned violent.
Nobody people tell you go and look.
Hello, sir. I don't want to get turn this into Nnamdi Kanu's issue. But Nnamdi Kanu, the attack in Oparuku in Umuahia was done in early September 2017, and the Operation Python dance started dancing from 2015, 2016. One of those dates. I don't know the exact dates. But it was when the Python went to dance that they decided to dance to his house and, mold down 28 young men plus other people who drank gutter water and all that. I don't want to go into that because it's a gory thing I don't want to talk about. But you see, before this time, if you go back, and Uzo keep making a mistake, say by 2012, Nnamdi Kanu has always been known, but he was not the leader of, at that time, there was no IPOB. What you had then was the Masop movement, which was Rike. Yeah. Okay. And then before was Rike, they said it was Rike. I don't want to go into all that story. But eventually they all departed, and all went their various ways. Now, if you go to search, if you are searching for the video, search for the video of Nnamdi Kanu speaking in a protest in London. Okay. That is what you search for. I'm trying to search for it, but I can't find it. He was talking. Okay.
KJ, hold on. I know what further that is coming from. That's 9 years, which is 2014, before Buhari entered, right? But
he's already, to me, he was already radicalized to an extent before Buhari even came to office. That's the point I'm making. Because people are saying that it was because of Buhari. That's why he became radicalized. Hold on. Let me make my point. This guy, what's his name? Oh my God, I say what's his name? Peter Obi didn't go about saying if they don't give him Biafra, they are going to, before he even started anything. If you want to win office, and if he's this talented, he should have, or he's the follower, he's a leader for in the Southeastern, he would have won. The fact that he was saying all this sort of thing before they even
that's the reason why I didn't want to get
at all.
The reason why I didn't want to get into this in the first place, forefather, is what you have said now. Because if we start talking now, you say we always exempt, but you have mentioned if it was P2B and he said, look, why do you always hold a different standard with the Igbos than other people? Erufai, listen to what I'm saying, and you go look for the video. Erufai said, if those election observers, let them come here, they all go back in body bags. They want to come and tell them what to do. Who has held him responsible?
What year was this? Sorry.
Oh, you didn't hear that statement?
I don't know now. I just want to know. You are right. If I'm you doing a kind of double standard,
I will get it for you.
Want to know.
It is the last election observers that Erufai was saying that he's waiting for those who will come and tell them what to do here. They will all
just this last election. Just this last election.
2015.
2019.
Okay.
Yeah.
They will all go back in body bags. That was a threat to the international community. Why has anybody not held him accountable?
Because it's the international community, not Nigeria.
No,
maybe that's what it with it. And to be fair, I've said it before. Erufai is unusually powerful. I don't understand it myself. El-Rufai is unusually powerful in Nigeria.
Is he the only
From
one?
the statement that man has
Is
made
he
has
the
gotten
only
away
one?
with it. I
Excuse
don't
me.
know why.
Hold on. You see, I don't want to go because I have this thing. I'm coming. Hold on. Also. The northern people,
let me just say this. Let me just say this.
Arewa youths that gathered together and gave Igbo speak notice from the north. Who has held them responsible? We have said that if Igbo don't leave, whatever happened to them, they will take. What has happened to them? Why do we always think that Igbo man should be careful what he says? Other people can say whatever they want, and there's nothing.
I'm not saying you should be careful what you say. It's not about being careful. It's about saying that all these things you said, but even if all these things were true, what Nnamdi Kanu said is even more consequential. He said he's going to turn Nigeria to something worse than Somalia.
Wait, let me tell you something. Sometimes I don't like look, you're fond of doing this. When we are on this show, I'm not here for IPOB. I'm not a IPOB member. Let's maintain what we are doing. Don't make an example. You bring in IPOB no dues. Try to create like forefather would just fall into it and start discussing what I don't even know. I would not move outside the what I don't even know. As I said, any day you saw, I said the truth. I said the truth. Any day you saw Nnamdi Kanu, you saw BOS, you give them this question directly.
See, you know what?
Don't come here. Let me finish. Don't come here. Don't come here and start.
Who's Okalo? You can't be doing this. Who's Okalo? You can't be accusing me like this.
No. Listen. I like to be straightforward. If I say something, I like to be. I don't mind who you come from. I tell you how it is. All right. Look, always, if you look to talk like this, always, I don't know, IPOB always, you can't talk without putting IPOB. As if IPOB pregnant is for father. I don't know. Please, let's leave that chapter.
Okay, hold on.
Let's leave that chapter then. As I said earlier on, Nnamdi Kanu was Ozurike, but nobody know him. Yeah. He has been, nobody know him. People got to, even Soludo mentioned it. The only day he knows Nnamdi Kanu is after he was arrested from the government. All right? He was preaching, but he's not radicalized, as he said. Nobody know him until government make him powerful, who he is. And people have the sympathy. You know, when people have sympathy on you, what did I do? This guy is not good, though. He's not good. Allow him go. I gotta see his family. Before you know it, he becomes so powerful that even the government is going to be like, okay, if you leave this guy alone, this and that. I said, come here. Even the people here was answering him, what are we giving you this thing for? All right. That's where I'm coming from. Not that people doesn't know him. People know him, but nobody he's not like radicalized. Nobody know him. Like I don't know who he is. After he was arrested.
Sorry. I'm not cutting you. Yeah. I have found it because it was on my phone. It is July 6, 2017. That was when he was speaking in London. I can play for you if you want. I can play right from my phone.
I'm looking for that video, sir.
I think I saw that video and I wanted to play it.
That is why we're here today. As you can see, there are a lot of Nigerians who are protesting about the killing of families.
Yeah, the video was against Boko Haram terrorist attack in Nigeria during Jonathan's era. That was when he did that video in UK when the other people were protesting. That was when he did that video. It was during Jonathan's era in the UK. Nigerians were protesting in the UK.
Yeah, this one is 5 years ago, London protest. I don't know whether
there is one London protest against Boko Haram.
It's funny, I saw that just now and it just went again.
Then when I think it was Nnamdi Kanu that was doing the recording, something like that. They had the long run. He now gave the person the phone to so that he can speak. Yeah. He was wearing the blue long sleeve, carrying one small purse or handbag of I don't know, something like that. Playing guy at time where he never the job money.
Okay. That was like I said, July 6th, 2017. That was when this broadcast was made in London. He was in London at the protest in the embassy, protesting the killing of people in the north and the IDP camps that are coming up. I was saying we cannot continue in this way. How do you build a country where you're killing people and nobody is saying anything? That if you finish killing anybody, where would that be in Nigeria? So that this cannot continue. If we continue this way, Nigeria is going to be like Somalia. That's what you're saying here.
But you see, he was saying it from the context of putting a threat on Nigeria. That you have to understand.
Nigeria. He was saying that he was giving an example of what happened in Somalia. This is how it started.
The one proper that is talking is different. When
Come on, man. Don't do that, man. Let's be truthful. See, 9 years before that, 9 years, the one you said is more recent, but 9 years ago, he was saying that if you don't give us Biafra, so your context is not representative of what he said 9 years ago. The context was if you don't give us Biafra, Nigeria is going to be like this thing. So now, if you say, hold on now, let me... see, this Uzokalo, you need to stop this.
No, I don't want to be going. I don't want you guys to feel like
Uzokalo is not harassing me
attacking everybody a tribe.
I'm not attacking him. I'm just trying to, like I said, we have to be accurate. We just see the South is created Peter Obi, and I want leaders like that to be emerging.
South giving credit to Obi for information. We never created him. Peter Obi was created, even prepared by the
You see, it's only Uzokalo that will say that.
No,
you see,
that is
not.
That's why they voted him blanket. 98% of votes.
People was even hey guys.
Oh yeah, they voted for him. He gets 98% of votes there.
No, they supported him as the vote, but they didn't create. Why I say create? You say create.
Wow, Anambra said he created. Anambra said he created.
Listen, forefather, and this.
He was governor of Anambra State, for crying out loud.
This my.
You are openly disowning P2B here. How?
No, we're not. Listen, forefather. Sometimes you interpret me. I don't know. You support how.
You are disowning
I'm saying this. You are saying
this.
No, you are saying Satis created P2B.
Yes.
I say no. Satis did not create P2B. They only joined the moving train when you already been created. All right. P2B have already been prepared by the other regions. I remember they are telling us here, hey, support your brother. No, say they bring her down. Satis are even like where?
You mean when he was a governor? When he was a governor?
No, this presidential election, Satis was against him.
But I'm talking about the governor.
The people who created P2B. P2B was created by the greedy politicians in the PDP and the few patriotic Nigerians youths who saw something good in him.
This is not right. He was a governor of Anambra, not even in PDP.
Oh boy, wait now. Oh boy, wait. He had been governor since he became governor. Somebody has already become governor after him and served 8 years. And yet, the Igbo didn't present P2B as their candidate. Even when he went.
Yes, no, I'm telling you, he didn't.
We never.
Oh no, you mean in PDP? Yeah, because there were other candidates that they considered better. But what gave P2B this thing was the governorship.
It was his achievement. Man. It's not the governor's achievement.
And then the South is created him.
No, he created himself. No, he's not only governor. He's the only one. He's the only one that has run for governor.
What is the difference? He emerged. Okay, if I say he emerged from the South, is that okay? Uzokalo.
Yes.
Wait. He Rogers is not a governor. Was he not for president?
Yes, he did not.
I asked you.
He did not.
Well, Rogers not for president.
You see, all my Southeast friends, you see, Uzokalo is trying to disown P2B openly here in public.
No. I'm not trying to disown him. No, listen, forefather, I try to say one thing is this. P2B stands because of his achievement, what he has done. All right? And that other people, other regions saw it in him and, supported in this presidential election, not even the Satis. Satis knows he's a good guy, but they tell you,
but it was Anambra that allowed him to shine, to make that happen.
No, they didn't allow him to shine. What is history now? They didn't allow him to shine now. What is history? They
They
didn't allow him to
voted
shine.
him now. How is he going to shine without voting him? Eh? This type of stuff you are doing, eh?
Listen.
They
That guy.
decided to believe him.
Now,
They voted him in.
Forefather. Peter B is the only governor that went to that they have impeached 2 times. They like to shine. They come out to 2 times.
Let me tell you something, forefather. You see,
they tried. They failed.
Let me tell you. And when I say we, I mean we, the Igbos. We're not trying to take credit for what we didn't create. We didn't create P2B. P2B came through the greed, like I said, of the PDP people who push him out in the first place. And the honest and tired Nigerians, youths, who saw something good in him, especially those people who are, the end part of NSAS. They were the ones who created P2B.
So who created Nnamdi Kanu?
No, Nnamdi Kanu was created by a Nigerian system. The injustice.
Nigerian government created Nnamdi Kanu.
Now, you know what? Now I'll rest my case. I agree. Now, because I thought you were going to say Nnamdi Kanu was created by the Southeast.
No. But as I said, if Nnamdi Kanu was not arrested when he came back to Nigeria, if he was not arrested, all this wouldn't have happened.
Yes.
The Nigerian government allow him. There was that arrest.
They hadn't allowed. They didn't arrest him when he was already declared that he was going to touch Nigeria.
No. Nobody didn't know him before the arrest. Nobody even know him before the arrest. Now.
Why is he? How do you do this? First, you said if they had not arrested him.
He didn't know what I'm saying. He didn't know what I'm saying. Okay, you know James Brown. Do you know James Brown, the cross-dresser guy they caught? They didn't caught me. What make him famous today?
Because I don't know. Because they arrested and they didn't caught me.
They didn't caught me. He was arrested for nothing. They didn't caught me. Send him to jail. From there, the guy said, "Okay, you can arrest me." Now they didn't caught me. They caught James Brown for who he is. They make him popular. The video was everywhere. That's what I'm still saying. Now the kind have been with Wazirike, all right, being that PO based off. Nobody noticed him. But the government catch him, just like he's sitting against government. They catch him and jail him. All right, that's where he become more popular.
But Uzo, you are playing a shuffle game here. 1 minute Uzo say it was the Nigerian government that arrested Kanu, otherwise he wouldn't have been what he is. But I just gave you evidence.
For real. Ask anybody. They will tell you that. Not to know what I'm talking about. If he was not arrested, that first one. The first arrest. He was not arrested that first arrest. Assuming Buhari overlook him. All right? Let him be preaching. Yeah. Buhari arrested him without judgment.
I just found a video of him 2014 saying they don't give them their.
That video is wrong. It's wrongly dated.
Okay, YouTube.
No, serious. No, for that, serious.
Wait, I'm ask you, I'm ask you now, I'm ask you, let me blow you now. You blow now.
I will ask Dr. Rudolph when he
can I ask you something? How many in Somalia? How many is IDP camp?
I was asking that question,
Forefather, in Somalia, how many people is IDP camp?
Quite a lot, actually. Almost the whole countries.
In Nigeria, how many people? You know that the people in IDP camp is more than people in Somalia. You know that?
Not going to age well. I can't believe I was laughing about
IDP. You know that people in IDP camp in Nigeria are better than people in IDP camp in Somalia.
Man, I can't believe I'm laughing about IDP camp. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, when he was saying it that if Nigeria doesn't careful, Somalia is better than Nigeria. It's not happening. They return Nigeria to IDP camp. Is it a good thing? We are all country, we are all country. We are not fighting war.
He said he's going to turn Nigeria to that.
No. Is this going to turn? Is this going to turn? Is this going to? Why are you trying to country to IDP camp? IDP camp is not in Nigeria.
see, do you know why I sometimes I bring the issue?
Now, let's stop with this issue that we don't even understand. What is this issue there? Anything that we are going to ban you not to come to this platform anymore.
Wait, let me explain. Let me explain. See, see.
Let me read the statement again, just in case Uzo Carlo fails to hear it. If they fail to give us Biafra, Somalia will look like a paradise. That was the terms.
You know why?
Today, in Somalia, didn't look like a paradise today.
I'm going to make Somalia a paradise.
Somalia.
Okay, fair point. That's why he's saying it. He didn't say he's gonna do it though, but he said, but he's a threat. Now, when somebody says something like that, that's a threat, and that is before any of the hot, heavy debate started. This was
Has that happened now?
Yeah. No, but that's not the point.
That's not the point. It's the point he's making. It's the point he's making right now. During the time of Barry,
during that time, we have Aram anyway.
Hold on, sir. We have lost 111,014 people. 111,000 minus the count of last 2 months. 111,000 people.
Since almost 10 years now, isn't it?
No, 8 years. Just 8 years.
8 years. Okay.
How many people in IDP camp?
I'm surprised of that amount.
IDP camp is more than 8 million people in IDP camps.
What is the population of Somalian? What is the population of Somalian?
Around 12 million, 11, 12 million.
And they have many.
Somalia is more than that. What's wrong with you? KJ, you want to kill Somalis? Are you after them doing it again? Somalia is they are 17 million. Jesus Christ. KJ, you want to kill them? What is that all about? Somalia is about 17 million. They have a very high birth rate right now, and big land. Do you know Somalia even has more oil than Nigeria? But nobody's invested in that. Nobody is drilling it, because of all the kerfuffle that has been going on. So this is why I like to
17 million 360. Yeah, 17 million 316 486 people.
Yep. They are quite, and the country is big. I think the country land may even be bigger than that of Nigeria. Yet they have a small territory, but that's their own problem. But in my own case is that this is why I always say that we should be using accurate information, so that people. I didn't know of all this. I didn't even know that Kano was talking like this even in 2014. I didn't know until I checked it now. But if my Igbo brothers were telling me this information, I would have known. All I know was that Kano turned because Nigerian government harassed him. But 2014, they hadn't started arresting him. And he was saying this is already.
I said that video is not for 2014. I just showed you. He couldn't be talking like that in 2014, and then he's talking like this in 20.
Exactly.
No, but what he said in 2017 is not opposite what he said there. No, what he said is nuanced.
You go and listen to the video. It's totally different. So he wasn't even talking about Igbos here. He's even talking about the northern people who are.
Because he's in London. Maybe he was worried that if he said such a thing in London on the streets, they could carry him and put him somewhere. The UK, because UK, they don't support advocating that kind of talk. But say you want to turn Nigeria to Somalia. Maybe that's why he was just testing the ground. I don't know.
Don't say that.
So you are saying that the YouTube.
Where did the damage intervene in? Which country intervened in?
I don't know, man. That damage is capable of all kinds of things. So I don't know.
It has been here in United States. You know that?
Oh, it looks like it looks like the US actually. From what I can see.
Leave that but as we know,
we'll ask him the question.
Wow, and KJ. Come on, you can't say YouTube alter their video. You can't alter Sahara TV. You can't do that.
No, hold on. Forefathers, trust me. If not for the fact you said 9 years, I would have argued with you, Sha. Let me not lie, because I knew before Buhari came, this guy was advocate for one Nigeria. It was after Buhari, was it 2015?
Yeah,
but seeing this, your proof of video saying 29 years ago, for me, it shocked me, man.
You see, that's the thing, because that's the impression I was left with too when I was informed about this. I looked at it from the point of view that, okay, yeah, it was the Nigerian government that radicalized him. But in reality, he was sounding like this in 2014. And Dr. Damages knows. He knew it. Dr. Damages could have just said, you know what? But he knows that most people will not listen to him. Even if he tells them, they will not listen to it. That's why he didn't bother to correct them.
Forefather, this is a full file of IBOP and American's activities. This is it. I'm a journalist. I know they tell you what I know. This is a full, complete file I have. Why do you want me to expose myself now? And they tell you something, they talk your uncle.
I know what they make you open yourself up. I'm just saying what I see. Except you are telling me YouTube videos are false.
Forefather, say one creator and the cannabis. If you expose yourself, you get airport, they will carry him.
Exactly. Who asked you to it? Don't protect your privacy. Don't expose yourself in any way. Nobody wants any hair on your head to fall off.
You know, go
exactly. Exactly.
What I'm simply saying is that video doesn't have the right date. Here is the reason. I can take this video now and I post it after today. When I post it to the YouTube, it will only pick the date for which I posted it. It cannot come back and say pick the date of which it was recorded. And
you cannot go. What you are not going to see is that shows up at 2012. Yeah, it cannot show up as 2012 video, no matter how you try to do it.
That's what I'm saying. It shocked me. Listen
now. The video you posted was on YouTube, Abby.
Yes.
Somebody that posted it. Is it a station on YouTube that posted it?
Yes, Sahara TV.
Sahara
TV posted it.
No, Father. If it's Arise, no,
Local is talking confusion here.
Because you know why, forefather. Like I said here, majority of the issues in Nigerian politics, the politics in Nigeria is caused by the media because they tell half truths and they mix up the truths. And I'll give you a clear example. I stated this before when I came here. I said the issue of saying herders farmers clash is the worst lie ever told against the Nigerian state. Because that is where the international media also picked their news. And they said herders farmers clash. But you have never seen anywhere where they finish clashing and you see some herders on the ground. Only farmers.
Only farmers.
Only farmers. In the north of Nigeria.
Maybe the headers are hardcore now. They don't take casualties.
It's not a funny thing. Because
I know. It's a very, very serious
communities have been lost. Okay, when you go to those communities after, you don't see any header on the ground. All we gather to do is to do mass for the farmers and the community. We don't see any header. Okay, and the same media keep saying header, farmer. And if you go there to say they are terrorists, you say no, they're not terrorists. They are bandits. These are not bandits. The same media, Nigerian media, told this story for 8 good years. 8 good years. And if you go there now, you want to bring the truth forward, they will tell you no.
Oh my God!
I said that.
Look at Pastor's head is about to explode. I don't know, man. I didn't make this up. You people started it. I was just here minding my own business. And they started talking about Namdekano. And I went and searched and found the video that was 9 years old. And he's talking about Nigeria, maybe we turn it to Somalia. I'm not the one that made it up. So stop bringing this to me. We are not a virus. I just like things to be truthful. And I believe not all of us.
I hear local chicken pox. That's what I said. Local like this, we go carry IPOB like this, scatter the whole floor.
Hold on.
With the Nigerian media,
I want to say something.
When you are hearing, especially NTA, please cross-check the news with other items before you even carry it, because some of them have perpetrated this evil against the Nigerian people, and it is not stopped. They are still going on with it.
Oh yeah.
That's sad.
There's a lot of things we don't know. There's a lot of things we don't know what's going on in Nigeria. This the unknown gunmen and all these weird incidences.
In case of, say, sometimes why they try to drop them in, I believe, say, politics. I don't like politics, right? They say politics is a game of numbers. Uzo, are you hearing me? They say politics.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. So I believe, at least from what I've seen, that this guy, Nnamdi Kanu, or people from Southeast, they have the numbers already. So that's why it pains me when I hear one Igbo person doesn't know support Peter Obi. I look that person like animal, because I was looking for opportunity whereby
another bomb.
Hold on first now.
Another bomb. We are talking about virus. We don't put another virus again.
First now.
Oh my God!
Look, let me tell you. Look, can I tell you something? We are in the wrong platform for this. Samueleta get platform. Let Samueleta have a platform. They have about 50 platform of IPOB, BSN. Mercy and Teden. Now they tell us IPOB. They not IPOB group media chat. Now how can they get media chats? They get IPOB media warrior. They get IPOB that go there and they tell them now. They come here.
Wait, hold on. Where is this guy?
Samueleta is there. Samueleta gets on that platform like this.
Why would you call people that don't support P2B that kind of name now? It's a bit hard.
No, I'm looking for Uche Mefo. Look,
I want. You look for him. He lost.
He lost. Is IPOB synonymous with politics?
Sorry? Say that again.
Is IPOB synonymous with politics?
Synonymous, the same.
Because you're discussing the
Because what? Go ahead.
So that's the problem you have. So they are not the same. So, and the problem we have here is that we're trying to use one method as the only way of revolution. Political method is one way of revolution. There are other ways.
No, hold on.
Like Cardinal Sin never contested for any election.
Austin, see where
John Paul II, Pope John Paul II never contested for. No, I'm coming.
See what I was trying to explain to
wait, I'm coming.
I said politics is a game of numbers, right? And Southeast,
a game of interest first. No, politics is a game of interest first.
No, which is numbers now. Interest and numbers, same thing now. If all wait. If all the interests are more in numbers, who go win? You understand? If all the interest, that is numbers, because now numbers they don't count interest, they count numbers. You understand? So hold on. Politics is a game of numbers. You understand? If you say interest, numbers, they win vote, not be interest, they win vote.
You want to get that local rabbit hole.
You're not going
to come out on the other side.
You see, my problem in Ethiopia is that Biafra have a prime minister. Biafra here. Go there. I'm telling you a question to them now. Why did they stop us here now? When I go down, you go come out as you be. If you go to that place, they go treat you finish. You go come out, you go start differently. You can't challenge you got anything. That means they focus on you.
And I'm looking for where we can use that numbers, the Southeast numbers, to change the way Nigerian government is being run. Just because, as I said, I'm looking for where the Southeast number, because I believe the the togetherness is there because of whatever the media is peddling that Nigeria is against the Southeast, right? Okay, so Southeast now should become one, right? And they have the numbers. Then gradually, now they get the power to change the way Nigerian government is thinking because they have the numbers. That is where I'm coming from.
I think he has a point.
These are road there. These are road block where come from the block. No way. Okay, can I shock you? Wait, I want to talk about this last election. That is give it to Obi. Now the 5% of total vote. Where the vote?
No.
Where the vote?
See, that is macro. I'm talking about micro. You're talking about macro. Macro no go fight. You just I think KJ say the kokoro where they shop kokoro be saying that from inside, right? So inside na internal, which is micro. So you are talking about Peter Obi. Don't go there. Let's start from the states first. Now then, let
From your state, you don't start for your own state.
Okay,
why
fine.
must you start with?
Okay, hold on first. You know why? Do you know why?
Why?
If
Why?
my state, hold on now, my state,
Uh-huh.
do you know what my state do for this OB election? You know they deliver badly because my state don't they play with what don't make sense. You understand? Even when Obaseki did for APC, you see, so when they come go Shomole one try. You see what in my state do? They do Shomole and do Tinubu.
Why man not propel one person as they become president like Shomole?
Because we not get the numbers. Don't you get? We don't have the numbers.
Who get the numbers? Who get the numbers? Imo State. Your state is one state. Imo State is one state. Anambra is one state.
South is
No,
South
but
is
they have a region.
Why not South? Why not every one person?
So South brought Jonathan once. South brought Jonathan once. South brought Jonathan once. Carlo.
Then who prepared Jonathan? Who prepared Jonathan? Who prepared Jonathan to
the entire South and Southeast?
This what Uzo is trying to say. What Uzo is trying to say is that, you see,
So
if the whole of the Southeast,
okay, after that, yeah.
If the whole of Southeast come together and give 100% to South to P2B, we will still
no. Leave P2B from state.
But we already have a state.
Over the entire Southeast, you are going to have House of Assembly members as senators.
Exactly.
If IPOB had done that, they will have governors too.
Exactly.
They could have gone to Abuja and made it.
Forefather.
Why
Go to Tamoneta show. Go and tell him to do that. Not here.
Road no dead there. You know why?
We're just suggesting solutions.
You see the Labor man. The Labor man who just got in
yesterday. Is not going to listen.
Listen.
Then why are you telling me? Am I Prime Minister of Biafra?
You are Carlo now. You can make this happen. You can go and talk to your elders.
Biafra had a Prime Minister here in Finland. They had a Prime Minister.
Sorry, let's let Augustine say
in Finland.
Let's Augustine add something to it. Augustine, please. Sorry for this thing. You know this. Okay, it's frozen. No, Augustine is frozen. Hey. Your image is frozen. Okay, it's back now. It's back now.
It shakes more.
What's going on with them?
No. Your screen, your camera off before, so it will make your
okay. Pause. So the first thing I wanted to add is let me change. I mean, at workplace, let me change your network.
Okay. So I think Loco is making some good points. Go ahead.
Yeah, the point he's making is quite different because Nnamdi Kanu has never chosen political revolution. Nnamdi Kanu have chosen another style of revolution. And the style of revolution captured a percentage. There are still percentage of Igbos. Somebody like me, I'm not Nnamdi Kanu's fan. I might be his sympathizer because Nnamdi Kanu has prevented Igbos. He has prevented the Igbos from genocide. If not what Nnamdi Kanu did in the Igbo land, part of what happened in the southwest would have first happened in Igbo land. Buhari would have finished the Igbos. But the Nigerian government thought that what Nnamdi Kanu was saying, that he got it. The only time they realized that they could penetrate Nnamdi Kanu was the installation of this guy from Imo State, Hope Uzodinma. It was when Hope Uzodinma came in that they started destroying the Igbos. Remember, before Hope Uzodinma, they couldn't penetrate the southeast of Nigeria. So his game was just to use the Fulanization of Nigeria. Let me not use the Fulanization. The herdsmen to destroy the southeast. But Nnamdi Kanu was blocking because of his methodology. And for me to come to Nnamdi Kanu, you use the word radicalization. Nnamdi Kanu was just an activist. Now, he was doing this before Buhari. Jonathan ignored him. And because Jonathan ignored him, he couldn't go further. He was even having conflict with the other groups in the southeast.
The moment Buhari came and arrested him, he started having sympathizers. And the killing that Buhari ordered in the southeast, in the house, was what radicalized Nnamdi Kanu. Before that killing, he was never radicalized.
Okay, let me read this to you. This was dated for 2014, 25th of May. And this statement is attributed to Nnamdi Kanu. And during that period, they were having this national conference. He says, if they fail to give us Biafra, Somalia will look like paradise.
National conference where? Finish it.
It turns out that, let me read that. He says the director of...
Wait, finish national conference.
What happened in Somalia? You don't know. Everybody knows. That's
Come further.
Yeah, what happened in
Somalia? You don't know what happened in Somalia? Maybe when he says that to you, you didn't know that was a radical statement. Okay. So let me read it. Let me read it now. He says the director of Biafra Radio in the UK, Nnamdi Kanu, says, let me read now. Let me read what he said now. He says that the delegates at the ongoing national conference should negotiate for a cessation of Biafra or face the wrath of the Igbo people. He said, inasmuch as he respects the freedom of people to converge and speak their minds, the right of the people of the southeast Nigeria to form their own nation should also be respected. Read full this thing. So this is where this in the report is coming from. So they were having this type of talk could even sabotage that conference, because now when they are trying to have a conference
with who? Conference with who? Conference with who?
Now national conference now. People's national conference.
Now which people? Which people? Which
everybody.
Which everybody?
All
no.
Nigeria.
You just that's a POD conference.
National conference.
Of who?
Here is
of who?
Of Nigerians.
Hold on, Uzo. Here is what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. And I said this to you before, Father, and I think you should openly watch it, because you see, one of the things that comes to me, and I noticed this thing because I was the few Igbos that was in the north. I went to school right from primary school, and each time I make a challenge, I'm always we have to say about it. He said that I think I know all the answers, or I'm always showing myself. Now, why is that there is always being picked? If once Igbo person says something, is picked upon. But people have said worse things in even people in government power, and yet nothing happened to them. And then,
I think I agree with you. I agree with you to an extent.
No, it's very correct. Especially
I agree with that to an extent, because you have to. Sorry, Loco. You have to see that the difference between them and anybody from the southeast is slightly different, because the threats from the southeast tends to be historically have come to fruition. So it's like somebody in Germany now saying something about, you know what, I'm looking at those Jews funny. People are going to take that person more seriously than when somebody in France says the same thing, because Germany has a history.
That means that there's Ibophobia, whatever they call it, is real.
Oh yeah, phobia. They are afraid now. Of course, they say you use your tongue to count the number of teeth in your mouth. They are, because I can say something to you right now, but some other person say that same thing, you will not find it acceptable at all, because the context matters. And for him to be saying that kind of stuff, knowing the context Nigeria is in, he must know how they are going to read it.
It means that what he's saying is correct. The Igbo man is not free in Nigeria, and if you don't want me to be free, then why don't you let me go?
It has nothing to do with freedom. It has something to do with the way you talk to people. Peter Obi look at what Peter Obi accomplished.
What did he accomplish?
Was he not an Igbo man?
Let me tell you. I used to work with one of my, when I finished service, I work with Opa Williams, and I helped him set up shows in the north. And one of the things he told me one time, we had a show in Abuja, and there was hitches here and there. And I said to him, I work so hard. I made sure I doubled around this thing. And he told me, don't look at me and say something. He said, you know what? Once your effort does not prove the result, all your effort is nothing. All the effort is nothing. It doesn't show how much work you have put. So whenever you end to work, you must show that you get the desired
I
result.
agree with that, but P2B's effort is not zero results. It's not zero results. There are some results to show.
So you see, the other day when we had Masker. So you see, the other day when I had Masker here, there were certain questions I was asking him. So do you with the statement you made now, Southeast is part of Nigeria, and
yes,
Southeast have never produced a democratic president in Nigeria, and Peter Obi did this, and everybody is hailing him. But the Northerners, the Southwest have produced president in Nigeria, and everybody is seeing what Peter Obi has done as extraordinary. That means
within 8 months. Within 8 months, I think that is quite an achievement for somebody that didn't have a structure. If he was in PDP, he probably would have won. What is that telling you? What that is telling you is that a Southeasterner can win an election. It's just that he didn't have the appropriate vehicle. If he was in PDP, PDP would have campaigned for him. All the other states, all those little states that he didn't get in this current result, maybe we don't even know the real result. What if the real result indicates that he wins? What do you do then?
Father, listen. The mere fact that you can put that qualification attached to the Southeast means there's a problem. So
of course there is a problem. Are you going to erase history? You can't erase history.
So we either, let me tell you something. I'm one of those who don't believe. You see, when I used to grow up, that time in Nigeria, half bread is better than none. People used to go about and say, "Oh boy, take it." I said to people, I don't take half bread. You either give me the full loaf or you take it away. That is me. Half bread better than none. What do you mean? Who is going to have the other half? Give it to me or take your bread and go away. Okay. So the thing is, it's not a question of the Southeast can. No, that shouldn't even be there, because you don't say to a Hausa man, you can win the presidency. You don't say to a Yoruba man, you can win the presidency. Why is that when he comes to the South, he say, what Obi has done, the Southeast can.
No, yeah, he can win the presidency because the reason why we put in that context, because many Southeasterners often say that no, they will not let them win. They will not let them win. But people are saying that no, they can. Why? There's no reason why. When you look at it, there is really no structural reason why not. The only reason why is because the South is there's always hotbed of. See, the reason why
we're not taking it from abstract. The North have said it numerous times that an Igbo man will never. That's what the North say.
Yeah, you believe that. You keep believing that.
Hold on. Today Bakari preached about it. Apostle Johnson Suleiman talked about it, and even some northern politicians have told us face to face what the agreement was after the end of the Civil War. Okay, so it's not a hidden thing.
You've seen what in America what they do to black people, and you see how Obama emerged to win an election. The Southeast even has a higher proportion of the Nigerian population than what the black population in America is. And not to mention the South that is there, that they often vote like a block together. You can't dismiss them. When somebody emerges from there, and the character of that person, this thing is also admired by Nigerians, they would vote for him. I don't think the Nigeria of 1960 something, 1970 something is the Nigeria that we live in today. This is a totally new Nigeria, and the youths they are so large in population. If you notice this election, they depressed the vote. That's why you're not seeing those youth. The youth population increased significantly from when even Buhari was elected. So it's a totally different Nigeria that you're looking at today. If somebody that comes out and the person is very clean, no corruption, no nothing, and this guy seems to be very capable, they will vote for him, whether it's Southeast or not. Nigerians will vote for that person. Question is whether the person will emerge. I don't subscribe to this where people say, "Oh no, they will never vote for a Southeastern person." I don't believe it. I don't believe that they will vote for a Southeastern person.
Forefather. My own argument is now is this. I beg a local next time, Kalaya this thing go Mr. Molepa. Whether you go come back normal. If you want to ask question, Molepa, you know Molepa now. You see Biafra in exile prime minister. Go answer why not about to now votes. About your vote with political party. Don't go and ask that question again.
Samuel Ekpa blocks people. That guy who tolerate debate, he will block you immediately.
He will not going to block you. He's not going to block you. Samuel Ekpa is not going to block you. He's going to give you the answer you deserve, not pity. He's not going to pity for you.
If that's what he wants, I'm willing to go there.
Go there and
he's not going to let you. He's not going to let me. He's going to ban. He's going to block me.
Okay, now me, you can't get power. Can I ask me why don't do this? Why they book up for my head? I mean, one thing that this election has taught everybody. When we are talking, we only use every Christmas and chicken everybody they chop. Why do you say every conversation when we talk about Nigeria, that Saturday they give example for everything. Why? I mean, good day go bring president. Not a president will connect president.
Why?
Good day.
They got Jonathan. They got Jonathan. What are you going on about?
Jonathan entered there by even to today. Jonathan, they still feel that Southeast have rule. They see Jonathan as an Igbo person.
They give him that's
how they do it. And if
they give him as an Igbo person. Jonathan went in there. He went in there by mistake. If Yar'Adua have not died, Jonathan was made there. He goes there. They see him as Igbo person.
That is true, but maybe you see that's the thing. If Jonathan hadn't been a president, I think by now either would have had an elected Southeasterner or a South president. One way or another, it would have happened.
Okay, let me give you an example now. Don't tell me one person now, as it is, if not people will be from the Southeast. Me, as from Southeast, I know the person for Southeast if he come out for president. I know the person qualify for Southeast as a whole. All right. Give one person for Edo and we qualify. One person for Calabar we qualify. Who they more sincere because the South and the East, we are much like one person that will do good. Don't want any other person. You local. If you point one person where you say make a propel and they become president, or one person from many South and Southeast where you become president. If not, people will be now from Southeast.
That's an interesting way to put it. That is an interesting way to put it, actually, because the thing is, why is it that the North, let's say the North can decide that okay, they want to use this person has to go and run for the office. It's not the entire population that agrees; it's the elites that do that. So the same thing can happen in the Southeast. The elites can decide, but the problem is
that why is it only South to give an example? What does that give an example? The same thing happens in South.
Okay, Uzo, I'm going to use South now. The same thing happens in South. Obaseki and Oshomole can help select the people for their candidate for their parties. They can go around for office.
They will support.
And the people who support, I don't know whether they will follow actually.
No, it's hard to support like never. It's hard to support.
So you don't hear now. They
voted, but they voted people though. They voted all these people. They came. I think if Edo man comes in, the Southeast will vote for them.
No, I'm not sure. Southeast will vote.
They do. It's something they come
they do. No. Uzo, you think say if somebody from the South, right? Somewhat competent or somehow like Peter Obi level, if you come from they plenty anyway, or maybe they don't talk. If they come from the South, do you think the whole of Southeast will really rally behind that person?
Yes. What's about crime today? Because Urari ran Goodluck Jonathan. You should become a crime for Igbos.
No. That's not true.
Which is not true. Igbo went in the highest vote. PDP have given the PDP the value about crime. More.
No, that's not no. Wait, what you say Igbo?
Okay. Do you know that?
Because
people supported Godwin Akpobio as the Senate President of Kano.
No. Why?
Because they see him more better than Moses Kano.
No, but also because of he was already anointed first.
Not anointed. Leave the anointing oil. I'm not gonna work for that one. Not anointed.
No. He was anointed first.
If you put as the Moshomole, put also kind to vote as the Moshomole. I don't say it's of everybody.
Yes.
If you put who I will call again, who corrupt again for Edo?
So you are beginning to try to you want to compare that. Yeah. Go ahead, Pascal. Welcome.
This is not interested where we're doing.
Oh, no, you're muted now. Your mic is gone.
No, best I freeze. You're freezing free safe. You freeze.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. I can see clearly Uche and KJ, they have taken a position that Nigeria, in quote, whatever that means, have decided that an Igbo man will not be a president. Now, the question I want to ask, what honestly do you think is the reason why Nigeria, whatever is purported to be Nigeria, that Nigeria has decided an Igbo man can be a president? Why do you think so?
Who goes first? KJ.
No, I think Uzo should go first because I think he's the primary custodian of that position. KJ is just
only the eyes in the night, in the midnight, only the eyes but would they see. So only they can't already abale. In the night,
I'm not nothing to hide in my life.
Where have question now? Where they go?
You know, see me.
He's there now.
I don't see you now because you don't come up for darkness, call light. Like different person you be now.
It's true.
Ask a question again. Ask a question again.
Okay. I see that you, Uzo, and KJ have taken a position that Nigeria as a country have decided that an Igbo man cannot be president. Now, the question I'd want to ask you guys is, why do you think Nigeria took that decision? What is the basis that Nigeria took that decision?
Because they are the dots in the circle.
Now, me and you, they table. Now, me and you, they table. Want to the position, Abi? Because on my word,
I've been listening to you.
Everyone can that local here. I never take any position that Igbo man can never be a president. My position is that one must, every time we are talking something, Igbo man always use a Igbo man as an example as a Christmas chicken. Now, why Igbo man cannot present this? Why Igbo man cannot do this? Other states, why can't you bring somebody to be a president? Must Igbo man? That's my position. I've never seen a center with you tell you say Igbo man cannot be a president.
So look,
my position is this.
Wait, Uzo. Wait. I'm honorable enough to apologize if I did not get you right. I will be very happy to apologize if you believe that an Igbo man honestly has a fair chance of being a president. I will be very happy.
As much as an Igbo man can be the president, and a Doma can also be a president, a Benue person can also be a president. Not only Igbo, he must be a president. One thing I assure you is this: as far as me are you concerned right now, except Magolu house drop. Only people will be is only sincere person we will see in Igbo land. Anybody with another person make it tell us that can come out and stand on his word to tell you go and verify. And verify will not see stains like that. That's what I'm telling you. That's my own stand. All right.
Okay, no, I agree with you, which is fine. See, Uzo, I apologize. My mistake, my bad. And I'm happy.
Why did I apologize? Why did I call apologize? We'll kick it out to. At the end of the day, we are brothers here. That's what I apologize for.
No. Apology doesn't mean anything. Now, what I'm saying is that, okay, I made a mistake. And so, my bad.
Masca, let me weigh in your question.
Okay, Augustine.
There are two. Okay, so what I want to say here, there are two different things. When we want to say Igbo man being a president, we know that it's possible for Igbo man to be a president, but it is difficult for Igbo man in the first place to support a candidate the way they have supported Peter Obi. And the greatest discovery Peter Obi have shown us, or this last election have shown us, is that it is easier for a camel to pass the eye of a needle than for Igbo man to be a president in Nigeria. It is easier.
Okay, Augustine, let me join you in this discussion so that I can shade my perspective on it.
Okay.
And I think that is part of the problem that people are having today, and that there need to be clarity. We are mixing apples and oranges in the same basket.
Yeah.
Peter Obi is having difficulties becoming a president in Nigeria today, not because he's an Igbo man. Mark my word, not because Peter Obi is an Igbo man. Peter Obi is having difficulties becoming a president today because he has made it very clear that he's going to go against the establishment. So this is the fundamental thing Igbo people need to understand.
Thank you for
it has nothing to do with Peter Obi being an Igbo man. And I gave the example of Buhari. Buhari contested several times because people felt that Buhari would go against the establishment. As a Hausa person, Buhari lost against Goodluck Jonathan. Yes or no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They have taken mask away. I know who did that because he has come to speak truth to power.
Okay, but let me say something here. You see, sometimes it's easy for these guys to come and say those things they're saying. Was it also against the establishment that the steel rolling mill was established in Kogi State instead of Onitsha? Was it also against the establishment?
How wish you can ask this question to forefather.
I'm sure you listened
I was
to me.
This was our last conversation last time. Our forefather was arguing that
when Murtala Muhammad came to the throne of Nigeria, what was his policy against the Igbos? Why is that there was a deliberate attempt not to make sure that no development goes to the east, and that has been maintained up to tomorrow? Is it also
bridge? Yeah.
Is it also out of our own imagination? There's some
bridge, yeah.
There's some northern
now only Igbo go pass for that bridge, Abi. If one part will say so, Bini go back, Anambra go back, Calabar go back, Igbo pass. The second only Igbo go pass on the bridge. Now nowhere.
You see, is it also our thinking, our imagination, that when the imams and their listeners speak in the mosque, they will say they will never allow Igbos to become president? Is it also our imagination? Don't we hear Hausa? We were not the northerners. We don't live in the north again. You see, the truth is that these things, they keep playing it like this, making it look as if we don't know what is going on. Everybody in Nigeria knows what is going on. Just like Mr. Augustine has said, it's harder. Like for the camel it's easier for the camel to go through the eye of the needle, because they know that when it comes to, just like I was pointing out to forefather here, every time an Igbo man speaks, he is brought to a different standard. He shouldn't be saying that. He doesn't know he's an Igbo man. Why should he be saying that thing? But the same thing I said, if he said in a different form, and that person will go home, nobody will ask it.
I did not agree with what you said concerning when Erufai said his own, Asari Dokubo said his own, and the police did not move. Army did not move for them. But if an Igbo man says something lesser, is the media and the people first before even the government say they want to make move. The media, not even the main media, social media first will start to do interpretation of their own, and we have allowed the social media to feed us, to feed our imagination of how these things are done or supposed to be done, which is wrong. You understand? Because social media play this thing out of proportion, and we tend to believe it's true most times.
A group of northern youths, as they call themselves, even though they are the same age with me, but they are northern youths. They gathered in Kaduna and gave an ultimatum, 1 month ultimatum to Igbos.
Yeah, at that time.
3 months ultimatum. The North, whatever happens to them, it's not their business.
Yeah.
Okay. And Igbo, the same guy who led that group, said to them that he wants to remind the Igbos, they know what happened in 1966, and they are ready to do it again. I have it on video. I'm a media man, so let me say and they're ready to do it again. Was he ever called in for questioning?
No.
Was he ever arrested?
No.
Did they, in fact, when the social media that you are referring to now decided to cover it, and thank God for Ruben Abati and who tried to hammer it in that government should look for this. Were they ever arrested? Instead, what they did was they detailed another elder who came and said, "Look, describe these people. These are children. They don't know what they're saying." Okay, but if it was an Igbo man, he would not sleep in his house that day. By now, he's still been locked up. Let me tell you something. Look, what you don't know, I'm coming. People there are Igbos who are locked up till tomorrow for wearing the Biafran flag as their color of their clothes. Color of their clothes. They sold that color.
I will not believe that, because this guy, Chiwetel Agbo, that time when he had the incident.
Not only that, local. I'll give you one example. Yeah, but
Wait.
Wait.
Look, you say you won't believe that.
Let's not believe. Let me give you something. Let me give you one example.
Wait, if somebody like Siwe Talaga could be arrested because of that, now imagine.
No. I think he wasn't. It was the altercation that led to the police.
No, he was arrested. He was arrested. Local stores. He was arrested and spent 3 days. No matter altercation, he was arrested and spent 3 days. Leave that story.
Yeah, listen to me. He was arrested. Now I saw the whole play. How he played that from the main road. How they boarded him to the guy, sat on the ground and went to the station. I saw that play. I said, what I'm trying to say is that it was the police hid under the altercation, not because of the dress. That was at least okay. Let me say, if you think it was the dress, but the police look for an excuse and hid their molesting him with under the altercation they had with him. The police did not agree that it was the dress, but every other person might want to say it's because of the dress. That's what I'm saying.
What led to the altercation? Was he the only person on the street
who was celebrating her birthday with Biafran color and Biafran color of cake? Or who did their marriage and did use Biafran color of cake to do the marriage? What is the offense? Is it an offense in Nigeria to wear those colors? Or why were they arrested and locked up?
Look, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this thing. Do you know that somebody have declared a para government 2 years ago in Nigeria, raise flag and make a broadcast? And the Minister of Information tell you say avoid him is nobody. Imagine Asari that is declared Biafra. What is it called? His government said Biafra entering something. I make a national breakfast all over the place, and the government take their eye off as if it doesn't exist.
Asari Dokubo.
Yeah, he declared Biafra government. He declared government under a government in this regime.
Okay.
He make a broadcast and raise a flag in Nigeria under the regime, and paraded all his weapons of whatever. They look at him as he's nobody. All right. What do you think if somebody for the East did that? What will happen?
Okay, why is it that sometimes, like in this last election, sometimes they're looking at the Akwa Ibom, the Calabar, the Rivers, they say in Lagos, they looked at them as all of them as Igbo people because they're like from that region. But when it goes to what you are saying right now, you are saying, oh, it's an Igbo man, but Asari Dokubo, which is an Igbo man or from that Calabar, whatever, it's not like an Igbo man anymore. So it's politics that they are playing, not because of anything.
I say what?
It's interest. That's what it is. It's the interest. Like, okay, this one, we can use this to fight what we get. We know this one is hungry. If we give him money, he can dance to our tune. You know.
So after he's hungry, he's all like hungry man. Okay, let's leave him there. And that was this man told him. That is what Mama told him. He said, overlooking that guy is not. So at the end of the day, let's make Nigeria better, though. Not only Boma like I do Nigeria. Every other place I do Nigeria.
I'm not saying I'm pushing for Igbo, man. I can't. That doesn't mean it's only Igbo that can produce the best whatever. Now, I'm looking at it from right. Okay, if NSAS can grow, right, I may say, okay, let me not look at it from the southeast, because NSAS is number it can grow, or if obedience can multiply. You understand? Because people are saying after this election, they don't want to vote anymore. But if I see that obedience will remain obedient and it multiply, maybe I can say, okay, we're looking at obedience to change something. But Igbo man cannot change. Whether election or no election, Igbo must remain an Igbo man. You understand? This idea that, we are marginalized is already planted in them already. So I'm looking at that number. Trust me, if I'm going there, not because I'm saying Igbo man, no, because I think they're making fun of them or they want to get in trouble. No, I need a number that can upturn this government just to change the mentality of Nigeria. See, let me tell you, if to say Obi win, many Nigerians think differently. Say, if let's say it's possible for one or no person to come remove powerful person, it will change Nigerian mentality. You understand? But because Obi no win, Nigerians like, you see, it's the same thing now. We are still where we are. Nigeria is not getting better. You understand? That's what I'm looking at.
Loco. You see, this thing you're saying, even me, I have a different perspective. Okay.
Scott, have you say?
One of the problems I see that we have as a people is not just one. I think there are three problems I see that are bunched together. The first one is, I can put it across by asking the question, who do you think built Rome? Is it the Romans or is it Caesar?
Romans.
Is it the Romans or is it Caesar?
Romans. I'm coming. Hold on. Rome. I think it's Caesar, but it got to a point. He probably got ahead of him.
No, Caesar, one man cannot build. There's no way. It's impossible for one person.
Maybe because he's powerful now and he has.
No.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead. No problem.
The point I'm making is that it is Romans that built Rome. Now, we Nigerians, we have what I call a Messiah complex. We're always looking for a strong man. We're always looking for one person that we believe will lead us to the promised land.
Because nobody
we need to first change that attitude. If Nigeria is going to change, it's not by one person. And it's not going to be a sprint, because what Peter Obi did with Labour Party is certainly what can qualify as a sprint.
Yeah.
What we need, yes, he has started a good movement, but if we are truly serious about changing the country, then it has to be a sustained movement, which is why I respect him for being where he is today and paying the attention he's paying to the process. A lot of people won't understand the value the man is adding to our country until way after. Because the significance of what he's doing today is not whether he will win or he will not win the court case. Yeah. But the idea now is like, look, you can't just play with people. There can be an election, you can rig it, but people are not going to just go home after the election.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, Master,
that is one lesson. People. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Augustine.
To weigh into the question, who built Rome? Remember that without Caesar, the trajectory wouldn't have changed. So, for institution, when we see an accomplished institution, we cannot just see it as the people building it. We must know that there must be a foundation. You must have somebody to say, we need to build this structure, and somebody needs to start it. So why Nigeria is the way it is today is because people are not, we have not had somebody that is willing to build the institution. Imagine if Yaradua had completed his 4 years, and with what he was doing in electoral reform, if he had completed it and got it right in electoral reform, if you get the electoral reform right, and you have people that will come in, there are a lot of people that cannot come into politics because of the kind of thing Obi is going through. There are a lot of people that with politics you get
Okay,
it right.
let me just, sorry to cut in, Augustine, but let me ask another question. What happened to Caesar?
He made the decision that we need to build this city, and he started. Now,
No. How did Caesar end? What is the end of Caesar?
So that is the question. So when the institution begins, you can come against, the institution can come against you. The institution can hold you accountable. Once you begin,
It wasn't the institution. It wasn't the institution. Caesar was murdered, and it was not any institution. It was people, the same Romans, that conspired to kill Caesar.
So if you're talking about Ete Brute, even you.
Yeah, so I'm saying yes. So I'm saying that my argument is simple. Okay, is that for every strong army, there will always be a Caesar. As long as the army are willing to fight, there will always be a Caesar. Caesar will come, Caesar will go, as long as the army is a strong army.
So what you're saying at the same time, you were saying the same thing here. But what I'm telling you is that with the way Nigerians are going, like everything Peter Obi did, if Peter Obi fails to become president, I bet you Buhari is going to use 4 years to learn what he did and counter it. Sorry, Tinubu, I'm calling Buhari.
Buhari is not even there. Buhari is out of contention. Which Buhari again?
I said I corrected myself.
It means Tinubu.
Okay. Tinubu will use these 4 years to see how to work against whatever PTOB have achieved. And that is what we do in politics. When they get in, they see that there is an avenue that somebody can use and change the scenario. They will do everything to change that scenario, to make sure that it doesn't happen. Until we have somebody that says, I am up, come and feel me, come and look at me. And the story you use about Caesar, correct here. Because even when you start that institutionalization of a place, your own people who felt that
will kill you,
would have supported them, will come in and destroy you. You have.
This is what I'm saying.
So we need somebody.
Okay. So this is no. You see, so Augustine, now we have agreed, and I'm very happy. Me and you have finally agreed. The foundation is there, and this is my point. Peter Obi has said this foundation.
Not yet.
Whether you like it or not, there is a foundation that people can take now and run with it. And that is the point I'm making. That everybody now sits back at home and is looking up to Peter Obi. Even if Peter Obi today is declared as the president and people don't come in to support, guess what? Even as a president, they will rally around him and checkmate him. Well, write it down.
Okay,
What I tell you not yet is, look at what happened when Peter Obi appointed one of these military, KG, let me finish. When Peter Obi appointed this military spokesperson in his campaign organization, people rose up, he changed it immediately. So if Peter Obi becomes a president and say, we are going to open everything that happened in INEC, if you open everything that happened in INEC, you will realize that so many hairs will roll. And you now see that that is the only way you can restructure INEC. But with the very president at seat now, if he continues to win, he will make sure that INEC's case will never be opened. And when
let's hold on. Let me just ask one question, because I think this stuff has crossed my mind a few times, but I never really bothered to come off with a question regarding it. Regarding the P2B's presidency, if we take into account the House of Assembly member that he's got right now, and the fact that he barely has any representation in many of the houses, I think 7% in the House of Senate. If he becomes a president, all the people in those arms of government are of APC and PDP this thing. How is he supposed to govern like that? They are going to. They could impeach him very easily too.
That is the only way the institution. This is the only way the institution will work. What we begin to.
It is not new. It is not new. Peter Obi was governor of Anambra State. Almost everybody in the house was not from his party, but he governed for 8 years. So it's not a new territory for him. Okay,
maybe they know that he knows how to go to court.
When you
they were scared of him now.
When you were doing your documentation, you didn't know anybody in the immigration office. You only submitted your papers. They went through it and handled your document. So if it will be the only thing why we get politics wrong is that we want our own men to be everywhere. You don't need your men. I don't need my personal person to be my AGC. For him to do his work, he doesn't need to be from my family. He doesn't need to know me before now. So you don't need an assembly that is your party. You're going to change.
Yeah, but they appear not to like him, though. They appear not to like him. And if let's say they want to work with him, many Nigerians will hate him because some of the things those people want, Nigerians don't want that.
So at the end of the day, there will be a chastisation from P2B and from them. That back and forth will bring us where we need to do. And they have to, like, if P2B becomes the president, they are going back to read the Constitution. Every one of them will go back and read the Constitution in the process of learning how to pin him down, they will start doing their work.
I think there may be some truth there, but they have the votes to impeach him and remove him from office.
No. See, Fofa, I think again, I would say we are mixing two things up again. I agree once again with Augustine, because once you have a leader that is charting a new direction, it's normal human nature for people to follow that direction, especially when you know that this is the most powerful person in the land. He can do and undo. So that's one aspect. People will follow Peter Obi generally. Where I am coming and saying that, no, we are mixing two things. There are people, okay, because let's say Tinubu will still be there. The people who have been enjoying the system, they will still be alive. They are not going to just sit back or run away. They're going to sit down and begin to think of how to counteract the movement Peter Obi is bringing. So that is why I'm saying that for me, this Messiah complex is not going to work, because Peter Obi will chart a new direction. A lot of people, maybe 50, 60, even 70% of even the legislators will follow him. But there will be a set of people who are vested interest, not only in Nigeria, even the international community. If Peter Obi is going to really change the trajectory of Nigeria, he will have to run counter to all, for instance, what all this hike we're seeing. It's not from the inside. I am convinced that part of the things that we're seeing Tinubu is doing now is from an international pressure, saying that, okay, you people have borrowed X amount of money. If you don't do X, Y, Z, this is what is going to happen to you. And not every leader will have the temerity or the strength to say, okay, no, I'm going to go against international.
I think, Masca, you could have made an argument this way, because the way you were making it at first, I was thinking, oh, there is no real reason why they should listen to Peter Obi when they can vote him out. But however, if you remove him, you get Dati. I think they will probably prefer Peter Obi than to remove him and put Dati in office. So they might decide.
My argument for fathers is that it's not even the National Assembly. National Assembly, they are a problem. Take it for granted. But they are not the vested interest. They are only there and they are enjoying it. There are some more entrenched vested interests, both inside the country and outside the country. And it is this entrenched vested interest who it doesn't matter for them today which regime comes. Whichever regime comes, they are enjoying it. It is this vested interest I'm talking about, that they are not going to sit and fold their arms and just be watching Peter Obi wash away what they have been enjoying. They are going to fight back. My point is that the whole country, the whole people need to be behind whoever is it that we are pushing, that we want a change. And everybody will see that if you touch this man, everybody is behind him. That's the only way the country can change. It's not to elect one leader and you go to sleep and thinking that one man will do the magic.
There's some truth there. I think leaders